Warning. Adult and violent content. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome to my channel. Have fun. Only I am a Necromancer. Authors, Jijung Jang. // Chapter 1, Campus that Turned into a Hell, 1. Commuting to school is hellish. Sung-woo Yu was often exhausted when he finally arrived at campus after transferring 3 times, which took him 2 hours each way. So, he tried his best to avoid his 9:30 a.m. class as much as possible, but it didn't work out as he wished because it was one of the required courses for his major. Ugh! Oh no! How did I manage to attend school in my freshman year? I think I have to make a choice between living near school and dropping out of college, he grumbled, getting off the shuttle bus. He felt his whole body aching after the long commute. Hannah Lee, who was a year younger, teased while following him, "Hey, why are you so weak-minded as a retired squad commander of the Army Special Forces?" The other day when he drank with Hannah, Sung-woo bragged about his heroic exploits when he was in the army. After that, Hannah made fun of him whenever he had a chance. "Are you sure you are really an Army Special Forces member? Aren't you lying to me? You said you were done marching 10 kilometers quickly in full gear, right? Then why can't you stand sitting on the bus or subway for 2 hours while commuting here?" As if he felt what Hannah said was ridiculous, Sung-woo tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Hannah, can't you stop preaching me until after you join the army? How long are you going to delay going to the army?" "Well, let me tell you one thing, Sung-woo. The unification coin will prevail." Sung-woo clicked his tongue at his strong ambitions. "Damn it. What the heck are you talking about when you don't pay any attention to the news at all? You don't deserve to mention national unification. Don't you know you are in a limbo because you kept delaying joining the army because of Ming? I doubt unification will ever come true when you have already broken up with her." Hannah's face hardened at his sarcastic reply. "Well, would you please not mention her? Hannah, I clearly told you at the welcoming ceremony for freshmen 3 years ago that there should not be any campus couples, right? Obviously it was impossible for a man like Hannah, who was part of a campus couple but had no military experience, to win the argument with anybody." Despite Hannah's silence, Sung-woo kept mentioning her name while heading for the campus building for his first class. Hannah suddenly began to look in the sky blankly. "What the heck? Are you crying now?" Sung-woo asked. "No, I'm just looking at the sky." "Sky? I wonder if you're conjuring up her face there. Didn't you see those letters in the sky a moment ago?" When he said that, Sung-woo raised his head, but he saw only the cloudless blue sky. "You miss her very much, right?" "Oh, no. I clearly saw the letters only a moment ago. It said something like monster downloading. It said 99% downloading, then suddenly disappeared when it was 100%. I mean it was over there on the top of the library building." Sung-woo looked up at the sky again, but he saw only a few birds fluttering away into the sky. Monster? Hey, dude, what kind of game did you play last night? Can't you tell reality from a dream? Oh, I'm serious. I think you saw an illusion because you have been drinking too much these days. You think so? Hannah easily agreed. It was true that these days he was unstable and nervous. Nonetheless, he looked at the sky several times as if he felt uncomfortable. Clicking his tongue, Sung-woo kept walking while Hannah slapped his face a couple of times and caught up with him quickly. "Hey, Sung-woo, can you get me a cup of coffee from a vending machine? I seriously need some caffeine because I feel like I'm losing my mind at the moment. I don't have time. Professor Wang will come in at any moment. Just look at the long line before the vending machine. Are you going to swap your grade for a cup of coffee?" Even before the first class began, there was a long line before the vending machine on the first floor of the building. "Well, are you going to doze off again? Your strong mentality as a former Special Forces member will be tested again." At that moment, Hannah stopped because he knew he would be in big trouble if his tongue slipped any further. "See you at lunch then." I could end early today. By the way, I really saw the letters, Hanno said. Stop the nonsense. Let me head at first. Talk to you later. Sungwoo took the elevator to the 4th floor and arrived at the lecture hall. When he came in, the professor also arrived right on time. Oops, I feel sleepy. Was it because he didn't have coffee, or was he so rusty after being discharged from the army and coming back to school only recently? In no time he felt sleepy as he could not concentrate on the lecture. He heard the professor's voice vaguely, and his eyelids were heavy. His shoulders felt stiff, but he blamed it for his hellish commute to school. Right at that moment, he saw some strange letters floating in the air. What is the best job in the ruined world? Choose right now. Ugh! What the heck? He felt he was hallucinating while dozing off. He blinked his eyes, then roughly rubbed them. But the hologram message before his eyes didn't disappear. Tick, tick, tick. At that moment, the monitor that was printing out the class material flickered, then all the fluorescent lights went out. Woo woo, ugh! What the heck is this? Is it a blackout? What? I don't see anything. It was not a simple blackout. As if the sun had gone out or one was thrown into the cosmos, the whole world plunged into darkness. Sungwoo curled up in an attempt to defend himself against the contingencies. Even my mobile phone is off. What the heck is going on? By the way, what the heck is this? I can see myself only here. Me too. One thing was clearly visible. It was the holographic message that Sungwoo mistakenly regarded as a hallucination. It seemed that all the students in the hall saw the same thing. You only have 15 seconds left. Greater than, oh my ... what is this? 15 seconds of what? Bright light shined before their eyes, and then the 10 cards began to spin. Just like a spinning wheel or conveyor belt sushi, the cards came so close as if they could touch them, then quickly moved away clockwise. The cards had all sorts of pictures with various colored backgrounds. You guys see these cards too? Hey, guys, don't touch them recklessly. He is right. Don't touch them. They're dangerous. Nobody knew why it was dangerous to touch them. They just avoided the cards instinctively. But Sungwoo harbored another doubt. Isn't it more dangerous to not do anything now? Who knows what'll happen after 15 seconds? You've got only 10 seconds. Greater than, does it mean we have to choose a card? One card had the drawing of a fighter with a sword and a shield, another one with a wizard holding a cane, and another one with an archer holding an arrow. These 3 cards each had a star on the white background. Another one had 2 stars on a green background, which looked like a priest in Sungwoo's eyes. Was he a castle knight drawn on the card with 3 stars on the pink background? Sungwoo tried his best to understand this ridiculous situation. Only 7 seconds were left. What was this countdown forcing him to do? What the heck is this? Is it similar to poker? What am I supposed to decide within this time frame? At that moment, one card with a drawing of a fighter, which was off in the distance, disappeared with a poof. And then, bump. Ugh! What the heck is this? A sword suddenly dropped onto Sungwoo's friend's desk, who was sitting in front of him. I wonder if it was dropped by the fighter on the card. /2 / although Sungwoo could not understand what was going on, he had only 5 seconds left. Wait a minute. Wasn't there a reminder that I should choose a good card in order to survive in the ruined world? Sungwoo reached out for a card unconsciously. He picked up the one with the most stars. Although he had no rational ground for choosing that one, he felt like he wanted to choose it if he had to anyway. The card he picked up seemed unusual at first glance. With a black background, it had the drawing of a man in a white robe holding a long sickle. You chose an occupation card. Necromancer, greater than, ... Necromancer? Isn't Necromancer a wizard who controls skeletons or corpses in the fantasy world? Your first occupation selection window has now closed. Those who failed to choose one, please wait for the next chance. The card selection ended with that message, and all the messages disappeared. Then the lecture hall became bright again, and the electricity came back. Crackle. At that moment, the guy in front of Sungwoo began to gently raise the sword off the desk. The sharp blade flashed under the fluorescent lights. The lecture hall was quiet. Everybody fixed their eyes on the sword with embarrassed looks. Where did it fall from? What happened a moment ago? I feel like I was possessed by something. And what the heck is that sword? Is it a real sword? Oh my god. I'm scared. The lecture hall suddenly became noisy after a lapse of silence. Even the professor was looking out the window as if he was completely distracted by this mysterious phenomenon. Sungwoo could not grasp the situation, but he was still bothered by the holographic message that said, "Fit to survive in the ruined world." The whole text containing the message felt ominous to him. "This dropped when I chose the card with the drawing of the fighter," said the guy in front of Sungwoo, raising the sword. Hearing that, Sungwoo looked up at the ceiling. Dang it! Am I really a necromancer? Why is nothing appearing before me? Right at that moment, the back door of the lecture hall flung open suddenly, and something came in with a bang. It was a man covered with blood. Arg! Get this out of me! Blood gushed out of his neck and sprayed over his shirt. And there was something stuck on his back. A small green-skinned animal recklessly brandished a deadly weapon with its right hand, grabbing his hair with its left hand. Buke! 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 The little knife was stabbed in the man's back and neck indiscriminately. He tried to resist the attack by all means, but he staggered dangerously as if he had bled too much. Oh my god! What the heck is that? Arg! The lecture hall turned into a mess all of a sudden. Terrified by the scene, all the students began fleeing the front of the hall, pushing and shoving the desks which screeched all over the place. It was the crucible of chaos itself. Yuch! The bloody man finally collapsed. Watching with his dilated pupils, Sungwoo held his breath and took his butt off the chair slowly. Dang it! As he was sitting in the seat right in front of the back door, he could hardly move because he felt like it could draw the monster's attention. The green monster roared over the man's body. Then it turned its head quickly, rolling its yellow eyes. It was obviously looking for its next prey. Sword. Hey, Mintsu. Use the sword. Mintsu, do something about it. Please. Amid the chaotic situation, they began to look for Mintsu, the only man holding the sword. And all of them hid behind his back. Sungwoo also cautiously stood up and looked at him anxiously. Sungwoo was now the closest person to the green monster. How can I? You have the sword. But it seemed that Mintsu had no intention of challenging the monster at all. He was holding the sword with both hands, but he was trembling hard. Hey, Mintsu, you remember me, right? Standing in place, Sungwoo called his name in a calm tone. Though both of them were not close friends, they knew each other. God damn it! What do you want me to do? Ah! As he reacted violently, Sungwoo immediately felt that it was impossible to persuade him. After all, the monster turned to Sungwoo, who was close by, and ran into him. Sungwoo wished he had escaped quickly, but it was too late. The green monster turned up its mouth slightly, then charged toward him. Arg! Sungwoo screamed sharply, but he decided to challenge the monster rather than flee because he recalled the bloody man who was stabbed by the monster on its back. I'm done for if I show my back to the monster. And his choice of action was efficient. Bam! The little monster, which weighed about 15 kilograms, was knocked out by his front kick. The monster hysterically stood up with its hands on the floor. But Sungwoo took the next action. Get the fuck out of here, son of a bitch! He was about to lift his chair while shouting like that, but he got in trouble. Ugh! As it turned out, the chair was part of the so-called all-in-one desk, cited as the college student's public enemy known as well as the worst invention. Besides, it was much heavier than he thought. Sungwoo, who was holding on to the back of the chair, failed to lift it on the first try. Ah? The monster didn't lose the chance to attack him this time. It lowered its position, then stuck out its hand that was holding a knife. Obviously it was determined not to suffer another kick. Damn it! Fuming, he grabbed the lower part of the desk and lifted it effortlessly like a weightlifter. Normally he could have never done it, but he showed superhuman power faced with the possibility of imminent death. Then he struck its head with a desk chair rather than throwing it. The monster came close right up to his nose, stretching the knife, but it could not do anything when struck against the heavy desk chair. Struck hard, it stuck out its tongue with its broken head. At first glance, it was killed on the spot. You got 10 gold by knocking down the goblin. Ha! Breathing out roughly, Sung-woo stepped back. Looking back, the scared students were watching him. Goblin? 10 gold? No way. The little green monster was like the low-level goblins that often appeared in fantasy. Gold? Although he could not figure out what it was clear that the world around him began to spin like a fantasy game. Another message appeared before his eyes. The dead have become your subordinate under your authority. List of subordinates: 1/3, Goblin Skeleton, LV.1, Weapon, Dagger, Species, Goblin, Trait, Undead, ... Huck? Subordinate? What the heck was this? But the faces of the students packed in front of the hall began to contort with fear. Oh no! Ugh! Look back! Sung-woo turned his head like them. Rattle, a goblin was standing up after pushing the desk chair. Precisely speaking, it was a skeleton with its skin and intestines smashed to ashes. Then it slowly walked toward Sung-woo and knelt before him. It was a difficult situation for him. While watching it bitterly, he recalled the occupation he chose. Necromancer. Necromancers controls the dead. And the subordinates he resurrected obeyed him absolutely. It was a concept commonly found in the fantasy genre. No way. Squeak. At that moment, 2 more goblins appeared through the back door. Another appeared again. This time there are 2 goblins. While the lecture hall was chaotic with the stunned students screaming, Sung-woo looked at the skeleton and the 2 goblins alternately. Then a new message appeared before his eyes. Your subordinates are waiting for your order. Sung-woo was thinking of ordering them to fight. But even before he opened his mouth, the skeleton raised its body and began to walk toward the goblins stoutly. The goblins were hesitating before the skeleton as if they found a kindred spirit in it. But the skeleton stabbed the sword into their heads. /3 the skeleton moved according to Sung-woo's intuition. In other words, it did what he wanted by checking his preferences in advance even when he didn't want to control it consciously. It was fighting a deadly fight with the 2 goblins on his behalf now. Woof! The skeleton pulled a dagger out of the goblins. It seemed that the attack was not fatal, as if the dagger had missed the mark a bit. Then the 2 goblins indiscriminately began to wield the swords at the skeleton that had been resurrected like them. But their swords, originally designed to cut apart human flesh, didn't seem to deal any damage to the skeleton. It seemed that the skeleton's durability was not that strong. Its right elbow was smashed by the goblin's clumsy attack. Now with its left hand as the only weapon, the skeleton was on the defensive. Sung-woo began to feel nervous while watching the fight. If I don't go to its rescue, I have to face them again. When he confronted the goblin, he felt that it was not a formidable rival. Besides, the goblin's build was as small as a child. But it would be tough for him to fight several goblins this time. So, he thought he had to preclude such possibilities. I wish I had a good weapon. Turning his head, Sung-woo looked at Min-soo. He was standing there awkwardly, gripping the sword with both hands. Sung-woo could not find any righteous spirit in him. Hey, give me the sword quickly. Right now. Min-soo opened his eyes wide at his yelling. Then he hugged the sword he had stuck out. What? Why do you need it? Min-soo asked. Give it to me quickly. Let me kill them with it. But Min-soo shook his head and said, Nope, this is mine. I got this by selecting the card. What the heck? Sung-woo was dumbfounded to hear that. He was aware that Min-soo was not sociable, but how could he claim such ridiculous ownership of the sword in this situation? Then, you go out and kill them yourself. Huck? When he said that, Min-soo's face turned white. You don't want to, dickhead. Sung-woo didn't force him to hand it over. He knew he would be in bigger trouble than now if he touched such a timid guy. Based on his experience as a retired sergeant, It was best to not touch someone acting like an advisor. That's fine. Go and peel potatoes with that. What did you say? This time, Sung-woo also lifted the desk with a chair. At that moment, the skeleton, with its only functional left hand, stepped aside as if it had been waiting for his move. Oh, you already know what I'm going to do. Sung-woo then threw the desk toward the goblins. They fell to the floor, struck by the heavy desk. Seizing the chance, the skeleton sprang out at them and skillfully stabbed the sword in their necks and bellies. Buke! 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 You've earned 10 gold by hunting a goblin. Greater than, you've earned 10 gold by hunting a goblin. Greater than, while a total of 2 messages came out, the skeleton killed the 2 goblins at the same time and the lecture hall turned into a sea of blood. When the fight was over, the one-armed skeleton waddled toward Sung-woo and looked up at him blankly just like a puppy thirsty for praise. Well, I'm sorry, but I feel bad. Can you look somewhere else? Even though it was his ally, Sung-woo felt unpleasant when the skeleton poked its skull at him. It bowed its head at his request. I wonder if the skeleton was disappointed in me. As he could not read any feelings in its hollow eyes, Sung-woo checked its face, fearing that it could change its mind. Since it has no eyes, I can't check its feelings anyway. The dead have become the subordinates under your authority. A list of your subordinates: 3/3, Goblin Skeleton, LV.1, Goblin Skeleton, LV.1, Goblin Skeleton, LV.1. Tap for further information about the attribute of each member. You have reached the maximum number of subordinates. The 2 goblins were resurrected as skeletons in no time. Then they gathered around Sung-woo, making a clattering noise. Now a total of 3 skeletons followed him. Hey, Sung-woo, what happened? The middle-aged professor asked. Although he was shocked by the absurd situation like everybody else, the professor felt Sung-woo seem sober. On the other hand, the professor was full of doubt, which was understandable, given that Sung-woo was now controlling the monsters that popped up suddenly. But like everybody else there, Sung-woo could not understand the absurd situation either. I have no idea, but... His words drifted while he was concentrating on the noise around him. Then he turned his head outside the window. While silence reigned in the lecture hall, he could feel that the whole campus was full of screams. He could hear horrible shrieks and screams outside the window, in the hallway and upstairs. It seems that the same thing is happening throughout the whole campus. Or maybe it. Professor! I can't get through to the police station with my mobile phone! Shouted a female student whom Sung-woo didn't know. Like she said, this kind of situation was common in horror films. In other words, all the lines to the police stations were busy at the moment. Was it happening across the country or the whole world? While Sung-woo thought about that possibility, some of the students stricken with fear began to open the front door and ran out. We should not stay here. Let's get out of campus. Right. Where is my car? Oh, let's go to the parking lot. In Sung-woo's judgment, they were too hasty. As expected, they began to shout, "Ugh! Let's get out of here." They were watching something at the end of the hallway where the little monster screamed and wailed. Rattle. The skeletons now began to run toward the back door. Although Sung-woo didn't issue any orders, they acted as if to reflect his subconsciousness. The 3 skeletons kicked the 2 goblins on the side when they were charging at the students. Tangled up together in the hallway, they began to fight fiercely among themselves. While they were pushing and shoving, the skeletons began to suffer some cracks in their bones. Crunch. Obviously, the skeletons were on the defensive when it came to the gripping fight. They had no muscles to show their strength and they weighed less than the goblins. Everybody, get out of here. Let me stop them here. I mean those guys. Running around in confusion, the students began to disperse and head for the hallway on the opposite side. In a situation like this, scattering was not always a good option, but it was not good for them to gather in one place either. Besides, it was impossible to confine those stricken with fear to any specific place. Sung-woo had no obligation to protect them anyway. Yeah, they have the right to make their own choice. Sung Woo also agonized over what kind of option he would choose. Right now everything is unclear, but there is a rule in this game. I should follow it. He was given an occupation, while his abilities and the appearance of the monsters could be called his game. This might be a very stupid idea, but perhaps the more I fight against them, the higher the chances of my survival will be. So, Sung Woo made the choice to fight instead of fleeing. He could make the bold decision because he had subordinates to fight on his behalf. If he had received a sword by choosing the fighter card, he would certainly have not made this decision. Buke! Buke! Sung Woo watched the bloody fighting between the skeletons and goblins before his eyes. Tangled up together, all they did in the fight was grab and stab each other, but as they had no particular fighting skills, their battle was more intense. Bam! Right at that moment, one of the skeleton's necks was smashed, and its skull rolled down to its feet. Your subordinate will now go back to its eternal death. Please, please defeat them. Gulping, Sung Woo watched the dog fight anxiously. It seemed like there was little difference in the performance between the goblin skeleton and that of the living goblin. /4 numerically speaking, the skeletons were superior to them. Although one of the skeletons fell, the two goblins were already broken into pieces. You have earned 10 gold by hunting the goblin. You have earned 10 gold by hunting the goblin. Phew! Good job! Sung Woo shouted hooray in spite of himself. Then there was a message that possibly signaled the start of a real game. You have leveled up. LV.2 greater than, level. When the word level was mentioned, it meant that he should now be ready for the real game. It was the moment Sung Woo confirmed the validity of his prediction that the more he fought, the stronger he would become. He recited it to himself quietly as if he could not believe it. Status bar? When he said that, a holographic window appeared before his eyes. Player profile, name, Sung Woo Yu, level, 2, occupation, Necromancer, capability, muscle power, 5, agility, 5, physical strength, 5, earned gold, 50, but there was nothing like stats in the game. Didn't players receive stats when their level went up? But his question was answered when a system window popped up. Select your level up card. Stats, random, skill, random, item, random, other, random, muscle power increase, confirmed. A total of 5 cards appeared before my eyes. Except for 5, they were all on the back side, so he found out that by using this, he could reinforce my stats, learn skills, or obtain items. Random. But most of them were random. The last one, namely number 5, was the confirmed stats, but it suggested that luck played a big role from the start. After agonizing for some time, Sung Woo chose skills, the no 2 item. Skill was one of the most important elements in most games, so he chose it because he was not sure what would come out of it. The maximum number of subordinates will increase by 1. Then the skeletons began to rise from a heap of bodies. This time there was a total of 5 with the addition of 1 more. Rattle, you are almost out of mana. Mana? It seemed that he needed mana when he had to use skills to summon skeletons. So, when Sung Woo recalled mana, he saw a certain gauge before his eyes. Mana, 330 greater than, the mana then increased to 4. It seemed like he didn't need a lot of mana to summon just 1 skeleton. Hey, you guys are not playing hard to get, are you? When he said that, 4 goblins looked up at him all at once. Dang it, you really suck. I'm sorry to say this, but can you all just look down instead? They again looked down at his request. Good job. After a tough battle with the goblins, Sung Woo was left alone. Precisely speaking, he was left with 4 skeletons. He put his head against the cold iron gate, then took it off. He did it to cool down his head, but it didn't help. As he had been staying alert, he felt heartburn as if acid from his stomach was forced up the gullet. Okay, I should stay alert to survive. If I'm clumsy here, I can make a mistake. I don't know what's going on, but so far, so good, right? Sung Woo reassured himself like that. As someone who was discharged from the army recently, He was well aware that those who adapted themselves quickly to a strange environment could survive better than those who didn't. When he was in the army, there were two groups of recruits thrown into a strange environment, namely those who could easily adapt and earn their commander's trust, and those who ended up as outcasts by failing to adapt. Above all, let me survive. I have to think of that only. Hearing the strange screaming echoing down the hallway, he patted his cheek slightly, then took 3 deep breaths. Phew. Let me buck up and get out of here. The lecture hall was located on the 4th floor of the Humanity and Social Sciences building. Sung-woo checked the situation outside the window. The cafe streets below the building were lined with bodies, and dozens of goblins were running around, screeching. Damn it. I feel safer here. I don't think I should go down there. But he could not stay here forever. With the skeletons walking ahead of him, he cautiously headed 1 floor down. Arg. Right at that moment, somebody wielding a dagger walked out of the 3rd floor, stunned. That dagger cut through the skull bones of one skeleton, but that was it. Tuck? Sung-woo. Ah, Hanno. It was none other than Hanno who was holding the dagger. Sung-woo felt relieved when he met the familiar face. But Hanno was still full of alertness. What the heck are these? Asked Hanno. Oh, don't worry. How can I describe them? My bodyguard. Are you sure? After agonizing over how to explain, he opened his mouth. Hanno, did you choose an occupation card too? Ah, card? Oh, you're right. Well, I chose one with the drawing of a thief. Why did you choose such a damn thing? How many stars were on the card? While trembling hard, Hanno agonized over his question seriously. Stars? Oh, I got only 1 star. 1 star is a brigadier general, right? It's good, right? Sung-woo let out a sigh. He knew Hanno was an innocent junior, though he was a bit dumb. And Sung-woo could guess his personality in this difficult situation. Well. Just think that way. Let's go down to a safe place. We will be safe with these guys walking ahead of us. Then the skeletons began to step down, rattling as they went. Sung-woo and Hanno followed them. When they arrived on the 2nd floor, there was a 1-line message before their eyes. Your team fights will have the synergy effect from now on. Synergy list, Dagger Thief Group, 1st stage, Class, Weapon Synergy, Condition, 5 daggers loaded, Effect, Probability of Fatality, plus 10%, Gold Accumulation, plus 10%, Ugh! Do you also see this? Yep. Synergy? The meaning was clear. It seemed that they received buffs with a gathering of similar patterns. In other words, the more teamwork they had, the more benefits they would get. But the thing is whether we can get this with these skeletons, which are not humans. 4 of the daggers that created the synergy of Dagger Thief Group, 5 greater than were held by the skeletons. I am not sure yet, but they are quite useful. Even if I move alone, I can create the effect of several people moving, right? I think I chose the good one. Now the situation was clear where the increase in stats was given randomly. The most important factor in survival was luck. Sung-woo thought he was very lucky from the beginning, but at that moment he ran into a group of goblins coming up from the 1 street floor stairs. There were as many as 7. Squeak. The one far behind them was twice as big as the other goblins, carrying a string of Buddhist prayer beads around its neck. Besides, it was holding a long spear in its hand. Hey, that bastard seems like their chief, doesn't it? Having said that, Hanno stepped back. Sung-woo was ready to flee if things went wrong. No matter how hard he thought, he could not beat the gang of 7 goblins. But wasn't survival decided by sheer luck? The gang of goblins is now weakened after smelling the smell of death, 1st stage. Stats have decreased by 30%. This occurs when they run into more than 4 skeletons. At that moment, the gang of goblins was hesitant, then they began to move back. The anger disappeared from their faces. Instead, they were full of fear. Aren't we lucky? Then the 4 skeletons began to walk down the stairs with their loud rattling. The moment the goblins fell under the curse and Sung-woo became strongly determined, the skeletons began to charge towards the goblins. Rattle, rattle. They raced down the stairs without any hesitation and stormed the goblins. Squeak, squeak. The goblins that caught the smell of death were very slow to respond, as if their bodies were frozen. The skeletons caught up and stabbed the daggers into them. One of them rolled off the stairs and was pushed out when stabbed. Wow! Good job! /5 Hanno, who was about to run away at any time, admired the spectacular fight scene. In fact, he was only thinking of running away from the monsters after this happened. He had no other choice to survive because he never thought of confronting them like this. Never did he think he could fight by using the enemy's bodies. At that moment, the bulky goblin lifted its left hand right away. Squeak! As soon as it did so, the bracelet on its forearm began to shine. It was an ominous sign at first glance. The chief of the goblin group has initiated the madness of the wildness. Its minions are now strengthened. At the same time, the scared goblin's eyes began to emit red light. Squeak! As if the curse spell of the smell of death was broken, the goblin's actions were now more flexible, and they began to push the skeletons up the stairs. Hanno, feeling nervous, murmured, "Ah? Sung-woo, shall we run away now? Wait a minute. If the skeletons are destroyed, Hanno and Sung-woo will be doomed. If both of them joined hands and fought together, they could beat them, but Sung-woo didn't want to take the risk. The reason he decided to fight the goblins was because he could guarantee his safety with the skeletons at the forefront to fight them. I've got to control these skeletons because they are supposed to move according to my instructions. Now, what should I do?" At that moment, the chief goblin's hand came into his view. It was lifting its left hand and spinning it in the air, but the bracelet on it was very strange. Yep, that's it. The skeleton that had been created first stepped back. Even without one of its hands because it was smashed to pieces, the skeleton jumped into the air after stepping on its colleagues' backs. Rattle. Ugh! Are you going to jump here? Based on Sung-woo's judgment, the skeleton took a very aggressive action, which even he didn't expect at all. Falling down rapidly, it brandished its hand straight down. Its dagger cut the chief goblin's left wrist instantly. Then the red energy of the bracelet disappeared, and the goblin gang was stricken with fear again. Stunned, the chief goblin kicked the skeleton, which bounced out and rolled down the first floor. Nonetheless, it seized the chance to win with that single attack. You've earned 10, plus 1, gold by hunting the goblin. The skeletons, which might look like resurrected zombies to the goblins, stabbed them recklessly and emotionlessly. Buke! 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 Sometimes there were yellow sparkles coupled with the blunt sounds, which suggested that the goblins were given a fatal blow because of the synergy effect of Dagger Thief Gang 5 . You have earned 10, plus 1, gold by hunting the goblins. The goblins collapsed all at once. The stairs leading from the second floor to the first were full of blood, which dripped down the stairs. You have earned 10, plus 1, gold by hunting the goblins. You have earned 10, plus 1, gold by hunting the goblins. You have earned 10, plus 1, gold by hunting the goblins. As a result, 6 out of the 7 goblins were all killed, and only the chief goblin survived. It smashed one of the skeletons by wielding the long spear, but that was it. 2 skeletons were spinning around it, stabbing its belly ruthlessly. In the end, it collapsed in a pool of blood, moaning. You have earned 50, plus 5, by hunting the chief goblin. Wow, wow. Ha ha ha. As if he was dumbfounded, Hanno began to laugh frivolously. Sung-woo slowly walked down the bloody stairs and checked the chief goblin's body. Ah? Sung-woo, don't you earn something like items in this case? Yep. Sung-woo was on the same page. When the gamers hunted goblins, they usually received items. And his guess was right. Gold sparkled on the chief goblin's sliced left forearm and the spear he used. It seemed as if the items were shouting, "I'm here," so Sung-woo could claim them. Item description: Name, crude spear, grade, general, classification, One-handed spear, effect, increases attack speed of small build friendly forces, plus 20%. Sungwoo put the bracelet on his left wrist, which immediately brought about the effects of the item. The attack speed of Goblin Skeleton has increased. Plus 20%, greater than. It seemed that the small build referred to the goblin. And Sungwoo enjoyed seeing another unexpected effect. You can use the buff skill because the conditions have been met. Activation condition, Goblin Mercenaries. Greater than, skill information, name, Madness of the Wilderness, grade, D, classification, buff, effect, when used, the Goblin Mercenaries will increase their attacks, plus 10%, and attack speed, plus 20%, for 10 minutes. After that, the cooldown will take 1 hour. It seemed that Sungwoo had obtained a very good weapon because the moment the chief goblin used it, he saw the goblin gang's power becoming much stronger than before. I think I obtained a lot. Since it was a very dangerous battle, he felt like he was rewarded amply. Rattle. At that moment, the one-armed skeleton walked up the stairs with a waddling gait. It was the first to be born as a skeleton, and it cut the chief goblin's wrist. Right after its attack, it was kicked hard by the chief goblin and fell down the stairs, smashing 2 of its ribs. Although its body was covered with wounds, it seemed to be more sophisticated. Sungwoo put his hand on its skull as if he felt proud of it. Good job. But he pulled his hand back immediately because he still felt uncomfortable. Then it made a loud noise by gnashing its teeth together as if it was satisfied. Tick, tick. Ugh! What did you do a moment ago? Don't do it again. When Sungwoo ordered it, the skeleton stopped doing it, leaving its jaws wide open. It looked really ugly. Sungwoo, where shall we go now? Well, let's get out of here first. Both of them went to the first floor, then headed for the lobby. They confirmed that people had gathered in front of the main gate of the building. You guys go into the copy room over there, skeletons. If they see you, they might be so shocked that they will kill you. You're right. I'm sorry to say this, but I also struck them on the head in the spur of the moment. I think people will scream at the sight of these skeletons. In fact, Hanno had wielded the dagger first, thinking that the skeletons were monsters. Fortunately, Hanno was on close terms with Sungwoo, but those who were scared of the skeletons would not be persuaded. When Sungwoo opened the door of the copy room, the skeletons went inside in a single file line. If anybody opened the door by mistake, he or she could pass out. But who would come to this place to make a photocopy? There were about 30 people gathered in the lobby. Given that only 5 of them were holding weapons, it was obvious that there were only a few who could take action when the unidentified cards appeared. Come to think of it, it was abnormal for them to reach out for such strange cards. Come on, everybody. Please come down. We're contacting the police now, and members of the student council are also checking out what happened. A man wearing the student council jumper was shouting at them, with a sword in his right hand and a shield in his left. What can the student council do in this situation? Just break open the door. One female student, who was about to cry, shouted at him. But the executive member of the student council shook his head and said, well, we tried to break it open in every way, but it didn't break no matter how hard we struck it. Really? The door can't be broken? The main door was an ordinary glass door. But the student council executive nodded at her question resolutely. Nope, it won't. So, please calm down and lower your voice so the monsters won't approach us. Please follow my instructions. Sungwoo naturally mingled in with them. Are you Sungwoo? /6 One of the executive members of the student council pretended to recognize him. Sungwoo also recognized him. He was Jin-Seok Lee, and he was 2 years ahead of him in the same department. When Sungwoo was a freshman, Jin-Seok was in the same group when they went on a department outing. Sungwoo didn't have good memories of him, though. Basically Jin-Seok was an old fossil who insisted on hierarchy. He was also notorious for hitting on girls in the department. Since he was very covetous of a title, he joined the student council. Oh, hello. Exchanging formal greetings with him, Sung Woo cautiously approached the main door. He was curious as to why Jinsok could not open it. At the moment, however, Jinsok made an annoying expression and shouted, "Hey! Don't approach the door. It's dangerous. Damn it." He made a big fuss out of it and waved at Sung Woo annoyingly, so Sung Woo stepped back. Jinsok let out a sigh, then suddenly made a benevolent expression like a saint. "Phew, I'm sorry. I'm a bit on the edge because I have to pay attention to lots of stuff at the moment. I don't know what's going on, but I have to protect our students." Well, this is close to an excessive sense of duty. Did Jinsok show this conceited attitude because he was an executive member of the student council? Sung Woo began to feel like he was a nuisance. "Sung Woo, did you also choose a card?" "Yes, that's right. Both of us chose the cards. You know Hano, right?" "Hello, Jinsok. Oh, I think I've seen you at a certain event before, Hano. I'm so busy I can't attend classes often." Sung Woo wanted to retort, "Why are you attending school then? Because you want to wear that student council uniform?" But he did not have the heart to speak out. Anyway, you know the current situation is very serious, right? If you have weapons, you should help me protect our students." "Sure, we'll help you. By the way, what is your occupation? Someone like a spearman?" "Well, are you sure you can help me?" Looking at Sung Woo holding a crude spear, Jinsok made a frown. Obviously he looked at Sung Woo with contempt. In fact, Sung Woo himself thought his weapon was worthless compared with the weapons those in other occupations were holding. But his real weapons were clustered about inside the copy room. "Well, I don't need to bother to tell him about it." Sung Woo nodded lightly. "I caught a green monster. It's called a goblin. It's tough to confront it even if I have a weapon," Jinsok said, lifting the shield proudly, "and I've chosen a very good card. It is a shield fighter with 2 stars. If anything happens to you, just hide behind me." "Sure," replied Sung Woo half-heartedly. He thought it ridiculous for Jinsok to brag about the 2 stars, and he didn't want to look condescending by arguing that his card had more stars. At that moment, someone came to Jinsok hurriedly, panting and huffing. "Sir! I hear the goblins making some faint noise on the stairs." He was none other than Minsu, who acted cowardly in the lecture hall. It seemed that he was acting as Jinsok's minion at the moment, but what the heck did he mean by goblins making faint noise? Sung Woo barely held the urge to poo-poo it. Anyway, Jinsok appreciated his service by patting him on the shoulder, then strode toward them arrogantly, so much so that one could feel something like heroic resolve in his gait. "Come down, everybody, please be quiet. The upper floors are crawling. Please hide yourselves inside the cafe slowly. We're going to guard the entrance." Jinsok's mention of goblins had a chilling effect. Tight-lipped, they began to shuffle into the cafe. "Hey, Hano, come here." In the meantime, Sung Woo and Hano approached the main entrance, avoiding Jinsok's gaze. Why was he calling their bluff, warning them not to approach with the excuse that he could not break open the glass door? "Do you see that, Sung Woo?" "Yes." Like Hano said, there was a holographic mark on the doorknob, which was a pink chain icon. It's sealed with a strong magical power. The door will be opened only when you attack the boss monster of the building. If you fail to attack within the allotted time, the monsters inside the building will be strengthened. To 11 and 19 seconds. Greater than, boss? 2 hours and 11 minutes. Sung Woo pulled the doorknob with a jerk, but it would not budge. "Sung Woo, I wonder if this is a timed attack. Aren't we all going to perish if we don't kill the monsters within that time frame? I'm not sure how the monsters are going to be strengthened, but we obviously have to kill them to get out of here. Don't ever think foolishly that anybody will come to our rescue. In a situation like this, they could not hope for the arrival of the police. Anybody who failed to stay awake would be the first to be killed." Sung Woo and Hano approached Jinsok again. Jinsok opened his mouth, looking at Minsu and Sung Woo. "You know each other, right? Both of you are from the class of 2015, right?" "Yes, we are," replied Min-soo coldly. He seemed to have felt offended when Sung-woo reproached him in the lecture hall. Good. I feel more secure as both of you are under my authority like now. Let's stay alert and stick it out well, Jin-sok said proudly as if he were a general who burned the bridge behind him. Then he patted the three men on the shoulder one by one. But Sung-woo tilted his head at his last words. Wait a minute. Did you say we would stick it out? Right here? Yes. What's wrong with that? Jin-sok hysterically retorted. Basically, he hated it when his juniors talked back. You saw the message on the door, right? Of course I did. We have to stay here until the rescue team arrives because we can't get out of here. Rescue team? Do you think the police can come now? If the same thing is happening around the country, it's impossible for the police to pay attention to us. Hey, you served in the military before, right? Of course. Then how come you don't know it? The army will move to free us. Everything will be alright then. No, that was his vague wishful thinking. It was impossible for the army to help people in every corner of the land. Of course, it was possible that they could get the army's help, but it was impossible to expect their help within 2 hours. It was too complacent to stay still when nobody knew what would happen in 2 hours. Sung-woo realized it once again after taking a dim view of Jin-sok's complacent attitude. Sung-woo murmured to himself, I've got to wake up and smell the coffee, then adapt myself to the situation accordingly. I'll be put in danger if I act passively with complacency. Without replying, Sung-woo let out a sigh. Jin-sok fumed at that. Did you just sigh? Damn it, I can't stand it. You stay out of this. If you want to survive, just stand still. Got it? Right at that moment, Min-soo stepped back stunned. He shouted, Jin-sok. Go ... goblin. Squeak. Squeak. About 8 goblins were running down the central stairs. Ugh. Oops. Right over there. Everybody in the cafe stood up in alarm. There was only one entrance to the cafe, so they could not run away. Jin-sok lifted the shield with his trembling hands. Anybody with a weapon, come here. Come to the entrance of the cafe. We've got to stop them. But Min-soo yelled again, completely freaking out, Arg. Jin-sok, over there. They're also coming from the hallway. Damn it, what the fuck are they? Jin-sok stiffened at the goblins in the shape of scrawny skeletons. Sung-woo whispered, they are not evil. What did you say? Sung-woo stood at the entrance of the cafe. Jin-sok, I know you have a strong sense of responsibility, but please wake up and smell the coffee. If a silly guy tries to act like a commander, he might kill others. ... What the heck did you say? What the fuck is your occupation? Something good. /7 /. Having said that, Sung-woo then left the cafe. The 8 goblins stood frozen on the spot as if they had run into a beast. Then they even screamed and stepped back. Squeak ... squeak. It was because of the smell of death peculiar to the Necromancer. But the goblins seemed to be scared by Sung-woo's appearance in the eyes of Jin-sok and the other people. Soon, their hunting began. Rattle, rattle. The sound of clattering bones echoed horrifyingly. Those stuck in the cafe were just speechless with their faces frozen, watching the scene through the glass windows. 4 skeletons began to massacre the 8 goblins ruthlessly. What the heck is this? Even Jin-sok, who was holding his shield, shuddered at the fighting. He thought he would be killed the moment the goblins appeared. He was even thinking of running away at an opportune time. But Sung-woo went forward holding the crude spear in one hand, and began to kill the goblins, escorted by the skeletons. Block the stairs to stop them from fleeing. When Sung-woo shouted, the one-armed skeleton went round and stood on the first step of the stairs. Good job. Keep on blocking them. In fact, Sung-woo didn't need to shout at the skeleton, but he did so to show everybody that the skeletons were not dangerous. They were under his control and he was the very man who could resolve the situation right now. Only I can succeed in attacking the boss monster. Sung-woo intended to kill the boss within the given time frame and escape from the building. He thought that was the rule of the game, and the safest way. Buke. 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 One of the goblins fell down at the crit. Although it was only a 10% increase in probability, he received the bonus for his attack speed, so he got the buff frequently. Special effects currently in use: Synergy, Dagger Thieves Gang, Critical Strike Chance, plus 10%, Gold Accumulation, plus 10%, Item, Madness of the Wilderness, Attack Speed Increase when dealing with goblins, plus 20%. If I use the buffs from the bracelet, I don't think the goblins are a danger, no matter how many appear. Sung Woo had already adapted to the situation and analyzed it. But the goblins alone aren't my enemy. Stronger monsters will come out in the future. It didn't matter to him why or how such monsters appeared because he could not figure it out even if he agonized over it. What was important to him right now was to fight the goblins and survive. In the meantime, those stuck in the cafe were watching Sung Woo fighting the goblins anxiously. The guy over there is now ordering the skeletons, right? I think so. Although they could not understand this situation at all, what was happening before their eyes was true. They began to feel relieved gradually, watching him controlling the situation. How fortunate we are. Who is he, by the way? What's his major? Ugh. He seems to be my senior in the department. Now they not only felt relieved that they survived, but they also realized that Sung Woo had saved them. It was sort of their instinct for survival because they wanted to have someone as their guide instinctively in a life or death situation. As Sung Woo intended, he managed to remind them that he was the man who overcame the crisis at the moment. Squeak! Sung Woo gripped the spear, pulled his shoulder back, and threw it at the last remaining goblin as hard as he could. Buke! The spear was stabbed right into the goblin's chest. Phew. Good. Although the skeletons, his strong subordinates, stood on guard, Sung Woo felt he needed to brush up on his combat skills just in case of contingencies. And his actual killing of the goblin planted a strong impression into the minds of those watching him. Wow. That guy is really cool. Is he the same guy who used to write something in the creative writing department? How fortunate we are. We're so fortunate to have someone like him here. After he was done fighting, Sung Woo looked askance at the bodies of the goblins. But he could not see anything sparkling like gold, which suggested items. I don't get items when I kill ordinary goblins. There were crude daggers strewn here and there, but it seemed that the items were given only when he hunted some weighty goblins like the chief goblin he had killed before. But there was a message that he could not understand, as if he earned something else. Since you have achieved 20 Monsters Guild, you have been issued a roulette ticket. Since you're the 34th person to achieve this in history, you have been upgraded to the unlimited rating. Limited to 100 people. Greater than, roulette ticket? Sung Woo could not figure out what it was right away. As there was nothing like inventory that was common in games, he could not verify who issued it. So, he decided to keep in mind the item called roulette ticket, then focused on what was going on right now. Nice job. Sung Woo spoke to the skeletons covered in blood. Of course, he said that perfunctorily because they were not humans. Tack, tack. The one-armed skeleton started gnashing its teeth again. Hey, I told you not to do that. Other skeletons were about to follow suit but stopped at his order. At that moment Jinsok shouted, Damn bastards. Sung Woo turned his head toward Jinsok, who was clearly fuming. When he approached Jinsok, 4 skeletons covered in blood followed him in droves. Arg! Jinsok stepped back, astonished, while Mintsu had already fled to the end of the cafe. Look, don't you think I helped you? Sung Woo said. In fact, Jinsok looked down on him a little while ago, watching him holding a crude spear. This time Jinsok nodded silently. Sung Woo went into the cafe and looked around. There was a total of 7 holding weapons, including Hano, Jinsok, and Mintsu. Everybody was now looking at Sung Woo. He caught his breath, then kept silent for a moment. Actually, it was a typical tactic he used while he was in the army. A veteran master sergeant and a supplies specialist were often used. When something happened, he would gather his soldiers and keep silent momentarily, which heightened their tension amid the silence. When he said something after that, his message usually carried more weight. After he became a platoon leader, Sung-woo also used that tactic often. Of course, this kind of action needed something like authority on the part of the man who wanted to use it. In this case, Sung-woo's brilliant activities a little while ago were more than enough to replace that authority. As expected, nobody dared to speak while the silence was going on. Everybody fixed their eyes on Sung-woo as if they were waiting for him to say something. After all, Sung-woo opened his mouth. As you already saw the message, that door won't open or get broken because of a strange phenomenon. What should we do now? Is there any way for us to open it? Their attitude was quite different from the way they dealt with Jinsok. Rather than raising their complaints or shivering with nervousness, they were seeking the solution as if they were meeting an expert. In other words, they began to regard Sung-woo as a man they could trust and rely on. Sung-woo pointed to the main door with his forefinger and said, "The solution is also in the message over there. We have to catch the boss monster hiding somewhere in this building." Now they were stirred up. Then Sung-woo pointed his finger toward the ceiling. "We've only got 2 hours left. We have to catch the boss monster hiding somewhere there within 2 hours." They became silent again. "If we don't catch it, I'm not sure what will happen. But it must be very unusual. Given that the monster is strengthened, maybe something terrible will happen." At that moment, one of the men raised his hand and said, "I saw that monster." "Really?" "Yes, I saw the boss monster while I was smoking on the rooftop. I saw a very big monster appearing. Even my professor was killed by that monster." Now it was clear that the destination was the rooftop. /8 I need more people. Is anyone else going to join me? Of course, there was no way that they would come forward. Who would willingly follow Sung-woo to fight the monster even if they were overwhelmed by Sung-woo's heroic action? Thanks to his brilliant fighting, he could openly encourage them to join him, but even those who chose the occupation cards lowered their heads and hid their weapons behind their backs. "Sung-woo, I wish I could just stay here." "No way, you should go with me." Sung-woo forcibly pulled Hano's arm as he was trying to go into the cafe. "You have to stand next to me to provide the buff for the skeletons." The synergy of Dagger Thieves Gang, 5 greater than took effect when Sung-woo had 5 daggers, including Hano's. "Let me give you my dagger." "No, I don't need it." Hano was speechless when Sung-woo resolutely declined his offer. "Even if we flock to the monster, I don't think we can expect any good results," said Jisoo-yeon, the only female volunteer wearing a red tracksuit. She seemed to be on edge, but she was still spunky. She contemptuously looked at those trying to avoid Sung-woo's eyes. "By all means." She continued, "Well, we might be tangled up together in the hallway, which would be really annoying. Look at those human skeletons. What's the point of taking them with us when they are less valuable than the skeletons?" Sung-woo thought her daring attitude was nothing more than reckless because nobody knew how strong the boss monster was. Anyway, it was impossible to forcibly take those indisposed for the fight, nor were they likely to be of any help. "Got it." Having said that, Sung-woo looked at Jinsok and asked, "How about you?" At his urging, Jinsok cast his glance down, then looked around as if he was embarrassed. "Well, I think I have to stay here to protect the students here, and that's the duty of the student council." "Okay, I heard you. Thanks. Then stay alert and protect them well." Jinsok didn't respond at all, as if his confidence had disappeared all of a sudden. "Let's go right up to the rooftop by using the elevator because we are not sure how long it will take." "Oh, let's use the stairs instead." If they used the elevator, they could arrive at the rooftop at once, but there were several risks involved. They were not sure what would come out right after the elevator door opened, and they could be helplessly attacked by the monsters inside the narrow elevator. When Sung-woo began to walk up the stairs, the 4 skeletons escorted him up close. Hano followed close behind, and Jisoo, the only woman volunteer, followed right behind him, wearing a saber on her waist. She said she killed 2 goblins right after the game started. "Dang it. I might be in real trouble because of you, man," Hano grumbled. Hanno. What? You still don't want to join the army? Well, I wish I was already in military training camp and past day 1 if I opened my eyes now. Ah. You remember I saw some strange letters in the morning? Look, I'm right. So what's the big deal? Do you think you can change the situation now? The message in the sky that Hanno said he saw in the morning could be the harbinger of the current situation. But it seemed like there was nothing he could change for now. There is one thing you can change, said Sungwoo. What is it? The day you'd be killed. Damn it. If you try to escape foolishly, you will be the first to be killed. Admiral Sun Shinli of the Chosen Dynasty was right when he said that if you wanted to survive. But he could not afford to crack a joke anymore. Squeak. Squeak. Goblins began popping out on the stairs of the second floor. Both of you confront them from the rear. When Sungwoo looked up the stairs leading to the third floor, the skeletons began to attach themselves to the goblins ruthlessly. But 2 goblins rushed out of the lecture hall on the second floor. Arg! Sungwoo, send me a skeleton here. While Hanno was struggling to grasp the dagger in his hand, Chisa pulled out her saber. The blade, which was about 55 centimeters long, shined brightly because of the fluorescent light. Squeak! As if to prove she cut 2 goblins, Chisa boldly moved forward and swung the saber down on them. Her saber cut through the goblin's left eye and right ribs with one stroke. Whoosh! It was just one blow. She ignored the message, + 10 gold, which appeared before her eyes, then adjusted her posture and stabbed the goblin charging toward her from the left. Buke! Obviously, she showed that anybody could easily kill the goblins as long as they stayed alert because the goblin was the weakest monster that one could kill just by smashing them with a desk. But Hanno didn't hide his admiration of her skills as his mouth was agape. Her pale face was smeared with blood, but she wiped it off with the sleeve of her red tracksuit. Wow, Sungwoo, she is really cool. When Hanno turned back to praise her, he saw 6 goblin bodies strewn on the floor. Huh? He was now witnessing a more brutal massacre. Sungwoo was pulling out a spear stuck in one of their bodies. Ugh! Blinking his eyes, Hanno nodded and said, "I'm wrong. Admiral Sun Shinli was right. Like the Admiral said, those who were determined to fight while risking their lives would survive, but if they hoped to survive anyway, there was a high probability that they would be killed. Why? When you leveled up, you became stronger and you would have more chances of surviving." They now succeeded in occupying the second floor and went up to the third. When they were about to walk up to the fourth floor, Hanno found something. "Sungwoo, isn't that Professor Wang over there?" Somebody was lying in one corner of the hallway with his face down. "Ah, Professor? Professor." He was Professor Wang, who had been in charge of Sungwoo's AM class. When Sungwoo rushed to him, he noticed that half his shirt was soaked with blood. Cough. "Sungwoo. Yes, I'm here. Are you alright?" The professor was far from okay. His right arm was cut in tatters as if it had been grounded by a mixture, so much so that there was a pool of blood under his butt. "What happened to you, Professor?" "Sungwoo. Almost all the students in my class were killed because of me." "Ah!" The professor began screaming hysterically as if he was having a seizure. Sungwoo tried to calm him down by gently pressing his shoulders. "Please calm down. What happened?" "Thanks to you, my students and I fled to the research room first." Cough. "Then we moved up to the rooftop because we could not stay there any longer. I just followed the contingency manual, so I insisted we move to the rooftop." "Oh my god!" Sungwoo murmured to himself. "We found a more horrible monster there, and the students who followed me with total trust." Sungwoo didn't have to listen any further. Obviously all of them must have been killed by the boss monster. "Sungwoo, never go to the rooftop. You should survive." That was his last message. Then a new message appeared before Sungwoo's eyes. Exclusive quest, title, Revenge for the Professor, type, rescue or neglect the killed professor, goal, kill the boss monster inside the building, reward, exclusive skill, seeing your professor dying before your eyes will make a deep sense of guilt wash over you until the last moment. As someone who has held and wielded the reins of death, you can get revenge by killing the enemy or neglecting this ordinary weak professor's death. The choice is yours. You have to follow the attacking time as set in the building. Your choice will affect your fate. Greater than fate? Is this something like a decisive turning point? Depending on what Sung Woo choose, either rescue or neglect, it seemed that his skills would be affected. Sung Woo didn't have to mull over it. It wasn't because he felt sorry about the professor, but because he had to catch the boss monster anyway. /9 Chapter 9, Boss Monster of Humanities and Social Science Building, 3. Now Sung Woo wanted to kill the boss monster even more. Why do we have to go through this damn thing? Sung Woo had been obsessed with adapting himself to the imminent situation and seeking survival, but Sung Woo began questioning everything for the first time. Sung Woo, is it really okay for us to go to the rooftop? Even before Sung Woo replied, the skeletons went up the stairs. The door of the top floor soon appeared. Then Sung Woo flung it open. Sung Woo had never climbed to the rooftop of the Humanities and Social Sciences building before. The last time he went there was when he practiced dancing because he could not find a proper place for practicing before the freshman talent show. Damn it! Right now, this place has become a sort of dungeon for the goblins. The goblins were in the thick of making a tent by using all kinds of clothes they removed from the bodies of the students with the lockers and all kinds of objects they took from the hallway as a wall. Squeak! Piling up thick textbooks here and there, they were making a fire in the plastic trash bin after ripping the books apart. Oops! He's my classmate? At one end of the rooftop they were busy taking the clothes off the bodies. One goblin was drawing a strange pattern on a dead female student's white shirt with a red marker. What the fuck? Jisoo cursed in a low voice. The three including Sung Woo stood frozen at the entrance of the rooftop. No matter how well they adapted to this crazy situation by now, they could not insensitively turn a blind eye to what was going on right before their eyes. Sung Woo felt scared all of a sudden. Why did he dare to come up to this place? On the other hand, he felt other feelings surging deep within his heart. At first, he could keep calm because he thought he was facing an uncontrollable phenomenon. But what was happening on the rooftop made him upset. Why should he or they have to go through this? However, the more he thought about it, the more cool-headed he became. After all, he knew he was weak compared to them. Phew. They were killed because they were weak, so Sung Woo, Hano, and Jisoo needed to be strong. Let's go. Right at that moment, the goblin tearing a pair of blue jeans with a dagger turned its head toward them. Squeak, squeak. When the goblin screeched, all the goblins gathered on the rooftop flocked to it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. There were about 20 of them in total. They blocked the three and expressed joy, showing their 6 smiles. Perhaps they seemed to think they outnumbered Sung Woo and the other two. Sung Woo, how about escaping this time? But even before Hano finished his words, the skeletons rushed forward. Put up a strong resistance. Reflecting Sung Woo's intuition, the 4 skeletons stood shoulder to shoulder, blocking the entrance to the rooftop. At the same time, Sung Woo lifted his left hand. Then the red bracelet's madness of the wilderness on his wrist responded immediately. Woo woo, the hollow eyes of the skeletons sparkled brightly, and their hands were empowered with energy spirits. Right at that moment, the goblins charged toward the skeletons like a herd of angry wild dogs. But the skeletons, standing firmly at the entrance, resisted their attack. While blocking their attack with their left forearms, the skeletons inflicted deep stabs with their daggers. Their attack speed is obviously very fast. Buke! 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 When the goblins mounted an attack, the skeletons fought back with double the force. Even the force on the tips of the blades was clearly visible in Sung Woo's eyes, which helped them pierce through not only the goblins' swords but also their knuckle bones carrying the swords. And that led to their instant deaths. The first 4 goblins fighting at the forefront fell down in 3 seconds. Just think of these skeletons as our shield. Shouting like that, Sung Woo heaved his spear over the skulls of the skeletons. The skeletons, which were 120 centimeters tall, served as a sort of barricade. Thanks to them, Sungwoo and the other two could freely attack the goblins safely and unilaterally outside their attack range. Jisoo, who was tall, reached out and wielded her saber over the skeletons. But Hanno, who was holding a dagger, was standing in the back blankly. Damn it! I thought I chose the good stuff, but these are swarming with maggots. Hanno picked up 2 daggers just in case, but they were useless. Oh my! In an act of desperation, Hanno threw one of the daggers at the goblins. Buke! Ugh! It directly hit a goblin's forehead standing in the rear. It fell to the ground immediately. Oh, I hit him. Didn't I do well? During his middle school days, the so-called chopstick throwing game was popular among students. Their target was the outer wall of the school, but they were caught by the principal and given harsh discipline. Ever since then, they no longer played the game. Looking back, it was the only moment Hanno emerged as the strongest winner in the game. Now that he gained confidence, Hanno drew another dagger and threw it quickly at the goblins. This time, he accurately hit the forehead of a goblin standing at a distance. For him, it was a very easy 2 kills. Freebnovel.com, I've found my talent. When the 3 fiercely attacked with the skeleton standing at the forefront, the goblins were visibly hesitant as if their fighting spirit had been broken. Squeak. Squeak. Finally, the smell of death curse was set in motion. It seemed to have been restricted when their morale was high, but when they seized the chance to win, it immediately showed its effects. Rattle, rattle. Now it was time for Sungwoo and the other 2 to flank the goblins. As soon as Sungwoo made the decision, the skeletons who were resisting in one place moved their feet. Then they began to advance with their attack. Squeak. Squeak. Stunned by their overwhelming force that turned the tide, the goblins now began to step back and dispersed everywhere. In other words, they defeated the goblins. But a shadow wiggled with some phlegm in its throat behind the makeshift wall made with the lockers. Something swiftly began walking out with long strides. Freebnovel.com, squeak. Squeak. The tide of the battle was turned again. The goblins retreating in fear shouted hooray and worshipped it while bowing. It was obviously also a goblin, but it was respected by other goblins. At a glance, it was quite a big goblin that was different from others. The goblin was about 170 centimeters tall, and it was wearing a baseball jumper with the symbol of a hotel business department inscribed on its right chest. And its muscular body was wiggling through the open jumper. Well, that must be the boss monster. Phew! Said Hanno. Catching his breath, Hanno lifted a dagger. The boss goblin lifted a big stick, roaring with a loud voice. At the same time, the other goblins who were scared a little while ago repositioned themselves with murderous expressions. Squeak! With the smell of death curse lifted right away, the goblins fiercely sprang at them like religious fanatics. Rattle! Rattle! Kill them all! When Sungwoo gave the order, the skeletons attacked them. The goblins were no match for them. Buke! 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 The several remaining goblins collapsed the moment they clashed with the skeletons. Of course, Sungwoo knew early on that they were not the real problem. Buke! One of the skulls was thrown over the railing with a thud. Move back! Sungwoo shouted. It was too late, though. Although it was an ordinary blow, the skeleton in question was broken into pieces with that blow. Given the skeleton's structural build, it was susceptible to such an attack. /10 In no time, 2 skeletons were resurrected among the goblins' bodies to replace the perished skeletons, but one of them was immediately smashed to pieces with a heavy blow the moment it stood up. Its skull was thrown toward Sungwoo, but he barely avoided it. It hit the door of the rooftop, then shattered. The bodies of the goblins, which became the material of the skeletons, were strewn everywhere, but it was impossible to resurrect all of them indefinitely. Mana, 2030 greater than, damn it, my mana. The required number of mana per skeleton was 5 points, and only 4 skeletons could be created at the moment. Of course, there was a steady increase in mana, but that alone was not enough. Swoosh! Buke! Right at that moment, something was thrown at the chief goblin, but it barely blocked it by lifting its left hand. Oh, you blocked it? An old goblin dagger was stabbed into its forearm. Hanno threw it, but it didn't seem to inflict any significant damage. But, veins stood out on its forehead. Oh, that bastard was hit, right? Yep, you hit it. Hanno stepped back, frightened, but the chief goblin began to charge toward him at full speed. It sprung up at him, lifting the heavy club with both hands. The goblin was threatening enough to make Hanno scream. Arg! Rattle! At that moment, the skeletons came running and blocked the attack, and Hanno fled away quickly. Oops! Thanks, guys! But the chief goblin's strike smashed 3 skeletons instantly. The one-armed skeleton, the only survivor, had one of its ribs ripped apart when it was caught by the tip of the chief goblin's club. Undaunted by the impact, the skeleton lowered its head and stabbed the dagger into the top of the goblin's foot. Puke! With a screech, the chief goblin kicked the skeleton with its other foot, which threw the skeleton to the locker on the other side. Sung-woo felt heartbroken to see its skull cracked by the shock. Then he confirmed that Jisoo was sneaking behind its back. He tried not to watch her so she would not be caught. She now wielded the saber at it, which caused a long cut on its back. If it had not moved or sensed her attack at the last moment, she could have beheaded it. Dang it, I could have killed that monster. Smacking her lips, she stepped back and shook her saber in the air to dust it off. That girl is not an ordinary woman. Obviously, the way she brandished the saber was far from normal. Sung-woo was aware that because she was wearing a tracksuit, she was a graduate of the College of Physical Education, but he also felt something extraordinary in her sword skills. Her constant brandishing of the sword was clearly a strategic move to throw the chief goblin into confusion. I should also move strategically. Soon, the 3 skeletons that he resurrected by using 15 mana surrounded it. He made sure they distanced themselves so that they could not be smashed all at once by the club. Anyway, we 3 are the main attackers. I have to use the skeletons as the shields to stop the boss monster from jumping at us. Ugh! The boss monster curled up, bleeding all over its body. It seemed to have taken up a defensive position because its hasty attack backfired. Attack it from behind. When Sung-woo thought about it, the skeleton behind the boss monster moved. Of course, it could not mount an ambush because it was gnashing its teeth. The moment the monster wielded the club, Sung-woo quickly hurled his spear. The timing was good, but the spear barely passed by its left ear. However, its outer ear was broken apart, with blood dripping down its shoulder. Arg! Raging with anger, the boss monster charged toward the skeleton nearby and wielded the club. Sung-woo told the skeleton to avoid the attack quickly, but the monster was much faster. Not enough mana. Mana, 330 greater than, damn it. He had used the remaining mana to resurrect another skeleton, but that was it. Now there were only 3 skeletons left. Noticing that, the boss monster looked around, the light in its eyes changing. Actually, it was counting the remaining skeletons. Then it let out a disgusting laugh peculiar to a goblin, which suggested that it believed that it had seized the chance to win. Ugh! Laughing at us? You bastard, get this! Hanno quickly threw a dagger at the monster, but the goblin lifted the club high to block the dagger easily. Hanno. Why did you utter something when you attacked it? Aha! Sung-woo looked around with a sigh. One of the 3 including him could be killed if this fight dragged on. If the boss monster could keep fighting despite its serious wounds, all of them could be killed. Now I know why it's the boss monster. I need a decisive blow to kill it. Let me check the weapons first. Sung-woo fortunately found a couple of long swords near the all-in-one desk in one corner. It seemed that somebody who had chosen the swordmaster occupation was killed by the boss monster. He furtively approached the desk and grabbed the 2 swords and ordered in his mind, 2 of you, charge toward it. Rattle. The 2 skeletons simultaneously attacked the boss monster from the left and right, but the boss brandished the club with a faint smile. They were smashed even before they were close enough. But at that moment, something was thrown over its head. It was a long sword which flew over its head and dropped on the other side. Actually, it landed in somebody's hand safely, who was none other than the one-armed skeleton. It waddled as it held the sword that was as tall as itself. And Sung Woo also held another sword in his hand on the other side. Thanks to your team play, the synergy effect is now active. Greater than, synergy list, warrior, first stage, classification, weapon synergy, condition, equipped with 3 swords, effect, increase attack speed, plus 10%, reduce weapon weight, minus 50% greater than. It was the synergy created by the mix of the 3 swords between Sung Woo, Jisoo, and Hano. A yellow energy aura was visible on the blades of their swords. But there appeared another synergy, which was quite unexpected. One-armed warrior, classification, individual synergy, condition, equip one arm with a sword. Blue energy aura was visible on the skeleton's remaining arm in its blade. Good. Hano, when you attack the boss monster, don't say anything. Only make a sound when you are certain that you can kill it. Got it? Really? Hano looked at him with a strange expression. He was lifting something laboriously that had a sword on the side. Get this hellish all in one desk. Lifting it over his head quickly, Sung Woo charged toward the boss monster. It was his first weapon that killed goblins with one blow in the past. Jisoo and the one-armed skeleton also moved simultaneously. Who the hell made this terrible invention for? The students' question and resentment of this all-in-one desk prompted angry responses around the campus in the past. But it was only today that Sung Woo felt its use keenly. This is the best blunt weapon and shield. He had already killed 3 goblins with the blunt desk. And this time, he was rushing to the boss monster while holding that heavy desk over his head. How could he dash with that heavy desk? Obviously, the boss monster was embarrassed. Caught between a rock and a hard place, it assumed an awkward defensive posture. If it made a wrong move, Jisoo or the one-armed skeleton's attack would definitely land on him. But it had made a bad choice. It didn't realize until then that getting stabbed would have been better. Swoosh! The moment the heavy desk made of strong boards and iron was thrown at its head, the boss monster realized that it could not block the desk. Although it covered its head with its hands, it staggered with the impact, and Jisoo quickly cut its right thigh. It hurriedly turned to the right, but this time the one-armed skeleton stabbed the monster's ribs. Blood was gushing from its side, soaking the ground with blood under its feet. /11 / like a wolf hunting a big prey, the skeleton was ripping apart the boss monster's flesh bit by bit. Arg! Screaming insanely, the big monster wielded the club in all directions, only pointing it into the air. Swoosh! Buke! Nice shot! Now Hano's dagger landed squarely. When the dagger was lodged into its shoulder, its left shoulder immediately dropped. And it was caught off guard completely now. Now is the time. Sacrifice yourself. Grabbing the sword afresh, Sung Woo ordered the skeleton in his heart. Then the one-armed skeleton boldly charged toward the boss monster. Goodbye. Thanks for your great job. Although the skeleton stuck it out for a long time and fought well at the decisive moment, it was time for it to sacrifice itself for victory. With a roar, the boss monster, which was physically a total wreck now, wielded the club toward the skeleton's skull. It would be smashed to pieces by the club, but Sung Woo and Jisoo would be able to seize the perfect chance to kill it. Looking for the chance, they jumped at the same time. But... clang! Huck! The one-armed skeleton gently hit back the boss monster's big club just like a master of martial arts. Ah! It was the moment when one-armed warrior was activated. With a probability of 88%, it blocked the boss monster's first attack. However, that was not the end of the story. When it mounted another attack this time, the big monster staggered, losing its balance. Buke! Huck! The one-armed skeleton's sword stabbed its neck deeply. Cough, cough. And the big monster's muscular body helplessly collapsed. Thump. You have earned 225 gold by hunting the boss monster. You have leveled up. LV.3 greater than. Sung Woo, who was about to attack with a sword, stopped with a bitter expression. Jisoo, who was on the verge of attacking from the other side, also slowed down. What? It's over? Sung-woo, that skeleton guy. What did it do before it perished? No idea. I once killed it with that heavy all-in-one desk. In my opinion, this all-in-one desk is the world's strongest item. He had a point. Even if its arms were cut and was kicked around several times, the skeleton survived and faced the boss monster to finally kill it. It was this desk, however, that Sung-woo used to kill the skeleton with a single blow. But a red light began to emit from its body for some reason. The goblin skeleton has been upgraded by absorbing the boss's magical power. Its defensive power has drastically increased. Trait Commander has been added. Depending on the number of team members, you can receive organic synergy. Greater than. At a glance, Sung-woo felt that the skeleton's build had been strengthened. And there was a red pattern inscribed on its forehead. What the heck is that? Why do you make a strange tattoo without my approval? Of course, the fallen skeleton could not reply, so Sung-woo opened his list of subordinates to check the details. List of subordinates: 1/4, Elite Goblin Skeleton, LV.2, Weapon, Saber, Clan, Goblin, Trait, Undead plus Commander, First Stage. This time he found some information that was quite different from the initial one. Above all, the modifier Elite was added, and Commander was added to its characteristics. According to the previous explanation, the conditions for creating the new synergy were met. Organic synergy based on the trait of the Commander? Does that include platoons, squadrons and companies? Then, how many are required to create the platoon synergy? Anyway, he'd be able to understand it better by increasing the number of subordinates in the future. Oh. Sung-woo, I've leveled up. Me, too. I'm level 3 now. How about you, Sung-woo? It seemed that Hano and Jisoo had leveled up. Jisoo, you were level 2, right? I just moved to level 3. Yes, I leveled up on the 3rd floor a little while ago, but I think I chose the reward randomly because I wasn't paying attention. What would be a good choice? Well, most of them are randomly selected, so you have to hope for good luck. Knitting his brows, Hano stared into the air. It was his first time seeing a level up card. Sung-woo, do you also see this card? Yes. Just choose one of the 5. Looking at the message before his eyes, Sung-woo also agonized over it. Please select your level up card. Stat, random, skill, random, item, random, other, random, agility level increase, confirmed, greater than. When he chose skill previously, he saw the number of subordinates increasing randomly. As a result, he had one more skeleton under his control. So, Sung-woo chose skill again this time. No matter how hard he thought about it, he felt the best option was to summon as many skeletons as possible. But this time he got something else. You have attained skill, Bone Weapon Formation, Basic. Name, Bone Weapon Formation, Grade, Basic, Classification, Active, Mana Requirement, 10. You can make weapons by using bones. Here are the types of weapons you can make. 1. Swords, 2. Blunt weapon, 3. Spear, 4. Arrow. The final products can vary depending on the type and quality of material. Once the skill grade increases, you can make more sophisticated weapons. Greater than, can we make weapons with bones? Even before Sung-woo experimented with the bones of the dead goblins strewn on the floor, he saw another message. You have conquered the exclusive quest for the revenge of the dead with the method of rescue. You have received a reward, exclusive skill, your fate will be changed subtly. Greater than, actually, Sung-woo conquered the exclusive quest regarding Professor Kim's revenge by hunting the boss monster. Was this like killing 2 birds with 1 stone? As a result, he won the reward that he wanted. The maximum number of subordinates has increased by 1. Greater than, accordingly, Sung-woo could control a total of 5 skeletons now. By the way, what does fate changed mean? Sung-woo flinched at the last sentence. What does it mean by my fate changed subtly? Does my disposition change depending on my actions? But he had no information whatsoever to make an educated guess. Anyway, I think I have to be more prudent in my selections. In the meantime, Hano and Jisoo chose level up cards. As if they were choosing items, they received the stuff falling from the air. Thief hood? It was a drop hood that Hano received. What's its function? It says the probability of hiding from the monster can be increased by 50%. It looks like a poncho raincoat. Hey, isn't it perfect for running away? You received the perfect reward. Well, I don't run away anymore. I know how to fight. What? Like fidgeting with your dagger behind the monster? When Sungwoo said that sarcastically, Hano fumed because throwing a dagger was his special talent. Oh man. Let me tell you something. You are not doing anything with the skeletons as your shields, alright? What? Didn't you see me charging at the monster with that heavy desk over my head? I risked my life when I did it. Oh my. Do you want to take credit for that? You must have made your subordinates sweat like skeletons in the army and took all the credit for yourself, right? I don't have to see it to confirm it. With a derisive smile, Hano covered his mouth with a hand and laughed. Then Sungwoo let out a short sigh and pointed to his face with his index finger. Hano blinked and stared at it blankly. What? What's wrong? Hey, guys, kill him. What did you say? As soon as Sungwoo said that, the 5 skeletons raised their heads all at once and stared at Hano's face. He suddenly realized again that their hollow eyes were creepy. Sungwoo. Hey, guys? Rattle. We're friends, right? Said Hano. In the meantime, Jisoo also confirmed her item. She opened the wooden box on her palm cautiously. Oh man. Since the skeletons are all looking at me, I really feel goosebumps. Hey, sister, what's that? Is it a stone? Stone? You are really rude, Hano, retorted Sungwoo. Why? Now Sungwoo and Hano also showed interest in her item. It's called an ignition stone. Oh, ignition? Is it like flint? Nope. If you sharpen a knife with this, it'll probably catch fire when you are attacked. Wow, that's cool. /12 / It was clear that Hano envied her item. Looking down at his item furtively, he smacked his lips and put on his hood. On the other hand, Sungwoo didn't experiment with the new skill bone weapon formation, basic greater than, because he had already used up all his mana to resurrect 5 skeletons. Let me test it later. For now, let's get out of here. After killing the boss, they walked back to the first floor. Around that time, the lobby on the first floor was dominated by silence. Although the main door was opened with the killing of the boss monster, nobody had gotten wind of it yet. In particular, Jinsok was pacing up and down in the lobby. Although he said he was doing it on the pretext of defending the entrance to the cafe, he was fully ready to flee at any time. By the way. Jinsok. Right at that moment, Minsu, with his face turning white, went out of the cafe while holding a sword awkwardly. Ugh! What? Is it really okay for us to keep staying here? Jinsok frowned at that question because he also had been listening to all kinds of complaints from the people stuck in the cafe. People are making a fuss, complaining that they should have followed Sungwoo to kill the boss monster. They say they should have listened to Sungwoo, arguing they should join him even now. Listening to them, I feel like, damn it. When Jinsok blurted out foul words, Minsu shut his mouth. Jinsok's face was turning red. By nature, he flew off the handle at even the slightest things, but he thought that he was restraining from doing so because he was an executive member of the student council. Son of bitch. These bastards are talking bullshit when I am trying my best to protect them. In fact, Jinsok was thinking of running away when something bad happened, but the moment he got upset, he no longer thought about it. And he thought they were a bunch of ingrates who didn't understand what was going on. After all, he could not hold back his anger and went back into the cafe, then became angry at them suddenly. Damn it. Hey, what the heck are you all complaining about? Alarmed by his angry tone, they were embarrassed. What the fuck? I can't risk my life to protect you anymore. So, if you want to go out, just go ahead. Then one tall man stood up and asked, Hey, What the heck are you talking about? Go where? If you want to grumble about staying here, just get out of here. Go to the rooftop and be killed along with that damn bastard Sungwoo. Do you think this is your place? I'm protecting you. You are protecting us? The man who climbed to the rooftop is protecting us, not you. You bet. Why are you angry with us? What did you do for us? Please lower your voice. Don't you know you are now putting us in jeopardy? As everybody complained about him, Jinsok finally lost his temper. Fuck. I've been trying to keep my temper in check since my high school days, but because of you dickheads. What? Dickhead? Yeah, dickhead. Come on and tell me. What? Sungwoo you? That bastard protecting you? That bastard went up to the rooftop and was killed. He was killed because he wanted to show off. Why are you silent? Are you scared? Come over and tell me, you bastards. Why are you tight-lipped? At that moment, they were looking at somebody behind Jinsok. Why did you say I was killed? I'm alive. When Jinsok turned and caught his breath, he was startled. Oh my god. 5 skeletons were looking up at him, and Sungwoo was standing behind them. Did you wish I was killed? Oh, you're a real eyesore. Sungwoo walked toward the main door with long strides and flung it open. Then the door, which couldn't move at all up until a moment ago, opened smoothly. Standing in front of the open door, he turned and looked at Jinsok. Do you have anything to say to me? Just come forward and tell me. With the icy atmosphere in the lobby, everybody fixed their eyes on Sungwoo. Weren't you going to say something? Just come here and say it again. Looking at him quietly, he didn't reply. He just stood in place. What the heck? This guy boasted he was a strong man in front of us. Well, he was nothing from the beginning. He acted so arrogantly, pretending to be high and mighty. Although Jinsok vented his surging anger until a moment ago, he was unusually calm now. Even though he heard them speaking ill of him with derisive insults, he didn't get angry. If you don't have anything to say, let's get out. I hope you can watch your language in the future. He turned after saying that, and left the Humanities and Social Sciences building. Rattle, rattle. The 5 skeletons escorted him, walking with wide intervals while checking the surroundings. Jisoo and Hano were among the guard team. Sungwoo, it's quiet here. I don't see them, either. Nodding, Sungwoo spoke to those inside the building. You are safe now, so come out quietly. Then the students began coming out cautiously. Jinsok and Minsu also followed them awkwardly. Checking Sungwoo's expression, both of them looked very depressed and pale. Obviously the goblins walk around in groups. When Sungwoo looked out the window on the 4th floor, he saw more than 10 goblins grouped together. Obviously they must be hiding somewhere on campus. Oops, look at the bodies over there. What should we do? The bodies of the students killed by monsters were strewn everywhere on campus. They were seen in the middle of the playground, parking lot, and among the woods. The bodies of monsters were also found, but there were not many. Nonetheless, there must be people who are trying to adapt to the current situation. If they stayed alert, they could easily beat the goblins. Sungwoo, don't you see people over there? Right at that moment, he noticed a group of people on the playground. There were about 20 of them. As if they noticed Sungwoo and his party, somebody started waving at them. Most of them were armed with weapons. When he looked at them, he noticed that about 15 were holding weapons. Even if they didn't own the weapons from selecting the occupation cards, they were carrying weapons that they could use anyway. They survived the battle with the goblins. When Sungwoo walked toward Jinsok, who had kept his mouth shut, suddenly ran toward someone, pretending to know him. Hey, it's nice to see you. The man had a heavy build, and he was wearing a student council jumper like Jinsok. The unique thing was that he also wore the so-called chainmail, sort of chain armor, inside the jumper. Given that he was carrying a long bayonet on his back, he seemed to have leveled up. Oh, Jinsok. You have survived. Wow, I knew you would survive. I'm so lucky to meet you here. Making a big fuss, Jinsok went running to him and hugged him. It seemed that Jinsok took pains to flatter him while talking nonsense while the guy didn't know anything about how Jinsok behaved in the Humanities and Social Sciences building. He's the president of the student council, Jisa said, making a bitter expression. Jinsok went to him and whispered something with his hand around the man's back. Then the man raised his head a bit and looked at Sungwoo. He is talking about you. Yeah, it's too obvious. Jinsok would not have said anything good about Sungwoo, but the expression on his face didn't change. He approached Sungwoo calmly, then spoke to him and the other students. I'm Sung Park, the president of the student council. I guess you must have gone through a lot of distress. We went through the same thing and survived after beating the monsters. What he said was not a lie because about 20 students armed with weapons were standing behind him. You'll be safe if you stay with us. /13 / So, the survivors from the Humanities and Social Sciences building mingled with the people who belonged to the student council. Then Sung cast his glance at Sungwoo. In fact, he glanced over the skeletons around Sungwoo with a wary eye. What are these monsters? As you know, they are from the occupation card that I choose. You chose the monsters that kill humans? Sungwoo instantly sensed that this guy's words were pregnant with wicked intentions. This guy chose offensive and negative words on purpose. Besides, he raised his voice so those around him could hear. You're trying to portray me as a dangerous man. This guy was as rude as Jinsok, but in fact, he was much worse than Jinsok. He was like a cunning chap accustomed to bullying people. I'm sorry to tell you this, but if you join my group, please smash all these monsters here. No, I can't, Sungwoo replied without any hesitation. Sung snorted with derision, then looked around at the people and shrugged his shoulders proudly. Obviously he was trying to add more weight to his argument by making use of mob psychology. Are you going to keep these unidentified and disgusting monsters that kill humans around us? What? Disgusting? Well, actually they are. But they're cute. Hanno, be quiet. Clap, clap. Be quiet, you guys. Anyway, I'm sorry, but I can't. Smashing them is like disarming my weapons. Can you walk around without a weapon in this situation if I tell you to do so? I don't know. But we can protect you, right? You will be safer here than you are with these several monsters that look sloppy. Then Sung stuck out his chest furtively. What the heck? Does he want me to look at the chainmail inside his jumper? Sungwoo laughed sarcastically. How could he describe the skeletons as sloppy monsters? He didn't know anything about them. How can I trust you? Well, my trust in you has almost disappeared because of what you said a moment ago. I was with a man who said the same thing up until a little while ago. While saying so, he looked at Jinsok. Although he was silent, dejected by Sungwoo's reproach a little while ago, Jinsok was clearly getting angry at the moment. He was like a puppy baring its teeth beside its master. Well, if you insist. I'm sorry, but you can join my group here. Think carefully. It's not time for you to keep your head up. I'll give you one last chance. Let's stay alert and think about it carefully. Right at that moment, Jisoo came forward and shouted, Oh, you're speaking on both sides of the conversation. Did we say we wanted to join your group? Do you think you guys in the student council play a great role? If you think that way, that's sick. Sung wiggled his eyebrows at her thunderous condemnation. You must be the chair of the social physical education department, right? Nope. Does it matter at all when my school's gone bankrupt? Hey, you, 25-year-old Sung Park. How long are you going to play with your title? It seemed that Jisoo had hated him for a long time. Otherwise, she would not have treated him so harshly. Jisoo, would you please calm down and come to our side? You'll regret it later if you don't. Jisoo blew a raspberry at him. Please stop being hypocritical. You're pretending to do something good for the school, but I know you siphoned off several million won by fabricating receipts with the stage setup company during the campus festival. It's me who tipped the school paper off about it. Sung tried his best to calm down, but he lost his face because of her personal attack. And the students who heard her began murmuring. After all, he lowered his head and let out a long sigh. I can't help it anymore. Please go away. The monsters will go crazy if you keep disturbing them. Yes, please. Damn it. Jisoo turned away first and Sungwoo also followed suit without any regret. Although Hano made an annoyed expression, he also followed Sungwoo. Then suddenly shouted at them angrily, "You're going to have regrets. We'd be better off standing together in this situation. Have you heard about the synergistic effect? You will regret going around in such a small group right before you are killed. Assholes." The other students were left behind with the student council members. No matter how reliable Sungwoo looked, they obviously didn't want to leave such a large crowd and join Sungwoo's party. "Jisoo, I'm sorry to ask you this, but do you have some beef with Tsk? He said you're the chair of the Social Physical Education Department." He asked cautiously. "Ah, he really sucks. He's a wealthy guy, so he has been wandering on campus to pick up women. Several female students, who were my juniors, were betrayed by him. He happened to have an important title, and he is playing the hypocrite now. But his nature will never change." "I see. What a bad guy." Hano shouted. Sungwoo and his party decided to exit the campus as their first goal. And they agonized over the best way to get out of the school. "I think there are lots of monsters in places where people are crowded. They looked like they were just killing humans from the beginning," Jisoo said. She had a point. "Then let's avoid the building as much as possible and get out of here by using the trail on the hill behind the campus. It leads to the main gate and there are few people there in the morning." They headed for the hill behind the campus. There was a trail with old wooden stairs and several benches along the path. "It's so quiet here." Although it was a hill at the back of the campus, it could not be quiet given that around 10,000 students were attending the college every day. The stillness there was unsettling rather than peace. "Wait a minute." While walking up the trail, Sungwoo suddenly stopped. Then the skeletons walking ahead also stopped. A light breeze blew over the hill and passed over their heads. "Sungwoo, what's wrong?" "Shush." Lowering his body, Sungwoo raised his index finger, pointing toward a shady place among the trees. "Russell, something was standing tall there." It seemed like a fight had broken out because there were several goblin bodies here and there, with pools of blood around. And a large axe was stuck in the head of a goblin's body. At that moment, a guy who seemed to be the winner of the battle drew an axe, sensing human footsteps. He furtively turned toward Sungwoo's party. Arg. Startled, Hano pulled out a dagger. "What the heck? It's bigger than the boss goblin." It was a green-skinned orc with the fangs jutting out its mouth, a huge animal as tall as 2 meters. Lifting the axe high, the orc roared, signaling the start of the fight. It blindly charged toward them with the axe. Sungwoo pulled out his sword while the skeletons dispersed in all directions. Good. New material for new skeletons has appeared. Sungwoo expected that other monsters would also appear. Logically speaking, orcs would appear next after the goblins. Facing the orc, however, Sungwoo felt like he was frozen. He felt outmatched by the huge animal, something quite different from goblins the size of children. It looked like he was now confronting a professional wrestler because the orc had a muscular build and was taller than 2 meters. "Get out of here." When Jisoo shouted first, Sungwoo and Hano threw themselves into the woods. So did the skeletons. At that moment, the orc, which launched itself at them, was rooted around the spot where they were standing until a little while ago. Just like a wild warrior or a wild pig, it ruthlessly charged at them. What a crazy creature! Hano stood up, pushed his way through the woods, and cursed at the monster. How could it charge at him at full speed and throw itself at him simply because they locked eyes? The orc landed below the stairs and put the axe on its shoulder, staring at Sungwoo's party. Then it blew its nose hard excitedly. "It's coming to us again!" /14 / As soon as Sungwoo shouted, it stepped on the wooden stairs and began to climb up with incredible speed. Tramp, 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 tramp. "Jisoo, who was closest to the orc, drew her saber, then boldly clashed against its axe. Clang! Ugh! Jisoo collapsed and helplessly dropped to her knees. Fortunately, she didn't lose the saber she was holding. At that moment, she saw the monster smiling at her faintly while looking down, then the shining blade of the axe was pointing toward her head. Bam! A skeleton was smashed before her eyes, with its pieces scattered over her head. Escape quickly! At Sungwoo's urging, she rolled over to the side. The blade of the axe barely missed her, but the wooden stairs were cut in half. It was the one-armed skeleton that came forward to confront the orc. Drawing its sword, it waddled down the stairs. Looking at the skeleton, the orc sneered. It seemed that the orc thought the skeleton was a piece of cake given that it had massacred numerous goblins until now. Like it did before, the orc unleashed a strong blow onto the skeleton, which was enough. But it didn't work this time. The moment the orc's axe clashed with the saber, it slid off as if it had tried to cut an oily wall. It was the result of the synergy effect, one-armed warrior. After all, it lost its balance without controlling its heavy push. Kick it! Seizing the chance, Sungwoo issued an order. The skeleton then pushed the orc's upper body with its short leg, and the monster fell down the stairs. It was a truly moving moment for the skeleton, which had been kicked around until now, to kick a monster back. Jisoo, climb up here. Let's move to a flat place first. It was dangerous for them to confront such a tall and resilient monster in a rugged place. In particular, there was no space to retreat with the stair topography like this. Damn it! Although she clashed with the orc only once, her right hand was trembling hard. It was not because she was scared or hurt, but because she was upset. Obviously I blocked its attack, but how could I collapse like that? She felt like it was unfair. She once again felt a sense of deprivation caused by the innate physical differences, which she had felt all the time as a female athlete. There were many things one could earn without making any effort in this world, and that was especially true in the arts and sports area. Never get too close to the monster. We have to kill it just like we did with the boss monster, shouted Sungwoo. He was moving into the woods with the skeletons to block the orc's movement with lots of obstacles. Phew, got it. Catching her breath, she followed him into the woods. She had almost forgotten the most important lesson: survival was not competition. In no time the giant monster walked up the stairs with big strides, then found Sungwoo's party staring at it from the trees. There was a murderous look in its eyes. Let's go as we planned. As always, the skeletons will sacrifice themselves first. Having said that, Sungwoo looked at the goblins' bodies in the forest. A moment ago he resurrected one of them as a skeleton. He had enough mana to create more. But I should not waste mana. The giant monster now charged at them blindly, but Sungwoo's party went deeper into the woods and ran around here and there. They rendered the orc's charging useless. With its heavy weight and a huge axe, it could not even turn around easily. Rattle rattle, soon, 5 skeletons surrounded the orc. They appeared from behind the trees. Good, now's the time! Hanno shouted. Then the 5 skeletons and Hanno's 3 daggers flew toward the orc at the same time. Clang, clang. Most of them were blocked by the axe, but Hanno's dagger pierced its back. The moment it flinched, the 4 skeletons started crazily attacking it with bare hands, which was something completely unexpected. Obviously, the orc was not quite ready for this kind of blitz. Attacking with bare hands? Was it their suicide attack? Thud. The giant monster broke the skull of the skeleton attacking head-on, and smashed another one attacking on the left. But its arms gradually got heavier. In fact, 2 skeletons were holding its arms tightly. It tried to break loose from one of them by grabbing the legs hurriedly, but it barely pulled out its legs. At that moment, Sungwoo, Jisoo, and the one-armed skeleton rushed for a coordinated attack. The orc tried to wield the axe, but it could hardly do so because of the 2 skeletons stuck on its arms like leeches. Avoiding the slow-moving axe, Jisoo brandished her saber, which cut the orc's thigh and dealt a blow to its vital points, namely a long cut on its quadriceps. No matter how strong it was, The orc could not help but collapse with the fatal wounds. Arg! As expected, the orc fell, going down on one knee. Seizing the chance, Sung Woo cut its arm holding the axe with his sword. Lastly, the one-armed skeleton sprang at him to stab its neck deeply. With a screech, the orc's eyes darkened. You have earned 110 gold by hunting the patrol leader orc. Greater than, it was a perfect joint attack. Patrol leader? This orc was tougher than the ordinary ones? But I think it was not as tough as the boss monster, said Gizu, dusting off the blood on her blade. Sung Woo was preparing to resurrect the fallen orc. Well, I think our teamwork was good, right? The dead cannot respond to your summon. Due to your low level, you cannot summon a mid-sized monster. Greater than, it seemed that Sung Woo could not control the orc as his subordinate yet. So, he resurrected a goblin's body to make a skeleton. Let's take a brief break here. If we see such monsters wandering in droves, we have to run away, Sung Woo said. While taking a break, Sung Woo thought about using bone weapon formation, basic greater than by using the orc's body. By the way, I forgot to ask you until now, but which card did you choose, Jizu? I was so absent-minded. Well, you might know it, but I'm a Necromancer. I thought you were. I'm a Tiger Warrior. Since I like pink best after red, I picked the pink card. It had 3 stars. The Tiger Warrior was part of the regular army specializing in hunting beasts including tigers during the Chosun dynasty in ancient Korea. It seemed that there was a wide variety of occupations in the cards, not just those that appeared in general fantasy stories. As for me, I had 1 star, said Hanno. It was not clear how much difference there was in the grades of the occupation cards divided according to the number of stars, but the demonstration of their fighting competence up until now seemed to roughly display it. After a brief rest, Sung Woo stood before the orc's body after confirming that his mana was filled to a certain point. Bone weapon formation. When he murmured the words, the remaining mana was all used up, and the orc's skin and intestines turned into ashes and dissipated. A small menu appeared before his eyes. Bone weapon formation, basic greater than, sword, lowest grade, 6 swords, blunt weapon, low grade, 5 blunt weapons, spear, lowest grade, 2 spears, arrow, lowest grade, 4 arrows, greater than. The classification criteria were unknown, but it seemed that the quality of weapons depended on the weapon material available at the moment. After thinking deeply for a moment, Sung Woo chose the blunt weapon, which had a higher grade compared to the rest. The orc's bones shook before they were entwined with each other and made some shapes. Soon, 5 blunt weapons fell on the ground. Wow, even that's weapon material? You bet. Sung Woo picked up one of the blunt weapons. Item information. Name, Orc Femur Hammer, Grade, General, Classification, Blunt Weapon greater than. As the skill grade was low, they could not expect good performance, but it was much better than the crude daggers that the goblins used. Take it. Rattle, rattle. /15 / each of the 5 skeletons held a blunt weapon. Then Sung Woo used the orc's leather belt to knot the sword on the one-armed skeleton's back, so it could make use of the synergies, warrior, first stage greater than and one-armed warrior complete greater than at any time. The sword feels heavier now. When the synergy of warrior first stage greater than which reduced sword weight, disappeared, Jisoo murmured while lifting her saber. Sung Woo also felt the great effects of the 50% sword weight reduction. However, a new synergy soon became active. The synergic effect is active because of your teamwork. Greater than, list of synergies, Madness of the Wilderness, first stage, classification, weapon synergy, condition, 5 bone weapons need to be loaded, effect, additional damage when attacking below maximum health, plus 30%, stick is medicine, first stage, classification, weapon synergy, condition, more than 5 blunt weapons need to be loaded, effect, faintness with constant probability, 5%, additional damage to mid-sized monsters, plus 10%, greater than. Wait a minute. As if he recalled something, Sung Woo unknotted the sword from the one-armed skeleton's back and gave it to Hanno. Hey, Hanno. Hold it. Oh? Thanks. Yeah, I can. I'm lending it to you. You have to return it to this guy when I tell you to do so. Then Hanno's eyes were full of disappointment. Are you kidding me? Why don't you just give it to me as a man? You witnessed the wonderful synergy of one armed warrior, right? I can't cut one of your arms for that, Hanno. When he said that, Hanno nodded quietly, and the synergy of the warrior was effective again. They resumed moving and climbed up the trail. The sunlight beaming through the trees and birds chirping suggested it was another peaceful day, but the constant screaming from the campus over the trees broke the peaceful mood. This was still hell. How many are going to be killed? Jisa asked with a frown. Sung-woo replied calmly, well, it depends on how well they can adapt. Like he said, the current situation was turbulent. Those who failed to adapt were killed, and their families perished. If that's the case, adapting is not that easy. I agree, but the first step to adaptation is very easy. What's that? It is whether you admit it or deny it. Admit it or deny it? Sung-woo nodded. The moment you chose a card, confronted a goblin, and had to kill the goblin, most of you denied the situation and tried to run away, right? What you mean is that you can fight only when you admit the situation is real. Then you can survive, right? Yes, that's what I mean. Oh, we're already here. In no time they arrived at the end of the trail. After they walked down the wooden stairs, they saw the main gate. Carefully look around you when you walk down the stairs. Sung-woo, don't you feel uneasy? Why are all the cars stopping in front of the gate? For some reason, lots of cars were blocked near the school gate. It looked as if they were trying to get out of there, but got stuck because they couldn't leave. Soon Sung-woo found out the reason. They have been sealed by strong magical power. The gate will open when you kill the boss monster in this region. The boss monster will be strengthened if you fail to kill it within the time limit. 8:31. Greater than, again? The moment when the clock switched to 8 o'clock, the following message appeared before the eyes of all the survivors on campus. The orc unit has started their hunt. Choose a proper place and confront them. The orcs will start hunting after smelling their prey. They will dispatch more warriors to bigger groups. Greater than, what the heck is this? Are they going to hunt us? I think so. Aside from a safe place, more warriors will be sent to larger groups? Does that mean only several warriors will come to us? Jisoo nodded when Sung-woo asked. They soon saw a group of orcs going down the hill behind campus. At a glance, there were about 18 of them. Roaring with a thunderous noise, they immediately ran to the school playground. And then chaotic screaming began sounding out from there. Ugh! Isn't that the place where the students staying with the student council members are? Oh my. If we had stayed there, we would have been in big trouble. Right now, did Sung-woo have to feel happy because he was far away from the student council members because of his feud with the president? Obviously, it was fortunate for him. Taking the situation into account, it seemed that grouping together blindly for the purpose of the synergy effect was not always good. Instead of people moving around in groups, it was necessary to find the synergy that could bring about the best efficiency. And the Necromancer occupation was the best fit for the job. Less than first attack by the orc unit has begun. 5 orcs greater than, 5 orcs? Sung-woo, that's less than the number of orcs that headed for the playground, but 5 orcs are rather. Sung-woo believed that the orc they bumped into on the trail was rather tough because it had the title of patrol leader. Nonetheless, 5 orcs were really tough to deal with no matter how hard he thought about it. I've got an idea. Really? Let's set up a trap. Anyway, what they are sniffing out are humans like us, so they won't notice it. Sung-woo planned to hunt the orcs instead. 5 orcs were now approaching the main gate of the school. They smelled their prey here. Sniff, sniff. They found only 4 prey after sniffing hard. Since they were larger in number, the orcs let down their guard. By nature, they preferred intense fights, so they were less interested in this kind of small battle. Wiggling their noses, the orcs waddled through the cars and tangled with each other. As the path was narrow and they could not see well, they instinctively lifted their axes. Rattle, at that moment, the orc at the front felt something on its feet. It was a bone. It looked like a goblin's body, but it didn't move. The orc had no way of knowing why it was there, but it didn't care about it at all. The orc kept moving on. The bones of a goblin were also found on the ceiling of a car, but it didn't care about that either because their prey suddenly appeared and provoked them. "Hey, we're here! You quick-tempered pigs!" shouted Sungwoo. "Sungwoo! Did you just reveal our location?" Hanno said nervously. "Wait." Sungwoo and Jisoo were curled up in the driver's seat and in the back respectively in a deserted car, with Hanno standing in front of it. The orcs roared, then walked toward Hanno with big strides. One of them laughed as if it already enjoyed watching them strangling their prey in the blind alley. "Wait!" Sungwoo whispered, then tried to check the location of the skeletons with his eyes closed. The 5 skeletons were stationed at the narrow gaps among the cars here and there. After the orcs passed, the skeletons cautiously raised their bodies. Like dolls tied to a rope, they were strange and far from vibrant. "Hanno, keep provoking them." The orcs' sense of smell was so excellent that they could smell humans from a distance and chased after them. It suggested that their senses were extraordinary, so it was highly likely that they would notice even the little movement of the skeletons behind their back. That's why Hanno had to divert their attention to him completely. "Tong! Tong! Tong! Hey, come here! You damned!" While trembling with fear, he kept banging on the SUV with his sword. The orcs' ears moved sensitively to that noise. Then they began to quicken their pace. They ran between the cars and lifted their axes, pointing toward Hanno's head. They narrowed the distance quickly with veins on the backs of their hands standing out visibly. Sungwoo. At that moment, Sungwoo and Jisoo, who were stuck inside the car, flung open the doors at the same time. It was the perfect timing because an iron barricade suddenly came out before the charging orcs. Bang! /16 / After hitting the doors, they hesitated. They were not only blocked, but they were also taken aback by the impact. Suddenly, the 5 skeletons walked on the top of the SUV and charged toward the back of their heads right away. They leapt up, lifting the orc femur hammers, and hit them hard while jumping down. Buke! 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 With a thunderous thump, the giant orcs collapsed. They were not killed instantly, but the impact of their fall was big enough to make them unable to stand on their feet. Besides, the synergy of stick is medicine first stage greater than was triggered at that moment. It could make the orcs pass out with only a 5% chance, but fortunately, 2 of them fell helplessly. Now is the time. At that moment Sungwoo, Jisoo, and Hanno charged at them at the same time. They slaughtered the staggering orcs. Phew. I understand why the great victories in the history of the Korean people are great. That reminder hits the nail on the head. Like Hanno said, their operation was similar to the great victories that the Koreans dramatically achieved by overcoming their disadvantages. And there were always special rewards for great victories. You have earned 43 gold by hunting an orc hunter. You have earned 24 gold by hunting an orc hunter. You have earned 55 gold by hunting an orc hunter. You have earned 70 gold by hunting an orc hunter. You have earned 40 gold by hunting an orc hunter. Now it was clear that when hunting monsters through teamwork, differential rewards seemed to be issued, based on their contribution. The first raid defense reward has been issued. 100 gold, you have leveled up. LV. 4. Soon, the card selection window popped up in front of their eyes, and Sungwoo picked the skill item again. Maximum number of subordinates has increased, +2. Oh, what is it? This time it wasn't 1, but 2. It was random, so if they're lucky, can an explosive increase occur at once? A total of 7. But mana is the problem. Mana was still 50. Since skeletons are easily smashed, it's important to resurrect new ones during battle. So, Sungwoo had to figure out how to increase his mana. Oh, I obtained a skill this time. It seemed that Hanno also leveled up. What is it? High speed cutting. Only daggers can be applied here. Awesome. No, it's not. Ah, I want to return. Jisoo also stretched her fingers in the air. She said her muscle strength increased by only 2 points by choosing a definite stat because she was quite annoyed when she squatted while returning hits against the orc's axe on the trail behind the mountain. I still feel like my muscles are strengthened since my body is getting hot. Then she brandished the sword back and forth. I definitely feel more empowered. After that battle, Sungwoo found a goblin carcass nearby and resurrected it into a skeleton, so he came to lead a total of 7 skeletons. Hanno, will you give the sword back to me? Here you go. Well, I think you have to keep using the dagger to use your newly acquired skills. Sungwoo achieved the optimal synergy by having the 5 skeletons carry bone hammers and giving the one-armed skeleton the sword. Based on his experiences so far, synergy was the key and variable of the battle, so the more synergy, the better. Then, Sungwoo's party began to check out the developments nearby while hiding in the trees and bushes outside the school. Then they witnessed a battle nearby. There was a shuttle bus stop a little up from the main gate. Only 7 orcs are there. Well, they're a minority compared to the crowds inside the school, Jisoo said, lying in the woods. Sungwoo was also crouching behind trees and watching the scene. I'm afraid they're going to be killed. At best only one man is wielding something through a window. Having heard that, Jisoo raised her body and said, why don't we help them? Jisoo decided firmly to help them, but Sungwoo was a little hesitant. Nothing was as foolish as giving up safety for now. If we join hands with them and raid the orcs back and forth, we can easily kill them. Aren't they easy prey for us? Asked Jisoo, suggesting diversionary tactics to get them. However, Sungwoo was negative about it. But do you think people on campus can fight with us? If something goes wrong, we can end up fighting against each other. We can't trust them in this situation, especially when they are terrified like that. Jisoo could not refute his statement. In this situation, uncertainty was the biggest threat. They needed another plan. And Sungwoo soon came up with a good idea. Then let's display a modern invention. I found a car key stuck in one of the trucks. Pardon? Jisoo, do you like bumper cars? Or did you enjoy driving the GTA series truck? Jisoo was puzzled by his unexpected mention of a truck. Sungwoo, I'm a master driver of TA5. Then, you drive. What? Hanno blinked his eyes at his unexpected offer. A little later, the orcs' raids were still going on at the shuttle bus stop. There were 5 stuck inside the stop, but only 2 of them were carrying weapons. Help me. Please help me. Don't cry. Crying makes no difference. Oh no. Fuck. And they were all in a panicked state. Thud. Buke. Buke. Thud. The 7 orcs holding the axes were chopping the door and wall of the stop randomly. Man, hit them. What the heck are you doing with that long spear? What should I do when those bastards are not coming near the window? Why don't you go out and fight them with your sword and shield? Stop it, you asshole. We're going to be killed like this. Oh, no. I don't want to die. The 2 men with weapons also had no courage to confront the orcs. It was a hopeless situation. But then they saw something coming from far away. What is that? When they looked closely, a blue pickup truck was driving toward the stop. Woo woo. Sometimes driving backwards, it was driving toward them like crazy. Besides, there was a lot of white in the cargo compartment, shaking every time the car moved. Squeak, squeak, when the truck approached a little closer, they could identify that white object. Skull? Weren't 7 skeletons shaking and moving on the truck? What the heck is that? The truck drove toward the stop without hesitation, hitting the orcs banging the wall of the stop. Bang. Bang. Thud. A creepy noise was heard across the wall. Something rattling was heard right after the howling of the orcs. The man holding the spear looked carefully over the window. At that moment the skeletons got off the truck in droves and began to smash the fallen orcs with clubs by the truck. What the heck? Kyongsu, what the hell is going on? I don't know. More scary bastards appeared. In the eyes of the man called Kyongsu, the skeletons looked like monsters, even more terrible monsters. Fuck, why is this all happening at once? Frightened, Kyongsu fell on the floor. Arrayed by the skeletons? He thought it was better when they were fighting against the orcs. A little later, the noise coming from outside disappeared and an unfamiliar silence reigned. Someone gulped. The students stuck at the stop realized that the invisible stillness was more dreadful. Are they gone? But at that moment, there was a big noise. Thump. 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 The door shook roughly. Frightened, the students moved away from the door. It was like a scene from a horror movie. Oh. Go away. Shush. Be quiet. Hey, guys? Didn't you hear just somebody talking outside? Thump. 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 We're stuck inside. Open the door. Indeed, human voices were heard outside the door. They raised their heads slightly. Do skulls even speak? That's the devil. It's bewitching us now. At that moment, somebody's head abruptly popped and through the smashed window. Please open the door. Please. It was a man wearing a hooded poncho raincoat over his head. /17 / So, according to Kyongsu, you want to return the item to me? Bang. While asking that, Sungwoo looked back, frowning at the sudden loud noise. Hannah was beating a soft drink vending machine with an orc femur hammer. Hey, what the heck are you doing, dude? Oh, I don't have cash. Would you like a can of Coke? Ha ha ha. Step aside. I have some. What the heck? It's out of order because you kicked it so hard. Jisoo exclaimed. Sungwoo turned his head and looked at Kyongsu again. There was still tension on his face. And Kyongsu's eyes were now fixed on the terrible skeletons behind Sungwoo's back. The bone weapons held by the small demons were densely covered with the blood of the orcs. Oh, you don't have to worry about them. In fact, they're cute. Oh no, please continue with what you were saying. That one over there. Sungwoo raised his finger to point to the old analog TV set up in the corner of the bus stop building. It was a CRT-type model with its back protruding out. As far as Sungwoo knew, it was a broken item that was left unattended for a long time. But now there was light coming out from it. Yeah, you were right. It gave me an item. Well, we've done it too, but we don't have enough gold so we did it only once. At first glance, the 5 students seemed to have no experience fighting monsters. Sungwoo stood up from the chair and approached the monitor. It's a store. Hano approached Sungwoo and gave him a Coke. Sungwoo nodded, holding it. There was a hologram floating above the analog TV set. It was a green coin-shaped icon. Chijijek, welcome to the E-Class shop. It was a screen like a retro game machine. On the primary color interface, there was the message, press any key to proceed. Sungwoo stretched his finger and pressed the comma button. Then the screen changed with cheerful music. Choose your lucky roulette. 1, bronze, 100, 2, silver, 1000, 3, gold, 10,000. E-grade stores sell only gold. It seemed like a system that could run a random roulette by consuming gold. Sungwoo, I wonder if we can get some items here. Well, even a sword fell from the air, so nothing is impossible. When Hano asked, Jisoo replied as if there was nothing else that could surprise them. Sungwoo also no longer judged anything, he just based everything on common sense. It was good for the mind and body to believe that anything could happen. You can do it yourself to check it. I have 360 gold. Bronze is perfect here. I have 584 gold. There was no big difference in the number of gold that Jisoo and Hano possessed. What about you, Sungwoo? At Hano's question, he opened the status bar. Player profile, name, Sungwoo Yu, level, 4, occupation, Necromancer, ability, muscle power, 5, agility, 5, physical strength, 5, gold reserve, 1552, I've got 1552 gold. Lol, Then you can also run the silver roulette, right? And one thing Sung-woo forgot also came up. His eyes looking at the monitor darted to one corner. One roulette ticket is available, unlimited. The roulette ticket was a reward that he obtained as a hunting achievement after killing a goblin in the lobby on the first floor, but at that time he only remembered that he didn't know how to use it. And right now an opportunity seemed to have come along for him to use it. So, he used the volume button to select gold roulette. Sung-woo. That requires 10,000 gold. Tadidi-tit-tit-tiriri. Unlike Hano's concerns, the colorful roulette started playing cheerful 16-bit music. It seemed that the unlimited grade ticket could be freely used for all grades. The ratio of first, second, and third place was printed in fine print on the roulette, and normal items, potion packages, and survival packages were written on the large part of the roulette. Is it random again? Sung-woo pushed the button to turn the roulette. In the moment the 16-bit music reached the climax, he pressed the button once again. Then the music slowed down and the spinning of the roulette began to slow down. Da-dee-dee-dee. The music stopped and the roulette stopped too. Oh! Jackpot! But Sung-woo could not help but burst out laughing. Again, luck was the most necessary thing to have to survive. The roulette stopped. Wow! I'm not sure if you're in first place, but you hit the jackpot, right? Moreover, you picked the gold roulette. Hano muttered like that, then swallowed. It was really amazing to him as he had picked a one-star job from the beginning and received all kinds of ordinary items and skills. Meanwhile, Sung-woo received a small box that fell from the air. Then he opened the box and picked up a blue gem in the shape of a water droplet. Item information, name, Sea Spirit Tears, grade, legend, category, orb, effect, mana rise, plus 300, mana recovery, plus 200%. You're right. I've hit the jackpot. Sung-woo nodded. This was what he needed because he didn't have enough mana to maintain his skeletons. Thanks to the jackpot, the existing mana increased sixfold and increased mana recovery increased threefold. Even the grade of the item is legend. Indeed, he must have hit the jackpot. Sung-woo, why don't you spin the silver roulette with the current momentum? Why are you more excited than me? Well, gambling is also fun as a bystander. I think that's why people watch internet broadcasts about opening random item boxes. Like Hano suggested, Sung-woo invested 1,000 gold and spun the silver roulette. Tadidi-titi-tiriri, as expected, the roulette was spinning again with cheerful music, and when he pressed the button again, the roulette stopped. And the result was not bad. Oh, second place. Wow, you're a goody-goody man. This time, he got the second prize. He instinctively stepped back, trying to receive something falling from the air. Thud. Something heavy fell on the floor. It was a large tower shield about 1 meter in size. It was often referred to as a square shield. Dang it, this item is going to kill me if I let down my guard. Item information, name, Vanguard's Shield, grade, rare, category, shield, effect, additional defense power for 10 minutes at the start of battle, plus 20%. When he lifted the item, it didn't weigh more than he thought, perhaps because of its good balance. He didn't know what the material was. Obviously, this was far from normal. Then, Hano and Jisoo also spun the roulette. As a result, Hano received the C-grade potions package, and Jisoo received a rare second-class weapon, Punitive Expedition Longsword. Only I don't have one. Hano murmured dejectedly, complaining he had no luck. Nevertheless, his item was quite useful. To be precise, it seemed practical. Item information, name, Small Health Recovery Potions, grade, Class C, category, Potions, effect, Quick Recovery. He received 2 of these, which contained 2 mana recovery potions, and 2 antidotes. Hano, who knows that the item you picked a moment ago would increase your life? Look on the bright side, man. Well, let me just draw the shield. I don't want to get shot from the beginning. Don't whine like a child. The drawing was over. Sung-woo decided to save the remaining gold. Hanno got a bag from one of the students at the bus stop and put the potions in it. Jisoo ground a sword with the ignition whetstone she had obtained by killing the boss monster. I want to use 2 swords because I have to be careful when dealing with fire. Then she hung the 2 swords on her back. With 2 swords in a red sweatsuit, she looked like a gladiator, which reminded Sungwoo of a scene from Kill Bill. Meanwhile, Kyungsu's party was strangely looking at Sungwoo and his friends' activities from a little while ago. It was hard to keep calm in this crazy situation, but they seemed to be ready for the next battle. After all, he asked, "Well, don't you understand the current situation? How can you stay so calm?" Jisoo replied, "Well, we're trying to adjust to it." Really? Well, there is no other way, she said while looking at Sungwoo, because she repeated what he had said to her before. /18 like Sungwoo said, trying to understand the situation only meant evading and culling. In the real world, there is no other way than to adapt to it. And she totally agreed with that. By the way, the playground is still in a chaotic situation, she said, looking out the door. Shouts and screams were still ringing from the playground about 200 meters away from them. The fight was still going on, even after quite a long time passed. Can the guys from the student council win? Shouldn't we go and help them this time? Sungwoo was not happy about the arrogance of the student council members, but he didn't want them to be killed for that reason. And now he realized that his fighting would not only save them but also give him a good chance to make it an easy game. He had already enjoyed the big gains by attacking the rear of the orcs that were caught off guard. Then let's act carefully this time too. Sungwoo reached out to the orc's body lying like a lump near the stop. Then, its flesh and intestines turned into ashes and disappeared, leaving only bones. What the heck is that? Kyungsu's party was just astonished to see what happened before their eyes. But they should not be surprised yet. Soon the bone pieces were reassembled into weapons. With their jaws dropping, they looked at Sungwoo's party. "Oh, I think I know why you want to fight. Is it like a superpower?" "It's not that, well, I'm just like you, Kyungsu." Well, I don't think so. Instead of replying, Sungwoo kept working on the bones. Now, the mana also grew, so he made dozens of weapons using the bone weapon manufacturing bone skills. And the weapons were all daggers. More specifically, they were made for throwing purposes. "Hanno, come on, take as many as you want." "Wow. I am full of miscellaneous blessings. Without this situation, I guess I would have to open up a junk shop." "Are you belittling a junk shop now?" "Pardon? Oh, if you take it like that, let me take back what I said." Hanno and the skeletons picked up the bone daggers. It was verified several times that throwing a dagger did not mean landing a fatal blow, but it could create a decisive chance for Sungwoo's party to attack. "Sungwoo, are we going to display modern convenience again?" Hanno said while pointing at the truck. But he shook his head. "This time, let's drive a bigger vehicle." He turned and looked at the shuttle bus parked on one side of the stop. Bang! It wasn't a missed soccer ball that hit the soccer goal post. It was a throwing axe that missed the target. Arg! The man who dodged the axe was running like crazy, screaming. A huge orc was following him. The green playground was stained with blood. Looking at it from a distance, it looked like a festival, but actually it was the scene of slaughter. Humans running away and monsters hot on their trail. After all, they were caught up with the monsters' axes stabbed into the back of their heads. Dozens of survivors and dozens of orcs were entangled in the fight, creating a scene that was too horrible to watch. Brother, ah! Among them was a frightened Jisok who lifted his shield. Right after that, something hit the middle of the shield. Tong! Ugh! He stepped back awkwardly, groaning. His arms were tingling. It was not because the orc hit him with the axe, the orc barely poked him. Nonetheless, his arms almost felt numb. This is crazy. He thought deep down, now we're dead. We're all going to die here. We can do nothing. Who identified himself as the president of the student council and a level 3, stabbed a bayonet into an orc's chest. He was doing his best to fight back against the orc, but that was it. Come on guys, get together. Make a way for an escape. Although he declared that he would protect the students, he was now trying to find a way to run away when the situation was so tough to overcome. Lots of students are isolated in the stands. Ignore them. Are you crazy enough to care about them? We have to find a way to get out of the playground right now. Jinsuk. Hangman. You guys stand at the forefront because you have the shields. They had no power to overcome the current situation. They were preoccupied with saving their own lives, which was not that easy. Right at that moment, something huge rushed into the playground with the big sound of the horn. Shuttle bus? It was the school shuttle bus. It was driving into the playground with its large wheels trampling upon the artificial turf. Thump. And the bus ran over a huge orc. However, it didn't stop there. Like a wild African elephant, it was driving around and chasing and trampling on the orcs ruthlessly. What the heck? The student union members, standing in the way of the bus's moving direction, stepped aside, frightened, and looked at the skeletons sticking out their heads through the windows of the passing shuttle bus. Huh? That's. And at that moment, the skeletons threw something towards the orcs all at once. Swoosh. Buke. 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 They were daggers. The moment the bus passed, they hurled daggers randomly at the orcs. The orcs also counterattacked by throwing axes, but they were blocked by the body of the bus. Clang. Ah. Fuck. I was almost struck on the forehead with an axe. Sometimes their axes pierce through the windows. Hey, you son of a bitch, eat my dagger. They're really eating it? Don't lie down right after eating, you asshole. Hano's dagger throwing skills were improving day by day. Meanwhile, Kyongsu was driving the shuttle bus. In fact, his job was a heavy-duty truck driver in the army. Squeak. When he was holding a spear, Kyongsu could hardly perform, but as he grabbed the steering wheel, he picked only the orcs with his adroit driving skills and began running over them. Whenever he did it, a message about gold appeared. Wow! Gold is coming in. Let's stop the bus here. Let's go, Jisoo. Yeah. I'm ready. The bus stopped in the middle of the playground. At the same time, the front door opened, and Sungwoo and Jisoo got off. Rattle, rattle. Soon the skeletons leapt simultaneously from both sides of the window. They scattered widely and began to aim their daggers at the orcs. They looked like well-trained commandos. Everybody, get on the bus. Come on. Sungwoo shouted. He stood at the entrance of the bus, holding the tower shield. Then, the survivors, who had been paying attention to the shuttle bus when it first came running in droves. That man is. Yes, I should have followed him. Those who witnessed Sungwoo's brilliant fighting at the Humanities and Social Sciences building belatedly regretted not following him. However, they thought it was so fortunate to meet him even now, and ran to Sungwoo. The orcs chased them from behind, but they fell to a shower of flying daggers, or they had to hesitate to move. You can't pass me. Now Sungwoo and Jisoo were much stronger than before. In particular, Jisoo was burning with a desire to fight the orcs even by choosing muscle strengthening as a level up card. Actually, she was notorious for her strong desire to win in the sports world. Facing an orc bigger than herself, she boldly walked up to the giant animal. I won't lose easily this time. She took out the sword whose blade she had sharpened with the ignition whetstone. The moment she corrected her posture, the orcs charged at her with their axes. It was a blow that fell from as high as 3 meters. Clang. There was a big clang, which was similar to the previous one. Her body shook a lot at that moment. The terrible impact struck her elbow, shoulder, back, spine, and that one by one, but she did not collapse like before. Instead, she stuck it out, clenching her teeth tightly. In the moment the axe and the sword clashed, a spark flew off the blade of her sword. /19 as if it didn't expect it at all, the orc flinched and closed its eyes. Now is the time. Jisoo instantly stepped forward, sliding the sword down the axe and cut its neck on the spot. Cough, Cough. The orc missed the axe and grabbed the nape of it. Then it dropped to its knees. Success. The moment she cut the orc's throat, she felt a great thrill of joy because she thought she had overcome a big obstacle. However, when she turned her head and watched Sungwoo fighting, she had to admit that she was still lacking in various skills. Rattle, rattle, Sungwoo seemed to have fully learned how to easily defeat the orcs while fighting with them in the last few battles. The 7 skeletons never approached the orcs. Sungwoo knew that in a close battle he had to use skeletons, which caused a loss of his battle resources. On the other hand, the battle was advantageous if the skeletons did not get close to the orcs. Sungwoo's tactic is efficiency itself, she thought. The skeletons surrounded an orc that approached them, then moved endlessly and threw daggers with both hands. Buke! 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 If the orc approached, the targeted skeleton retreated, then at the same time the other skeletons kept it at bay instantly, so it couldn't even counterattack. It took about 20 seconds to smash an orc to pieces. Shortly thereafter, some of them swiftly recovered the daggers, while others again surrounded another orc and beat it ruthlessly. And they were all attacking based on Commander Sungwoo's calculations. Watching him mounting a calculated attack, Jisoo once again felt a sense of deprivation. He's calculating everything. He is not killing them with an overwhelming force, but with shrewd calculation. She suddenly felt she was foolish because she only invested in her muscle strength after she was overpowered by an orc in the recent battle. She could feel from Sungwoo today that strength was not everything, but rather it was the process of making the most of one's strength and applying it to the opponent's weakness. And she realized that the reason she ended up being a second-rate sportsman was not that she was physically weak. What did he do in the past? Jisoo asked herself, admiring his great fighting skills. While she was admiring him, most of the survivors boarded the bus. Sungwoo took the skeletons and slaughtered the other orcs nearby. You have earned 70 gold by hunting the orc hunter. You have earned 70 gold by hunting the orc hunter. You have earned 70 gold by hunting the orc hunter. When Sungwoo's party got rid of the orcs around the playground, a group of the student council members began to approach them. Obviously, they got shit-faced, embarrassed by Sungwoo and his friend's brilliant victory. Oops! Why did you come out? Didn't you tell me you hated staying with these awful skeletons? His face hardened when Sungwoo teased him slyly. Why are you so mean right now? Aren't you so cold-hearted? Well, I wouldn't do it without this kind of situation. Sungwoo said with a bright smile, I'm sorry, but I think you have to leave that terrible bayonet behind to get on the bus. What if someone gets stabbed in this narrow bus? What did you say? Like you said, I need a weapon to defend myself, right? Well, I think I can protect you. You will feel safer with our cute skeletons rather than such a clumsy and blunt sword. Sungwoo did not hesitate to pay back disgusting guys with disgusting punishment. Anger was evident in his eyes. Sungwoo could feel that he wanted to lift the bayonet right away and crush the skeletons. Roar! At that moment, there was an unidentified roar from the far side of the gym. Those who heard the roaring felt their knees instinctively knock together, like a rabbit hearing a predator crying. The orc clan chief is furious because of the failed hunt. What the heck is this? Sungwoo also shuddered with fear, but he pretended to be as calm as possible. Aren't you going to get on the bus? Then we're leaving now. Tong, eventually, Tsung put down the bayonet. Sungwoo smiled at him. Oh, take off that chain armor, too. What? My armor is not dangerous, is it? Tsung said, grinding his teeth with anger. You have to pay for my protection. I'm not a student council member like you who's devoted to the students. In Tsung's eyes, Sungwoo's action looked cruel, but that was how he had to get adjusted to the new environment. Sungwoo was adapting himself to the new situation faster than anyone else. In respect to this crazy situation, Necromancer and the battle, he accumulated data and made appropriate judgments. And his experience paid off nicely. You have leveled up. LV 5, he reached level 5 thanks to the just ended battle. And one message line followed. You can summon a mid-sized monster as your subordinate. In other words, he finally could lay his hands on the orcs. If so, he didn't need to hurl dagger from a distance for fear of being outmuscled. Of course, this was not the end of the story. Sung Woo, who sat down at the front of the bus, was agonized about the selection of a level up card. Choose a level up card. 1. Stat, random. 2. Skill, random. 3. Item, random. 4. Other, random. 5. The maximum number of subordinates plus 1, confirmed. Again, it was composed of 4 random items and 1 confirmed item. He had consistently chosen skill until now to increase his subordinates as much as possible. On one hand, he was not sure if it was right to rely on them alone when he did not know what would come out the stats, items, etc. Well, I have no choice but to choose it if I don't want to fight myself. After all, Sung Woo selected number 2. The maximum number of subordinates has increased, plus 2. Good. Now I've got 9 skeletons. His selection was the most acceptable and most efficient outcome. Although the skill of bone weapon formation, basic greater than may be more valuable, he thought it was better to increase the number of subordinates for now. Then Sung Woo put the chain armor on the one-armed skeleton, which he took from as the price of his protection. Crackle. Is it too long? As this guy was the most reliable skeleton in many ways, he decided that he would not spare his investment. He even gave it a new name. Since the name one-armed seemed to be without any emotional attachment, he renamed it Right because it had only a right arm. Rattle, Right guy waddled along in an armored suit, but the end of the chain almost reached its ankle, so it could not move freely. In this condition, its flexibility and maneuverability, which were the goblin's greatest strengths, were completely unworkable. You can't wear it. Take it off. Eventually, Sung Woo decided to wear it himself. He questioned whether this chain armor could help him block the orc's battle axe, but it was better than nothing. Sung Woo, survivors over there. Hano pointed out the window of the bus, making a big fuss. The survivors covered all over with their wounds were facing 3 goblins. Sung Woo felt that he wasn't even nervous about the goblins now. The bus was slowly navigating the roads inside the campus to rescue some straggling survivors. In fact, it actually picked up about 20 students. Sung Woo, I think we need another bus. No, I don't think so. We're not going to keep driving the bus anyway, Sung Woo replied. So, those who gathered there as survivors totaled about 60, and 30 of them were armed with good weapons. Nevertheless, he felt the number of survivors was so small. Is it because today was Friday when there weren't that many classes? Or is it because many of them were killed? The campus was so quiet that it felt creepy. Well, anyway, we survivors should unite to confront the orcs. Running away is not the answer, Sung Woo said, standing at the front of the bus. Was it because they responded to the raid by the orc hunters nicely? /20 The contents of the quest changed a moment ago, but his message was not that they should be prepared for the orcs' small-scale raid. The chief orc decided to wage a full-scale war. The orcs would pursue survivors with the goal of exterminating them. It seemed that the level of difficulty increased. Anyway, the fact that they could get out of the school only when they killed the boss monster hasn't changed. They had to inevitably face the kingdom's army to kill the king. There is no way to avoid them. We have to kill their boss to get out of this school. But soon they got desperate news. Hey, I saw them while I was in the gym. There were a lot there. According to his testimony, the number of orcs seemed to be about 100. Of course, since dozens of orc hunters had been hunted by them, their number seemed to have been reduced somewhat. Nonetheless, it was unreasonable to fight the orcs in a full-scale war. Even if there were as many students as the orcs, their routine daily lives were no match for the monsters that enjoyed fighting. Inverse penalty effect has been triggered due to incomplete team play. Penalty list: 1. Poor members. Category: Intrinsic penalty. Condition: more than 10 people under level 5. Side effects: movement speed reduction, -30%, attack power reduction, -5%. 2. Helpless newcomers, category, intrinsic penalty, condition, 10 or more with no record of killing monsters, side effects, attack power reduction, minus 10%, gold accumulation reduction, minus 10%, 3, desperate morale, second stage, category, intrinsic penalty, condition, absolute majority unwilling to fight, side effects, probability of chaotic state increase, plus 10%. Disorderly crowds seemed to exist for this kind of situation. It wasn't always good for them to unite because it would make their movements inefficient. It's clear now. Just holding weapons is not always helpful. Rather, there's just a lot to worry about. Sung-woo thought he should be a little prudent. He needed to join hands with people, not save people. But what if he could not find them? I will fight alone. Pardon? Sung-woo. Hey, are you crazy? What the heck are you talking about? Sung-woo answered the question with certainty, I'm going to fight the orcs alone. Not only his friends but also people inside the bus showed pessimistic responses. What did you say? Did I hear wrong? Even if you're the genius fighter, you can't. Isn't that person crazy? Well, you know what? If you are treated as a hero, it gets into your head. Dang it. I really can't trust anyone. The student council members including Z and Jin-sok also began to ridicule and scorn him. You crazy asshole, I knew you were going to dig your own grave. Jin-sok, I think that asshole was really lucky. I think I would feel great if he were killed in the fight. Yes, brother, you're right. He is such a pathetic jerk. Maybe his days are numbered. However, Sung-woo didn't give in. Please stay in a safe place. Let me kill the orcs and help you get out of campus. As she could not stand it anymore, Jisoo stood up and held his arm. Sung-woo, what are you talking about? There aren't just 1 or 2 orcs. Even if we fight together, it's going to be tough. Jisoo, you remember what you said on the first floor when you climbed up the rooftop to hunt the boss monster? Pardon? You said that even if we took them to the fight, they would be useless. You said they were worse than skeletons. Ah, I remember, but you saw their colors correctly. Oh, you are helpful, Jisoo. But this time, it seems to be a little dangerous for you. And I've made the decision after some hard thinking and calculation. In Jisoo's opinion, Sung-woo clearly fought based on the thorough calculation of gains and losses. In other words, he devised proper fighting tactics to win safely and efficiently without any waste or damage. But this is different, Jisoo thought to herself. She thought it would be an impossible fight this time because no one would think that fewer than 10 skeletons could beat over 100 orcs. No, it was impossible even to imagine. However, Sung-woo stubbornly went ahead with his plan. The survivors fled into a nearby building. Then, they watched the playground through the window where Sung-woo was waiting for the orcs' army. Nonsense. Is he really going to do it? Doesn't he have any secret tactics? All kinds of bodies were already scattered all over the playground. Orcs, goblins, and people. The blood around their bodies shows that some terrible things took place there. But the survivors only focused on what was going to happen because the eccentric guy Sung-woo was standing at center stage doing crazy things now. Woo! A shuttle bus came near the playground. Jae-soo, Hano, and Kyung-soo were in it. He is really crazy. If we feel like something's off, we can drive there right away and pick him up. Phew. I am ready to step on the accelerator too. Even they thought Sung-woo would fail this time. Although he showed extraordinary fighting skills until now, this fight was too much for him. Sung-woo was trembling with fear too. His heart was pounding hard, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He caught his breath and looked in the direction of the gym. Phew. I'm sure I'm going to win this fight as I planned. Suddenly he saw a bunch of orcs coming out of the gym. They must be the main unit. There were no ranks or order in the troops that were mobilized for an all-out war. However, he got the feeling that they were tough. They were literally savage warriors. Gah! The red-haired orc at the forefront screamed. At the same time, over 100 orcs were roaring so loudly as if they were shaking the school building. Ugh, So noisy. Is that guy the chief orc? However, it looked like a middle-level boss, given there was no message about the chief's appearance. Soon the orc turned its head toward Sung Woo. Then it lifted the axe and pointed to him. Now all the orcs fixed their eyes on him. The orcs moved toward him. They were moving slowly and leisurely, but he knew that at a certain moment, they would charge toward him like a herd of cows. Now, let's move. Sung Woo moved to another place. He climbed the stairs to the highest point of the stands. Let's stick it out here. Tall iron railings lined both sides of the stairs, which in some respects seemed like a small canyon. It is advantageous to confront them in a narrow place. It's less disadvantageous. The orcs were many times the size of Sung Woo's party. Confronting them on open terrain was like suicide, so it was necessary to cause their confusion by attracting them to a narrow place. That was why he was standing in the middle of the playground. Then he came up late to lead the orcs to move here. Sung Woo resurrected 2 skeletons from the goblin bodies strewn nearby. Rattle, so, he had a total of 9 goblins standing at the forefront. The orcs slowly narrowed the distance, watching his actions. There was nothing suspicious about their actions. Phew, hey, guys, it was fun having you. Even if you turn into ashes, don't forget me, he said to the skeletons. In no time the orcs entered the playground. At first glance, there seemed to be about 30 to 40. When he came face to face with the rugged and giant monsters coming in with big axes. Fuck you. Tramp, 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 they were approaching Sung Woo's party. However, there was a way for him to choose with confidence. And he still believed it was possible. Because the steps are narrow, only about 3 orcs can climb at one time. Finally, when the orcs stepped on the first staircase, he raised his hand and triggered Madness of Wilderness on his wrist. Woo-wooing, Madness of the Wilderness has been triggered. Attack power targeting goblin-type mercenaries has increased, plus 10%, attack speed increased, plus 20%, for 10 minutes. Crackle. Crackle. The red eyes of the 9 skeletons glared all at once. Gah-ah. /21 / At that moment, the orcs also began to roar. When they looked at a bunch of fist-sized goblin bones, one of them even laughed scornfully as if the skeletons were ridiculous. But the orc was killed on the spot, smiling. The dagger was stuck in its neck. The goblin skeletons in the higher place threw daggers with both hands very speedily. With 18 daggers flying toward them per second, the orcs couldn't stand it no matter how tough they were. 3 orcs climbing at the forefront rolled down the stairs. However, those in the rear started to strike the daggers by lifting the axes. Clang! 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 After all, their surprise dagger attack ended there. However, they were ready to mount a subsequent attack. Run! As soon as Sung Woo issued an order, 8 goblins jumped while holding their orc femur hammers. Then, falling toward the orcs' heads, they hit them with the hammers. Buke! 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 In fact, their attack was like a suicide attack, or in other words, that of the undead. Of course, their attack was not that efficient. Jumping from high ground and hitting their heads instantly was obviously powerful, but as they were completely exposed to the orcs' counterattack, they were beaten quickly. Crackle! You wait. Now, there was only one goblin skeleton left, namely Right. Sung Woo saved it on purpose for a decisive fight. It always helps Sung Woo in the fight at a decisive moment. The orcs shook the bone dust off their bodies and began climbing the stands one by one. The orcs were convinced of their win. They seemed to think the fight was already over because there were only 2 enemies left in front of them. But at that moment, the head of the orc standing at the forefront was broken in half, with blood gushing like a fountain. The orcs looked back at the surprise attack. And they soon saw a huge skull standing up with its skin peeling off. The red light glaring from its empty eyes. That was their last memory because their heads were cut off and bounced into the air. The dead have become your subordinate under your authority. Among the horde of orcs, 8 orc skeletons were resurrected. Then, they began to ruthlessly swing the battle axes toward their living fellow orcs. Besides, The way they wielded the axes was far from ordinary. Synergy is given due to your team play. 1. Savage Warrior, Phase 1, Category, Weapon Synergy, Condition, 5 or more axes, Effect, Attack Power Increase, 15%, Attack Speed Increase, plus 15%, for 10 seconds with the start of combat. Standby time 10 minutes. The orcs were embarrassed by the attack by the corpses of their fellows, which were resurrected right among themselves. 5 orcs fell instantly. Since the stairs were so narrow, they could hardly counterattack. Kah! Soon several of them woke up to the situation and fought back, which led to a bloody battle. But there was one obvious difference. The orcs that were engaged in wielding axes fell, shedding blood, but the skeletons only had their bones broken or their skulls fractured. Yes, although they were vulnerable to a single blow strong enough to break the foundation of their bodies, they could hold out much longer. At first glance, the orcs' bones were different from those of goblins, which looked like the frame of a well-built building. In other words, they could resist a single blow with an axe easily. Indeed, even if they broke a skeleton, the body of a nearby dead colleague would have its skin peeled off, and then it was reborn as a new skeleton. Then it would lift its axe. It was literally an undead. Yes, this is it. Come to think of it, a necromancer was something like this. In the meantime, dozens of students were sneaking out the window through the curtains. They watched the battle on the playground with uneasiness. But everything ended in an instant. As soon as 8 goblin skeletons launched a near-suicide attack, they disappeared like melting snow. Damn it, it's over. Someone murmured in a low voice. A sigh of despair broke out among them here and there. Although they expected such an outcome, they were just aghast at the dark situation unfolding before their eyes. It was impossible from the beginning. And now that even Sung Woo was killed, they saw no hope at all. Heavy despair dominated the lecture hall where they were stuck. They thought it was their turn now. They thought the orcs would open the door and slaughter them. Right at that moment, somebody shouted, what the heck is that? Look over there. What is going on? They noticed something and became disturbed. To their surprise, the orcs started fighting among themselves. Wait a minute, they are skeletons, right? They soon found white giants among the orcs, the very white devils mercilessly wielding axes toward their fellow orcs. Aren't they bones? What the heck is that man? Yay, what is his real identity? Meanwhile, Gyeongsu, sitting in the driver's seat of the shuttle bus, put his foot down on the accelerator pedal almost halfway, but he then released it. When Sung-woo climbed up the stands, Gyeongsu thought that it was impossible to rescue him, but he saw the orcs in the middle of their ranks breaking away from them. The tables were turned in his eyes. Wow, it seems that Sung-woo invested some skills. He should have tipped me off, said Hano. Well, he launched the attack with a careful calculation, said Gisu. She watched the fighting scene, gaping at Sung-woo and the skeletons. Everyone stared at the scene blankly. And Sung-woo was looking at the mana bar before his eyes. Mana, 184,350, it is not insufficient anymore, actually, I've got a surplus. Is this the power of one item? Because the Sea Spiriteers is a legend grade item, he could keenly experience the huge effects. He had already resurrected 16 skeletons, but he still had enough mana left. Moreover, he even recovered 14 mana. He felt as if he had a spring in his body that never dried up. Then, a message appeared, noting that his victory was around the corner. The herd of orcs is weakened by the smell of death, Stage 1. Stat drop, 30%. 4 or more skeletons of the same clan have been resurrected. Ka-ah. With the reflection of the herd of orcs fighting spirit, stats have been reduced by half. As if it was due to the peculiar nature of the orcs, the curse was not fully reflected, but the 15% decline in stat was a big penalty not to be taken lightly. Besides, the orcs could exercise overwhelming power thanks to the synergy of the Savage Warrior, State 1. Greater than, it wasn't just a power. Their resilient vitality was fear itself. While fighting entangled with each other, 2 or 3 orcs wielded axes from all directions after surrounding one orc skeleton. They cut its arm, smashed its ribs, and cut its femur in half. But when they smashed the orc skeleton, the dead have become your subordinate under your authority. Puck. They were sacrificed by the new skeleton that attacked them from the back. The battle was the continuation of that process. The orcs attacked Sung Woo's party with the overwhelming numerical advantage at first, but as the fight continued, the number of orcs began to decrease rapidly. Even though they were so skillful in fighting and enjoyed fighting, the orc combat unit had never experienced this kind of fight. Gu yu yu yu. Meanwhile, Sung Woo assigned a new mission to Right. He had Right use its small body to sneak over the railing and attack them from behind. And this tactic was very efficient. Right charged toward the orcs, cutting their knees one after another. Because of its ambush, the orcs in the rear collapsed all at once. That little guy gave the giant orcs a fatal blow. When the support from the rear collapsed like that, the morale of the orcs in the front was completely broken. Soon, the number of dead bodies was higher than the number of living orcs. In fact, the fighting was virtually over at that moment. Let's end the battle. Gah. Realizing that there was no more hope, about 10 surviving orcs gave up the battle and fled to the gym. /22 / The short and intense battle was finally over. Phew. Letting out a hot breath, Sung Woo sat down on the stairs. As if it were the reward for that intense battle, a welcome message appeared before his eyes. A roulette ticket has been issued for killing 100 monsters. As the 21st achiever in history, you have been upgraded to the unlimited level. 100 people only. It's a bonus limited to 100 people, which I received when I killed 20 monsters. This time he examined the bonus a little more carefully. The 21st achiever in history? Is this the record as of now, by the world standard? If that's the case, it means there are 20 more people in the world that have slaughtered as many monsters as I did. Did they also pick a good job at first? Are there any cards with 5 stars or more? How good is a Necromancer among them? Woo woo. Right at that moment, a school bus passed by on the school road at a huge speed. At first, he thought Hano and Jisoo were on it, but that bus was standing far away in its original parking spot. Huh? What the heck is that? Was anybody trying to escape now? There were still a lot of survivors hiding inside the school. However, since the seal on the gate had not been broken yet, it would be impossible to try to escape now. Sung Woo continued to look at the status of the speeding bus. The bus succeeded in forcibly pushing out the cars that blocked the entrance, but it could never pass through the gate blocked by the purple chain icon. However, when the people on the bus got off, somebody's familiar outfit caught his eye. Ah? Is it that damn bastard? He was none other than Park, the president of the student council. It seemed that he planned to escape from behind Sung Woo's back and run away by driving a bus. I told him not to do it multiple times. How could he ignore my warning? Stupidly enough, he seemed not to have taken Sung Woo's warning seriously that he could not get out of the gate unless they killed the boss monster first. And he had to pay for his recklessness dearly. It just so happened that the gym was located near the gate, and the orcs in the gym began to approach the bus. What happened after that was beyond Sung Woo's control. Although resisted by wielding the bayonet, he could not confront it as an orcs. Tut. But the orcs caught him alive instead of killing him. A scream rang from far away. Orcs were breaking his arms. After crippling his arms and legs, they grabbed his head and dragged him to the gym. Jisoo was right. He's more worthless than a skull. Sung Woo clicked his tongue. Sung Woo now launched the attack on the gym. This time, he was not alone. Hano, Jisoo and Kyungsu's party, as well as some of Sung Woo's followers, joined him. We will fight too. At least I won't disturb you. I can protect myself. In total, 21 people came to support Sung Woo, but he was not happy because he keenly felt like it was much more comfortable to fight alone. All I want you to do is not stand in the way of Skeleton's movement. However, this time, He thought that he needed someone vigilant in the back because he had to enter the boss monster's room where anything could happen. Since it was not an open space, he needed to defend as much as possible to get into the enemy's den. So, Sungwoo and the others headed for the gym to kill the last boss monster in the school. Screech, the door made of soundproof material was opened. On both sides of the entrance, there was a rag-like leather insignia hanging on a movable basketball hoop stand with a tusk-covered oak pattern. Then, a stage with a bizarrely decorated facade caught his eye. The interior here really sucks. Ropes were tied at regular intervals to the stage ceiling and the light frames. With the necks of the bodies tied around it, the ropes swung back and forth. Directly beneath ropes, in the midst of the pattern drawn with blood, a red-haired orc was sitting cross-legged. What the heck is it doing? Meditating? At that moment, people began to be dragged out from behind the stage. Help me. They were a group of people including Z. Both of his arms were hanging loose, completely broken. Sungwoo and his party approached without any interruption and stopped about 20 steps away from the stage. Jisoo, please mind your surroundings. At his reminder, she carefully looked around. Since both sides were in the stands, Sungwoo didn't know where and when the orcs would launch an ambush. However, he could not find any special movement on their part yet. I don't see them there. Right. It's completely empty. It was too strange. All he could see was about 20 orcs. No way. Are they going to take them hostage as their last resort? It seemed that those stupid orcs would try it, but he could not think of any other thing at the moment. Ugh! As he walked one step closer, the orcs knelt on the hostages. Then they picked up their axes from behind. Sungwoo stopped again. Help! Please save us! The hostages shouted in panic. Jinsok was crying with his head down. Sungwoo sighed, looking at him. Come on, Sungwoo! Jin called him, his voice trembling with urgency. Please save us. Sungwoo, can you do it? Yeah? Please. Sungwoo looked at him and the boss orc alternately. The boss orc was murmuring something while sitting cross-legged, with black smoke rising from his hands. At a glance, its action was suspicious. Come on, Sungwoo. Shut up! Shouted Sungwoo. Jin stiffened, with his mouth open wide. You're so stupid, but the biggest problem is that you are greedy about your title without knowing that you're stupid. You've put other people at risk like this. You messed up everything by doing whatever you wanted, and you got what you wanted, right? What the heck? I'm sorry, but you can't do it anymore here. Well, I don't have to say sorry. Coldly and realistically, Sungwoo now started to attack the orcs, followed by the skeletons. At that moment, Jin's head was cut by the orc's axe and rolled down. Sungwoo did not feel guilty because he brought it on himself. But right after that, the orcs put the axes on their necks and cut them. What? Were they suddenly committing suicide? Red blood gushed from their necks, and their heavy bodies collapsed all of a sudden. Ugh! What the heck are they doing? Oh my! And finally, the boss orc, sitting cross-legged, opened its eyes. Its yellow pupils faced Sungwoo. Strengthened boss monster lesser black conjurer orc chief has appeared. At that moment, black smoke came out of its body. Without any time to escape, unknown smoke quickly filled the gym. Ugh! Cough. Cough. Arg. What the heck is this? It's strange. I suddenly feel so weak. Ugh. And people who inhaled the smoke began to fall one by one. The only thing that was visible in their blurry sight was a warning message. You are sliding into a state of confusion by the breath of the abyss. You are sliding into a state of powerlessness by the breath of the abyss. You are sliding into a state of stiffness by the breath of the abyss. Your mana is constantly burning. Arg. Hanno opened his bag and hurriedly took out a potion. It was a C-class antidote, an item from the potions package. To the best of his memory of the item description, the potions could rescue him from this kind of abnormal condition. Gulp gulp, ku. Hanno felt the symptoms of paralysis quickly disappearing. He hurriedly took out another bottle to give to Sungwoo. Sungwoo. Where are you? Take this quickly. Huck? He finally found Sung Woo, but he felt something strange. Take care of Jisoo, please. What about you? Not affected at all by the smoke, Sung Woo was walking forward with a pleasant smile on his face. What the heck? /23 Soon the smoke gradually faded. He saw a giant animal about 20 to 30 centimeters standing on the stage. It was looking down the stage while holding a huge mace. Down there, 20 people had collapsed onto the floor. And only 3 people were still standing. Hanno and Jisoo emerged from the smoke thanks to the potions. Phew. Why am I so refreshed? Ha ha ha. Sung Woo felt a bit strange. After he inhaled the smoke, he felt enormous pleasure beyond description, so much so that he smiled in satisfaction. Mana has been greatly increased by the breath of the abyss. Mana, 585 fourths, 585, is my mana over 4,000? Now I know why it feels so pleasant. Ha ha ha. Breath of the abyss has accumulated in the body and you have temporarily been exposed to the first stimulant. All stats have been significantly increased. The maximum number of subordinates has temporarily increased, plus 50. It was clear as to why he was full of stamina. I just don't know what you've done for me, but I want to know the secret behind this. Sung Woo found himself to be immensely strong. When he, who was perfectly fine, walked toward it confidently, the boss orc's face hardened. It looks like the boss never expected it at all. Oh, is this why the boss took his time to sacrifice all its subordinates? Operation Poison Gas? The sacrifices were needed to prepare mysterious witchcraft and quite a long spellcast time. They began to understand their puzzle over the boss orc's suspicious actions. To say the least, the boss orc made numerous sacrifices for a devastating blow, but it had made a big mistake. Perhaps the 5-star Necromancer card selected by Sung Woo was a joker because it served as a decisive blow at the decisive moment for him. Hanno and Jisoo stood on his sides. Well, it seems like a repetition of our fight on the rooftop. Oops. I've got heartburn. I feel like I had too much alcohol, then a hangover drink. I am also ready to fight. However, Sung Woo shook his head. No, it's going to be a little different from our fight at the rooftop. At that moment, Sung Woo's eyes glowed red. Although it was a temporary first stimulant, it seemed to prove that he was clearly changed. The dead have become your subordinate under your authority. The dead have become your subordinate under your authority. The dead have become your subordinate under your authority. The same message kept popping up before his eyes. And the bodies of the orcs that fell down around the boss monster on the stage began to wiggle. They were the orcs who sacrificed themselves to create the black smoke. As expected, all their skin was blown away, and their red pupils lit up over their white bones. Well, what the heck is that? That transformation frightened Jisoo and Hanno. 20 orc skeletons were resurrecting all at once. At that moment, the chief orc also watched the surroundings in a tense state. Skeletons were standing up in all directions. Even the goblin bodies hanging in the air resurrected and shook their bodies. After taking in the breath of the abyss created by the chief orc, the stats temporarily increased dramatically, so the maximum number of subordinates Sung Woo could control was now 59. As a result of resurrecting all the bodies in the vicinity, 33 skeletons were activated. Synergy effect is now active because of your team play. Why are there so many of them? That was not the end. Sung Woo almost felt dizzy because of the fantastic message before his eyes. Synergy list: 1. Warrior, first stage, details omitted. 2. One-armed warrior, details omitted. 3. Savage warrior, third stage, category, weapon synergy, condition, 30 or more axes, effect, attack power increase, 15%, attack speed increase, plus 15%, for 20 seconds at the start of battle. Standby time 10 minutes. 4. Orc Hunter, second stage, category, tribe synergy, condition, more than 30 orcs, effect, probability of detecting nearby enemies, plus 20%, attack power increase in case of war, plus 10%. 5. Resurrected, third stage, Category, Synergy, Condition, 30 or more undead traits, Effect, Random Resurrection, 5, Movement speed increase while chasing a living being, plus 20%, 6, Squad Organization, Hidden, Category, Member Synergy, Condition, Commander, First Stage, Trait plus more than 11 normal members, Effect, Attack Power Increase, plus 5%, Defense Power Increase, plus 5%, It was crazy. As many as 6 synergy lists were created. And the synergy list could be confirmed by Jisoo and Hannah, who were on Sungwoo's team. "Sungwoo, are you kidding me?" Hannah blurted out. "No way, this is impossible," quipped Jisoo. "Well, even I feel like it's just amazing." Of course, the axe buff was not given to those holding the swords. But it was obvious that the 6 synergy lists were a tremendous bonus. This proved once again that 30 obedient skeletons were much more helpful than 60 stupid humans. By the way, what the heck is this squad organization? It was the synergy of squad organization, hidden greater than that Sungwoo particularly paid attention to. This was a synergy that could be activated thanks to the commander, first stage, trait, which was obtained by right when it killed the chief goblin. In other words, there was a synergy that came with only a few weapons and a few undead, but there was also a special synergy that could be triggered only when the hidden conditions were met. Anyway, this is a jackpot. The chief orc did not dare to move forward first. Although it was a boss monster with overwhelming power incomparable to a mere monster, there were too many skeletons surrounding it now. And the boss also sensed some unknown energy in each of the skeletons, namely the synergy effect. "Then, we'll move first." Rattle, rattle, the orc skeletons closed in on the boss. At that moment, the boss orc's thigh and forearm swelled up like a balloon. It began wielding the mace clockwise. As expected, its force was enormous. The heads of 2 orc skeletons were smashed and their debris scattered in all directions. However, one of them emitted some red energy and reassembled its body in the air. The orc skeleton has been resurrected. It was the synergistic effect of the resurrected, level 3 greater than, but 4 more could be revived in the future. The chief orc lowered its posture as if he was embarrassed, and avoided several flying axes. Then it wielded the mace and smashed a skull, forcing its way into them to make an opening for itself. "You can't escape." Sungwoo was expecting its attempt at an escape. At that moment, the goblin skeleton, hanging from the ceiling, tore off the rope and dropped right above the boss head. Rattle, although it was a small monster with no weapons, its surprise attack was very effective. The boss, frightened, wriggled and shook its head with his left arm. It was a fleeting moment, but unnecessary actions during an urgent battle would make a big difference. Buke! The axe was stabbed into the boss's back. It hurriedly readjusted its posture to counterattack, but soon another axe smashed its left shoulder, and another axe cut its side. With a painful roar and blood pouring on the floor, the boss wielded the mace frantically to stop the skeleton's approach. Boo-woo! Boo-woo! The mace was dreadful mainly because of its psychological threat, given that it could fly at any unpredictable moment. But the mace was only a heavy and slow weapon when the other party charged at it recklessly. As it turned out, the boss opponents were the skeletons that were not afraid of attacking and being killed at all. Now the skeletons were moving into the striking range of the mace. Buke! 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 The skeletons kept stabbing the axes into the boss, which was covered with blood all over its body instantly. Long stab wounds decorated its entire body, and the bleeding began. The boss, gasping for breath, hunched over as if it had no more power to wield the mace. And eventually it missed the mace. Tong! However, in the boss's last moment, the orc skeleton stopped suddenly and stepped aside. The boss struggled to raise its head. It saw something walking toward it in its blurry eyes. Rattle, rattle, it was the goblin skeleton, right? Cut it. /24 As soon as Sungwoo gave the order, Right drew the sword, then approached the boss that had run out of steam. The boss would never have imagined it would be beheaded by a little goblin like Right. At that moment, the boss's neck was cut and it fell on the ground. You have earned 1055 gold by hunting the strengthened boss monster, Lesser Black Conjurer Orc Chief. Then, the message Sungwoo anticipated came out. Goblin Skeleton, Elite, has been upgraded by absorbing the magical power of Chief Orc. Defense power has been significantly increased. Commander trait upgraded. As expected, my subordinates can obtain EXP when they hunt the boss. In general, Sungwoo could level up by catching monsters. However, his subordinates rarely leveled up. The only time they did was when Right cut the boss. Sungwoo didn't forget that tip. Subordinates list, 3359, 1, Goblin Skeleton Veteran, LV. 3, Weapon, Japanese Sword or Saber, Race, Goblin, Trait Undead plus Commander, Level 2, as expected. When the Goblin Skeleton leveled up to 3, the modifier changed from Elite to Veteran. In addition, the Commander trait reached second stage, and accordingly the synergy of the organization was adjusted from squad to platoon. So, are you now a platoon leader? Crackle. A mere goblin became a platoon leader that controlled 30 orc skeletons. By the way, Sungwoo, something is coming out of the boss's mouth. Like Hanno said, something was flashing in the boss's cut head, or in its mouth more specifically. It was a round object. At first glance, it looked like a black pearl. However, black smoke was coming out of it in all directions, so Sungwoo felt crept out to extend his hand. But it is definitely an item. Sungwoo reached out furtively. At that moment, however, a warning message appeared suddenly. Caution! This item grants the devil trait, depending on the owner. Subsequently, you will have to sacrifice a lot to get rid of that trait. Devil. Did the Black Magician borrow the devil's power? So, the situation developed like that? Sungwoo could not help but hesitate before this dreadful message. But like how the breath of the abyss became a tremendous buff to him, he wondered if any curse or sacrifice would work out differently for him. If so, wasn't it a huge opportunity? The devil. Obviously, its connotation was not good. But, well, it's nothing different from Necromancer. Then he picked up the black pearl. The moment Sungwoo picked it up, the unpleasant smoke emanating from all sides stopped. Woo-woo, at the same time, all the energy began to flow into Sungwoo's body. Ugh! He felt like a snake was crawling up from the tip of his finger. And he stopped feeling it when it reached his heart. Demon trait has been given. The demon trait is one of the factors that can trigger a hidden synergy like Commander Tribute, Sungwoo murmured. No synergy was triggered right now, but he didn't know what effect it would have in the future, just like how the Commander created the squad organization, hidden greater than synergy. Item information, name, Demon Bloodstone, rating, Legend, category, Orb, effect, demonic trait given to its possessor. When attacking, mana is robbed. -2%. When the rival's mana pool is dried up, it will eat away at physical strength. Middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot. Another legendary grade? Now, it seemed like obtaining a legend grade was too easy. Sungwoo had obtained 2 in a day. For example, he got an item where the modifier Lesser Black Magician was added. Well, it's a plus for me anyway. Black Magician, Demon, and the Breath of Abyss. He remembered these 3 keywords. Strangely enough, he felt something like a sweet scent from the dark and slimy words. Obviously that area is related to Necromancer. Otherwise, the wider curse can't give me buffs. Sungwoo put the demon bloodstone in his pocket. Sungwoo, are you on close terms with the game host? Asked Hanno. Watching Sungwoo's fantastic achievements, Hanno was puzzled by what he had gone through up until now. He really could not understand how Sungwoo, whom he knew very well, could carry out such a ridiculous performance. I don't know, but I think it's fortunate you're on friendly terms with me. Ha ha. I admit that, of course. But how come you can control such a large number of skeletons? Hanno looked at the skeletons behind his back with a perplexed expression. But at that very moment, the skeletons' bodies collapsed all at once, and only 9 were left. Huh? They were right before my eyes a moment ago. Well, They just called it a day. All the accumulated breath of the abyss in your body has been used up, and the first stimulant status has been cancelled. The first stimulant? I feel so good. To Sung-woo, it was a thrilling midsummer night's dream. Unfortunately, he remembered this sweetness and he seemed to feel the desire to reach that level as soon as possible. He felt something so thrilling while explaining with words, so he wanted to experience it once again, although he didn't know why. Grr. Soon, those who had fallen into an abnormal state due to the breath of the abyss began to wake up one by one. My head aches so much. Ugh. Ah. How can I be alive? What happened to that man? As soon as they woke up, they started looking for Sung-woo first. It seemed that they felt anxious if Sung-woo was not around. Thank you so much. I really didn't want to cause any trouble to you. Thank you for saving my life. You're truly a hero. Despite the mountain of praises, Sung-woo just listened and nodded calmly. Of course, he didn't take their praises as granted. Actually, he wanted to stay away from them as they might have to cling to him again. As expected, I don't need other men. He once again realized it, then silently left the gym. He didn't know what the situation was like outside of the school, but not getting tangled with lots of people would be good for survival. In no time, the seal of the school gate was broken. But the situation outside the school was still quiet. DX Street, which was normally noisy with students and cars at the intersection, was quiet. Oh, is it okay for us to leave now? Well, I would rather stay here. The roads outside the gates were entangled with all sorts of cars that had stopped. Since the bodies of humans and monsters were strewn everywhere, they were reminded of hell which nobody had ever seen before. The survivors standing in front of the gate could not move out readily. On the one hand, they were checking Sung-woo's facial expression. I wonder where he is going now. No idea. But I think it would be safe to follow him. Annoyed, Sung-woo ignored their gazes. Damn it, the whole world is really the same as this place. I wonder if my parents are safe. Suddenly Hanno made a dark expression because he was concerned about his parents. The biggest worry was that he could not check his family's life and death situation because his cell phone was dead. In this regard, Sung-woo felt rather comfortable. He had experienced trauma over the loss of his whole family in an accident a long time ago, but at this moment he didn't have to worry about them. Woo woo woo, at that moment, 2 shuttle buses approached from behind. Soon the driver's window rolled down and Kyung-soo stuck out his face. Hop in. The road here sucks, but I still think getting on the bus will be safer than walking. As a retired army driver, I know the location of a nearby military unit. So, let's drive there anyway. I am fine. I've got to go somewhere. Is your house nearby? Yes. Of course, that was a lie. Then I can't help you. I will leave here with the other survivors. Then Kyung-soo picked up most of the hesitant survivors in front of the gate. Still, Kyung-soo asked if he was really alright, feeling a bit uncomfortable about leaving him behind. But Sung-woo's reply was firm. Then. Good luck. Ha ha ha, I didn't know I was going to say goodbye like they do in the movies. You bet. Good luck to you too. /25 The 2 buses began to crawl on the road entangled with the bodies of goblins and people as well as cars. After the buses disappeared, Sung-woo, Hanno, Jisoo, and 9 skeletons were left behind. Where are we going now? Oh, where is your house, Jisoo? It wasn't normal to think about going back home in this situation, but there was no other question to ask now. I used to live in the school dorm because my house is on Jeju Island. I see. It was literally impossible to go back to Jeju Island at this point. Hesitant about what to say next, she opened and closed her mouth a few times, then looked at Sung-woo. Hey, Sung-woo, can I come with you? In fact, she noticed that he was reluctant to leave with the others. However, there was nothing safer than being around him at the moment. I don't know if I can help you, but. Of course you're helpful. Ah, thank you. She laughed responsively since he replied in the positive unexpectedly. She thought it was very fortunate to be with him. Sung-woo, I don't have to ask you, right?" said Hanno. "Well, I've one condition." "What is it?" "Just tell me. I want you to be a one-armed warrior." Middle dot middle dot middle dot. "I was wondering if we could have better synergy with two one-armed warriors." Sungwoo's joking continued when she suddenly yanked his arm. "Lower your body." Along with a gust of wind that shook the heavy vehicles, dozens of giant shadows filled the sky. Woo woo. What the heck is that? Creatures with tin-like wings passed through the sky. A giant body, sharp claws, and a mouth like an alligator's that shone at the end of its long neck. The unrealistic figure of a creature swept past their eyes. Dragon? Field Boss Wyvern Alpha Male has appeared. Wyvern was commonly known as an inferior dragon species. The Wyvern party lay flat under a tree and did not move at all. Fortunately, Sungwoo's party could avoid their attack because the Wyverns hadn't noticed them yet. However, the shuttle bus that wasn't too far from campus yet was in trouble. The bus that Kyungsu was driving stopped early on, so it was not targeted, but the other one that tried to escape was noticed by the Wyverns immediately. Cack. Two Wyverns descended in an instant. Even one looked bigger than the bus. When two such monsters grabbed the ceiling of the bus and clasped it with their wings, the bus was lifted into the air. Arg! Save us! Along with the screaming of the people inside, the body of the bus was torn like a sheet of paper. Then Wyverns' heads broke into the gap and pulled them out one by one and started eating like a bird eating the larvae of a beehive. Someone opened the window and jumped off boldly, but he was caught in the air and disappeared into the crocodile-like mouth. It was a one-sided massacre. Watching that cruel scene, Sungwoo realized that he alone was not strong enough. But he could be stronger now. Jisoo, you can come with me if you accept one condition. What is it? She asked tensely. We're going to hunt the monsters actively. We won't avoid them. Really? I told you that you have to adapt yourself to the situation, right? Ah, yes. You should not be content with just adapting. In that case, you can only change your fate from an easy prey to a difficult one. Humans finally came to dominate the earth because they controlled nature, which was beyond adapting to nature. Sungwoo prepared for hunting on a wider hunting ground. Your tutorial is now complete. The goblin was running. Frightened, it ran like crazy to survive. It believed it could be safe once it reached the village by running a little further. Thump. The goblin opened the glass door. It was a franchise Sunday, Korean sausage, house. Now it was now a new home for the goblins, and it was made like a tent by putting all kinds of clothes on the table. In some respects, it was their own personal space. Squeak. Squeak. As there was a big fuss when the door opened, several goblins crawled from underneath the table. At that moment, a shadow appeared behind the back of the goblin who just fled into the house. Rattle. When the goblin slowly turned its head, two giant skeletons stood in front of the glass door. Squeak. Squeak. The goblins, frightened, started running away. They didn't dare to fight because they instinctively knew that the skeletons were too tough for fighting, so they didn't challenge them. The goblins took their weapons and ran into the kitchen. In the corner of the kitchen was a back door leading to an alleyway. The goblin at the forefront hurriedly opened the door. I knew it. Surprisingly, there was something blocking them at the front door. It was a big shield. Buke. A long sword pierced the goblin's neck. The face behind the shield was also Sungwoo's. He pushed into the kitchen with an expressionless look. Tramp, tramp. The goblins never dreamed of dealing with shields as tall as their height. They just stepped back, but Sungwoo brandished the saber at them mercilessly. You have earned 10 gold by hunting goblins. Besides, two orc skeletons were moving forward, blocking the goblins' escape. At that moment, the goblins, inferior to the orcs intrinsically, had no choice but to fall prey to them. Oh my! Hanno, who came in late after Sungwoo, smacked his lips. Kitchen tiles were stained with blood all over, but it was a familiar scene to him. Sungwoo, you have got them all by yourself. Well, I didn't enjoy them, though. One day passed after they escaped from campus. For the past 2 days, They seemed to have hunted as many as hundreds of goblins, so much so that low-level monsters were piled up as the day passed. And the number of goblins caught in those 2 days seemed to be piled up like a mountain in alleys and malls like bugs. You have leveled up. LV 6. I don't think I focus on hunting goblins only. Actually, I hunted countless times for 2 days, but I only went up 1 level. It was too slow. From a gaming perspective, it was time to move hunting grounds. Choose a level up card. 1. Stat, random. 2. Skill, random. 3. Items, random. 4. Other, random. 5. Muscle strength increased by 3, confirmed. This time, Sungwoo was interested in No 5, the confirmed bonus. The confirmed bonus he got until now was only 1 muscle strength increase at most. Muscle strength 3 is an opportunity that I can't miss. If it was inflated by 3-fold, it was clear that he could not get it through random selection. Muscle strength has increased. +3, the moment he selected muscle strength, he felt his whole body getting hot. It felt as if his muscles were heating up and swelling. Sungwoo looked down at his palm. I feel different. He found it hard to explain, but his body felt like it was full of strength, just like what he felt right after weight training. Player profile, name, Sungwoo Yu, level, 6, occupation, Necromancer, ability, muscle strength, 8, agility, 5, physical strength, 5, gold reserve, 5,837, trait, demon. Meanwhile, some messages constantly appeared before his eyes. You have gained 10 gold by hunting a goblin. You have gained 8 gold by hunting a goblin. You have gained 20 gold by hunting a goblin warrior. A big noise came from the shop over the wall. Divided into teams, they hunted the goblins. When Sungwoo and Hannah went into the store next to the restaurant, the situation was already over. Jisoo was wiping the blood of the blade with a dishcloth in the middle of the messy restaurant. There you go. There were 9 goblins here. I got them all. As she pointed at one corner with the blade, several goblin bodies were seen under the feet of an orc skeleton standing there. Good job. Hannah, collect the daggers. /26 When they hunted goblins, they could gain some crude daggers. When they hunted high-level monsters such as a goblin warrior or a chief goblin, they could obtain some crude spears. But they were bulky and useless. However, the daggers, as they had been so far, were fairly powerful weapons for a ranged fight. That's why Sungwoo didn't neglect the daggers and collected them. Open the hard case fishing bag. Anyway, Sungwoo had enough workers to carry the baggage. 9 skeletons were carrying different bags captured on the road, which contained food and daily necessities looted from convenience stores as well as daggers obtained from goblins. In particular, the hard case fishing bag was perfect for storing sharp daggers. By the way, let's ignore the goblins from now on, said Sungwoo, getting out of the snack house. Pardon? Why? Are you tired of hunting goblins now? Are you going to hunt stronger monsters? Asked Jisoo, reading his mind correctly. Right. The gold I get by hunting an orc is 81, but a goblin is worth only 10. So far, I've focused on goblins, but I think there must be a bunch of guys with bigger bonuses somewhere. They went out of the mall to the main street to find bigger prey. When they came out to a wide open place, they were a bit worried when and where monsters like wyverns might hit them. But they thought they should not even dream of catching a big fish if they were afraid to go out into the river for fear they might be worried about falling into the deep end. Well, it looks like a scene from a zombie movie. Like Hanno said, the endless traffic on the 4-lane roads was not only alien, but also horrible enough to make them see terrible illusions. Indeed, the bodies scattered all over the place created a bizarre atmosphere and made them feel like vomiting because of the bad smell. Isn't that an army vehicle? Hannah raised his finger. Then they saw a green army truck lined up on the right lane. It seemed that it was carrying troops, but unfortunately there were several bodies of soldiers around it. One strange thing was that nobody was carrying a rifle. Did they fight with entrenching shovels? In fact, entrenching shovels were strewn on the ground here and there. It was clear that the soldiers fought the monsters with the shovels as their weapon. Let's find out if there is something useful. Military items may not be as sturdy as you might think, but maybe we can find a gun. Approaching the truck, Sung-woo stopped momentarily. The driver's door of the military truck opened and someone walked out. He was a soldier with the rank of private first class, but he still held an entrenching shovel. You're a human being, right? What came out of his mouth was an unimaginable question. How should Sung-woo answer? What the heck is that in the back? Only then did Sung-woo understand why he asked that question. The soldier saw a group of skeletons following Sung-woo up close. Do not worry. He did not explain what the white things were. Nonetheless, the private first-class soldier seemed a bit relaxed. So, Sung-woo turned his head and looked at the assistant driver's seat. Sergeant Kim, they are humans. Then someone said from inside, Hey, dude, I can immediately recognize they're humans. Do you think they look like goblins? When Sung-woo approached and checked inside, a soldier was sitting in the passenger seat. He frowned, staring at Sung-woo, and nodded his head. As you can see, I can't go out because I've got leg problems. His right thigh was swollen red. You were stabbed by a goblin dagger. Yes, I feel so crappy because I was attacked by an elementary boy-looking goblin. I didn't spend 18 months in the army to get this. I'm good at martial arts, but... Arg, damn it. What happened? Were the soldiers here attacked by goblins? Sergeant Kim laughed at his question. Well, we were robbed by goblins. In fact, we knocked down all the goblins, but the problem was what happened next. Knocked them down? You guys didn't fire any live ammunition? In fact, Kim thought if they had guns, they could easily kill goblins and orcs. Well, we couldn't fire the bullets. It was an unexpected answer, but Sung-woo wasn't surprised because he thought this game system could be destroyed by the humans' military power. But how come the guns wouldn't function at all? It wasn't a malfunction, but our unit officers said they didn't know the cause. So, as you can see, we all fought with entrenching shovels or bayonets. Well, we could knock down the goblins, but... At that moment, Hano came over from behind Sung-woo. Sung-woo, I've got potions. Hano had potions for recovery. The sergeant's eyes opened wide. I know what that is. I saw the guy, my replacement player, carrying it. Could you help me? Sergeant Kim asked while looking at Sung-woo, but felt his expression was very cold. Soon Sung-woo opened his mouth. As you might know, it's hard for me to give it to you in a situation related to our survival. But Kim made another proposal without embarrassment. Then, how about this? Let me tell you all I have seen and heard so far. Regardless of potions, nothing is as important as intelligence in this damned situation. If you try to confront them, you're going to be crippled like me. I'm not sure if your tips are worthwhile. I can reassure you. You don't think there are only goblins or orcs in front of this road, do you? After hearing it, Sung-woo reached out to Hano, who then placed a small bottle in his hand. Then let me judge after hearing what you have to say. If you insist on potions first, we'll pass by right away. Kim nodded at his resolute reply and said, It was the wolves that destroyed our troops here. Wolves? Yes. I don't know what it is because we couldn't catch even one, but wolves were the size of bulls. And wolves tend to move around in packs. If I hadn't been stupidly stabbed in the thigh by a goblin, I would have been eaten by the wolves. Well, is that the end of the story? I'll tell you one more thing. You may already know this, but have you seen the blue QR code? Sung-woo looked at Jisoo and Hano. Both shook their heads. Oh, this tip is much more valuable than the potions. Sergeant Kim seemed to be condescending, but he opened his mouth in no time. I've seen two so far. There is one at the Saeong intersection bus stop if you keep going this way, and the other one is at the Suwon Station Transfer Center. Scan it on your cell phone. What do you see there? One application will be downloaded. In this damned situation where even shortwave radios can't work, it's the only community where you can communicate with survivors. I can't prove it because my cell phone was smashed. I'm not lying to you now. Community. After hearing that, Sung-woo gave the potions to him. Kim picked it up quickly and drank it hurriedly. Dang it. I'm a dumbass expecting it to be strawberry flavored. Oh my. He looked surprised by the effects. Soon he opened the passenger seat door and got out of the car. This game stabs and kills me at the same time. Where are you going? We will return to the unit. Do you think your unit is safe? When the first player appeared, the officers collected all the weapons. Stupid bastards. Then they told us to fight with entrenching shovels. Perhaps the troops left in the unit must have realized the seriousness of the situation and are using weapons now. Having said that, Kim pulled down something from his gear. As you know, the army doesn't change until accidents happen. Well, we have to go somewhere. Good it. Then, good luck. Now, it seemed that such pleasantries were a common greeting. You, too. Oh, and watch out for the sky. At Sung-woo's advice, Kim looked up at the sky with his puzzled expression. Sky? /27 did you say they were bull-sized wolves? Bus-sized crocodiles are flying in the sky. Surprisingly, I can believe it. Thank you for that free tip. The two soldiers said goodbye to Sung-woo's party and disappeared in the opposite direction. As Kim said, Sung-woo's party found a blue QR code at the Saeong intersection bus stop. Fortunately, their cell phones had some battery left. No phone or internet was available, but they carried their cell phones anyway just in case. Sung-woo, Hano, and Jisa scanned the blue QR code with their phones. The code was entangled in a rather bizarre pattern, like an ancient letter. Like Kim said, an APK extension file was installed and the application was installed on their phones. What? I wonder if it's a virus, Sung-woo. What does it matter? You can't use your phone anyway. Oh, damn it. I changed it only a month ago. Your lifespan may be less than a month, so be quiet. Soon the application ran automatically. Player Guidebook. This program is designed for the smooth survival of the player. Guidebook? A few menus were displayed after the loading screen. Player Guidebook, 1. Public Notice, New, 2. Player Ranking, Ongoing, 3. Bulletin Board, 4. Auction House, 5. Demon Faction Only, Not Authorized, 6. Angel Faction Only, Not Authorized, 7. Private Broadcasting Station, in preparation. Sung-woo naturally clicked it, starting with number 1. Then he saw one notice. 1. Guide on Official Service Start, Preparation, Host Views, 398,433, Official Service began today. Through the first job card selection process, a total of 2,967,821 people were selected as players, and 1,341,112 people have survived as of now and are still playing. As the second player selection is scheduled in 3 days, we hope that many humans will actively choose the cards. Comments are disabled on this post. They read the notice, then they were silent. However, they were all wondering about one thing: who the hell was doing this? Sung-woo accessed the bulletin board. There are no posts. There were 400,000 views on this notice, but how come there were no posts on the bulletin board? So, Sung-woo clicked the Post Thread button at the bottom of the screen. Minus 1,000 gold is required to post a thread. Yes/no. That means you have to hunt 100 goblins to post a thread? Damn it. Our 2 days of hard hunting is worth only this? 1,000 gold was directly related to their survival. No matter how much gold they earned, they could not afford to waste this. No other bulletin board was accessible. At the moment, when Sung-woo was about to exit the application, a thread was posted on the bulletin board for the first time. 1. Is anyone out there? Posted by, Gur 4,884 views. 2. If so, please comment. We are a group that has achieved level 8, and we are creating a safe zone in the H Apartments, Hwaseong, Gyeonggi Province. If you are nearby, please answer. Comment. 2, Gur 1461, Ugh. Are you serious? You're nearby. Where should I go? Gur 4884, Author, if you go to the park, we will pick you up. Gold is also consumed in posting comments, so we can't comment individually. And comments are limited to 200 words. Please take note of it. There was already one comment posted. Sungwoo clicked the comment button. -100 gold is required to post a comment. Yes/no, how could they also demand gold for comments? He immediately clicked the no button. However, Hano was still examining the post. H apartments are near my house. Shall we go there? Hano widened his eyes at that because his family members who he couldn't call might still be there. Why don't we stop by your house and meet the author of this post? Didn't they say they already achieved level 8 and easily used 1000 gold? Even though Sungwoo hunted so many monsters, Sungwoo was still level 6. Something is fishy here. But it's also necessary to meet a high level group that has survived on its own. Because he met Sergeant Kim, Sungwoo could figure out how the community worked. Like he said, nothing was as important as intelligence in a situation like this. This way? Let's go. They headed for the H apartments. Even at that moment, comments were being posted on the bulletin board. Comment 5, Gur 1461, Are you serious? You're nearby. Where should I go? Gur 4884, Author, if you stand in the park, we will pick you up. Gold is also consumed in posting comments, so we can't comment individually. And comments are limited to 200 words. Please take note of it. Comment deleted by the author. Comment deleted by the author. Comment deleted by the author. Gur 1461, I can't see the comments above. Why were they deleted? Is it important information? Gur 4884, Author, a crazy bitch wrote nonsense, so I deleted it. Don't worry. Come carefully. Sungwoo and his party set the H apartments as their destination and kept walking. And they were passing by a residential district. There are only monsters on the streets. In the meantime, they bumped into a number of goblins as well as a group of 7 orc hunters. Of course, they were soft targets by now, but the monsters were in complete control of the streets, so they were everywhere. But how come we haven't seen a single person? You saw one through the window. Well, I wonder if I can say I saw. Most of the survivors were hiding inside buildings and looking at the world through the curtains. It seemed as if they were watching Sungwoo's party with caution. They were just crouching there, waiting for the government to come and rescue them. Come to think of it, it's natural that they are hiding in their houses. Hano nodded at Jisu's words. I admit it. I wouldn't think of going out, probably, well, until the food runs out. In fact, that was the problem. Soon food will run out and they will have no other choice but to go out. They will have to spend as much time adapting to this crazy world. That is the fate of those who started late. And what will happen to the structure of this world? Sungwoo thought that when the government and the army no longer functioned, those who were empowered by the rules of the game would leave the survivors and rule the world. It was a very clear result that one could realize without thinking hard. Sungwoo, a bunch of goblins. At that moment, once again realizing the importance of power, Sungwoo pulled the saber. It was another battle. Squeak. Squeak. 7 goblins were running around in the middle of a residential street, and they were surrounding and threatening somebody. Get out of here. A man in his 30s was swinging a baseball bat and blocking their approach. A little girl behind who seemed to be his daughter was shivering with fear. Please help me. He shouted desperately, but the windows in the residential area were tightly closed. Even the slightly open curtains were pulled down. Nobody wanted to get caught up in this situation. In fact, the weaker one was, the more likely one was to become selfish because they could not be bold enough. Rattle. Rattle. However, Sungwoo was bolder than anyone else because he had 9 monsters that could attack the opponents on his behalf. Squeak. When they felt a human presence, the goblins turned around, and soon their eyes began to tremble. But it was too late for them to escape. They were showered with flying daggers and annihilated at once. Thump. When the orc skeletons appeared, the man dropped the bat, with his face turning white because they were like monsters in his eyes. The man could confront the goblins in one way or another, but he couldn't even dare to fight them. At that moment Sung Woo emerged among them. "Now you're fine." Sung Woo placed his hand on the shoulder of the man covered with cold sweat. His eyes were still full of suspicion, but his rough breathing gradually subsided. He hugged his little daughter tightly. He would have feared that his daughter would die because he could not help. Sung Woo understood his feelings dimly. /28 / when the card popped up in front of your eyes, you didn't pick it up, right? No, where are you living? I'll take you. 3 days later, the cards will come up again. Then, choose the one with the most stars. Sung Woo didn't want to take this poor man and his daughter with him. He just wanted to provide them with as much information as possible for survival. "Oh, my house is right over there. I came out because the food was running out." He understood the situation. Sung Woo opened the bag and provided him with only 3 days of food that could sustain them. Then, goodbye. Right at that moment, the goblins cried. 2 goblins coming out of the mouth of the alley witnessed the corpses of their fellow goblins everywhere. They were so startled that they quickly went down to the basement of an old shop. Oh my goodness! How stupid they are! They are running to a dead end. Can I go and beat them up? Wait a minute. Sung Woo looked at the man again. Even if he didn't take the man and his daughter with him, he could not neglect them on the street. "Oh, well, my house is right in this alley. I can get there safely, I think. Then, good luck. Oh, by the way, I do not recommend you going down the basement. It's a karaoke room run by someone that I know. I heard there are more terrible animals than those green beasts living out there," the man warned. Sung Woo nodded and let them go. Then he stood in front of the underground stairs. There was a red cave-shaped icon in contrast to the green coin-shaped icon. It was the so-called dungeon. "Let's go down." Despite the man's warning, Sung Woo would not listen to it because the standard of fear was very different among people. He warned something terrible is living there. Well, it means that there are lots of nutrients out there. Sung Woo, you have become weird these days. Otherwise I'd be dead already. The orc skeletons under Sung Woo's authority lined up and started to descend the stairs. Since it was an old merchant shop in a residential area, the old stairs squeaked loudly. He was on edge because of that noise. He passed off limits to youth after 10 p.m. sign and opened the door to the dark karaoke hall. At that moment Hanno screamed. "What's wrong?" Sung Woo said, pulling a sword. "Bones, bones." "What?" There were lots of bones piled up at the place where Hanno pointed to. There was a pile of decomposed and decayed things such as humans, goblins, orcs, etc. Are you scared about the bones? Crackle, right, the one-armed goblin standing next to Sung Woo, also looked up at Hanno. Letting out a sigh, Sung Woo rummaged through his bag, then took out an LED light he had obtained from a bicycle shop. There were a total of 8 LED lights, so Sung Woo, Hanno, and Jisoo held one each while he installed the other 5 on the ribs of the orc skeletons. Then, like a special force entering a dark room, several lights began to beam around here and there. "Let's go in. You have entered the unique dungeon, the Holy Land of Elder Slime." "Slime? Aren't they completely weak guys? By the way, what the heck is this smell?" In a fantasy world, slimes were set as weak monsters, but their origin was more of a munchkin. Since slimes were free of form and made of acidic substances that melt anything, they were very difficult to deal with. Indeed, the huge stinky smell from them filled the basement karaoke hall. The stink was strong enough to cause a headache. What caught their eyes first was a goblin's legs, which stuck out of the door of room 1. It seemed to be one of the goblins that had run away here a little while ago. When they approached slowly and confirmed it, Hanno and Jisoo stepped back, blocking their noises. Ugh! They were struck by an unbearable stench. What the heck is this smell? The stench came from the goblin. Its legs were shaking, but a translucent jelly-shaped object stuck to its face. It was none other than the slime. Upon closer examination, its facial skin had completely melted, revealing the skull. The acid of the slime melted its protein and sent out a terrible odor. When they turned the light inside room 1, there was a pile of slime there. Damn it! The goblins were stuck on all kinds of items, such as family sofas or wooden tables, but they were melted completely so they could not be recognized at all. Kuryuk! Kuryuk! Kirk! Because they lived in the dark place by nature, they seemed to react sensitively to light. Then they made a strange sound and started to crawl with their bodies twitching. Slimes began pouring out of not only room 1 but also room 2 and 3, and other rooms. There were so many of them that Sungwoo and his party even mistook it as water flowing coming out. Kuryuk! Kuryuk! Sungwoo's party stepped back. How were they supposed to attack that liquid mass monster? Is it even useful to hit them with swords? They were at a loss about how to attack because they had never seen such creatures before. Sungwoo, shall we go up again? Jisoo asked. I don't want to melt and die. It was terrible even to think about melting and dying, just like the goblins. Goblin? At that moment, Sungwoo recalled the goblin bodies with only bones and the bones accumulated at the entrance. Oh, these slimes can't digest bones? Crackle, crackle. But, unfortunately, the orc skeletons were all bones that the slimes could not eat. Unsurprisingly, a slime got stuck on the legs of an orc skeleton and then quickly fell off. Clearly it knew that skeleton was not its prey. Oh, this is going to. Obviously there appeared the right conquerors in the kingdom of slimes. Buke! The axe knocked down the jelly. The jelly seemed to push away the axe, but it quickly broke apart and swallowed the axe blade. The axe blade boiled and contained weak bubbles. Corrosion was fatal to iron, but it was not imminent. The orc skeleton pulled the axe and disassembled the slime right away. Sungwoo and his party stood at the counter, leisurely watching the skeletons hunting. They didn't need to go between the smelly and dangerous slimes because the orc skeletons were getting rid of them. You have earned 140 by hunting a small slime. You have earned 140 by hunting a small slime. It might not be fair for Sungwoo alone to take the credit for hunting, but he really didn't want to confront them. It seemed that the hunting was going on very well, but the situation changed when 2 skeletons died one after another. Your subordinate has returned to eternal death. Your subordinate has returned to eternal death. Something happened. There's a variable. Really? Let's go inside. Having said that, Sungwoo walked into the karaoke hall, holding a shield. The disassembled jellies stuck firmly to the walls and floor. The variable was in the room at the end of the corridor. The boss monster Elder Slime has appeared. The boss is basically huge. It stinks more. A brown liquid mass was curled up on one side of the large special room. It was more than 3 meters in width, but piles of bones were strewn on both sides. It took an orc skeleton in its body, crushed it, and started spitting bones side to side. Tuk-tuk, bones were piled even higher. Even if it can't eat them, it can crush the skeleton by chewing it up? Sungwoo frowned at the terrible scene. The hall was full of the stench from that huge slime. It was dirty as if the jelly toy he played with as a child was rolling on with the filth. Step back, guys. Sungwoo ordered the skeletons to move back because it was not easy to smash such a bulky body with the axe. Its body was so viscous that it would be restored as soon as it was cut. I don't have bones to use now, Sungwoo murmured. /29 Besides, he could not find replacements for the orc skeletons now. Although all sorts of bones were strewn around, he could not use them because they were all smashed. Then, how about this? Sungwoo raised his arm. Then the piles of bones on both sides of the elder slime began to shake. And the next moment, pointy things popped out of a pile of bones, stabbing into the body of the elder slime. Buke! 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 They were the spears created with bone weapon formation, basic greater than skills. Even though he could not resurrect the skeletons with the broken bones, He could make as many weapons as he wanted. Screeching at the tip of the incoming spears, the elder slime shook its body. It twisted its whole body to shake them off, but it couldn't move properly. Dozens of spears made of bones stabbed both sides, fixing it like a support fixture or a pin. Now, disassemble it. Rattle, rattle, at his order, the orc skeletons moved. They started to decompose the slime by hitting its body fixed on a wall with the axes, just like coal miners digging for coals. Buke! 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 However, the slime did not give up and shook its body violently. Then it stretched its body and swallowed a nearby skeleton with a gulp. Quaduke! Quaduke! Then it rolled them inside its body and began to grind them finely. Sungwoo felt goosebumps while watching the strong bones of the skeletons being smashed like wooden chopsticks. Your subordinate has returned to eternal death. But you made a mistake. Watching that, Sungwoo laughed and raised his hand again. Buke! Then the bones inside the slime's body were reassembled, creating 2 spears. The pointed spears poked inside its body roughly. Kuryuk! 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 It was still wriggling, but the more it did, the bigger the holes on its body became. The skeleton's axes broke into its weakened body and ripped off its jelly-like flesh. It didn't take long for its huge guy to be chopped up into hundreds of pieces. At the last minute, Wright stabbed its vital part with the saber. You have earned 2,255 gold by hunting the boss monster Elder Slime. That was it. It was a one-sided battle that Sungwoo's party won. Wright also seemed to have gained EXP by getting rid of the monster. Good. Put its mucus and slime in empty glass or plastic bottles. Crackle, crackle, at his order, the skeletons opened the bags and took out empty plastic bottles. He was collecting such stuff blindly because he didn't know when they would be useful. He didn't have to worry about the porters, namely the skeleton, anyway. The glass and plastic bottles were acid resistant, so a fairly large amount of acidic liquid was obtained. I never know when I can use them. When the world is fine, he can get the goods he needs right away, but now he has to collect them unconditionally. When he got rid of the Elder Slime, he noticed a round object in the middle. Item information, name, Elder Slime's core, grade, rare, classification, assembling materials, description. This is the Elder Slime's core. It is covered with a thick shell, but it has strong acidity condensed inside which can melt anything. It can be used to melt or assemble hard objects. Assembling materials? He didn't know where, what, or how to assemble, but he found something to try anyway. He put the Elder Slime's core in the bag holding the most important things. He wished he had something like an inventory like a real game, but he was fortunate enough to have skeletons. Crackle, crackle. These skeletal guys were still playing an all-round role. It was the second night after the hunting game began. Sungwoo's party decided to spend the night in a detached house. It was an empty house, but there were signs that the owner hastily packed and left the house. The gas has been disconnected, but we still have electricity and tap water. Would you like to wash up first? Jisoo asked, taking off her training top. As the clothing was red, it wasn't noticeable, but it was stained with blood everywhere. It looks like you're in a hurry. Please wash first. She was already taking out a towel. Yeah. I think I'm going crazy. I just ran 5 laps around the playground right before this whole mess. Did you smell my sweat? Don't worry. The smell of blood was stronger. Ugh. I really think my body reeks of blood. Muttering like that, she went into the bathroom. Although electricity was still on, she didn't turn on the light deliberately. Only the sound of a shower was heard in the dark bathroom. Sungwoo and Hannah recharged their mobile phones in the living room and checked the player guidebook application. There are still no new posts in the community. This one is the same as before. Well, Elle would save gold and select an item instead of posting there. Anyway, I should find a store and use some gold. In the meantime, Sungwoo already had 11,982 gold. Although it was good to see the funds growing, it was necessary to change them into items to increase the survival rate. Nobody knew when they would run into a formidable creature. Slime? It was really lucky for them to have confronted the slimes because the skeletons were their natural enemies. Sungwoo, look at this comment. Something's fishy. Why were all the replies deleted? Like Hano said, there were a total of 18 comments on the post that they were making a safety zone inside the H apartments, but as many as 10 of them were deleted. 781, I am on my way there. Why were all comments deleted? Comment deleted by the author. Comment deleted by the author. Kirker 4884, author, the world is going crazy, so people are running wild too. There are all sorts of assholes everywhere, so don't worry about the deleted comments. 433, didn't the man who said he was coming arrived yet? I'm a bit nervous. Please make some comments. Comment deleted by the author. Kirker 4884, author, he hasn't come yet. Maybe he might have met something bad on his way here. I won't use gold anymore. Only those who are near here can leave comments. Don't you feel something fishy? Sungwoo also read between the lines of the comments carefully. Somebody wants to act altruistically by using 1000 gold. But someone else is using as much gold as them to make malicious comments? Why? Sungwoo thought to himself. Obviously both sides were not normal, but Sungwoo really could not understand the man who kept posting the comments. What benefit was he trying to get? Was he really crazy? Sungwoo pondered about it for a while, then raised his head and looked up at Hano. Hey, Hano. Yeah? Why? A shadow was cast on Sungwoo's face. At that moment, he felt scared about Sungwoo. Can you kill anyone? Even if you kill people, you get gold. It's even easier than hunting a monster, and you get much more gold. They give 5000 gold for an ordinary man, and 1000 gold per level to a game player. In other words, if you kill a level 5 player, you can get 5000 gold. Who knew it first? And how did he know it? Was it unprecedented for anybody to kill someone else to get gold? However, those who really tried it could not get out of the thrill. In an underground parking lot with the lights off, a van was parked at the entrance to the ground. However, the bumper of the van was stained with human blood. Well, brother, who the hell is the boss? The big guy holding the steering wheel asked the skinhead in the passenger seat. In fact, until recently, skinhead was used only to refer to any organization's boss. This skinhead, commonly referred to as President Park, was a wastrel from this area. After gathering his minions, he was running an illegal private sports gambling site. As the boss of the gambling organization, he was in the process of solidifying his position in the black market. He was proud that as far as guts were concerned, he would not be outmuscled by anybody. Dang it. Fuck. /30 but now, his face was turning white with fear at the word boss. Oh. Sorry. President Park kept pretending to wash his face, shivering a lot. It looked as if he was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Fuck. One thing came to his mind. When this game began, members of Park's organization were gathered in their lodgings because of a general meeting. Since 5 members, including President Park, became players, they could survive without difficulty. But President Park acted rashly. He went to a convenience store in front of the apartments, saying that he would scrape out all the cigarettes just in case the world would be ruined. Ha. Right at that moment, he ran into a man called Boss. After all, Park had to come back, with his body covered with blood. Young Gao. Yes, brother. Do you know a man called Red Professor? Young Cal was puzzled. Red Professor? It was a name he heard somewhere. Soon he succeeded in recalling that name. Isn't that bastard the serial killer roaming around Seoul and Gyeonggi province? This guy was a serial killer and an unprecedented psychopath murderer who killed 16 serial murders in Gangnam in the southern Gyeonggi province. He cut the legs of the killed, hung their heads and wrote down pedantic words on the bodies, which earned him the title, Red Professor. He was not caught for more than 3 years since he committed the crime first, and his identity had not been revealed. That crazy bastard is our boss. Really? While speaking each word clearly, Park felt his heart was pounding fast. He still needs blood. Pardon? What did you just say? No, nothing. You fucking asshole. Park's eyes were bloodshot. Breaking into a cold sweat, he wrapped his hand around his neck. He felt a hot pain on his left neck. And he began to see hallucinations. It was a convenience store. Someone was biting his neck. Then, why did he feel good? You have become a subordinate of Vampire Road. Your occupation has been changed to lesser vampire. How about it? Isn't it thrilling? Bite somebody. You will feel happy. The man's face was not visible, and the face of his right-hand man that Park took to the convenience store was standing before him. Park approached him, feeling thirst and appetite as if he were a beast. Brother? What's wrong with you? Save me. Brother. Arg. Blood splashed on his face, and a man's voice was heard behind his back. Good. Nice job. You're my baby. Keep growing until I come back. Okay? Ugh. Brother, please. The man's voice and the smell of blood were so sweet. Brother. Park raised his head at someone's shouting, then woke up to reality again. Brother? The youngest of the organization stood in front of the passenger seat window. What's up? Said Park. I've confirmed the arrival of the hunting prey. This bastard 157. There are 3 people as seen in the comments. They are standing in the park right now. Saying that, he showed Park his cell phone. Gur 157, I am on my way to 8 apartments. There are a total of 3 people, and we're arriving in 10 minutes. Gur 157, we have arrived. We're standing in the park now. Come quickly. Gur 4884, author, yes, I'm coming right now. Okay. Step on the accelerator. As Park shouted, swallowing in excitement, young Cal stepped on the accelerator. Woo. 16 people had already been sacrificed after they were lured in like this, struck down by a car to make them moribund and dead, after all. Then Park sucked their blood. The apartments were in the open, but it was easier to attract people. And nobody living in the apartments here protested. With everybody silent, not daring to stop them, the blood-stained car drove away speedily. Woo. Again, 3 scapegoats were standing at the entrance of the Central Park. Woo. This time they were quite bulky guys. Wearing the black hoods, they were holding axes. They didn't care anyway. Blood. Fresh blood. No matter how strong their build was, they became good prey once they were run over by their car. Bang. The van struck the 3 gathered together in one place. They couldn't even flinch. But at that moment their bodies disintegrated, and the debris poured over the windows. Skeletons? Obviously they were white bones. The next moment, the smashed bones bounced back and began to be assembled in a certain form. There were sharp weapons such as a spear, sword, and axe. Buke. The windows were broken, and the bonnet was cut. The phenomenon also took place underneath the van. The sharply assembled bones smashed the body of the van. Squeak. As the tires were drilled and the engine cut through, the van eventually stopped on its own. Gray smoke came out of the bonnet. What the heck is this? Dumbfounded by the unexpected situation, Park looked around. At that moment, a shield flew in and broke the passenger seat window. Ugh! While Park raised his hand to defend his face, someone flung open the locked car door. Park was pulled out with his collar grabbed. While being dragged over the concrete floor, Park raised his head and looked up at the man who attacked him. Who are you? Hey, 4884. Holding a shield in his left hand, the young man pulled a long sword in his right hand. You must be 4884, you son of a bitch? White skeletons began to gather behind him. At first, Sungwoo just thought the deleted comments were suspicious. He thought that when someone used their valuable gold to post disturbing comments, The author might have done so with the belief that he should notify and correct the wrongdoing of the other party, rather than screwing them over. And the author of the comments probably deleted his posts because he felt a bit guilty while monitoring the posts. No matter how much I think about it, I think it's more reasonable to feel that way. So, Sung-woo was prepared for any contingencies even before he arrived at the apartment complex, the meeting place. And what he thought was that they might be gangsters trying to extort money from the innocent people, so he sent 3 skeletons disguised as humans to the rendezvous point. He decided to hide nearby and watch the situation. Bang! Bang! Sung-woo never expected that the van would run over them recklessly. So, he immediately turned bone fragments into weapons, just like when he hunted elder slime. Then the bone weapons smashed the van here and there, making it eventually stop. Sung-woo quickly pulled the man in the passenger seat. "You must be 4884, the son of a bitch, right?" His nickname was Gr 4884. Though Sung-woo didn't know the reason, the guy with this nickname was obviously attracting and killing the survivors from the community. "Who are you?" Instead of replying, Sung-woo kicked his face. Meanwhile, the skeletons pulled the bouncer in the driver's seat. He lay flat on the floor, shivering violently. "How many subordinates do you have? If you don't answer, I'll smash your head." Lifting the saber, he asked while staring at Park. But Park was looking at him sarcastically. "Huh? My head? Damn it. Have you killed anybody? Who you? How can you bluff me like this? At that moment, his face stiffened hard. He lowered his head slightly and looked down at his left hand. Or he looked at where his left hand was. It was cut neatly, with thick blood gushing from it. "You now know it. Very good. As I was weak-minded, I couldn't hit your head right away. But these guys are different." When Sung-woo slightly stepped aside, an orc skeleton walked toward Park with big strides. It was holding an axe with both hands. Nevertheless, Park began to laugh crazily as if he lost his mind. Was he out of mind due to extreme pain? After all, Sung-woo looked at the other big guy. "How about you? Aren't you going to answer? Your arm or leg, which one do you want me to cut first?" At his asking, he innocently began to confide quickly. A total of 8 are working for him. But he couldn't finish his answer because he was beheaded at that moment. /31 It was not what the skeleton did. Park, who was lying on the floor, jumped out instantaneously and cut his man's neck. What the heck? Sung-woo's party quickly stepped back, feeling threatened. "Q. He. Park smiled madly, grabbed, and lifted his man's hair. On the other hand, a bone was protruding from his left hand which was cut off, and it looked like a dagger. "What the heck is that? He's crazy." A long tongue came wriggling out of Park's mouth. Then he began to suck the blood of the man's head and its cut area. Park trembled with indescribable pleasure. Then he felt a sense of accomplishment at the message before his eyes. "Your physical strength has been restored by sucking blood. Stats have increased through a certain amount of blood sucking. Muscle strength, +2, agility, +1, and physical strength, +1. The moment his boss bit his neck a few days ago, his job changed from ninja to lower vampire. And there were enormous restrictions on vampires. He could never level up because his level was fixed at 1. However, another way of growth was suggested, which was slaughtering and blood-sucking. It meant that he could get stats by sucking blood from a certain number of people. So, he ended up with pretty good physical strength by sacrificing so many people. Muscle strength, 14, agility, 13, physical strength, 12. This number was 3 times that of typical humans. Moreover, he now even had unknown buffs. All stats are temporarily increased due to drastic insanity. Plus 20%, reduces stats, minus 50%, for 10 hours after going back to normal. Huh? Park wept with satisfaction, then threw the man's head into the flower bed. Then he rolled his bloodshot eyes and looked at Sung-woo and his friends. "Gu you. This guy's occupation is worse than mine. Hide behind me, everybody. He can kill you with one blow. Lifting the shield, he controlled the skeletons. Giant monsters with the axes slowly closed in on Park. The moment the skeletons approaching his back lifted their axes to strike down Park, he turned away and quickly dodged. His bloodshot eyes turned towards Sungwoo. On the other hand, he stretched his right hand upside down, grabbing the skeleton's neck. Then he broke its neck at once and the skeleton collapsed. It was a tremendous physical force. You're the captain of these guys, right? Soon, he stomped on the ground. Avoid him. He passed through the orc skeleton at a tremendous speed. The distance between him and Sungwoo's party narrowed in an instant. And the bone growing out of his left arm flew toward Sungwoo's neck. Clang! Sungwoo lifted the shield and barely stopped it. However, the shock was transmitted to his wrist. The hand holding the hard shield ended up with long scratches. Sungwoo instinctively stepped back, and Jisoo and Hano also moved back. Dang it! I can't throw a dagger because he's too fast, Hano murmured. It seemed that he could kill Park by throwing a dagger. Oh, who are you? How weak you are. Fuck. Park muttered, then rushed towards Sungwoo. Tightening his thighs, Sungwoo lifted the shield high. Park threw his left arm down towards the shield. Clang. The item has been destroyed. The shield was split in half with an incredible message. However, Sungwoo calmed down as much as possible and brandished the saber. But Park avoided the attack by leaning back. Then he bounced up with his upper body and struck again. Let me kill you. At that moment, Sungwoo lowered his posture by bending his legs. Something stepped on his back and popped out. It was right, the one-armed goblin and Sungwoo's faithful ally. You've been caught. In fact, right before he headed for the stopped van, Sungwoo placed it in the bush just in case another gang ambushed from behind. And his decision was very effective. Sungwoo kept on stepping back to lure Park to the bush, then Right gave him a fatal blow. Right jumped, then landed after cutting Park's right shoulder entirely. His arm cut from the shoulder fell to the ground. It was a fatal injury that couldn't be compared to his cut wrist. Park began to stumble in tremendous pain and shock. At that moment, a group of men poured out from the underground parking lot. Brother! What the heck? Like the killed bulky man's testimony, there was a total of 8 people, but they flinched after looking at Park. His bloodshot eyes were filled with madness, the sharp veins protruded all over his body, and even the sharp bones grew in the cut areas. He was far from a human. The skeletons charged at Park while his gang was hesitant. While bleeding, Park shook his left arm violently. Bang! The orc skeleton's ribs were smashed, and its spine was cut, collapsing in half. Park moved to check the skeleton moving straight from behind. The vampire's vitality was persistent. But no matter how many times the skeleton was cut, it would resurrect anyway. Park was in for an unexpected attack this time. A gray blade popped out of the space that seemed to have been clogged between the skeleton's upper body and bones, which had just collapsed from his attack. Buke! The blade of the sword pierced through Park's neck, and, at the same time, Sungwoo appeared through a pile of bones. Great! As always, skeletons were the best consumables and bait. When Sungwoo threw one at the enemies, they surprisingly showed weakness without exception. In the moment skeletons were smashed, their bones were separated, and then they collapsed. At that moment, Sungwoo could resurrect them as bone weapons. Tightening his arms, Sungwoo now stabbed Park deeply, whose pupils became increasingly blurry. I love collecting bones, so let me try resurrecting your skull. Sungwoo grabbed the bag with both hands and shook it. Park's head instantly fell off. He collapsed helplessly on the concrete floor. You have earned 1,000 gold by killing a player, LV. 1. Gold by killing a player? Sungwoo realized for the first time that he could earn gold by killing a person. He was dumbfounded rather than uncomfortable. Damn it! Is that the reason the bastards did all this? Gold was directly related to survival, and hunting monsters was a big risk. On the other hand, hunting one's friendly race, namely humans, Was very easy. Crazy bastards. Sung-woo raised his head and looked at Park's gang members. Then, the skeletons approached them right away. What? When the big monster surrounded them from all sides, their faces turned white. Each of them had weapons, but the tips of the weapons trembled. At a glance, their level was not high. Until now, they killed the survivors by hitting them with a car, and the benefits of such killings were all taken by Park. You guys are a level 8 group? Put down your weapons, or you will all die. At his order, the hesitant guys threw out their weapons at once. Oh, please save us. Answer my questions from now on. Sung-woo started interrogating them. As they were surrounded by big white bones all around, they had no choice but to surrender. After interrogating them, Sung-woo came to realize that Park had planned this right after he met an unidentified human named Boss a few days ago. Boss? We don't know who he is. Brother Park just told us we have to obey him. Since then, our brother has been a bit weird. He once stood in place for a long time, where the murdered corpses were collected. In fact, Sung-woo can understand nothing about Park, ranging from his monster-like abilities to his weird act of sucking blood from his subordinate's head. But it was certain that there was a crazy guy named Boss who turned Park into a monster. Is he a human? Then what the heck is your job? Sung-woo wondered. Did he choose a 5-star or higher job card? Sung-woo didn't think there was only one who selected such cards. It was clear that no matter how low the probability was, there was more than one who selected such cards. So, it became clear that social order would collapse and powerful bums would run wild. How many people have you killed so far? Tell the truth. 2102. /32 Chapter 32, Safety Zone in Sonhwa. One Sung-woo looked down at them silently with contempt. Soon he turned his head and looked at Right. Crackle. Right read his mind and pulled the sword, gnashing its teeth. Then the orc skeletons lifted the axes. They pushed the gang members to the walls and the corners of the apartments. Rattle. Rattle. Arg. Oh. What the heck? Please help me. We just did what we were ordered to do. Buke. 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 They were killed one by one with their bloody screams. You have earned 500 gold by killing civilians. You have earned 500 gold by killing civilians. You have earned 2000 gold by killing a player, LV. 2. You have earned 3000 gold by killing a player, LV. 3. You have earned 1000 gold by killing a player, LV. 1. Sung-woo frowned at the messages appearing before his eyes. Hey, Sung-woo. What's wrong, Sung-woo? Hangwon just seemed shocked by what happened before their eyes. Ruthless axes and human blood splattered everywhere. No matter how wicked they were not monsters, but humans. However, Sung-woo firmly said, if you don't kill them, they will kill somebody else. I agree, Jisoo also nodded. Although she was reluctant to put blood on her hands, they had to be killed anyway. The monstrous bandits of H apartments were eradicated at once. Meanwhile, people kept posting comments on the threads that the gang wrote to lure the survivors. Comments: 26, Ger 157, we are going to H apartments. There are a total of 3 people, and we'll arrive in 10 minutes. Kirker 157, we have arrived. We are standing in the park now. Come quickly. Kirker 4884, author, yes, I'm going right now. Kirker 338, 157, please take a quick look before my comment is deleted. 4884 are crazy killers. After I barely escaped from them, I hid and watched them nearby. Never go there. Kirker 9555, what the hell is this? Are you serious? However, no comments were deleted since Park and his gang members were killed because even the man monitoring the comments in real time was dead. Kirker 338, yes, it's all true. I really can't post because I don't have gold, so I'm telling you now by collecting only 100 gold. Please look before it is deleted. When the truth was finally revealed, there were lots of reactions. 4553, what the heck? Did they really kill people? Crazy. I just don't know what the heck is going on in the world now. 1644, psychopaths and monsters are everywhere. That's why people want to get out of this hellish Korea. Fuck, I think I have to commit suicide first. However, what they heard next was good news. 338, what? A little ago 157 set a trap for the monstrous guys and killed them all. 157, are you watching me? I'm in apartment 103. Can I meet you? What are those skeletons? 4553, setting up a trap to kill them? What the heck is this? Sergeant Kim, a skeleton? I've seen him too, but ha, he really looked cool. 157, please watch out for the bull-sized wolf. 555, I was also trapped in school and escaped thanks to him. 4553, 157? Who the hell is he? By the way, Sergeant Kim, how do I change my ID? Sungwoo was already becoming famous in the community before he knew it. Night came again. It was the fourth day since the world turned into a game. Hano's house was not far, but it was dangerous to move there at night. So, Sungwoo's party decided to move early in the morning after spending the night in the apartment security office. According to the duty rotation, Jisa stood on guard while Sungwoo was unpacking the baggage. Hano checked the guidebook application occasionally when he found the second thread on the bulletin board. 2. Survivors must read. Feel free to comment here. Author, Young Dungpo Prosecutor Views, 22,481. I think there are people who want to write a post but can't because they don't have 1,000 gold. Post your comments here. Let's survive together in this crazy world by sharing family search information and others. For your reference, each comment is limited to 200 words, and you can change your nickname by checking the setting with 100 gold. Comments, 21, wow. Come to think of it, it would be more beneficial to communicate with comments without spending 1,000 gold. This guy really donated 1,000 gold. Like Hano said, the author who donated 1,000 gold seemed to have no other intention. Many people felt really burdened to write to the community using 1,000 gold. Not surprisingly, there were numerous comments below that. Comments, 24, 23-year-old Jinsu Kim, I hope my mom reads this. A 23-year-old student from J University's Department of Social Physical Education is coming up from Cheongju. If you are alive, never come out and hide in the house. There are a lot of energy bars and chocolates in my room. PC Room Jonber, brother, it's me, Eddie. Currently I live in the Shark PC room in front of the school with my friends. If you read this, come here. There is a convenience store right next to here, so there are lots of things to eat. Please come here. 3112, my son, Private Youngsu Park, is in the army. I'm waiting for you, son. I can't reply because I don't have gold. Company Commander, if you read this, contact my son. Most of the comments were about checking family members' whereabouts, and some of them shared other information. 2-star monk Mr. Kim, first of all, thank you, Young Dungpo Prosecutor. I would like to share a little piece of information for survivors. When people come together for a team play, something like synergy effect is triggered. This is really great. So, don't forget to move in groups. Yasuo1, who doesn't know that? Don't condescend. Former pilot, watch out for the big wolves in the southern part of Gyeonggi province. I saw them a lot while flying north on a light plane. Kirker 114, right. Those bastards can jump up to the second floor and penetrate everything. You have to hide in a higher building. Yasuo1, I'm a wolf killer. I've got them all. It seems there are much more comments on the fourth day as people gain more gold. I think I have to change my nickname and post a comment, said Hano. Then he changed his nickname in the settings and started commenting immediately. Mom and Dad, I'm coming back home tomorrow. Done. Hanno posted a comment like that and closed his eyes after putting the cell phone in his pocket. He had to get enough sleep for tomorrow's march. At that moment, Sungwoo called him. Hey, Hanno. Yeah? But I think you got a strange ID. What? Are you serious? Hanno hurriedly checked his cell phone. Strongest Tatgo ha holy, Mom and Dad, it's me, Hanno. I'm coming home tomorrow morning. Please prepare some meat dishes for breakfast, and white rice, but rice with beans. Ah. Dang it, it's a typo. It should be Tadyuk Thief. I have to change it again. After changing your nickname, you can't change it again for 1 year. Oh my, it's driving me nuts. Good night, Togo. Don't forget to take Jisu's place for guard duty. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. I shouldn't post any comments for a year. The next morning, Sungwoo and his friends had chocolate pies and cookies for breakfast, then left the place. The air was chilly at dawn as the seasons were changing. It seemed that the whole world was becoming quieter day by day. They walked for about an hour. Finally, they arrived at Hanno's neighborhood. It was an old town with closely spaced townhouses inside the one-room compound. Let's be careful because there are many alleys. As they approached the house, Hanno's face hardened. He didn't know what he would undergo from now on, but he couldn't easily shake off his anxiousness. Over there. Hanno's finger pointed to the B compound. Stop. At that moment, Sungwoo lowered his posture, and the other two quickly hid behind a truck parked on the side of the road. /33 Chapter 33, Safety Zone in Soinhua, 2-3 orcs. I saw them too. Jisu pulled out her sword. When Sungwoo raised his head and checked them, the 3 orcs were resting at the entrance to the B compound. One of them was wearing a bunch of colorful clothespins as a necklace, which seemed to look cool to them. There might be more around. As this place is rather complex, you never know where they will pop out. Let me ambush them with 5 skeletons, so both of you take care of the rear with the other 4 skeletons. Sungwoo said. Then he took out a one-handed spear that he had tied to the orc skeleton's bag. It was an item he obtained from the H Apartments gang members. Let's go. At his order, the skeletons moved in an organized way. The 3 orcs, sensing human movement, raised their heads and looked over. Buke. At that moment, Sungwoo stabbed the spear into one of their necks. When one fell, the other 2 threw their bodies to escape the flying daggers and picked up the axes placed at the wall. But they also fell onto the cold floor because Right circled the building and ambushed from behind. It was a perfect raid close to an assassination. It's their habit not to look back. Sungwoo always pursued the most effective battle method like this. Wow, they were killed instantly. There's no more human movement nearby, said Jisu. Hanno hurried into the B compound. He was impatient. The narrow corridor was unexpectedly neat and clear. As if the front doors of apartment 101 and 102 were forcibly opened, traces of the axes were clearly visible, while the thick iron gates were completely crushed. While passing by the door for a moment, the house reeked of blood. Hanno impatiently jumped up the stairs, but Sungwoo followed and stopped him by grabbing his shoulders. Hey. Calm down. How can you walk up like that when you don't know if the monsters will pop out over your head? Phew. We're almost there. Hanno's house was upstairs, room 202. It was already a mess with the traces of axes. Fortunately, the door was not opened, unlike the first floor. With a ray of hope, Hanno entered the door lock password with his trembling finger. Tring. When he opened the front door, it was still locked, a very good sign. Hanno looked into the house through the gap. And then he found someone. Ugh! Mom! Open the door. Soon, a middle-aged woman opened the door. She was Hanno's mother. Hanno. What? What did you say now? Hanno is here? Shortly afterwards, Hanno's father rushed to him. Finding them safe, Hanno breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, Mom! I can understand you, But I wonder why Dad didn't draw a card when he liked playing the Ghost Top game so much. It looks like he lost his senses after playing Ghost Top a lot, Hanno said while chewing on egg rolls. Sungwoo and Jisoo were eating lunch served by Hanno's mother. As the food hadn't yet run out at Hanno's house, they enjoyed the taste of home-cooked meals. I don't like the pictures on the card, so I didn't choose it. With his pocket full of coins, Dad went out somewhere and came back every day. By the way, the orcs smashed the front door. How did you stop them? Well, I sprayed F killer. What? Pesticide. Yeah, when your father kept spraying it through the gap, the orcs ran away. It was an absurd but effective method to repel the orcs. Even after the meal, Hanno's mother expressed her gratitude to Sungwoo and Jisoo and provided all kinds of snacks. Sungwoo and Jisoo, thank you so much for bringing him here. Oh, I don't have drinks like cocoa, but I've green tea. No thank you. But Hanno quickly intervened, a bit upset. Oh, Mom. I also helped them. I forced my way here, knocking down all the monsters. I'm serious. Can you shut your mouth, son? Hanno's parents said they thought that Hanno helplessly died somewhere on the street. So, they never expected that he would come back home alone after a long journey like this. The boiler is off, so it's cold water, but it's still coming out. So, wash and relax. They relaxed as much as possible in Hanno's house. They had home-cooked meals after not having them for a long time and took a shower. Jisoo could finally wash her blood-stained red sweatpants. As if she felt attached to the clothes, she declined Hanno's offer to give her another set. Oh, no thanks. But I'm just going to wash this one and wear it. I like these sweatpants because they were not visible even with the blood stains. Phew. I feel much better because above all, I can wash my clothes. However, they couldn't afford to stay any longer. So, the three of them sat in Hanno's room and pondered over what to do in the future. Sungwoo, what do you think? It's unreasonable to stick it out here, right? Let's set the destination before moving. The orcs we killed at the entrance were the scouts. If there are a bunch of orcs nearby, they could launch a large-scale attack on us. The problem was that they didn't know where to go from now on. Their first goal was to escape from campus, and their next goal was to get to Hanno's house. As they had no long-term goal, they often found themselves feeling vague about it. At that moment, Hanno, who was monitoring the bulletin comments in the community, brought up a piece of news. Sungwoo, look at this. Hey, you're hooked on SNS, even now. Sungwoo noticed him focusing on his cell phone even in classes, and rebuked him several times, but Hanno never cared. Dang it, it doesn't matter now. You know that young Dungpo prosecutor, the guy who posted a second thread yesterday so others could post their comments freely, right? Yay! Why? The man commented again. Just read it. 3. Survivors in Young Dungpo must read. I've secured a safe zone. Author, Young Dungpo Prosecutor Views, 45,499. I've prepared a safety zone in Young Dungpo. There is a lot of controversy over the first thread, but I mean it. Among my colleagues, I know a guy with a 3-star job card called Pioneer, and he can use his exclusive skills to turn the interior of Young Dungpo Station into a zone where monsters cannot enter. He can't accommodate everyone, but right now he is recruiting the first members to go with him. Because it costs a lot to maintain the skill, you will receive gold or food once you enter the zone. Please understand that this is an inevitable choice for the survival of all the members. Comments, 45 again, an issue about the safety zone. Can I believe it this time? This guy really looks like a good person. Well, that's why he posted a thread yesterday. Pardon? It wasn't unconditional. This was his purpose? It might be true that Young Dungpo prosecutor said that he prepared a real safety zone. Sungwoo also thought it was highly likely that he did so because it was definitely a game with all kinds of jobs and skills. But he thought that the man's decision to donate 1,000 gold and create an environment where others could freely comment was not necessarily made in good faith. Look at the comments. This guy yesterday has already gained credibility because of his thread yesterday. Comments, 46, Tanker, after all, kudos to young Dungpo prosecutor. Thank you for the really good information again. Our party has been with Puckon, but we decided to switch to young Dungpo. See you in person then. 2-star monk Mr. Kim, I trust you. I will follow you. Heejin Yang, young Dungpo prosecutor. What is your real occupation? Will you save us from this crazy world? I really didn't want to use 100 gold, but let me leave a comment like this. Those were the comments that Hannah showed to Sungwoo. All the comments are praising the guy. In fact, there were a lot of thank you comments on his thread yesterday. Anyway, he's going to be popular among them. /34 well, actually he sent out the thread as a trial balloony yesterday. From now on, he can receive their gold and fool around as much as he wants from now on. It's gonna be huge. So, no good faith without reason? Sungwoo nodded at that. Now, based on this game system, people who rack their brains for profits began to appear. Well, I can't join because young Dungpo is too far away from my place. You bet. Then look at this. Prime middle-aged Kim, my job is a 2-star missionary, and I can make a small safe room. My location is Swan. I am looking for a young woman to live with. Let's decide on the place together. You can apply with your friend. Ha 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 ha. Survivor 44, uncle, how dirty. Damn it. This is not what I want. How about this? Hannah showed another comment. Section Manager Ku, I have a safe zone in Swanhwaseong, too. I'm also a 3-star pioneer. I get monthly rent. Come and contact me. Monthly rent? Can you believe there is a landlord in this situation? How about going to this place? Although Sungwoo didn't like the expression landlord, he thought it was necessary to confirm the concept of this safe zone. Swanhwaseong isn't that far, right? Well, I haven't walked there before, but it took me about 20 minutes by bus. Then shall we take this as our next destination? Everyone agreed. Although everything was still uncertain, they instinctively felt attracted to the concept of safety. Until now, no matter where they spent the night, they had to take turns to stand sentry and snooze away intention. It was quite stressful for them. Finally they found a place they could sleep without any worry. Naturally, they wanted to move there. Okay. Let's sleep here today and move tomorrow. Hanno, tell your parents about our plan and pack the necessary stuff. Yep. A little later, Hanno came back after talking with his parents. According to my parents, it seems that there are bands of thieves around this area. Bands of thieves? Like those guys in the H apartments yesterday? With the collapse of the law and security, were groups like them emerging to target the survivors and not the monsters? Yeah. I think they look like a bunch of high school gangsters. It seems like they like to ride on motorcycles and rip off the survivors. My mom said that she saw the people next door get ripped off by these guys while they were trying to go out. Sungwoo feigned a smile. At a glance, they must be lower class gangsters. Those ignorant bastards are running around without knowing anything. To be honest, I'm not too worried about them. As far as the battle was concerned, Sungwoo's party had plenty of experience by now. Unless the gangsters were not stupid enough, they would not dare to appear before Sungwoo's party escorted by skeletons. But the next morning, they really appeared. Purring. The gangsters gathered at the entrance to the townhouse compound as if they got wind of Sungwoo's party. There were a total of 7 bikes, carrying 2 each. So, a total of 14 gangsters were waiting for Sungwoo and his friends to come out. "Hi, mister?" asked a high school girl behind the driver of a red bike with a silly smile. "Hey, can you give us everything you have?" Then a guy with a nose ring opened his mouth. When you're hiding inside your house, you should just be quiet. You've been caught while we're passing by this area." He threatened them with a mace in his left hand, wielding it roughly. "Give us all your weapons and gold while we're being nice to you. We don't want to see your blood." However, Sungwoo didn't feel threatened at all. He laughed before he knew it and said, "You just heard it, but you didn't see it, right?" Then, the gangsters' faces hardened quickly. What did you say? We didn't see what? Hey, mister, don't be relaxed like that. Don't you see how many of us are here? To avoid this kind of unpleasant situation, Sung-woo hid a bunch of skeletons on the stairs on the third floor last night. That's why they didn't know anything about the skeletons. Rattle, rattle. Soon, something was heard coming down the stairs. Run away. Floor the accelerator quickly. Right now. Even before the skeletons came out, the gangsters freaked out and began to turn their bikes. Phew-ering. Phew-ering. They literally escaped, driving the motorcycles at full speed, with the exhaust fumes filling the place. Watching them flee like that, Hano and Jisoo looked dumbfounded. Then Sung-woo moaned with a distressed look. "Ugh! What's the matter?" Jisoo asked. And soon they knew why. Bull-sized, no, truck-sized wolves appeared among the abandoned cars in the parking lot on the left. A total of 3. But there may be more somewhere. Sung-woo heard people's eyewitnesses about the huge wolves several times. Sergeant Kim warned him against them, and people consistently posted comments about them in the community. So, Sung-woo had it in mind that someday he would have to face them. But no matter how hard he thought, he didn't know how to tackle the herd of giant wolves. It was dangerous to have hand-to-hand combat with the wolves at close distance. Aside from their overwhelming teeth, claws, and physical strength, the numerical balance was disadvantageous to Sung-woo and his friends. Everyone, step back inside. The wolves' spines were level with the ground. So, they could balance their bodies by twisting around, even if they were entangled in hand-to-hand combat. However, human spines were vertical to the ground. Once a human fell, it was very difficult for them to restore their balance. In other words, if they fall, that's it. They slowly stepped back into the building. Of course, entering the building was not safe. Since the wolves were monsters with immense power, they could easily rip apart a narrow hallway, tear the windows, or knock down the walls to get inside. The herd of wolves slowly closed in on them as if they were going to charge right away, but Sung-woo's party moved back carefully. Soon they succeeded in hiding themselves inside the building. Sniff, sniff. One of them at the forefront put its nose to the ground and sniffed hard. Although their prey was out of sight, the wolves could sense where they were. The wolves entered a strange cave, but did not go far. While preparing to drag out their prey cornered inside the building, the wolves stuck their heads into the narrow building. At that moment, something flew toward the wolves' heads and shattered. They were glass bottles with an orange juice brand logo on them. Hit. But what really mattered were the contents inside the bottles. The sticky liquid soaked their giant heads, and smoke rose with the stench in no time. Besides, their rough hair melted like fluff and started to boil. That was the acid liquid of the elder slime the skeletons put in the bottles yesterday. Frightened, the wolves scratched their faces with their paws. However, their hair and flesh that had been ruined by the acid flayed from their bodies. Throw now. At the same time, the javelins were thrown at their noses and necks. That was the kind of action which bipedal animals, especially humans with straight spines, could exert far greater power than their predators. It was none other than throwing. The human skeletal structure has the ability to throw farther and more accurately than any other animal. Ancient humans used javelins to hunt much bigger and stronger predators. However, the morale of the wolves was not broken. Another wolf smashed the front door with its claws and forced its way into the building. You, charge now. At Sung-woo's order, one orc skeleton charged right at the wolf. Then the wolf bit it ruthlessly. However, the skeleton's ribs contained a glass bottle of slime liquid. Kek. Kek. Frightened by the smelly liquid overflowing from its mouth, it had trouble breathing now. It began to wriggle its body and stepped back awkwardly, but something fell from the air and landed on its neck. It was Right, which jumped from the second floor window. Buke. /35 / Right stabbed it with the saber, and killed it even before it felt any pain. You have earned 240 gold by hunting a dire wolf. Now, 2 wolves were left, but one of them was already covered with slime liquid. Rattle, rattle. Orc skeletons assaulted them out of the building. Now that their fighting spirit was broken, the wolves were easy prey. The other wolf, which emerged unscathed, charged at the skeletons while trying to protect its fellow wolf, but it was no match for them anymore. A numerical advantage was a matter of proportion. A little while ago, there were 4 times as many skeletons as wolves, but now it was 12 times. In other words, their numbers were large enough to surround and knock down the 2 wolves. While one orc skeleton was smashed with its neck bitten by the wolf, the other skeleton spread itself wide and stabbed a bone spear into the wolf's neck and body. Buke. You have earned 240 gold by hunting a dire wolf. You have earned 240 gold by hunting a dire wolf. You have leveled up. LV. 7. Phew. Sung Woo sighed with relief. Although he confronted the wolves with slime liquid, he didn't know if this would work. What if he didn't save the slime liquid just in case of contingencies like this? Obviously Sung Woo's party would have been annihilated while struggling to confront the wolves in the narrow passageway. Wow. These guys are now the strongest in the world? Nope. Then what is it? Well, the all-in-one desk was stronger. Aha! Then Sung Woo chose a level up card. He also chose skill again this time. The maximum number of subordinates has increased by 1, plus 1. Middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot. Only 1? There must be something off, but since he had been so lucky continuously, it was an easy fight. He even felt sorry about it. When the situation was wrapped up, Hanno calmed down his parents who were so surprised to see the skeletons, but they were not that surprised to see the skeletons either. Was it because Hanno tipped them off in advance? When I kept looking at them, they seemed to be cute. Look at this one especially. It's waddling between the bigger skeletons. Hanno's mother stroked the back of Wright's head. You bet, Mom. But it's the captain of the skeletons. Really? Awesome. When are you going to have such a title, Hanno? You didn't even become the leader of your classmates in elementary school. Now there was an important procedure left. Sung Woo stood in front of the body of a dire wolf. And he infused his will to resurrect into its body. The dead cannot respond to your call. You can't resurrect the large monster because your level is too low. Sung Woo smacked his lips and felt that it was a pity. If he had resurrected this 4-footed wolf, it would have been a very efficient means of transportation. Let's get out of here quickly. There may be more around. Sung Woo couldn't guarantee a victory if they encountered a bigger pack of wolves. So, they departed for the safe zone in Seonhwaseong. Damn it. They're still sitting on the building. I wonder when they'll fly away once and for all. Sung Woo's party thought they could get to Seonhwaseong in just a few hours. By car they could arrive there in 10 minutes. But there was a variable. About 15 minutes ago. Jujujadu. The roaring of the propellers filled the sky, then 4 military transport planes soon passed over them. They instinctively crouched and looked up at the sky. Oh, it's the army. The military is trying to do something. Even before Hanno said something, the soldiers in the ramp doors were seen moving hurriedly. They were firing something towards the rear, and they weren't using bullets. They were firing coarse weapons, such as crossbows and bows somewhere. And their targets soon appeared. Cack. Crazy. Go inside the building. Sung Woo and his friends hurriedly hid themselves in a nearby mall. Dozens of giant shadows were fiercely chasing the planes. The wings of the monsters that appeared in the gale were the very same monsters they witnessed when escaping campus. Field Boss Wyvern Alpha Male has appeared. They were faced with the Wyverns again. They chased the planes at a furious speed and pushed their heads into the ramp doors. The soldiers were slaughtered like the helpless swarms of insects trapped in a narrow barrel. Woo woo. The Wyverns, like a hornet of hornets, clung onto every corner of the fuselages, tearing the windows with their claws and teeth and ruining the equipment. Eventually the transport planes lost balance. Bang! The noise of them falling in the vicinity was heard one after another. In no time, the roaring of the propellers disappeared completely. Sung Woo's party was hiding at the small cell phone dealership attached to the mall, waiting for the wyverns to fly away. But to their surprise, the predators were resting on the rooftop of a nearby building. Almost 6 hours had passed, but the wyverns would not move at all. Watching some of them sleep with their long wings folded, it seemed like they were going to stay here for some time. The safe area is around the corner. They will eventually move. We can't break through them. Was it because flying with a heavy body consumed a lot of stamina? Their break time lasted indefinitely. Suddenly night came, and Sung Woo's party also decided to spend the night there. And when it was past midnight, a message appeared before Sung Woo's eyes. What's the best job to survive in the ruined world? Choose now. Huh? It started. The second round of selections had begun. Mom and Dad. Please don't choose one like I did. Please choose one with the most stars. Hannah shouted. Oh my God. How can you say that to your parents, son? Meanwhile, another message was displayed before Sung Woo, Hannah, and Jayu, who had already drawn job cards. Choose a card linked to your job. Linked? Soon, the first scene Sung Woo saw in the classroom appeared. Cards of various colors were floating in the air. -15 seconds left. Sung Woo was embarrassed at the time, but he could be prudent now. If it's a linked card, does it have to match with my current occupation? At that moment, one card appeared with a strange sound. It meant that the decision process was not available to Sung Woo alone, but shared by many others. It looked like someone had just drawn a card, and even this was a competition. However, Sung Woo was not impatient. If this is a connection card, choosing the one with a lot of stars may not be the right answer. What would match best with Necromancer? He looked at the spinning cards one by one. Shield Warrior, Chivalrous Fighter, Ninja, Paladin, Eloquent Speaker, Javelin Throw. In addition, several more cards passed, spinning before his eyes one by one. But he could not find one that matched well with Necromancer. -8 seconds left. Sung Woo's eyes darted quickly. At that moment, he noticed a purple card at a distance. Warlock. The meaning of warlock had been translated in a variety of ways, but in simple terms, it was a black wizard. When it came to black magic, what was the one thing that came to mind? The orc chief of the gymnasium. Didn't it use black magic? It even sacrificed its subordinates to cast black magic, but it only ended up increasing Sung Woo's stats. As a result, the first stimulant worked on Sung Woo, who then slaughtered the orc chief. At that time he witnessed the black magic by default. Then, what would happen if he could make use of that technique himself? Sung Woo reached out. You have selected a linked card. Warlock. Then the following message rang. A new skill has been given in connection with the existing job card, Necromancer. Skill information, name, death aura, grade, basic, category, active, consumption, 10 per minute. When using the skill, it releases a death aura to strengthen the undead under your authority. Enhancement effect is given at random. The enhanced undead throws a curse, weakness, at the enemy, causing continuous damage, and the damage increases as the number of surrounding undead increases. Sung Woo thought it was a good choice. /36 /. Hannah shouted. It seemed that Hannah regretted drawing the wrong one this time, too. What is it? Dang it. Why? Hannah sat down on the floor. Well, I was going to draw it, but somebody snatched it at that moment. It had 4 stars. So, what did you pick? Priest. Thief and priest? They don't match at all. I'm done for. However, this game somehow seemed to match the skills with the existing job. Hannah was given a plausible skill. New skills have been issued in connection with your existing job card, Thief. Skill information, name, Executor of Conviction, grade, basic, category, active, consumption, 10. The moment you kill the enemy, you will gain a holy shield for 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Sung Woo turned toward Gizu. When he was going to ask her which linked card she chose, Hannah's father suddenly cut in. Hey, Hannah. Is this card a good one? What is it? Pioneer. Oh, Pioneer? What a good card. His father smiled at his reply and said, I chose it because its drawing was pretty. Son, can you steal anything when you're so slow like that? Pioneer was the job that could help him make a safe zone. Well, our reason for going to Sunhuasiang has disappeared. Like he said, they could make their own safe zone. Zhang Li, Hanno's father, argued that it was all thanks to his experience with the Ghost Top games that he could draw the Pioneer card in a timely manner. He added that it was his worst mistake in his life that he didn't teach his son how to play Ghost Top games early on. Hey, son, hands are faster than eyes. Keep in mind what I just said if you want to be the greatest thief in this country. I got it. Please stop. If you had not played Ghost Top games, you would not have lost the building anyway. By the way, what did you choose, Mom? Well, I chose a cook. Cook, oh my goodness. Cook? Why didn't you choose a fighting job? You bastard. How can you say that to your old mother? She has been sick and tired of setting the table for you and me. Don't you know that? Oh, that's not what I mean. While Hanno's family was chatting like that, Sungwoo asked Jisoo which card she drew. I chose a 3-star hitman. Hitman was something like a hired assassin. She said when it was linked to her job, it came up with a skill called exquisite senses. It is a passive skill, but my senses will expand in a difficult situation. I'm not sure what it is yet. Like she said, it seemed that she could check how it could really function only in battle. By the way, can you explain the skills of a pioneer? Sungwoo asked Hanno's father whether he could make a safety zone by using the pioneer's exclusive skills because the skills were key to determining their next step. Sure, wait a minute. Let me tell you the details. The details of the skills were as follows: skill information, name, pioneer camp creation, grade, basic, category, active, consumption, consumes 10 mana every 10 minutes. A pioneer can create a safety zone to avoid monster attacks. The area of the zone is limited to 200 square meters and the height limited to 10 meters. The safety zone is protected by a shield. Damaged shields are recovered in real time, but can be destroyed by powerful attacks. Gold is consumed when mana is exhausted. 100 gold deduction per 10 minutes. There was a reason why they insisted on receiving the so-called monthly rent with respect to their safety zones mentioned earlier on the community bulletin. The amount of mana was inadequate to maintain a safety zone, but gold could be obtained through others. Sungwoo thought to himself, it is difficult to create and maintain a safety zone right now. Besides, it doesn't seem to be a good option to get a lot of people who will give me gold and make a big group. Then he looked out of the building quickly. Several wyverns were spreading their wings to prepare for their flight in the dark. Let's use the skill during emergencies. We have to find a decent place to create a safety zone. Sungwoo, does it mean that we are going to the safety zone in Sunhuasiang? Well, we don't have to contact them. Those who can create a safety zone will try to bully other people by all means. If we meet them, I think we'll be stressed out. It was no longer a world where people were nice to each other with good intentions. To survive, they had to bully and deceive others. Those who noticed it early on were using the community to gather their targets to exploit them. Sungwoo vowed, I should look at them as exclusively as possible. That is my self-defense. Just before dawn, the wyverns took off finally. Even after they flew away, Sungwoo's party stayed for quite some time before leaving the place. Basically, they waited until the wyverns flew far away. Hanno, check if there's something like a store location in the community. Okay, wait a minute. Sungwoo had 24,560 gold. He needed to quickly release this gold to grow further. Doesn't look like any are near here. It wasn't long before the community on the website was activated, so it was impossible to see all the information. Right at that moment, there was the loud noise of incoming bikes. Phew-ering. Phew-ering. Along with the harsh engine sound, 3 bikes appeared at the crossroads. Although it was very noisy, they could not speed up because of the cars stuck on the road. Ugh, those bastards. Didn't they come here yesterday? They were the same young gangsters who came in front of Hanno's house and asked for all the gold. Looking at them for a moment, Sung-woo smiled. Let's ask them. Pardon? They are stealing other people's gold, right? Then they most likely know the location of the shop where they are using the stolen gold, I think. Oh, that makes sense. As a matter of fact, the young gangsters arrived at the perfect time. The underground parking lot of an old shopping mall was lined with colorful bikes. Soon, 3 more bikes arrived and parked across the street. 5 men and women got off the bikes and entered the shopping mall in the corner of the underground parking lot. Damn it! Because of the wyverns, we had a really hard time last night. How many hours were we locked up in the butcher shop? Ugh, I'm tired. Well, we got some meat, man. It is a gain. Hey, are you happy because you got pork belly in this situation? These were a bunch of teenage runaways and biker gang members who were full of antisocial attitudes. So, immediately after the game took place, they could adapt faster to the situation than any other adult because all they needed to do was double down on their misbehavior. Hey, you can play the silver roulette this time, right? The highest level in the pack was Han. After dropping out of high school after 1 week, he once acted as an amateur boxer. He luckily picked a job called martial artist. As a result, he could easily beat monsters such as goblins with his familiar boxing techniques, and he was level 6 now. Because of this, he earned more gold than the other boys. Well, I think I can if I collect a little more. Last time I screwed up because I picked the survival package. So, I hope I can get something useful this time. While chatting like that, they went to their underground hideout. The electricity was still on in the spacious indoor area, but the fluorescent lights were turned off. So, only the eerie lights from the stand or refrigerator were everywhere. Hey, guys! We are here. You thought we were dead? However, it was too quiet inside. Why is it so quiet here? Inside the corner, some light leaked from the office. However, no one could hear any voices. Shush. Feeling nervous, took out his knuckles and put it on his hand. Then he carefully and slowly turned the office door knob. Ha! /37 breathed a sigh of relief. When he opened the office door, 9 friends of his looked up at him. But the atmosphere was still heavy. It was as if they had come to a mourner's house. What the heck? What's wrong with you guys? Asked, and a woman in a red hoodie among them opened her mouth. Oh, that uncle is here. His eyes widened at the word uncle. What? Why did he come again? Well, he complained we collected too little money. Then even Eugen. What's wrong with Eugen? Shouting like that, he strode to the door with the sign, President's Office. But even before he grabbed the doorknob, the door was flung open, and a woman with a haggard face appeared. It's noisy. She looked at him with her pupils half closed. Huh? However, her neck was marked with sharp teeth marks. He stepped back unwittingly. Eugen, you. It's noisy. Don't open your mouth. If I smell your flesh, I'll get hungry. I can't stand it anymore because my head is aching. Eugen blurted out some nonsensical words, then turned her head with a frown where there was a man sitting in the chair of the president's office with a baseball cap on. What a nasty girl. Hey, Han. Come here, boy. Discovering him, the man beckoned to him. Clenched his fist unconsciously, but he released it and walked into the president's office. Hey. Yes, sir. Why did you kill Woo-Seuk? Woo-Seuk Kim was the name of the leader of his gang. He was poor and uneducated, but he was always bright and loyal to his friends, so those children who were hovering depended on him. Then, Woo-Seuk turned into a monster after he met this man called Uncle. After that, Woo-Seuk was hungry for blood. That was why he was bent on seeking gold and broke his own to kill the survivors. I'm asking you. Why did you kill him? That was not the end of the story. Woo-Seuk's thirst for blood had crossed the line. Completely insane, He started to aim the necks of his friends. After all, Tseng killed him in person. The moment Wu Lasiuk attacked another friend, Tseng smashed his head from behind. I had no other choice because he attacked our other friends. Oh, then, next time it's Eugen's turn to attack them. What are you going to do? I told you, man. Holding it back too long is not good for you. If you suck blood moderately, you can maintain the status quo. Oh my god. I'm really pissed off because you guys can't understand what I'm talking about. Moderately? How much is that? Do you know how many Wu Lasiuk killed? What? Are you now challenging me? The man named Uncle stood up from the chair with a smile. As the chairman is expanding the business, he is going to include you guys. Do you think you can survive if you don't listen to us? Huh? Tell me. If you just leave us alone, we can take care of. Nope, you're wrong. If you don't listen to us, we're going to track you down and kill you all. Leave you alone? Are you crazy? Tseng bowed his head helplessly. Hey, Tseng. Yes. Bring me 10,000 gold in 2 days. Otherwise, you're the next target. Don't waste money because the shop is right in front of you. Accumulate gold and wait. You know you can't run away from us, right? Tseng did not dare to protest. Bang. Bang. However, loud bangs were heard outside the door, with something breaking and falling. Huh? What the fuck is that noise? At that moment, the door of the president's office was opened wide. And a boy jumped in. Tseng. Somebody came in here. Uncle snorted at his urgent tone. Are there customers still coming to our mart here? Not customers, but skulls. Then, someone pulled the child's shoulder and entered the president's office. He was holding a long sword. He silently looked around the president's office, then met Uncle's eyes. Making an embarrassed expression, Uncle slowly opened his mouth. Sir, may I help you? But the man's lips curled up a bit and demanded, give me everything. Ugh! Hand over everything you have. You never thought you would lose everything, right? Tseng stepped back, dumbfounded by what was going on right now because Uncle would immediately jump at the stranger's neck. And this place would turn into a sea of blood. Uncle revealed his teeth with a smile. His canines were revealed. As if he noticed Uncle's canines, the man frowned. Those teeth. Are you the guy I've been looking for? What? I mean the boss of the young gangsters at the H apartments. Uncle's face hardened. Did you kill the children in the apartments? Yes, I did. As soon as the man finished speaking, Uncle charged at him. Suddenly his nails were sharply pointing out. Thump. At that moment, the thin makeshift wall of the president's office collapsed, and something white broke into it. Rattle. The giant 2-meter-tall monsters charged at him instantly, holding his shoulders and arms from both sides. The man also stretched his arms from the hilt. Buke. Can you regenerate your skull too? As soon as he said that, the man's blade pierced Uncle's neck. Tseng couldn't figure out what was going on, but he naturally released his clenched fists. Sung Woo thought that the blood-hungry vampires were lurking all over the city. According to the testimony of the young gangsters of the H apartments, President Park, their boss, was changed into a vampire by someone. If so, it was likely that a similar situation was happening elsewhere. But he never expected he would bump into the man so quickly like this. Don't move. I'll smash your head. Sung Woo felt he needed to be cool-headed the moment he saw the man's canines. And he prepared for the battle instead of blackmailing the man. In no time he had an orc skeleton stand by at the entrance so that it could jump inside right away at his order, which was very effective. Sung Woo realized from the last battle that it wasn't enough to just cut the arms or legs to overwhelm a vampire that was very good at regenerating. For the average human, cutting his or her neck was the best way to kill them. Are you Vampire Rod? The man smiled at Sung Woo's question, then tightened his left hand which was bound by the skeleton. Crunch. Then the orc skeleton's shoulder was dislocated and pushed to the side. He threw his left hand at the blade at a tremendous speed. Clang. The item has been destroyed. Sung Woo's sword broke in half. How could he break the sword in one go? It was a terrifying situation, but Sung Woo immediately stepped back without panicking. The man attacked Sung Woo head on, with the blade stabbing toward his neck. Buke. However, a dagger was stabbed right into his shoulder. It was a dagger thrown by Hanno. When he lost his balance, Jisoo emerged from Sung Woo's right and wielded her saber. However, the man lifted his arm to block the blade. She inflicted long cuts on his forearms, but they were not deep enough to cut through. And the wounds began to regenerate instantly. Then there was a spark in his arms because he was hit by the blade that had been sharpened by the ignition whetstone. Arg! Frightened, he shook off the sparks, but Jisoo attacked right away. Even without putting off the sparks, he struck back by stretching his left hand sharply. However, she quickly turned her head and brandished the saber on his left arm. Finally, his left wrist was cut off. But his sharp nails flew toward her abdomen at the same time. She quickly jumped back in response and avoided the attack. His nails were still in the air. Watching her adroit sword skill, Jin opened his mouth wide. Who the hell are these people? Obviously, Jisoo's swift action was superhuman. From his perspective as an amateur boxer, her action was really extraordinary. And there was a message before her eyes. Exquisite senses are in play. /38 Phew. The skill she obtained with the linked card was fully activated. Besides, Sung Woo's skill was also in play at the moment. Aura of Death is awarding the effect of force slowdown to the subordinate. The enemy that came into contact with the subordinate has fallen into a state of weakness. Normally the orc skeleton would have collapsed without overcoming the vampire's power, but now it had its shoulder only dislocated. Besides, a series of warning messages appeared before the vampire's eyes. You have fallen into a state of weakness. The man felt every part of his body slowly crushing as if his muscles had desiccated and his bones were being dried. He could still stand up though thanks to his extraordinary physical strength. Ugh. Who the hell are you? You blindly charged at us, stupid. Now you want to talk to us? Sung Woo was holding two spears in one hand. Yes, I want to know who you are. Tell me first. The vampire stretched his waist as if he was not vigilant anymore. Obviously he needed to try to buy time to recover. Then, when the wounds were healed to some extent, he apparently planned to cut Sung Woo's neck and get out of the building to escape. He only controls the skeletons, but he is weak. So, I can kill him right away. Of course, he could not realize this kind of escape plan. A spear was thrown and stabbed into his belly. Buke. Another spear pierced through his chest. But you can open your mouth even if I cut your arms and legs, right? Since we don't even have to shake hands, you don't need arms. Now, tell me. You son of a bitch. Buke. This time his right thigh was stabbed. Watch your language, man. I've got lots of spears. In no time the floor was soaked with his blood. Don't be mistaken. You're not superior to us just because you killed a lower vampire. Us? Our representative won't spare his investments, so you son of a bitch will be. At that moment, the man's eyes turned red, and blue veins began to bulge out of his neck. This was also a familiar scene for Sung Woo. After he changed into that bizarre shape, he would be running wild with his stats greatly increased. That's what happened to President Park, whom he had met at the apartments. Jisoo, kill him. At Sung Woo's urging, she immediately grabbed the sword with both hands and struck down his head. His head fell over a puddle of blood. You have earned 332 gold by killing a player. And a bonus was given based on the individual's contribution to the battle. Sung Woo turned his head calmly and looked at Jin standing behind. Hey. Jin's face turned white. He stepped back awkwardly. Oh, I don't have anything to do with that man, Jin said. I didn't ask that. Then. I told you earlier. Give me all the gold you have. You guys used to bluff me like that. Don't you understand? You have received 984 gold. You have received 431 gold. You have received 891 gold. Gold was received only through physical contact such as shaking hands. Sung Woo confiscated all the gold the young gangsters had robbed from the street survivors. Hey, not that many. I guessed we would get at least 10,000 gold. Hanno grumbled while receiving his share of gold. Well, you've got to take into account the fact they are low-class gangsters. Like Sung Woo expected, they were merely a third-class gang with no power. But he didn't know that they had been forced to panhandle under the vampire's tight control. Sung testified that the vampire called Uncle, whom Sung Woo just killed, visited this place every day to take away gold. The vampire even tried to subdue them under his organization by making them vampires. I wonder if the boss or representative was the same man, said Gizu, looking at the vampire's cut head on the floor. I don't know, but this guy is deliberately and systematically expanding his power. Only a few days after this kind of thing happened, he sent out collectors to rob people of gold. You bet. I was just amazed by your swift adaptation, so I never thought there would be a man who did terrible things like this. Sung Woo tilted his head at her reaction. Well, these guys are not content with adapting to the situation. Actually, they fit well in this world. Vampires are not just adapting themselves to new things for survival. It seemed that they were enjoying the situation, just like a person who lived in this world in the past. And this vampire was stronger than the one in the H apartments. Given that he could infect directly and freely move around without any restraint, he seemed to be directly related to the main vampire. It was evident that the main vampire controlled this area, with many subordinates under his authority. Actually, this uncle mentioned us. But can I ignore them? Sung Woo murmured. It was obvious that the main vampire was tough. Even when dealing with only one vampire, Sung Woo had to use all his resources. But what if these guys attack him in a group or in a gang of dozens? They're clearly a potential threat. Besides, the main vampire was aware of Sung Woo's movement who killed the vampire at the H apartments. Then, he would be informed of what just happened here. Thinking that someday he would confront the main vampire, Sung Woo looked at Sung squatting in one corner. Sung Woo had to be armed with more powerful items in preparation for confronting them. Sung Woo said, I heard there was a shop here. When asked, Sung hurriedly stood up and escorted him. Oh, this way. Sung walked ahead with big strides because he recognized that Sung Woo's party was much stronger than the vampire who had controlled him and his friends. However, everyone, including Sung Woo and Sung, had to stop at the entrance of the office, noticing the red letters before their eyes. Here's the problem. What if you were arrogant enough not to pick up your cards even during the second round? What the heck is this? Can you see this? In Sung Woo's mind, this was not intended to cause any problems. But it was written in red font provocatively. It is a sign of something impending. Sung Woo looked around the people in the office. All the members of Sung Woo's party had already chosen their jobs. Minsik? The children's eyes turned to one boy. The child called Minsik was sitting on the sofa, restless. Minsik, didn't you choose a job? Sung asked. Minsik nodded with an uneasy expression. No, I didn't. Why? Because it's weird. I have a bad feeling about this. His action was understandable. Nobody wanted to plunge into this strange phenomenon when they didn't know its cause. If they could stand outside safely and watch, there would be lots of people who would choose to do so. Sung did not criticize Minsik because he had no idea of what was going to happen. The correct answer? What the fuck? What is it? Minsik shouted anxiously. If you haven't yet woken up to reality after you were given 2 chances, you will be given the chance to become a monster if you don't want to be a player. What? Minsik? Everyone stepped away from Minsik. I wasn't the only one who didn't choose a card. G didn't either. Minsik pointed his finger to the boy named G. His face was flushed. Ah! A dark vein began to grow out on his face. He touched his face and soon knelt in uncontrollable pain. Oh! Their flesh swelled, their bones thickened, and black hair began to come out. He sprouted. The height of the 2 boys, about 170 centimeters, quickly began to grow to 180, 190, and 200 centimeters. At first glance, they were not ordinary monsters. Oh my god. Run away. At a loss about what to do, the children started running out of the office, and the two boys who were in the process of becoming monsters screamed in pain and knocked on the walls and the floor. Bang. /39 The wall was crumpled like a sheet of paper when they hit it. When they are done changing into monsters, we can't beat them. Sung-woo instinctively sensed it. But they are not done yet. Now is the time. Pardon? While Jisoo and Hana were hesitating, the skeletons jumped at their swelling bodies. Buke! 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 And the skeletons started cutting them indiscriminately. The reason they changed into monsters was because they failed to adapt to the situation. In the moment they chose to run away at this moment, their fate was decided. I'm sorry, but I can't help it. The two boys who were attacked while being changed into monsters counterattacked awkwardly when they were beaten by the skeletons. Losing their minds, they wielded their arms instinctively. Then, their strong blow smashed one orc skeleton. Sung-woo was embarrassed. Obviously their counterattack was far from adroit. Buke! They just stretched their arms not to counterattack but for defense. But the orc skeleton's bones were thrown in all directions. Fortunately, they were slowly collapsing. Come to think of it, even the word slowly was ridiculous because they slowly fell even when they were stabbed with the axe dozens of times. You have earned 3,000 gold by hunting a werewolf. You have earned 3,000 gold by hunting a werewolf. You have leveled up. LV. 8, what? Sung-woo blurted it out unwittingly. 3,000 gold for each one? It was only 240 gold for one dire wolf. How was it possible that the two boys were changed into such malicious monsters? It was a close call. Even Sung-woo felt relieved that the two boys were knocked down before they fully transformed. This was a big deal. In other words, this was a happy occasion. The dead have become the subordinate under your authority. The dead have become the subordinate under your authority. Sung-woo could resurrect them as mid-sized monsters. He earned something big as a bonus, namely werewolf skeletons. Werewolf. Two skeletons, slightly larger than orcs, slowly straightened their backs. The thickness of their bones did not differ significantly from those of orcs. However, given the thick color or gloss shining inside their white bones, they looked much more solid. With this solid build, can this fight the vampire one-on-one? Sung-woo murmured. Vampires are so powerful that only when all the skeletons launch a coordinated attack, they would be killed. That was the case of the lesser vampire that Sung-woo's party confronted. So, Sung-woo wondered whether the werewolves could be overwhelming enough to knock them down when he confronted them. Choose your level up card. 1. Stat, random. 2. Skill, random. 3. Items, random. 4. Other, random. 5. Increase in physical strength by 2, confirmed. Meanwhile, Sung-woo agonized over the level up card. There was one thing that bothered him every time he encountered an enemy with excellent intellect like a vampire. If they find out I'm the one who controls the skeletons, they're going to kill me. Actually, the two vampires he faced were obsessed with killing him. He could be killed with the slightest mistake. When he came across them, there was no guarantee that he could avoid them well like before. That's why he chose the first one, which was a random increase in stat. Agility has increased. +3, this time he got a pretty decent option. He thought that he should care about his stats sometimes. Wow, it looks like an Egyptian god. Hanno seemed to be thinking of Anubis. In a way, it could look so because it had slightly dark bones like a dog's. On the other hand, the children were in a panic. Minsick. Ah. They could not be shocked because their two friends turned into monsters before their eyes. Sung-woo passed by them and stood in front of Tz. Where is the store? Tz seemed stunned by Sung-woo's calm attitude, who was looking for the store in this situation, but he nodded and said, in fact, there is one thing I couldn't tell you because I was absent-minded. What? The nearest store is a used car dealership, but it's been occupied by some guys. They are also obedient to the vampire. They are worse than us. As Sung-woo stared at him calmly, Tz continued, we just took away gold, but they catch people and donate them to the vampires. They were literally a human trafficking gang. In other words, those involved in something shitty like supplying fresh blood to vampires had already begun to appear. Left unchecked, the governing structure that could function around vampires could be here to stay. What a nut! Guide me to them. Sung-woo had no intention of avoiding them. Since they were parasites under the vampire's control, they needed to be smashed to check the vampire's growth. At that moment, a girl staggered to Sung-woo. I'm going, too. Yujin? Sung-woo looked at her neck where the bite marks were still visible. She is a vampire. This is the very girl that I hear has been infected. Vampires made one member of their target group infected so as to subject them. Where did you say you were going? Asked. I mean that shop. She looked at Tsung with blurry eyes. Why do you want to go there? I want blood, blood. I think I'm going to go crazy if I hold it back any longer. The vampire at the shop said he had a blood pack. I have to get the blood by citing Uncle. Otherwise, what she said was very scary. Going crazy meant that she would lose her mind and really attack humans. Tsung looked at Sung-woo with an embarrassed expression. Sung-woo frowned. It was a real burden to take a girl in that condition with him. Besides, it would cause big trouble if she ever ran around wildly. Is it okay to take her with us? If you can't take me, I'm not going to guide you because I can't promise her safety. Tsung was stubborn. Sure. But if she runs wildly, I'll kill her right away. Remember that. Although she was a big headache, their priority was to find a store quickly. Anyway, she was not a big threat even if she was a vampire because he obtained a werewolf skeleton. As a member of a biker gang in this area, Tsung knew him like the back of his hand. It was a 20-minute walk to the car dealership, but while they were walking there, they would sometimes hear wolves howling. It was unknown whether it was the dire wolf that Sung-woo saw before, or the werewolf that those who didn't choose the cards changed into. However, he wished he could meet the former if he had to confront them on the way. We're almost there. The shop is over there. They soon arrived at the place where hundreds of vehicles were parked. To the left of the entrance were the offices of a car dealership. There is only one vampire in that shop? Yes. It seems that there is just one vampire per group. I don't know the details, but it looks like they can't make vampires randomly. Ah, the other 8 are regular players. If he was right, the vampire here was not a tough opponent. However, since it was not known which job the player picked or how much combat skill he had, Sung-woo could not attack unconditionally. Let's approach quietly. Sung-woo pulled the barbed wire behind the office building and quietly entered the cell's compound. Bang! Bang! Thump! Contrary to his expectations, however, the office was so noisy that he could hardly hear the noise outside. There was the sound of something breaking inside the building. Sung-woo, is this the sound of a vampire screaming? Hano asked. I don't scream like that. Yujin replied between a sleepy and alert state. Please help me. Sung-woo stopped at the noise. Hano turned to Yujin. Do you scream like that? It was a human scream. It seemed like there was a customer ahead of them. Sung-woo divided the skeletons and simultaneously placed them on both sides of the office building. Then he listened for the urgent voice coming from the window and inside the office. What? Who turned into a monster? It's because of that message from a moment ago. Fuck, he couldn't draw a card with his hands and feet tied. /40 Sung-woo understood the situation. The human sacrifice for the vampire turned into a monster. When Sung-woo's party circled the building and approached the entrance, something broke through the glass door and popped out. Arg! A man covered with blood was screaming, while a monster that looked like a werewolf was scratching the man ruthlessly after clinging onto him. Whenever the monster scratched the man with its thick claws, his flesh fell apart, turning into an unrecognizable meatball. After slaughtering the man, the monster turned to Sung-woo. With its head that looked like a bear's, drooling saliva and thick neck, the monster was ready to charge at him at any moment. But at that moment an arrow pierced its back. Buke! It was shot from the office. It's useless. Keh. The monster turned back and ran into the office. A fountain of blood poured down the window. It was a monster that ordinary players could not deal with at all. It looked like a monster that they could not hunt from the beginning. But Sungwoo was different. Let me help you make a friend. Go away. When he tapped the werewolf skeleton on the shoulder, a total of 10 skeletons began to enter the building. Rattle, rattle. Kah. All sorts of screams began to come from inside the building. One of the windows was broken, and at the same time the upper body of an orc skeleton was thrown through it. Sungwoo quietly saw the skeleton turning into ashes before disappearing. So I have secured a spot. Since a promising candidate was to fill the void, Sungwoo had nothing to regret. You have earned 3,500 gold by hunting a werebear. A werebear was a monster in the shape of a bear. This too was a monster that someone who didn't choose an occupation card turned into. The dead have become your subordinate under your authority. But now the killed werebear was just one of Sungwoo's subordinates. After confirming the message, Sungwoo entered the office. The floor was a mess of glass fragments, bones and a pool of blood. And there were 9 skeletons standing on top of it. A werebear was struggling to stand up, peeling off its skin in the middle of them. It looked a head taller than the werewolf with a thicker build. Meanwhile, there were people shivering in the corner, watching the terrible scene. There were 3 men in total. Sungwoo opened his mouth, looking down at them. Where's the vampire? Pardon? You have a vampire here. They turned their heads and looked inside the office. KHHH. The man, whose right neck and shoulders were completely crushed, stood up. Even if he was a vampire, he didn't seem to have overpowered the werebear. It was what Sungwoo expected. Fortunately he had good resilience, so he seemed to have survived, though paralyzed by the werebear's attack. Sungwoo. At that moment Hanno called out to him, hurrying into the office. He made a big fuss, pointing to the outside of the building. Over there. Look at that bus. A white bus was approaching when Sungwoo looked at the parking lot that Hanno pointed to. It is our school shuttle bus. Looking at the duck doll in the driver's seat, it must be the bus Kyungsu drove. These bastards. Sungwoo had met Kyungsu Lee on campus. He suggested going to the army unit, saying he knew the route to the unit, but Sungwoo refused. He was lucky enough to stop the bus when the wyverns were passing over them. But this time they were caught by these damned monsters. Who the hell are you? The vampire murmured painfully. He was clearly recovering from the wounds slowly. Rattle, rattle, but Sungwoo didn't have any intention of waiting for his recovery. The werewolf skeletons moved toward him. What the heck are you doing now? But the skeletons began to slaughter him immediately, which made the vampire's gang squatting in the corner embarrassed and upset. Hey, Chief. Who the hell are you bastards? Why did you come here suddenly? Unlike the previous vampire's subordinates, these guys were more swift. Although they were on the defensive, they grabbed the weapons and charged at Sungwoo. But the one-armed goblin that Sungwoo favored, moved faster than them. Clang. As if they didn't notice the goblin, they were instantly outpowered by Sungwoo looked down at the gangsters with contempt, who fell on the floor helplessly. Suddenly? Then did you send any pre-notice to the victims when you took them and donated them to the vampire? Sungwoo turned back, and began to kill them one by one. Along with their terrible screaming, the message about his gold acquisition appeared. But he ignored the message and went out to find Tz. Tz was supporting Eugen at the moment. Hey, where's the real shop? Oh, just a minute. But Eugen was staggering to Sungwoo after shaking Tz's hands off. Can I tell you one thing? When you become a damned vampire, you can feel the death of your fellow. I felt bad when Uncle was killed a little while ago. But I still feel the same. Eugen? These fucking vampires will rush to you in droves and kill everybody, you and all of us here. So, you have to get out of here as soon as possible. Then she turned to Tz and continued, that's why Uncle came to us right after he felt that Woo Suk was killed. He planted a vampire for that. If that was true, it seemed to be quite a headache for Sungwoo. Confronting the group of vampires head on? That was the last thing Sungwoo wanted. Then, that bastard called the boss must have grasped the situation here, right? She nodded at Sungwoo's question. Her chin line trembled. Yeah, I think so. The boss is like a father to us because he created all the vampires. That uncle praised him so much, that crazy asshole. Sensing that he might be inevitably entangled with the vampire, Sungwoo asked, so, can you guys feel where that father-like guy is right now? But she shook her head from side to side and said, well, I also want to see what that fucking bastard looks like. The moment her voice trembled even more, she began to shiver violently, which was an ominous sign. Eventually, she collapsed with her wobbly legs and ran to support her. Yujin, what's wrong? Wake up. Sungwoo immediately pulled the sword. It looked like the harbinger of her running wild. But, frightened, hugged her. Oh, no. Shut up. Just watch out for your neck. No, fuck. No. Sungwoo immediately had the skeletons pull him away. He struggled to get out as both hands were grabbed by them, but he had no other choice than to be dragged out. Oh, no. Don't touch me, fuck. You said you killed your friend who became a vampire, right? Shut up at his question. Like Sungwoo said, he had killed Woo Seok. And the situation right now was not much different from before. Sungwoo pointed it out. At that moment Yujin whispered, with her head down, Don't worry. With her mouth curling up, she began to laugh suddenly. Ha! This kid is fine. What the heck was she talking about now? Yujin? What did you say? She turned back sharply and looked at Tz. However, even that momentary action was very eerie. She looked like a doll tied to a thread, twisting its joint. This kid is okay, so stop it. And let him drink some blood periodically. He's so haggard, as you can see. But not too much blood. With too little blood, this kid will be thirsty for it, but too much and he will be addicted to it. Got it? Understand? Fuck, why are you silent? Her voice was now quite different from before. Even Sungwoo could feel it, although he had never met her before. She raised her head and looked up at Sungwoo. What? I can't see him well because my vision is blurry. Is it because my skill grade is low? Oh, sorry, this is the skill I recently obtained, so I'm a little clumsy at using it. You can think of me as the one managing these friends anyway. /41 / Sungwoo frowned at that and asked, are you Vampire Lord? She laughed, revealing her white teeth, and said, oh, where did you pick up that word? Sungwoo thought it was time to decide on how to tackle the vampires. Dodge them or smash them? Is she really Vampire Lord? Sungwoo felt something bad in her smile. If so, was she possessed by the Vampire Lord spirit? Considering what she just said, the skill she mentioned belonged to the spirit. Oh my. My children don't die well, but I was curious who killed them often. Fortunately, he was right next to our chief. So, I wanted to see what he looked like. But I can't see him well. Sungwoo was not sure what he looked like, but he must look disgusting to her. Damn it. You're so talkative. You bet. I hear that often. Anyway, you don't like me to talk too much. So let me tell you just one thing. At that moment, she laughed, revealing her gums. Then she opened her mouth wide toward Sungwoo and vomited something out. Haha. Her breath was red. Sungwoo stepped back, but the back of his hand touched her by mistake. You have been exposed to a lower curse. You need divine power to analyze and break it. Looking down at the back of his hand, he looked at her again. Yujin, or Vampire Lord, was giggling. You really are dead. You really are dead. Fuck you. Let me chew your intestines. Just wait for me. Let me chop you into pieces and eat them all. Why are you silent? Puke. She fell to the ground, with her nose bleeding. Sungwoo kicked her hard enough to make her pass out. I didn't have to keep listening. But your kick was too much. As if he was shocked, he blinked his eyes, looking down at her after she passed out. Sungwoo touched his palm. Curse? Normally, that meant that the cursed person would die slowly with terrible pain. But Sungwoo experienced no such feeling. There was just a red spot on the back of his hand. Nevertheless, he was uneasy. According to the message, I need divine power to analyze and get the antidote for the curse. But what is it and where can I get it? He could not think of anything. While he was puzzled, he felt Hannah looking at him. Sungwoo, I can feel something strange in your body. What the fuck are you talking about? Hannah began to approach him slowly. But Sungwoo stepped back, frowning at him. What's wrong, man? Please come to me, Sungwoo. Me? No, just go away. At that moment, Hannah jumped at him and grabbed his hand. Now I think I know, Sungwoo. Are you crazy? You have been exposed to a curse. Your job is priest, right? Come to think of it, the job cards Hannah selected were thief and priest. Priest, a job that uses divine power, was right next to Sungwoo. That's right. I forgot it, too. Let me see. Holding his hand, Hannah stared into the air, trying to check a message. Then he saw the contents of the curse. You have been exposed to Vampire Road's exclusive skill, blood tracking. Your location will be exposed every 12 hours. You can't break the curse because of low divine power. Sorry, Sungwoo. As my faith is weak, I can't heal your pain. Shut up, man. Finding out the information about the curse itself was a big deal. As a result, there was one change. Special quests are given, depending on special circumstances. List of special quests. Title: There is no country for the wicked. Condition: eliminate the killer aiming for your life. Bonus: 30,000 gold, Class C item ticket. You are now somebody's target. Your opponent is preparing all kinds of vicious operations to take your life. This bad luck will only end if either one of you dies. It seemed that Sungwoo was going to be entangled with the vampire for a while. He approached. Hey. Hey. Yes? Who had been absent-minded, finally looked at Sungwoo. Where is the store? How many times did I ask you? Oh, it's over there. Despite what happened, Sungwoo had no other choice but to prepare to strike first. Before fighting, he needed to make sure he was equipped with the weapons, and that with the mightiest ones. He had a total of 42,950 gold. In numerous battles until now, he killed the most monsters and malicious players. He earned plenty of bonuses by hunting werewolves and werebears. Sungwoo's party stood in front of the LCD monitor in the corner of the office. There was a green shop icon above the monitor. Welcome to the D-Class shop. This is not roulette, said Jisoo while operating the computer. This store offered a drawing. A crude graphic bucket was floating on the monitor. Pick a lucky ball. 1, bronze, 100, 2, silver, 1000, 3, gold, 10,000, 4, platinum, 100,000. Class D stores only sell up to platinum. Oh, draw a ball? It was a game of drawing a ball from the bucket and paying for the product written on the ball. Let me do it first. Sungwoo started it first. You have one ticket now, unlimited level. This time, Sungwoo also had an unlimited grade roulette ticket. It was the ticket he earned by fighting against the horde of orcs in the grandstands as a bonus for achieving 100 kills for 100 players only. The new platinum grade is equivalent to a whopping 100,000 gold. If so, it means that the prize will be 10 times better from a higher shop than this one here. Given that the number of unlimited grade tickets is limited to 100, it is. Sungwoo thought to himself. So, he didn't use the ticket because he could survive without using it for now. He chose to draw gold by using 10,000 gold. Soon, a platinum bucket appeared along with a low-grade 8-bit sound to accompany the mixing of the balls. You can add a ball. 1, third prize ball, 300, 2, second prize ball, 500, 3, first prize ball, 1000, there are 100 balls in total, and up to 5 balls can be added. It was a new mode of playing that didn't exist in roulette. Namely, he could increase the probability of winning by adding a ball. There were a total of 100 balls, but he could not know how many were among those to win the first, second or third prize. However, based on the roulette board, the probability of winning the first place out of 100 balls was estimated to be 1 or 2 balls. Given the first prize item in the previous drawing, it is beneficial to draw the first prize no matter how much I spent. He could easily find the answer when he thought about the legendary item, the Tears of the Sea Spirit that he obtained by winning the first prize in the gold grade roulette. The moment he earned it, he could resolve the chronic lack of mana that occurred in a Necromancer's exhausting battle. He also used the Vanguard's Shield, or the rare grade item selected as the second prize, very well, but compared to the first prize, there was a big difference in performance. One street prize ball has been added. +5, Sungwoo used 5,000 gold to add 5 first place balls. Nevertheless, he was more likely to pick up a potions package, but given the 1% chance of winning 10,000 gold as the primary option, it was much more beneficial to invest 5,000 gold and raise it to a 5% chance. Then he controlled the mouse, put it in the bucket, and drew a ball at random. Click. Sungwoo. To his surprise, the number from the ball was 1. Congratulations! You won first place. Sungwoo grasped a sheet of parchment fluttering down from the air. Item information, name, coupon for acquiring craftsman grade skills, rating, legend, category, consumable items, effect, you will be randomly given one vocational skill. The skill is set to a craftsman without any special training. Based on Sungwoo's experience, the skill that one could obtain when leveling up started from the basic level. /42 / he was not sure how many grades there were after that or how much it was enhanced, for he had not yet increased his grade. Use items. The parchment evaporated when he said that, then a message appeared. Skill information, name, vacant sanctuary, grade, craftsman, category, active, consumption, 0, create a resting place for your subordinates in the subspace. Regardless of the number and mass, you can let them stay there and summon them to your current location at will. However, this only applies to subordinates in an unbroken state, plus Fellblade. When summoning a large number of subordinates at once, you will spread the curse of death throughout the whole area. The range and effectiveness will increase as the number increases. Cooldown, 1 hour. At first glance, it seemed be okay. Until now he took it to be natural to carry a group of skeletons with him, but there were lots of things he had to care about. For example, hiding them or letting them pass through a small area was a big headache. Besides, he had to explain the skeletons whenever he bumped into the survivors. Now he could put these giant skeletons in the inventory and summon them at any time. This was a true innovation. Stay. When Sungwoo recited it deep down, the skeletons became powder and disappeared into thin air. All your subordinates are now in the vacant sanctuary. Where are the skeletons? Hano asked. It's a new skill. Afterwards, Sungwoo thought of using the additional skill called Fellblade but refrained from doing so because it could damage other survivors. Then Hano drew the ball and earned Tough Bullsk in Chest Protector as a normal item. Jisoo wasn't lucky either, but she picked a Class B survival package that contained bandages, first aid, ropes, and lanterns. Well, these items might be useful someday, she said, feeling bitter about her selection. Sungwoo, don't you think you have taken away all our good luck? Let me start first next time. Sure. They decided to save the gold after spinning the roulette by taking turns, for they knew the location of the shop and that gold was not only used in stores because it was also used to maintain a safety zone. So, they wanted to prepare for an unexpected situation by saving gold. Now, let's go. After he was done preparing, Sungwoo climbed the stairs. Sometimes a situation called for you to confront the opponent with your eyes wide open. That was what would happen to him soon. Kyungsu Lee regretted every moment. Why did it go wrong? Instead of driving the bus out of school, should I have stayed with that man called Sungwoo Yu? I think I should have. I was too complacent. His idea that the military would be safe screwed up everything. When he finally arrived at the army unit after avoiding the horrible horde of wyverns and passing through various monsters, it was empty. He loved zombie apocalypse movies, but when it actually happened to him, he was repeating the same mistakes that the main characters in the movies made. Damn it. All the students, including Kyung-soo, were frustrated. After stopping the bus in front of the unit's barbed wire, Kyung-soo sat there quietly with his head on the steering wheel. Everything was hopeless. At that moment, his friend showed his mobile phone and said, "Kyung-soo, look at this." Fortunately, he discovered the QR code for the player guidebook application, and he gave Kyung-soo various tips on how he contacted the community there. And what he brought this time made Kyung-soo's heart pound. Safety zone? Yes, it's not far from here. Seung. You have enough gas to get there? I think so. Kyung-soo began to have hope again. Then he firmly grabbed the steering wheel of the bus. Indeed, all 30 students on the bus decided to follow his decision. He felt like he had a great responsibility. Actually, they followed him because they believed he knew how to drive the bus and knew the way to the army unit. Good. Let's get going again. So, he had more sense of a mission. Thus, he drove the bus slowly and carefully. It was a very dangerous journey, but fortunately, they could arrive without any accidents. He felt he was so lucky throughout the journey. Hey, we're almost there. Just leave a comment. Okay. Let me write it right now. But what they met there were not the saviors like Sungwoo. Hey, walk straight. When he heard a threatening voice from behind, Kyung-soo realized the reality and raised his head. And he walked with a heavy heart. Why? Tired? If you don't like it, tell me. You can go into the kitchen a little sooner. The kitchen that the voice said wasn't the kitchen for making food or washing dishes. It referred to a meal made in the kitchen itself. This bastard has no flesh that I can eat. These crazy men were the monsters that attracted people to have them serve as slaves or suck their blood. In fact, Kyung-soo and the 30 students came running here for their safety, but they, unfortunately, took the bait. And now they were slaves. They were combat slaves who risked their lives to hunt monsters and then had all their gold taken away. Hey, these boys in my unit are getting haggard. Shouldn't we be asking to replace them? You bet. Besides, some of them might rebel because they have leveled up a bit. Kyung-soo and 4 slaves could not dare to resist despite such terrible words, for they saw their friends killed brutally after failed resistance. The only thing Kyung-soo could do right now was walk with his head down. Arg. At that moment, Kyung-soo bumped into the back of the person ahead of him because those at the forefront stopped. Crackle, crackle. What the heck is this that? Bones? They look like goblins at first glance. Kyung-soo slowly raised his head. Something white and small was blocking them. Aren't they a new monster? Just kill them. But Kyung-soo doubted his eyes. Hey, Sungwoo. What? What did he say? Sungwoo. Who is he? It was natural that he blurted out loud, because the white thing he saw was clearly the goblin skeletons that Sungwoo took with him. Then Sungwoo walked out of the alley on the left. Kyung-soo, it looks like the luck you borrowed from me last time didn't help much. As soon as he said that, the skeletons began popping out from everywhere. Kyung-soo was puzzled at the moment. Sungwoo you. He acted as if he had calculated everything in advance. From day one when the world turned into a game, he mounted a critical attack coldly and in a calculated manner. How was it possible? Wasn't he an ordinary college student? Even now his observations were sharp. How could he locate and target the most dangerous vampire out of the 5 members here? Buke. 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 Even before he introduced himself, Sungwoo threw 4 javelins at the vampire, stabbing his body here and there. It was so quick that the vampire could not respond. Ugh! Who the hell? Then, the skeletons with beast heads appeared and ripped apart the vampire, which Kyung-soo and his friends could not bear to watch. But the vampire could regenerate unless he was smashed to pieces, so there was no other choice. Leave only one alive. After killing the members all at once, Sung-woo freed Kyung-soo and the other slaves. Sung-woo, that pervert vampire lord must have sensed our presence here, right? Don't you think he is coming here soon? I hear he is not around. The vampire allegedly could feel the death of his kind. Then, it was not difficult to guess that Sung-woo was responsible for his fellow vampires' sudden deaths. However, according to T's testimony, there was no vampire lord in the area. And he said that the abandoned factory, the center of human trafficking, which Sung-woo and his party would attack, was under the vampire controlled by vampire lord. Thanks for your help again, Sung-woo, said Kyung-soo. He was almost exhausted. What happened? Sung-woo asked. I am ashamed to tell you. He said he went to the Seong safety zone as posted in the community. /43 but those who waited for them were part of a human trafficking gang and a used car trading complex. They kidnapped Kyung-soo's party on the bus and literally delivered them to the abandoned factory. All kinds of wicked and terrible things are happening there right now. Not only exploitation but also rape, cannibalism. I really can't believe my ears. Even though the world is crazy, is it possible for them to get involved in such heinous deeds after only a few days? I understand, Sung-woo nodded. But they did not become crazy like that in a day. These crazy guys were just hiding in society. Adaptation and liberation were different. In that respect, they had now been liberated. Sung-woo looked at the only member he didn't kill. It was a young man in his early 20s, he was standing there, terrified. Now, I'll give you a chance to survive. You see that dog over there, right? The dog that Sung-woo pointed to was actually a werewolf skeleton. Crackle. When the skeleton gnashed its teeth hard, the young member's face became even more pale. Shuddering with fear, he kept nodding, saying, "Well, let me tell you everything." "Good. How many people are in the factory? Tell me how many vampires, how many players, and what level they are." "There are 4 vampires, but one just died here, and 12 players. There is one that's level 5, and level 4. Tell me only the highest level guy." Swallowing, he replied, "As far as I know, level 5 is the highest." Aside from that, Sung-woo asked him other things, such as how to enter the abandoned factory and the status of security around it, etc. "It's good that you were answering truthfully. Thank you." Sung-woo said that, then turned his head when he heard a noise. Buke. Arg. Kyung-soo jumped at the young member and stabbed his neck with a javelin. Ha! Gasping for breath, Kyung-soo stepped back and said, "You shouldn't keep that son of a bitch alive. That bastard killed my friend." "Good job," said Sung-woo. Anyway, he didn't intend to keep him alive either. He placed his hand on Kyung-soo's shoulder. Then Kyung-soo's expression changed subtly. Beyond anger, embarrassment, and self-reproach, he felt a sense of stability he had never felt before. "Kyung-soo, I think you know something about the situation of the abandoned factory. Any useful tips?" Kyung-soo caught his breath and said, "Security is more tight than you think. They want tight security to stop the monsters from approaching, so they have security guards everywhere. I don't think I can break through it because they even installed barbed wires on the stone wall." Kyung-soo seemed to think that attacking the factory was not reasonable, given its tight security. In fact, Kyung-soo and his friends had been living like slaves, taken as hostages, until they were finally freed by Sung-woo. After pondering over the matter, Sung-woo raised his head and looked around. "I've got a plan." The site of the abandoned factory was quite large. It was a manufacturing factory that made industrial products a long time ago but later used as a warehouse after the company went bankrupt. Since then, it has since been empty. The group of vampires, who were neighbors originally, used the large, closed space as their hideout. They were planning to fortify this place by collecting useful items, food, and fuel in 5 days. And filling the bases of vampires all over the map was also the order of their boss, Vampire Lord, aka Representative. Branch Manager, I've conveyed the message that they have to watch out for any outside intruders. But is it true that Team Manager Park was killed? Yes, I felt it, and the representative mentioned it to me directly. Given that his mental connection with me consumes a lot of blood, I think it's certain Park was killed. The man, called the branch manager, standing on an iron railing on the second floor of the factory, looked down at the building. This place suddenly bustled with all kinds of things and monster bodies. Even humans were mixed among the items. Survivors were absolutely necessary EXP and food to strengthen the vampires' stats, and the representative instructed them to focus on kidnapping humans as their main business. Branch manager, I wonder what the representative thinks about it. How long should we keep kidnapping humans like this? Quite a few members had the same question. They pledged allegiance to this group for their immediate survival, but in fact, they weren't certain about what to do next and other things. Even the branch manager also did not know the representative's exact purpose and why he placed his managers in strongholds in this way. But he believed the representative, and said, "This is a survival competition and an evolutionary business. We should be the leader in this field." I believe in his insights. He has a philosophy. Actually, he didn't know much about philosophy, but he felt that way anyway. In his mind, the representative was a handsome and mysterious person. Indeed, the representative was also his savior who changed his low status overnight as he had been working at the factory and logistics warehouse. At that moment, the factory's massive gate opened and strange people came in. 2 security guards appeared, dragging a young man. Branch manager. The security guard pushed the back of the man with his hands tied. "Like you said, I've caught this intruder. He was peeking inside the factory at the entrance." The man already caught? It was true that the branch manager told his men to be alert because the man who had murdered team leader Park who went hunting could intrude the factory. So how is it possible that the murderer was caught so easily? Oh my. It looks like the representative's worry was groundless. The branch manager laughed uncontrollably. He looked down at the intruder who had been dragged down the railing. He was an ordinary young man. But, strangely enough, he looked relaxed. Rather than looking at him, the young man was absent-minded, looking around the factory as if he were here on a field trip. "Hey!" Only after the branch manager shouted at him for a few seconds did the man raise his head. The branch manager felt embarrassed rather than upset. "Who are you? Huh? Did you kill team leader Park?" The young man tilted his head at that question and said, "Team leader Park? Yes, team leader Park." Then the young man burst into laughter. It sounded like he was mocking them. Was the dead man wearing a business card on his forehead? What the heck? How would I know if you ask me about the title that only you guys know? I know you condescending guys are doing obscure business. Then, what's your title? I'm a branch manager." The young man laughed again and asked back, "Branch manager of what? Damn it, you must be a branch manager in your own imagination, right?" When this conversation was going on, the atmosphere of the factory was heavy and cold. The other gang members were checking the branch manager's expression, at a loss about what to do. But the branch manager, with veins standing out on his temple, was gnashing his teeth in anger. "I asked you who you are." But the young man laughed once again and asked, "Didn't you get a call from your representative?" The representative's warning that Park's murderer would invade the factory was correct. But the branch manager would have never expected this kind of intrusion. In the meantime, the whispering began to spread among the people taken hostage in the factory. "You know that man, right?" "Yes, I remember. He's the man I saw on campus." "Why? Who is he?" "He was the one who saved us all on campus." As the voices of those who recognized the man began to spread, the branch manager felt something strange. "Shut up. Hey, make them shut their mouths." Then the branch manager started to descend the iron staircase grudgingly and faced the young man. "So, you've decided to intrude this place directly? Well, I have been escorted here." The branch manager turned his eyes and looked at his arms. Obviously, his arms were completely bound behind his back. /44 what the fuck are you talking about? Are you kidding me? Okay, let's say you've intruded this place. What are you going to do alone here? Huh? The branch manager felt keenly that in this world that changed like a game, he could do nothing alone. That's why he blindly trusted the man called the representative. The representative was a leader who led the group with an absolute hand forged with the oath of blood. But the young man was still smiling. Why? The young man opened his mouth. I liked being alone. What the heck is this? And a red warning message appeared before the branch manager's eyes. Caution! Fellblade is now in your area. Soon, black smoke exploded and filled the inside of the factory. Arg! Screams of death broke out from everywhere. You have been possessed by the curse of death. Your stats are greatly reduced. At that moment there was something behind the black smoke. What a cool skill! They were none other than the white demons that appeared all of a sudden. Fellblade, the sub-effect of Vacant Sanctuary, was a skill that spread curses to the affected area when a large number of subordinates were summoned all at once. As it turned out, the triggering condition of the skill was to summon at least 10 subordinates. As a result, the black smoke was enough to fill the small factory, and skeletons began to take shape everywhere. Cough. Cough. Arg. Block them. As the skill grade of Fellblade was low, the black smoke quickly dissipated. However, the branch manager's momentary embarrassment was enough for Sungwoo to use his fatal weakness. Screams were heard everywhere. And along with the screams, the sound of creepy bones clanking against each other rang. Rattle, rattle. Wake up. They're all scarecrows anyway. All you have to do is kill the bastard controlling them. The branch manager shouted at his men hanging from the railing on the second floor. The moment the smoke spread, he jumped and grabbed the railing. He had something to trust. He thought that the 3 vampires, including himself, were powerful enough to overpower ordinary monsters and players incomparably. Therefore, they could kill a rat like Sungwoo. That bastard. Then he found a man in the scattering smoke massaging his wrists after releasing the rope, namely Sungwoo. Crackle. Next to him was Wright, the goblin skeleton. Wright broke the rope around his hands. Kill that bastard first. The branch manager yelled, but nobody followed his direction. In fact, they couldn't. Bang. Clang. They were already struggling to beat their opponents that were everywhere. They're coming from there, too. Damn, tell the security guards outside to come in. Ordinary players barely could confront the orc skeletons. However, if they had the misfortune of confronting the werebear skeleton, the vampires tore apart the orc skeletons without any difficulty, but the situation didn't get better. What the heck? They are being resurrected. The dead has become your subordinate under your authority. They now face the strange phenomenon of the monsters' bodies piled up in the factory, reviving. The corpses they collected to get meat, bones, and leather after dissecting them revived and walked toward them with glittering red eyes. They were now shuddering with fear. The branch manager stared at Sungwoo, gnashing his teeth because he realized that there were no subordinates to help him. Hey, branch manager? When the branch here disappears, what title are you going to use? His face turned red at Sungwoo's provocative question. Eventually, he couldn't stand it anymore and charged at Sungwoo, kicking the railing. But Sungwoo stepped back and disappeared into the thin smoke. The branch manager, checking his movements, quickly landed on the ground and chased him. At that moment, however, something flew toward his face. Buke! The object was broken to pieces with a dull sound. And the liquid in it was splashed over his face. The branch manager held his face and stepped back. It was also slime liquid. The tremendous amount of acid melted his hair and skin. Buke! Then, while he was groaning with pain, a spear made of bones flew and struck his left shoulder. Rattle, rattle. After that, Wright charged at him. Although he hurriedly pulled out a cookery knife, he slipped while his knife clashed against the other party's sword. This time again, the synergy of the one-armed warrior Wright was triggered. Its saber cut deeply through his right thigh. The branch manager, covered with wounds, gasped for breath and stared at Sungwoo and Wright. In addition to the apparent damage he took, his whole body was contaminated with all kinds of curses. Curse of Death reduce stats. Contaminated by devil's blood, his health will continue to decrease. Not only the curse of Fellblade, but also the devil's bloodstone that Sung Woo obtained by killing the chief orc was taking effect. It was a terrible weapon that burned the mana of the opponent and consumed his health until there was no mana left. And vampires had no mana in the first place due to the characteristics of the vampire clan. So this item was the natural enemy of the vampires, which Sung Woo didn't realize at all. But that was not the end. Maybe I should use this skill too. It's been a while. Sung Woo activated the red bracelet on his right wrist. Wild Madness has been triggered. Increases attack power, plus 10%, and attack speed, plus 20%, against Goblin-type mercenaries for 10 minutes. It was a useful item that Sung Woo used when carrying a large number of Goblin skeletons, but now the target of its application was only Right. However, Right always did its share faithfully. Bang! The results of the fighting between those with huge buffs and their opponents with huge debuffs were obvious. Sung Woo and Right gradually closed in after surrounding him. In the meantime, the factory door opened and 6 security guards entered. Hearing that their members inside were knocked down, they came in a hurry. However, the first thing they saw was a 2 meter 50 centimeters black skeleton holding their colleagues' cut arms and legs. They had no other choice but to stop at the entrance. However, that was their mistake. They had to turn back and run away because the werebear skeleton and beasts made of bones rushed at them. Buke! Their lower bodies were crushed by their kicks, and their smashed shoulders bounced off the concrete floor. Meanwhile, a bus was rushing toward the factory that turned into a mess. Bang! Screech! The bus trampled down the gate and entered the factory. Then, the bus braked shortly afterwards, and Jisoo, Hano, and Kyungsu came out of the bus. Over there. They ran straight and freed the detained hostages. Meanwhile, Hano's parents threw the bone weapons that Sung Woo had made out of the bus windows. Move. If you get hurt, get on the bus right away. Kyungsu, I can fight. Okay, take the weapon. All this was taking place according to Sung Woo's planned operation. Namely, he would enter the factory alone to confuse the vampire and his gang members inside through Fellblade, then save the survivors by attacking them. The instant the survivors grabbed the weapons, Sung Woo's allies would be now superior to them numerically. Now, it was certain that Sung Woo's party would prevail. The branch manager looked around and could not hide his embarrassment. All the people he had kidnapped were released, and his subordinates fell to the ground without any exception. Looking at him, Sung Woo laughed and ridiculed him by saying, "Oh my god! Your branch has really disappeared." How did he, faced with defeat and death, feel humiliated by the opponent? The branch manager felt indescribable anger. And something wiggling deep inside beyond his control began to dominate his whole body. At that moment, a familiar voice was heard in his ears. "What the heck? That guy is a bit strong. Let me give you my power. Kill him by all means." It was a sweet voice. Arg! He vomited out blood. Then he couldn't even scream at the pain of his whole body twisting hard. His shoulder bones broke through the flesh, while his skull tore his melted face and came out. What the heck is that? Man, he was not a human. /45 Hearing the freed survivors whispering, Sung Woo watched the branch manager changing bizarrely. Then, he summoned the skeletons around him because he sensed an unusual threat. The branch manager's body was swollen with a blackish-brown color, and sharp bones protruded from all over the body. His arms looked like huge weapons. His face was also twisted in a weird way, so it felt more like a monster's than a human's. Are you now showing your true colors? The vampires in movies were human, but during the climax, they usually appeared as monsters. Did this game follow that cliché, the high-level vampire is on a rampage? As if the branch manager's huge change was a big threat, even a warning message appeared before their eyes. Kah! Yelling, he charged at Sung Woo. He hit the ground once and narrowed the distance with Sung Woo by a few meters. He displayed incredible resilience. But the orc skeleton stood before him while Sung Woo turned to the right. Bang! The orc skeleton collapsed like a Lego block when hit by the branch manager's superhuman force. Now, blood was simmering in every corner of his body where the bones jutted out. Wherever his bloody body passed, a pool of blood would be left behind. He can't sustain that condition for long. Sung-woo ran behind another orc skeleton. The vampire turned sharply as if he seemed to aim at Sung-woo alone, swinging his arms once again. Bang! The orc skeleton was smashed into pieces as if it could serve as a tank. He's not going to sustain for long, but I can get hurt. Sung-woo controlled the fast-moving werewolf skeleton so it could chase him closely. Soon, two skeletons surrounded the branch manager. Buke! However, the werewolf, hit by his left hand, bounced off the factory wall. Fortunately, it wasn't smashed, but it left a big impact when thrown against the wall. Throwing the werewolf? Sung-woo became curious at this point. How many stars does Vampire Lord have? While struggling with the other werewolf skeleton, the branch manager grabbed and lifted its pelvic bone, then threw it towards the werebear skeleton charging at him from the opposite side. The two skeletons fell on the floor, entangled with each other. Ka! He steadfastly aimed at Sung-woo. But Sung-woo widened the distance by blocking him while sacrificing the orc skeletons. Soon the monster bodies piled up on one side of the warehouse gradually began to shrink. The monster bodies that Sung-woo could use were running out even before his mana. At that moment, Sung-woo noticed black fur that protruded between the bodies of the orcs and goblins. No way! The body with arrows stuck all over it like a hedgehog was a werewolf. It seemed that the gang members managed to kill it with all their might. The dead has become your subordinate under your authority. Now the dead werewolf was placed under Sung-woo's authority. Synergy effect is now available due to team play. Synergy list: 4, Hell's Watchman Cerberus, category, clan synergy, condition, dog and 3 more creatures, effect, attack speed increase, plus 10%, muscle strength increase, plus 10%, muscle strength increase when attacking one enemy at the same time, plus 50%, defense increase when blocking the narrow passage, plus 50%, Cerberus synergy because of 3 dog heads. This synergy was very mysterious. In any case, it is a great synergy. By the way, doesn't muscle strength increase because of bones with no flesh? Sung-woo thought to himself. He had some questions, but its effect was fantastic. The skeletons thrown by the vampire resurrected and jumped at him from 3 directions at the same time, and the situation was completely overturned. They were no longer outpowered by the branch manager. Of course, they could do so because the 3 skeletons grabbed him at the same time. Then, as soon as the werebear skeleton joined them, he was forced onto his knees. Crushed by the 4 beasts, he screamed in pain. But that was it. Soon, the orc skeletons everywhere stabbed sharp weapons all over his body. And, like he normally did, Sung-woo also stabbed a man's neck with a sharp sword. Tell the representative that his business has been closed. You have earned 10,000 gold by killing a special player. His eyes were closed even before Sung-woo beheaded him. The wounds were so deep that he could not overcome the excessive bleeding. What if I make his body a skeleton? Sung-woo had never tried to resurrect a human body into a skeleton. Orc skeletons were much better than human bones, so he didn't feel the need to use human bones. Vampires were much more powerful than orcs, but they were so good at regenerating, so Sung-woo cut their heads first to kill them on the spot. And he could not resurrect the damaged bones into skeletons. So, Sung-woo secured the body of a killed vampire with his head intact. The dead has become your subordinate under your authority. A vampire skeleton with a deformed bone structure raised its body. It didn't have a big build, but its protruding shoulders and forearms were quite intimidating. You can check the memory fragments of the dead. Sung-woo didn't notice it because he had never resurrected a dead man, but this seemed to be under the Necromancer's authority too. I think I can use this a lot in the future. A video that looked like a memory fragment began to play before his eyes. Less than this is what I want to say. Greater than, it was part of the branch manager's memories. You want to think about it after catching your breath? What does this game mean? Huh? Can anyone tell me the answer? The place was a beer house. Given that it was a mess and strewn with blood, it all happened after the game began. A total of 4 men and women sat with macaroni and draft beer in front of them. Yeah. There can be no such guy. Among the 4, one person was drinking draft beer. He was a man with glasses sitting at the top. He continued talking, chewing macaroni. In fact, I don't even know what's going on right now. But I know what to do. We must evolve, right? Don't you think so, Manager Kim? Greater than, he put his hand on Branch Manager Kim's shoulder. Oh, yes. You're right. Greater than, for us to break from this pathetic race, God, transcendence, or a cosmic being gave us an opportunity in a very spectacular way. The man wearing glasses continued to talk about his world. However, the 3 people sitting in front of him were hooked onto his words, nodding with their faces flush. In Sung-woo's mind, they seemed to fall in love with that man at the end of the table. Sung-woo immediately sensed it. Oh, you must be the vampire lord. Then the man with glasses started talking again. Less than I was given a quest. And since you have a duty to carry out this quest with me, keep this in mind. Greater than, quest? What quest does he mean? Of course. Just leave it to us. This was the secret for them to be able to create that ridiculous organization in just 5 days. His subordinate's strange and quirky loyalty to the man came out instinctively. Why? Are they brainwashed the moment they're bitten? Soon, the vampire lord began explaining his terrible plans. And that was also what Sung-woo already had experienced. The key to his plan was to lure survivors on the pretext of creating a safety zone and then suck their blood. But so far, it was only a precursor. They were planning a more terrible thing. Sung-woo was astonished at the action plan they set up one by one. How about it? Let's have a big party among us. Well, let me call the operation a great party. Good. Let me take a look at the first place. Oh, Hwasong is perfect. Invite all the people there and let's enjoy. Greater than, the video ended with that, but it was only the start of their plan. Sung-woo was also given a quest. Exclusive quest, title, Death Coordinator, type, preventing or using massacre, goal, prevent or utilize the planned massacre, reward, exclusive skill, /46 / you are now facing a massacre. In fact, the massacre in this world may not be an unusual event because it can happen frequently in the future. But it's different to you. As a holy man with the reins of death, you can save countless lives or use those who died because of neglect. The choice is yours. Your choice will affect your fate. Exclusive quest. It was the second time encountering it. He had the first one when he witnessed the death of the professor on campus. He felt like he was standing before something like a great tide. Massacre. The Vampire Lord's quest and Sung-woo's quest. Were their quests juxtaposed to each other? It seemed that their fight was going to grow bigger and bigger. Sung-woo told only Jisoo and Hano about what he saw through the video from the memory fragments. What? Were all of them brainwashed before we got here? That's why these guys ran around all over the place and organized a thug group. In the branch manager's memories, the expressions of the executive level vampires who sat at the table inside the beer house were really terrible. Each of them was looking at the vampire lord as if they were in love with him. They yearned for him and trusted him blindly. It seemed that his magic power to tempt his subordinates strongly was one of his unique talents. The closer anyone is to the vampire lord, the more severe the symptoms are. Eugen, the low-level vampire, had a lingering hatred of him. Then don't you think that there is going to be a massive massacre in Hwasong? Jisoo asked. She took the massacre seriously. In fact, the vampires were preparing for a great feast, an operation that would lure as many survivors in Hwasong as possible and eat them all at once. Of course, a lot of people were dying there at this moment, but Jisoo felt differently this time because the massacre had been planned by the vampires in advance. Sung-woo, it's real. It's all about luring the survivors on the community bulletin. Lots of posts are coming up, so it seems they are luring the survivors deliberately. Hano showed Sung-woo his cell phone. 8. Sung Hui-seung Safety Zone Policy Change, anyone, please come. Author, Manager Views, 77,589. We said you would receive gold at first, but we changed the policy as a result of our internal meeting. From now on, we'll embrace all survivors. We are a large group with 2 pioneers with 3 stars and 3 missionaries with 3 stars. Our place is very spacious, and we have plenty of gold since we have a lot of hunting teams. Of course, with the patronage of the survivors, we can build a stronger safety zone. So far, neither the government nor the military has saved us. We are looking for ways to overcome this catastrophe with the help of lots of survivor groups. Let's join hands. Comments, 115. Most of the comments were about things like how to find the place or they were now on the way. Obviously lots of survivors already took the bait. Oh my god. They really are damned little shits. How can they be so shameless? Are they really humans? Jisoo fumed. Why don't we post a comment saying that they are vampires who lure innocent survivors to suck their blood? Demanded Hano. Sungwoo agonized over Hano's suggestion. Even if he exposed a scary but unverified plot, it would only be treated as a groundless rumor. But it wasn't a good option not to use the function of the community bulletin that could be used as a major weapon. Let's think about it carefully before posting it, said Sungwoo. Hano stamped his feet as if he felt so annoyed and frustrated. Hey, search for items in the factory first. Even if you rush to them even now, you won't get anywhere unless you're prepared first. Jisoo, please calm down. We need to take care of the imminent task first. So, they decided to take care of the task at hand, which was to sort out the valuable items that the members of the vampire organization piled up in the factory for the past few days. And this place was more than a bonanza. As they were not monster hunters but player hunters, they collected and piled up a pretty large amount of pretty useful stuff. I feel like I'm digging into a squirrel den, Hano murmured. Then he took out a paper box from the president's cabinet. How many potions are in the box? The box was filled with all kinds of potions such as stamina, mana, and antidotes. Among them were several high-quality potions called therapeutics, intermediate, which were used to alleviate or cure various infections. Sungwoo, according to the description, this also applies to zombie or vampire infections. Okay, store them well. They also obtained all kinds of daily necessities and weapons. Oh, look at this, said Jisoo, showing Sungwoo a square thing. Item information, name, charger, small, grade, general, category, other, effect, supply power or charge a battery. Remaining capacity, 87%. It seemed that this kind of stuff was contained in other item, which he had never chosen before. On the 5th day in the changed world, power was still being supplied as if power plants were operating normally. But it was still unclear as to what would happen in the future. Aside from other stuff, Sungwoo needed a cell phone battery to use the player guidebook. Battery charging, 10 minutes left. When he placed his phone against the charger item, a message appeared. The charging was pretty fast. If it is a small battery, it means that there is a large one too. And if it is a high-grade item, it may be able to supply power to the building. Sungwoo thought it was necessary to obtain and keep the other item as well. Gyeongsu, along with the survivors of the factory, carried the collected items in the baggage compartment of the bus. Now, the survivors from the school looked more clean and neat than they were on the first day. I have a wound healing skill because my job is a healer. Hey, let me take a look at your wounded arm. Everyone. We've got a lot to eat here, so please share. Man, they stacked up a bunch of food here. Then each of them started to move, depending on their roles. Come to think of it, they were at a loss about what to do because they were embarrassed. But they were back to normal, doing their bit faithfully. It's good that they have started to adapt to the new situation, Sungwoo thought to himself. But it was because they luckily survived that they were functioning now. In other words, they began to realize it belatedly. But how many of them could survive to the end? Night came. The survivors decided to spend the night inside the factory. Soon, The young gangsters including Tsung came into the factory, so it was crowded with many people now. When Sung Woo frowned at their bikes, Tsung, who led the pack, approached him awkwardly, checking his expression. "Brother Sung Woo. Why am I your brother?" Captain? Just get to the point. Don't even think about flattering me." When he reacted coldly, Tsung looked down, low-spirited. But he soon curled up his mouth and said, "Can we also stay here?" Sung Woo openly frowned at him. As expected, helpless survivors began to gather around him. "Come tomorrow. I'm leaving tomorrow." "Oh, well, Captain, please. We have nowhere to go. We never know when the wolf-like monsters will storm us in the joint market, so we are just restless," said Tsung with an earnest expression. "Where is your vampire friend?" She got a little better after having a little blood pack. She will be alright. I swear she won't run wildly anymore. How can I trust you? You have lost my trust already. Well. Sung Woo glanced at Jisa standing next to him. Then she gave Tsung a white potion. "I don't know if it will work, but have her try this." This one? It was the medicine she just found. According to the description, it was also effective in vampire infections. But she was not sure if it could cure Eugen 100%. /47 / If she goes insane again, I'll kill her immediately. If she is possessed by the vampire lord and digs up information about us, I'll also kill her. So, keep an eye on her carefully. Sure. And you're not free here. Pardon? You guys have been the vampire's slaves until now. From now on, you have a new master. Sung Woo was absolutely comfortable when he was alone, but he needed some subordinates that he could use for a variety of purposes freely. "Thank you. Just give me any assignment." "Man, you have such a way with words like a sophisticated gangster." Ha ha ha. In fact, the main reason why Tsung's party left the joint market, or their original hideout, was because they were so scared about the human animals like werewolf and werebear. Since they were changed from those humans who didn't choose their occupation cards, the way they acted was pretty different from animal monsters. They not only moved around very large areas, but they also freely searched for survivors inside the buildings. In the meantime, Sung Woo decided to make use of Hano's father, Jung-O's ability to create a pioneer camp, namely a safety zone. He wanted to test Jung-O's capabilities. Woo-woo. When Jung-O used the skill, something like a translucent glow extended from the place where he was standing. The affected area is now designated as a pioneer camp. Certain areas are protected by a shield from the center. Recovery will be faster within the camp. The manager can register access restrictions. It was fixed at a height of 10 meters and an area of 200 meters. Fortunately, the area covered the entire factory. Yeah, I feel like I just came out of a sauna. As a result, the 57 survivors could rest comfortably. They could fill up their empty stomachs with the stockpiled food and wash themselves at the toilets inside the factory. Hano's mother, Yoon-hee, made the food as a cook according to her occupation card. She started to boil something in a large pot in the factory kitchen. Frightened, Hano said she put in the dire wolf meat that accumulated in the factory. Nevertheless, the pretty fragrant scent filled the entire place, and the survivors who ate vegetables for days savored the meat. "Now, please taste the soup. When you are exhausted, hot soup is the best." Hano grabbed a large pot and put it down in the middle of the factory. And then he handed out paper cups to everyone. "Sung Woo, please take your scoop first." Though the ingredients of the soup were not known, Sung Woo took a scoop of it. He was bothered by Hano's words that the dire wolf meat was mixed in it, but he was expecting to eat monster meat in the near future. So, he needed to get used to such meat anyway. It tastes good. Your stamina has increased because of special dishes. Your physical strength is recovering rapidly. Stamina will increase for 20 minutes. +2, it wasn't just okay, but excellent. Though temporary, the soup showed various effects. Given that increasing stats was possible only through leveling up, it was terrific to increase stats through food. In other words, She was not a cook just because she cooked. Wow, this soup tastes heavenly. You bet. I've never tasted such a delicious soup before. Others also admired the delicious soup. Sung-woo had another scoop of the soup that Yoon-hee named wolf soup, then got out of the noisy workplace for the president's office. Jisoo followed him. Hey, Sung-woo. Yeah? That massacre. I was also agonizing over it. After hearing about the planned massacre from him, Jisoo seemed to be occupied with the idea of stopping it. But she could not dare to speak about it first because she relied on him for her survival. Jisoo, have you ever received an exclusive quest? Was it an unexpected question? She blinked her eyes. Pardon? Exclusive. No, I haven't. Sitting on a chair, he nodded. He'd received them twice, but what were the conditions for the exclusive quests? What was the Vampire Lord's quest? Was this given to all players? And what is the final purpose of the quest? The quest gave two options. What could he expect at the end of the numerous forks? There was nothing he could determine right away. He had to make the necessary choice now. Then what did he need now? The Vampire Lord's head. Sung-woo's bad entanglement with the Vampire Lord won't end until he cuts his hair. So, beheading him as soon as possible was the answer. Jisoo, it's not our duty to stop the massacre, right? Oh, it's not, but. Then why should we stop the massacre? Jisoo was speechless at his question. She gently pressed her lower lip and said, otherwise we will be killed first by the vampire shits one day. At that moment, the two looked up into the sky at the same time. Dash. Huh? Sung-woo, did you see this? A red exclamation mark appeared before their eyes. Then a long message appeared. Mainstream Start Guide, Chapter 1, Still a Long Dark Night. Dear all survivors, welcome to the Big Creek Major Stream. Lots of time has passed since destruction came to this world. In the meantime, many people have died, and those who could not follow the change were cursed as human animals. I commend you for having survived the disaster. But the ordeal will come to you from now on. Don't forget that the most important thing in survival games is to struggle. Whether the target is the world, monsters, or humans, you have to be a little bolder to survive. Precautions, important. 1. The event will be held for 7 days, and movement to other areas will be limited within the time period. Currently available areas, Seong. 2. Double gold acquisition. 3. The second player is given a chance to obtain a random link card whenever hunting human animals. 4. Boss monsters will appear by region. Opportunities to get powerful items are not available in the shop. I think what Jisoo said is the right answer. Now, we have decided on our journey. Oh, now we're in the ring, right? Movement to other areas is not possible. Like Jisoo said, they seem to have come to the situation where they, trapped in a ring with vampires, would have to fight for life or death. This crazy game has only just begun. Well, you decided to post a thread, right? Good decision. We can't tolerate reading the vampires' fake ads, right? Well, not necessarily, but I have something to write about. Sung-woo wrote his first post on the community bulletin. Then they began to reply to his comment. 12. Let's visit the safety zone carefully. Author, Gar 157 views, 17,456. People who already read the first thread on the H apartments know it already, but don't ever think somebody will do you a favor with a pure heart. When you join other groups, be prudent. Because I experienced fighting those bastards who were after your lives by pretending to do you guys a favor, I would like to give you a piece of advice. Comments, 16, Local Archer, what the heck? 157. I was the one who issued such a warning back then. I saw you doing a great job while hiding in an apartment. Wonderful. I totally agree with your advice. I wish I could meet you someday. Lol. Mom is strong, I agree with you too. There are so many crazy people. Please take care of yourself. You have to really act safely in a situation like this. Sizzling suicide, who the hell is Guy? He is so condescending. Wizard in Bajandong, This pedantic guy tries to teach us a lesson even in this situation. Sung-woo expected to receive such a variety of reactions, but he also noticed unusual comments. Young Dungpo prosecutor, 157, I watched the H Apartments incident closely. I would be grateful if you could check the upcoming post and leave a comment. Axe Warrior 123, hey, brother prosecutor, why do you bother to do this? Wizard in Bajandong, lol, prosecutor. You're going to scout him? Oh, let me re-examine the guy then. The prosecutor noticed me, prosecutor. Please pay attention to me. I'll follow you wherever you go. 23-year-old Jin Soo Kim, I found my mother with your help, prosecutor. Thank you always. /48 / Meanwhile, young Dungpo prosecutor, recognized as a guru in the community, posted a long thread immediately after checking the comments. 14. The establishment of the Young Dungpo Survivor Guild proclaimed. Author, Young Dungpo Prosecutor Views, 20,444. We have concluded that we can no longer wait for the government's help, so we want to create a player community called Liberation. This guild's primary goals are group survival, seeking to secure a safety zone, helping survivors, and further cracking down on the monsters. Comments. 59. Guild? It must be the kind of guild that appears in online games, right? Sung-woo nodded when Hano asked, saying, I think so. Now I think I know why he posted a comment on my thread a moment ago. He didn't want me to join his group, he just wanted to publicize that they weren't a bad group. Really? He did the same thing last time. He must be a sophisticated guy. Well, ambitious humans like him are starting to emerge. His announcement that he would create a guild, or a group of game players, had quite a variety of meanings. What he meant was that he would form not just a group of survivors helping each other, but a coalition with a common belief. It also meant that he, acknowledging the absence of the government, would establish a new system. People like him began to emerge everywhere to create their own power. I think those who think they have some power will raise their ugly heads everywhere. So I think we better be ready not to be sandwiched between their fighting for hegemony. Sung-woo had the survivors bear some of the cost of maintaining the safety zone. He also collected a certain amount of gold for Jung-woo. I think a total of 4,400 gold will suffice for the time being. Yes, thank you. Jung-woo had already used up all his mana, so 10 gold per 10 minutes was deducted to maintain the safety zone. To keep it all day, it required as much as 1,440 gold. Since it was so hard to obtain gold, it was necessary to maintain a standing combat army to maintain the safety zone. Accordingly, it was certain that a large group would have powerful weapons. Oh, you said we could get access to the safety zone, right? Right. Let me see. But if I restrict that area, no one can enter it during the restriction period. Then, please restrict it after we leave it. Sure. Let me keep that in mind. Sung-woo checked the time. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. It was time for the Vampire Lord's blood tracking system to display Sung-woo's current location. That bastard won't give me up. There was no chance that the Vampire Lord would leave Sung-woo intact when his quest was exposed to him and his major stronghold was destroyed by him. Even though he wouldn't attack Sung-woo in person, he would send his subordinates to chase him. I must always be on alert for their surprise attack. Sung-woo set the vibration alarm for 12 hours later. Now let's move. His party was ready to go outside the safe zone. Sung-woo called to the president's office. You guys riding the motorcycles now, right? Oh, yes. We have brought a total of 6, plus several barrels of gas, so. Then go to Swanhwaseong now. Pardon? Why? Sung-woo explained the plot. The Great Massacre plan now underway in the safety zone in Swanhwaseong. Survivors from this area will be moving there in droves. Infiltrate the safety zone run by them and keep an eye on everything. Then, if something happens. You remember my thread about this on the community bulletin, right? Yes, I saw it. Just post any comment there. Then a notification will pop up on my side. Don't worry about who can read it. As soon as I read it, I'll delete it right away. There was a reason why Sungwoo posted a thread on the community bulletin by using 1000 points. Currently, their phones and the internet were not working. Accordingly, the community bulletin was the only means of communication. Can you do it? Sungwoo was now asking Tseng and his friends to go into enemy territory at the risk of their lives where he didn't know when the massacre could happen. However, Tseng nodded, saying sure. Anyway, we've already had the experience of spending a few days with the vampires anyway. Soon, Tseng started the bike with 3 friends. When they disappeared from the factory, it was time for Sungwoo's party to act. Sungwoo, what are we going to do now? We have to level up. What level are you? I'm 5. Who are you going to fight at that level? Sungwoo's party went on to hunt. However, Sungwoo's goal was not to level up. He planned to secure as many human animals as possible, so he could form a mixed group of werewolves and werebears to confront the vampires. That was his goal today. On the 6th day after the world turned into a game, the survivors were united by creating a safety zone, or they stayed put in their houses, isolated from the outside. Meanwhile, the streets were occupied by the monsters. A group of dire wolves ran wildly on the 8-lane road, chasing their prey. They didn't care about their targets. They ate anything small and fragile indiscriminately. Weak and small goblins occupied the old malls in remote areas. Sensing there was a variety of food inside the square stones that blow out cold, they started to break open the windows of ordinary men's houses. Those hiding there were naturally sacrificed. The orcs that loved wastelands built camps on school playgrounds. As if they didn't like the man-made buildings, they cut the desks and trees on the streets to build ugly edifices. But colorful industrial products were very popular among them. So if they found anything colorful, such as clothespins or lollipops, they weaved them together to make necklaces. What a mess! I don't think that kind of description is accurate. The party of 4, including Kyongsu, who also joined Sungwoo's party, ran through the hellish downtown area and hunted all the monsters they could. But they had to avoid the large orc clan, which numbered more than 200. On the other hand, there were also monsters they encountered for the first time. Watch your back. Brown-skinned dwarfs crawled out of the sewer and attacked Sungwoo's members from behind. But they easily and quickly beat the dwarfs because they had enough fighting experience. Well, they look like goblins. They are not that threatening. They're called kobolds, Jisoo said, brushing off the blood of the blade. It seemed that a kobold clan had settled in the sewer or the subway, building their own areas. By the way, this is like a magic attack, isn't it? Kyongsu pointed to the bumper of the white Pride sedan parked in front of the mall. The middle of the bumper was already melted, dyed in green. Escaping from the green fireball by the skin of his teeth, Hanno swallowed, looking at it. Oh my goodness, I might have died if I had not increased agility. The monsters are using magic too. You bet. We have to be more careful. Then they encountered 3 dire wolves. However, one werewolf skeleton ripped their snouts violently like King Kong did. Sure enough, human animals are overwhelmingly powerful. When Sungwoo's party easily removed the dire wolf herd on the streets, they began to act more aggressively. However, they could not find the prey that Sungwoo wanted, namely human animals like werewolves or werebears. Sungwoo, how about B-Mart over there? When they turned around the alley, Hannah raised his finger and pointed to the front. It was a large 3-story mart. Let's go there. Aside from hunting, they could not neglect to collect the necessary items, also called farming. Such a large mart probably had quite a few useful items including food. So, they approached the mart when they saw lots of cars entangled here and there while trying to flee from the scene in a chaotic situation. It was a familiar scene. Sungwoo, don't you think you experienced this kind of situation at the entrance to our school? I feel the same way, too. /49 / like she said, lots of cars were tangled up here and there in front of the mart. It reminded Sungwoo of the same scene in front of campus. He thought that this place might have been exposed to the tutorial in which nobody could go out until they killed the boss monster, with the entrance sealed. And that tutorial didn't take place everywhere. For example, Hanno's parents stayed safe inside the house without being forced to act according to an unexpected quest, and they were safely in the house. Well, someone might be inside the mart, right? A place like a mart has lots of daily necessities, so it wouldn't be bad for them to take refuge there. However, it is so wide that it is difficult to manage unless they are a large group because they never know when the monsters will appear. They passed through the mart entrance and entered the ground parking lot. There were tons of human bodies, goblins, and kobold bodies strewn all over the place. While looking at them, Jisoo said, "The more people there are, the more monsters appear, right?" Well, it looks like that, as far as I can tell. There were more monsters in downtown areas, schools, and apartments compared to the outskirts. Like she said, it was really possible that more monsters appeared in places where a lot of people resided. Therefore, remote places would have less damage, I think. For example, those in the countryside or Jeju Island. Oh, you told me before that your family lives on Jeju Island, right? Jisoo remained silent for a moment. Oddly enough, she did not bring up anything about her family. Besides, she didn't even search for her family on the community bulletin. Ah, well. Her voice faded as if she was reluctant to answer. So Sungwoo asked cautiously, "Aren't you worried about your family?" "I wasn't at first, but yes, I am now." "Then why don't you post a thread on it?" She shook her head and said, "No, we were not supposed to contact each other anyway. I think they're well because they're on a roll." Her voice trembled with contempt. It seemed she had a sensitive family issue, so he didn't ask further. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the mart. He opened the sliding glass door that was almost broken down. "You have entered the large-scale dungeon, the fortress of the kobold sorcerer. The entrance has been sealed by magic. Explore your way out of the building." Huh? This whole place is a dungeon? They gazed around here and there inside the dark building. Sungwoo. Jisoo shouted urgently. For some reason, she was looking down at his feet. What's wrong? When Sungwoo looked down, he saw some green figures drawn on the floor. It was emitting light in the form of a certain pattern. What the heck was this? Magic pattern? At that moment, his body was shrouded with light. Then the space changed in an instant, and he was falling down somewhere. He soon saw the floor, so he reached out urgently and touched the floor. Oops! He fell down, his entire body impacted. However, the impact wasn't strong enough to injure him. He immediately raised his head and checked around. It was a warehouse filled with all kinds of boxes. Rustle, rustle. Several small shadows began to squeeze their way through the boxes. Caught. Oh, good. They were brown-skinned monsters, namely kobolds. A total of 7 were approaching him, and their appearances were so ridiculous. What the heck is that? It seemed that they put on the clothes from the clothing section that was randomly inside the mart. But since there were no clothes that fit the dwarves like them, there was an error. It happened that they chose lacy pink dresses with or suspenders with teddy bears on them. Lol. Another human has been caught. He's the third one. One of them even put some hard objects in a bra and tightened it with a hook. Oh my. Did it wear the bra thinking it was armor? Sungwoo murmured. Human. You trod on it. Stupid. He can't do it alone. No way. Only death now. Isn't he funny? Lol. Sungwoo could hardly believe his ears. How could monsters like them speak the human language? He raised his body and dusted off his clothes. A kobold surrounded him and wielded all kinds of weapons threateningly. Sacrifices. Experiment. Magic. Alone. Monsters or humans, those who first encounter the Necromancer misunderstand that they can win easily because they are superior numerically. As usual, those who thought so collapse in the next moment. Your subordinates are returning to their present position. Rattle, tuck? What the heck? When Sungwoo summoned a couple of werewolves, The small goblins were killed on the spot. After getting rid of the obstacles, he moved right away. Since he was separated from his members in the dungeon, he had to quickly find an exit and join them because they wouldn't stick it out for long without him. Is this underground? The warehouse was larger than he thought. He turned on his cell phone flashlight to find the exit. Then he found a body in the corner of the warehouse. He thought of passing by it, but he approached it instead, wondering if he could collect a useful item. Cough. To his surprise, that man was still alive. That man looked like a high school boy in school uniform, but he was not armed at all. When Sung-woo checked his wounds, his torso was completely crushed. At first glance, it seemed that the health recovery potions that he carried could not cure him. Cough. Looking at Sung-woo, he tried to say something with his glowing eyes. However, Sung-woo could not understand him well because of his phlegmy voice. He raised his trembling finger desperately, so Sung-woo looked at his fingertip. On the shelf of the warehouse was a yellow paper box. Sung-woo reached out and took at the paper box. What is this? There was a smooth black stone in it. Item information, name, unknown egg, rating, unknown, category, exclusive item for Dragon Knight occupation, effect, unknown, description, don't be disappointed by looking at the shell. If you keep this egg, the instant something comes out after breaking its shell, your fate will change. At that moment, the student, presumed to have been the owner of the egg, vomited at a mouthful of bloody phlegm and finally began to speak. The boss monster has this token. What token? Master. Token. After saying that, the remnant vitality in his eyes slowly disappeared. Sung-woo looked at the egg in his hand. Perhaps, the boss monster in this dungeon seemed to have something valuable. Sung-woo moved on, leaving behind the boy's body. Nevertheless, he was concerned about the unidentified egg in the bag. This egg is mysterious, but although the item was an unknown egg, its description was written as an exclusive item for the Dragon Knight job. So, he actually got the answer. This is a dragon's egg. But will a dragon really be born from the egg? Sung-woo recalled the boy's last words for some clues. The boy said that the boss monster had something to prove its owner. Perhaps the boy was trapped in this dungeon after stopping by this mart, and then he was robbed of something by the boss monster. Dragons are generally much more powerful than wyverns. If the boss monster had such a monster, if it really happened, something really outrageous would take place. Everything was unclear, but if there existed such a thing, he had to secure it first. But it was far from easy for him to search for the boss monster. Given that there was the modifier large before this dungeon, there were quite a few monsters in the mart. Key. Human. Kill him. There he is. Good. Good. He didn't know where they came out from, but they jumped out of every corner of the warehouse like cockroaches. When one of them discovered Sung-woo and shouted, they began to approach him en masse as if on cue. Since the warehouse was installed with various shelves inside, Sung-woo could not predict when and where they would pop out. /50 they crawled off the floor, jumped from the shelves, or popped out of cardboard boxes. Nonetheless, they were only dwarf goblins. They were a bit stronger and a bit smarter than goblins, but they were no match for Sung-woo, who was escorted by the skeletons. Rattle, rattle. Sung-woo stood up against the swarm of kobolds with skeletons standing on all sides. Only Ride and 3 orc skeletons guarded him, with the rest charging at the kobold monsters, and they began to crush them. Bang! Thump! Screaming rang throughout the warehouse when their bones and intestines were shattered. Fighting with them went on smoothly, but Sung-woo felt something strange as time went on. Key. Happy. Fight and die. Obviously, the orc skeletons were massacring them, but there was no sign of them retreating. They screamed weirdly as if they were addicted to drugs, and charged at the skeletons back and forth insanely. It reminded him of a gang of zombies. You have earned 150 gold by hunting a kobold. You have earned 150 gold by hunting a kobold. You have earned 150 gold by hunting a kobold. The outcome of the hunting was satisfactory. After the mainstream hunt began, He earned twice as much gold as before for the past 7 days. He easily obtained an enormous amount of gold. I've hunted almost 40 so far. How much is it then? Wow, this is a bonanza. When he felt relaxed and satisfied with the hunt, he noticed some green light sputtering in the front. Pop! One of the orc skeletons at the forefront collapsed all of a sudden. It is a wizard. Sung Woo thought he was in trouble. Never did he expect that there was one among the kobolds that could cast a spell. Although he had experienced it before, he completely forgot about it because of the simple and clear patterns of the enemies. KHHHHK. Magic is beautiful. He saw a kobold holding a blunt stick, with an upside-down yellow duck. At first glance, it looked like a wizard. Go up. According to Sung Woo's direction, the vampire skeleton stomped the ground, then hung gently on the ceiling pipe. Poof! The green flame once again flew over the skeletons. Since they were anticipating it, the skeletons dispersed to the left and right, avoiding the magic spell. As the mist magic spell hit the shelf, the objects on it fell down. Thud! At that moment, the vampire skeleton, hanging on the ceiling pipe, landed on the wizard's back. It was the kobold's last groan. The vampire skeleton's rugged hands pierced its neck. You have earned 800 gold by hunting the kobold wizard. You have leveled up. LV 9. Sung Woo selected the skill item from the level up card. He chose it to increase the number of subordinates, but what he got was completely new. Skill information: name, corpse explosion, grade, basic, category, active, cost, 10 mana. Causes an explosion with a corpse as a detonator. Explosion. Sung Woo looked at the front. Come. Kill him. Tear him. A group of kobolds showed up around the corner, and there were 4 of them. Sung Woo had the vampire skeleton stand in the back and fired the corpse explosion skill on the kobold wizard standing there. Bang! You have earned 150 gold by hunting a kobold. You have earned 150 gold by hunting a kobold. You have earned 150 gold by hunting a kobold. You have earned 150 gold by hunting a kobold. After a tremendous noise, there was a brief silence. Good, isn't it? And soon the exit of the warehouse appeared. It seemed that Sung Woo had finally arrived at the new stage after killing numerous monsters. Squeak! Right carefully opened the door, and Sung Woo looked outside, standing behind it. This was the first basement level. And, like most large marts, the first basement floor was a place for food supplies. But there was something huge and strange in the middle. Tree? Upon close examination, it was the root of a tree. A huge, thick root that filled the ceiling came down to the floor, and 4 kobolds were seen sitting cross-legged around the root. It was as if they were performing a ritual. Sung Woo walked to the outside as carefully as possible. And at that moment, a warning message rang. Warning! A kobold wizard is practicing a low-level instant death magic. Players under level 10 in the dungeon will be killed instantly. Stop it before the time limit. 1:05 and 30 seconds. What? Instant death? As expected, this wasn't a normal dungeon, especially given the size of the dungeon, the number of monsters coming out, and even a timed mission like this. It was a very good combination of various things. The remaining amount of time was only an hour. Since everyone including Sung Woo was under level 10, all of them would be killed if they could not stop the kobold wizard within an hour. Charge! Sung Woo could not afford to stand idle. He immediately dispatched 3 werewolves. They quickly charged toward and assaulted the kobold wizards sitting cross-legged. Gooey! Hearing the sound of bones hitting against each other, the wizard stood up, but there was not enough time to cast the spell. The 3 beast skeletons ruthlessly slaughtered the wizards. Nevertheless, the wizard's spell didn't end yet. At that moment, Sung Woo immediately rushed to the root of the tree with skeletons on both sides. The thick root was tightly curled up like a cage. On the floor was a large LED TV projecting a blue screen with the screen facing up. And a kobold was sitting cross-legged on it, which was very eerie. The boss monster advanced kobold wizard has appeared. This was the owner of the dungeon. However, It didn't seem to be interested in what was happening outside the wooden cage, because even if its subordinates were slaughtered right before its eyes and Sung Woo came near, it didn't bat an eye. Shortly afterwards, Sung Woo knew why. There is a strong protective shield. It cannot be destroyed by any ordinary attack. Destroy the cores scattered throughout the dungeon. 03. In other words, this cage made out of the tree root was protected with a spell. So, the advanced wizard was still casting spells, relying on the protection of the tree. Core? What is a core? He didn't know what a core was, but it wasn't easy to find all three while fighting a huge number of kobolds in this spacious mart. Moreover, the remaining time was only about an hour. Sung Woo approached the tree root cage and looked inside. The boss monster was muttering something, wearing several electronic watches on its hands. And a black sword was placed on the purple icebox behind its back. That's the token the boy mentioned to me. Sung Woo was sure that given the black blade or the elaborately designed guard door handle, it was an unusual weapon. Then he checked the protective shield. The translucent blue shield was spread out in a hemispherical shape along the tree root cage. To put it simply, it was covered by a kobold for protection. Hemispherical? If so, doesn't that mean the floor is not protected? After agonizing for a moment, he ordered the skeletons, collect all the bodies. Fortunately, Sung Woo obtained a fantastic skill. 10 skeletons scattered all over the place at once. Soon, the skeletons reappeared with kobold bodies in their hands. Oh, let me take that out. Sung Woo excluded the kobold wizard from the corpses to be used as the explosion trigger. A wizard skeleton? He felt like something from a different concept would be created. He exploded the very first skeleton hastily to test the skill, but he planned to use the corpses this time. Of course, he didn't need it right now, so he put it off for a moment. To stop the wizard from casting a spell within the set time, I have to make this guy stand up. Sung Woo had the skeletons place the collected bodies around the cage. Soon, the bodies were piled up all over the place, which numbered over 30. Stand back. When they were done, Sung Woo stepped back with them. The mana required to explode 30 bodies was 300. Looking at the pile of corpses, he infused a lot of mana. Woo-woo. Then, the mart shook violently, and then the bodies began to explode with tremendous light. Bang! 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 /51 The huge concrete structure shook with sparks, with smoke soaring and large debris scattered all over the place. Hiding behind the skeletons, Sung Woo waited for the impact of the explosions to stop. Coo-oo. Soon the explosions stopped, and the cloudy smoke gradually began to disappear. Sung Woo furtively poked his head out over the skeletons. Was it too harsh? Fortunately, the building itself did not collapse. Sung Woo blasted the middle of the mart with a new skill, body explosion. When the dust and smoke disappeared, the wooden cage was gone entirely. And there was a large pit in its place. He slowly approached the pit. What the heck is this? Surprisingly, the protective shield was still intact. The high-level kobold wizard was standing on the collapsed floor, staggering. Raising its head, the kobold confirmed that the protective shield was not damaged. The kobold smiled with relief and then began casting spells again. The countdown, which paused for a moment, resumed. There exists a strong protective shield. It cannot be destroyed by any ordinary attack. Destroy the cores scattered throughout the dungeon. 03. Okay, so the makeshift solution won't work here. There was only one way now. Sung Woo had to find the core. Although the mart was dark, spacious, and complex, he could kill the kobold if he could find his party and attack together within an hour. He turned away from the pit, but he noticed the body of the kobold wizard. Perhaps? He nullified the summoning of the orc skeletons, and resurrected the 4 killed kobold wizards. The dead have become your subordinate under your authority. The dead have become your subordinate under your authority. The dead have become your subordinate under your authority. The dead have become your subordinate under your authority. Synergy effect is triggered by team play. Synergy list, 3, Apprentice Wizard, Stage 1, Category, Synergy, Condition, 3 or more wizards. Effect, Increased spell speed, plus 20%. Aside from this synergy, the message that he really wanted came next. You can check the memory fragments of the dead. Oh, I see. After seeing the memory of the dead first when he saved the branch manager, Sung-woo pondered over the conditions under which it would be triggered. At first, he thought it was given when he resurrected a human being. Come to think of it now, even a monster like a kobold with a certain level of intelligence had the memory of the dead. He couldn't figure out how smart these guys were compared to the goblins or orcs. Given that they were using crude human language, they must be better than goblins or orcs. Anyway, it was clear that the memory fragments selectively showed the information Sung-woo wanted. Ugh! I can't see well. However, the kobold's intellect seemed weak because the reproduced memory was blurry. Sung-woo saw that they talked to each other, chuckled, then moved elsewhere in excitement. With the utmost concentration, he tried to read their travel path and background in the blurred memory. As a result, he discovered that they arrived at a butcher's shop. They installed something there. Good. I've identified one place. Sung-woo read the memory fragments of the other three kobolds one after another. As if it didn't install the core, one of them paced up and down the cage, but the other two spat out the right information. It's the home appliances shop and the rooftop. First of all, let me move to the butcher shop. The butcher shop was not far. It was right in the corner of the first basement. Accompanied by the skeletons, he headed there. In addition, he took out the meat refrigerator entirely and searched the inside of the butcher shop thoroughly. Crackle, crackle. And Wright found something like a crystal ball, embedded in a tree trunk that came down the wall. It's a core. Without thinking further, Sung-woo smashed the core with a sword. You have destroyed a dungeon core. 1/3, stop the kobold in time. 0:51 and 30 seconds, good. Let me move to the other two places. Sung-woo moved toward the second floor where the home appliance store was located. However, there were no monsters blocking him except for the 5 kobolds that he ran into on the escalator heading to the first floor. At first he wondered why it was so quiet, but he now saw kobold bodies scattered all over the ground floor. It seemed that Sung-woo's party that was separated from him a while ago was fighting against the kobolds well. Jisoo is a good warrior anyway. And when he went up one level and arrived at the home appliances store on the second floor, he finally found his party, namely Hano, Jisoo, and Kyungsoo. They're coming from the left too. Kyungsoo, a wizard on your right. They were fighting against a group of kobolds approaching them back to back. They seemed to be in a dangerous situation, but they were knocking down the monsters one by one. So, Sung-woo decided to end their fighting a little earlier. Rattle, rattle. The skeletons charged at the kobolds. In particular, when the 4 kobold wizard skeletons exploded and sparked at the same time, the dark interior became bright momentarily. And under the light, bulky skeletons attacked the kobolds too. The skeletons that appeared suddenly killed the remaining group of kobolds immediately, while Sung-woo's party stared at them with blank expressions in the thick of fighting. Sung-woo. Welcome back. It was their dramatic reunion after about 40 minutes. I'm glad you are safe. What a relief. Oh, we were worried about you, Sung-woo, since you disappeared after stepping on the trap. There was a sense of relief among them. By the way, have you seen that message about instant death? Oh, yes. It seemed that the moment Sung-woo stepped on the first basement floor, the message was sent to everyone. Was the mechanism of this dungeon designed to present such a puzzling mission the moment anyone entered the boss room on the first basement level? Let's divide us into 2 teams. Hano and Jisoo, go to the consumer electronics section. If you look at the wall there, you will find a marble-like core. Destroy it. Kyungsoo, please follow me. Yes. Sung-woo thought that since the monsters on the second floor were killed, he and Kyungsoo were enough. The reason why he took Kyungsoo with him was because he did not know the specific location of the core, and he could find it more quickly with Kyungsoo. Jisoo and Hano went across the shelves, and Sung-woo and Kyungsoo went up to the last floor, namely the rooftop. Oh, they have come. Kill them. There were lots of kobolds standing by on the rooftop. However, they were nothing more than miscellaneous monsters that only got him numerous gold. Moreover, the rooftop was more spacious than the underground warehouse, so the bulky skeletons could freely move around, getting rid of the kobolds at once. Sungwoo. Is that a core? Kyungsu approached the trunk of the tree at the corner of the rooftop, where a large marble was embedded. It was the core. Sungwoo walked toward it quickly and struck the marble at once. You have destroyed a dungeon core. 3/3, stop the kobold within the set time. 0:40 and 11 seconds. Jisoo and Han also succeed in finding the core. So, they destroyed all 3 cores. You have destroyed all dungeon cores. The protective shield has been removed. Good. Wait for me. Now, it was time for Sungwoo to deal a painful blow to the cunning kobold wizard. The wizard would never have imagined that Sungwoo and his party would destroy the cores in such a short time. After meeting on the second floor again, Sungwoo and his friends went straight down to the first basement level. Then they approached the hollow pit in the middle of the underground shop. Cool. After confirming that they were looking down, the high-level kobold wizard was full of embarrassment. Why? Can't concentrate anymore? You have to be able to focus for 45 minutes, right? Without waiting any longer, Sungwoo fired 4 green flames by controlling the kobold wizard skeletons. Pop! Pop! However, the wizard raised its hand, forming a small shield to stop the flames. But the shock forced the kobold to roll back and forth. Lesser instant death spell has been blocked. /52 / phew. Sungwoo and his friends felt relieved at the message. On the other hand, the kobold wizard smacked the floor with its small hands as if it was burning up. Then it hysterically raised its head. At that moment, something was creeping out of its mouth. It was a tree root. The roots that covered the entire mart began to crawl out of its body. The roots thickened indefinitely and soon covered the body of the kobold. Its arms and legs began to sprout there. At first glance, it was a human figure. Do you know what that is? And? When Hanno said that, red pupils appeared in the center of the tree shape. Genuine boss monster depraved tree spirit has appeared. It's not the same type of kobold, Sungwoo said. Although he didn't know about the habits of the kobolds, he felt strange because only kobolds here wildly charged at them like fanatics even without knowing their lives were at risk. He could not understand their actions because they were more intelligent than goblins or orcs. As expected, this was far from an ordinary dungeon. Let's step back further. We never know how the kobold will attack us. At that moment, the depraved tree spirit continued to grow and soon rose above the depth of the pit. Sungwoo placed the skeletons wide so they could not be hit at once. On the one hand, he placed several skeletons at the rear and ordered them to move the kobold bodies. Sungwoo was going to attack it with a body explosion. Sungwoo, look at the ceiling. Jisoo shouted, launching herself forward. Buke! The tree root struck the spot where Jisoo just stood. Stunned, Hanno stepped back. Damn it! The ceiling is all tree roots. Sungwoo and his party fought back. The kobold wizard skeletons fired flames all at once, while Jisoo pulled out the ignition whetstone and began to strike the roots descending from the ceiling. Pop! Pop! Green flame magic hit the trunk of the giant tree. However, it did not seem to have caused much damage, nor did the fire catch up to it. Watching it, they looked gloomy. But Sungwoo had a different purpose. Oh, it seems you have a lot of mana? You have absorbed the opponent's mana. +40, you have absorbed the opponent's mana. +36, wow, mana is just pouring in. Sungwoo felt like he was sucking mana, as if a straw was stuck in his body. And the straw was a legendary grade item. Item information, name, Demon Bloodstone, rating, legend, category, orb, effect, demon property will be given to the holder. When attacking, the opponent's mana will be robbed, +2%, if the opponent's mana is exhausted, it eats away at the opponent's stamina. This item robs the opponent of their mana when its caster attacks the opponent. However, Death Aura, the skills obtained by drawing a black wizard with a linked card, inflicts sustained damage by casting a weakening curse on the opponent. So, the two items give out synergistic effects, making it possible to continuously steal mana. The Kobold Wizard was losing its stamina and mana, even though it was not under attack. So, Sung Woo focused on avoiding the falling debris from the ceiling rather than inflicting damage. Meanwhile, when the werebear skeleton grabbed and pulled the roots on the ceiling, cracks formed in the ceiling, and the concrete debris fell altogether. When he removed the roots that sprouted nearby, he could reduce the fear of being attacked to some extent. The opponent's mana has been exhausted, so its stamina is now being depleted. Soon, the second condition was triggered. The roots of the tree in all directions drooped, then stopped moving. Since its mana was depleted, the Kobold Wizard could no longer cast magic. In no time discharge began to come out from its body. The mix of Death Aura and Demon Bloodstone served as a perfect counterpunch for the wizard. The so-called boss here was disabled literally. A wizard without mana? Unless it had no skill to break the curse, the wizard would be Sung Woo's easy prey. Then the wizard chose a different method. It started to crawl out of the pit by raising its massive body, which was as long as 5 meters. Obviously it was trying to charge at and press down the skeletons with its massive weight instead of a magical attack using the roots of the ceiling. Clashing with such a massive monster was the last thing Sung Woo wanted. Sung Woo had a different plan, which was body explosion. Explosion. Sung Woo prepared a few skeletons for this purpose in advance. However, he could not find the bodies of the monsters anywhere. Nevertheless, Sung Woo's mana decreased, and there was the sound of an explosion somewhere. Bang! 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 The explosion came from right above the boss monster's head, namely the ceiling. A crack occurred in some parts of the ceiling, and then quickly collapsed. Large chunks of concrete fell over the boss's head. Sung Woo had the skeletons go to the first floor and pile the monster bodies right above the boss monster's head. The boss monster moaned its last, knocked down by the concrete trouble. Since its body was already left in tatters by all kinds of curses, it could not overcome the tremendous shock and pressure. You have earned 12,40 gold by hunting the genuine boss monster Depraved Tree Spirit. You have leveled up. LV 10. Oh, I didn't expect to level up. This game was not very difficult for him to level up. Since he achieved level 9 a moment ago, he thought he would have to go a long way to get to level 10. But it seemed that the boss monster gave him a huge EXP. He also gained more rewards. Roulette ticket has been awarded for achieving level 10. As the 69th achiever in history, it has been upgraded to the unlimited ticket, 100 people only, level 10 for the 69th time? Obviously Sung Woo seemed to be ahead. Now, he was given 2 unlimited grade tickets. Your subordinates have increased drastically as a result of you reaching the maximum level, +5, This must be a jackpot. Even though Sung Woo was level 10, his subordinates would increase by 5 skeletons? Given the fact that he had carried 10 skeletons until now, he would enjoy a 50% increase in his force. Then he clicked on skill in the level up card selection window. He wanted to increase his subordinates as much as possible in preparation for the battle against the vampires. Skill information, name, death response, grade, basic, category, active, cost, 100 mana, summon 10 unattended zombies in the abyss. This species is not limited by the number of subordinates, and disappears into dust after 10 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes, zombie? As many as 10? If so, Sung Woo could control as many as 25 undead characters. As if level 10 was some sort of barometer, he felt like he became immensely strong. But that was not all. Sung Woo headed for the pit ruined by the body explosion. A black sword was stuck there, the token of the Dragon Knight. He went down the pit and pulled out the knife. I think I can hunt the vampire with this. He thought it would be hunting from now on, not a battle. It was the very sword that the killed boy referred to. With a black blade and a finely crafted hilt, it was quite different from the weapon he had been using so far. Item information, name, Masterless Sword, rating, unknown, sort, two-handed sword, Effect, muscle strength, +6, description, it is the key to breaking the black unknown egg. You don't currently qualify. So, you have no authority. To prove your qualification and gain authority, you must keep the egg for 5,000 days. Whenever you soak the sword with the blood of a powerful enemy, the egg will recognize it and the hatching time will speed up. Sung Woo wondered how to prove the token, but it seemed pretty clear. It meant the eligibility for the owner of the dragon born from an unknown egg. Sung Woo didn't draw the Dragon Knight card, so he was not eligible. But it seemed that when he obtained 2 items, he would be given a sort of quest. But 5,000 days? 5,000 days means 13 years? /53 / waiting for that long would be ridiculous. However, he thought he could shorten the hatching time of the egg greatly by killing stronger enemies, as well as hunting more and more. In that respect, it seemed that his power was limited now. But one thing was certain. Muscle strength increased by 6? Jackpot! If this is true, doesn't it mean that my physical ability increases just by wearing an item? And the sword did not seem to break easily. In fact, Sung Woo felt that he needed a more powerful item after his saber was broken while he was brandishing it against the vampires. He carried the sword on his back and put the unknown egg deep into the bag. Meanwhile, after clearing the dungeon, Sung Woo's party was collecting necessary items from the shopping mall. Although the mall was ravaged by the kobolds, they could still find something useful in the rubble. At that moment, a vibration rang in Sung Woo's pocket. Woo woo. He immediately pulled out his cell phone. It showed a pop-up window on the thread that he posted on the community bulletin. Right array, secret, Captain, I found a secret comment function, so I'm using it now. I'm at Hangung Square inches Huasiang. 100 or 200? We've all gathered here. But I can't see the vampires. So, we'll keep waiting. 300 gold is required for secret comments. So, prepare them for me in advance. Ryder was He infiltrated into the survivors gathered by the vampire group and decided to update Sung Woo. Given that managed to post a comment, it seemed that he was acting well according to Sung Woo's plan. By the way, this guy's grammar is. What Sung Woo got from the comment was that people were gathered at the Huasiang Hangung Square, and those who appeared to be them or vampires were not visible yet. Vampires may not appear in person. However, they may be chasing me. Sung Woo had been caught in the vampire lord's curse, pursuit of blood. Therefore, his location was exposed every 12 hours. In fact, 12 hours was long enough for Sung Woo to escape, but he couldn't afford to be caught off guard. If they were determined enough to search the area here and follow the traces of hunting, he could be caught someday. Of course, I don't think I am going to be defeated anymore. Not long ago, he had to use all available skeletons to kill just one vampire. Back then, the vampire was a very frightening object, let alone a difficult opponent. But now the situation was different because Sung Woo had become much stronger than before. He was confident enough to knock them down even if several vampires charged at him all at once. At that moment Hanno called out, "Sung Woo, look here." It was the men's restroom on the second floor where he shouted at Sung Woo. He hurriedly waved his hand as if he found something. There were a couple of werewolf bodies. They lay down here. You were looking for them, right? You bet. Maybe you have luck among your hidden stats. Or a guardian angel killed these two and put a gift in the root instead of socks. 2 dead werewolves were hanging upside down on the tree roots. Sung Woo wondered how the little kobold skeletons caught these monsters. He thought that perhaps the depraved tree spirit bound them with its roots one by one, and then the kobold skeletons beat them dead. No matter how strong the werewolves were, they would not have been able to escape the roots tightly wrapped around their bodies. On the other hand, these were the items that Sung Woo had been looking for in this hunt because the human animal skeletons like them were the best weapons Sung Woo could carry around. Good. I think you're pretty good at finding things just like a thief. I'm not a thief, but a priest. Well, the two have similar concepts in Korea, don't they? No, that's a dangerous understatement. Don't generalize those who preach faith with an unselfish mind. Shrugging, Sung Woo walked to the werewolves' bodies. Well, I'm supposed to resurrect the dead to fight the opponents. The dead have become your subordinate under your authority. The dead have become your subordinate under your authority. Currently, Sung Woo's force was powerful with 5 werewolves, 1 werebear, 1 vampire skeleton, 4 kobold wizards, and 3 orcs. I think this is enough. Now, let's move to Sunhwaseong. Sung Woo didn't need to avoid the vampires. The vampires were waiting in several buildings near the square visible to everyone. There were 23 in total. The vampire lord sacrificed his blood to give them power. Of course, the vampire lord could recover his exhausted blood by sucking a huge amount of blood, and he planned to increase the number of vampires in the future. 7 vampires were waiting in the cafe on the 2nd floor. They were already thrilled to run out immediately and take fresh blood from the square once the vampire lord issued the order. Oh, I'm bored. When will the table be set up? Did you see that kid over there? He's mine. A young kid's blood tastes delicious like veal. Yeah, suck his blood then. There's a lot to eat there anyway. However, their excitement turned sour by an unexpected emergency. Be prepared to go out. Ready to start the feast? No, we are going to chase the guys who attacked the factory. The leader of this team, Chief Choi, was ordered by the representative to catch and kill that son of a bitch. Pardon? Didn't the representative say he would catch that guy after the great feast? He said we didn't have to waste our energy before the big feast. Chief Choi tightened the strings of his shoes and even wore a hat on the table. The situation has changed. That guy is around here. Is he here? Why? The slaves we detained in the factory tipped them that we're in control here? I don't know. It's the representative's order. We have to catch and kill him before that bastard makes a mess around here. The team members stood up all at once at Choi's urging. So, where is he now? As the representative's right-hand man, Choi knew that the representative could check Sung Woo's location for about 5 minutes every 12 hours. I heard he was hiding in a school. After all, he doesn't know what kind of curse he has right now. That's why his guard is down. So, let's approach him quietly and behead him without failure. 7 vampires, including Chief Choi, headed to a nearby elementary school 15 minutes away. Soon they could find the traces of hunting around that area. It's a dire wolf's body. The claw marks are like those of a werewolf, but given no traces of gnawing, it looks like that bastard's skeletons killed it. He's definitely in there. They surrounded the elementary school building and gradually closed in on them. When they entered the building, they could find the traces of their target in the hallway on the 1st floor. There are bloodstains. It smells like dire wolf blood. It looks like the blood came from the bones. Vampires with a highly developed sense of smell could distinguish the various blood smells. Choi's team, which was consistently expressionless, burst into laughter because their prey was a relatively easy target. How did the branch manager say the factory was attacked by this kind of weak guy? He must have let down his hair. I guess so. By the way, it seems this bastard doesn't know that if he leaves blood behind like this, it will attract a herd of monsters. At that moment, one of Choi's men, who was searching the other side of the hall, shouted, "Look! Blood drops are over there. It's the auditorium." It seemed there was no other exit in the auditorium. Okay, he's doomed. Let's kill him and his men all at once. Choi's team seized up Sung Woo's power to some extent. When the vampire lord possessed the branch manager briefly, he checked Sung Woo's force and tipped Choi off on it. Choi could infer a significant amount of information about him. He knew that Sung Woo was controlling skeletons, and it was the werewolf skeleton in particular that he had to watch out for. /54 The representative said the guy had only 5 werewolves as his main force. If so, we can beat him. As the second highest ranking master grade vampire after the vampire lord, Chief Choi was confident that he could confront 2 werewolves at the same time. Therefore, he was confident of an easy victory. They moved at the same time and grabbed the 3 soundproof doors in the auditorium to pry open them simultaneously. Some of the doors were locked, but they tore them off. Crunch! The 7 vampires entered the auditorium. They found a man standing on the stage. "Hey!" Chief Choi shouted, walking toward him. The man standing on the stage looked at him and stepped back with an embarrassed look. Chief Choi laughed openly because the man looked so pitiful. "Are you lost?" Noticing him standing next to a goblin skeleton and 2 werewolf skeletons, he was the very target he had been looking for. However, the skeletons were much smaller than he expected. Didn't the representative say that he had about 10 skeletons? Well, it didn't matter to Choi anyway. Where are all the skeletons? Lost them? Did you boil them and make meat because you had nothing to eat? The vampires giggled at Choi's mocking. They approached him arrogantly, like a bully driving a helpless man into a corner. "Hey, did you clean your neck? I see lots of guys with dirty necks." "Dirty neck? What does it matter? Isn't it salty? Ha ha. You must be a hardcore vampire." Holding their heads high, the vampires closed in on the man. He got more and more scary, which pleased them even more. "Hey, look at his scared expression. Cute." Come to think of it, these vampires were not these kinds of humans. However, after they had their necks bitten by the representative, they began to wake up to new senses and emotions they had never experienced before. And that was another source of happiness to them. Blood-sucking, slaughtering, and violence became their essential needs. In no time they crossed halfway through the auditorium. They were now close enough to bite the man's neck within 3 seconds. At that moment, however, the man's expression changed furtively. He looked like he was crying at first, then wore a blank expression, and now he smiled at them, walking 1 step closer to them fearlessly. Ugh! The vampires clearly felt something strange, but didn't notice why because there was nothing else for them to judge that the situation had changed. Maybe an ambush or surprise attack? No way. It was a fat chance for a vampire with developed senses not to notice it. Then the man commented, "I thought you would come here." "What did you say?" "Since I came near here, I thought you wouldn't stand idle. You know, the dog keeping an eye on its bowl is the most sensitive and ferocious." When Chief Choi stopped, the other vampires stopped at once. The man continued, "You still don't know what my skill is. Good. I thought your representative might have noticed it, but he didn't when he possessed the branch manager. Skill? Are you talking about your ability to control the skeleton shits? It seems there are only 3 skeletons left. Where did you hide them?" Saying that provocatively, Chief Choi felt somewhat nervous deep inside. "It's a little different." What? Chief Choi swallowed unwittingly, then looked at his mouth. "Well, my skill is not just about controlling the skeletons, but..." At that moment, 2 messages appeared before Choi's eyes. Caution. Fellblade begins in your area. Caution. Death response begins in your area. In fact, I can use more powerful skills. Chief Choi instinctively turned back. Although he didn't know exactly what was going on, he felt he had to get out of here. At that moment, however, the floor near the entrance turned into black mud, then several arms began to stretch out from the ground. Zombies? Chief Choi could not express them in any other way. What were obviously animal bodies began to crawl out from the floor. They were a little more eerie than the zombies he used to know. They had blue skin and purple eyes. Namely, they were not from this world. While Choi and the other vampires were at a loss about what to do, the black smoke rose fast. Now they could not even see an inch in front of them in the auditorium. Ugh! What the heck is this? The vampires became more and more helpless by inhaling the black smoke. They inevitably focused on hearing as their vision and sense of smell were blocked. Then some dreadful and creepy sound echoed everywhere. Rattle, rattle, rattle. Regardless of monsters and humans, they always misunderstand their numerically superior when they encounter the Necromancer for the first time. You guys didn't know you were surrounded from the beginning, right? The man shouted. So, Sung-woo and his friends began hunting the vampires in the dark. They could be called something like the Undead Unit. Actually, the synergy of squad organization, hidden greater than was in effect. Synergy list, 3, squad organization, hidden, category, synergy, condition, commander, stage 1, trait, more than 11 normal members, effects, attack power, plus 5%, defense power, plus 5%, right had the trait of the commander, stage 2. With Sungwoo's 30 plus units, the synergy of platoon organization, hidden, which was one stage higher, would have been triggered. Unfortunately, the undead unit had only 25. On the other hand, as in the case of dealing with Chief Orc, the resurrected, stage 2 greater than synergy effect was triggered. It increased movement speed by 10% when assaulting the living, along with the 3 resurrection confirmed. Oh, I can't see anything. Everybody, group up. Where are you? Arg. The vampires went into a panicked state amid the Fellblade smoke. And they were suffering from all kinds of stot, such as Fellblade's curse of death, Devil's or his weakening curse and the demon bloodstone that ate away their physical strength. They were in much worse condition than usual with their vision completely blocked, unable to counterattack. Faced with such an unexpected ambush, the vampires helplessly collapsed. You have earned 2,000 by killing a player. You have earned 2,000 by killing a player. There was nothing the vampires could do in this situation. Standing on the stage, Sungwoo was watching the scene. At that moment, he noticed a vampire hanging onto a wall, so he threw a javelin at the vampire immediately. Buke! Arg! The vampire was not killed on the spot, but when he fell to the floor, he was bitten by 3 zombies right away. You have earned 2,000 by killing a player. Come to think of it, the Necromancer fights in a really cheap and shallow way because he not only mobilizes his subordinates en masse, but also casts all kinds of curses at the opponent while he wraps himself with buffs. Well, this is how the Necromancer is supposed to fight anyway. Sungwoo muttered like that and sat on the stage. When the smoke started to disappear, a terrible scene came into view. A werebear skeleton grabbed the neck of a vampire, squeezed it, and broke his arms. Then 2 zombies rushed and bit his neck and thighs, as if asking, "Did you think you're the only one who likes necks?" However, it seemed that zombies enjoyed meat more than liquid. Of course, the 10 zombies that Sungwoo could summon with death response were relatively weak because they were disposable. But they did their job excellently when they attacked the vampires with 15 skeletons. With the addition of zombies to the battle, the vampires got distracted and failed to come up with a coordinated counterattack. Seizing the moment, the werewolf skeletons charged at them. When they fell to the ground, the members of the undead unit immediately killed them mercilessly. However, Chief Choi was the only one who was responding in one way or another. Just like a master-grade vampire, Choi grabbed the heads of 2 zombies with both hands and crushed them. Then he turned his head toward Sungwoo, grabbing the zombies in both hands. Then, Choi yelled at Sungwoo, his face flush in excitement. "Hey, this is all you have? Bring out more, man." "Ugh! You shouldn't have held them like that," Sungwoo murmured with a smile. /55 / what? What the heck are you talking about? ... explosion. Bang. Bang. Body explosion occurred in his both hands. The zombies that stopped moving were determined to be corpses, and thus he applied the body explosion. As a result, not only Choi's hands but also his shoulders were completely ripped apart and blown away. New bones began to sprout between the wounds, but Sungwoo immediately moved to stop his counterattack. Actually, Sungwoo knew how to respond in this situation, which he had learned while dealing with several vampires until now. Rattle! Rattle! 3 werewolf skeletons jumped at him. Thanks to Synergy Hell's Watchman Cerberus, they could enjoy a drastic increase in their muscle strength when attacking one opponent at the same time. Arg! Choi twisted his body, screaming, but since he was heavily injured, he could not out-missile the werewolf skeletons. Crunch! Crunch! Sungwoo ordered them to break his legs first. Choi could no longer resist or move. In the meantime, the other vampires were completely eradicated. The auditorium was suddenly quiet. Only Choi moaned occasionally. Sungwoo walked towards him and said, "Well, I guess your representative appears before you to talk nonsense, or he may make you run wildly insanely. I don't want it, of course. Sung Woo then pulled the sword, which was the masterless black sword that had belonged to the Dragon Knight. Do you think a shit like you can stop the representative? He is great, great. Choi shouted. How can you guys exalt him so much in only 6 days? Your brain needs to be opened for examination, I think. High-grade vampires acted as if they had fallen in love with the vampire lord. So disgusting. Although Choi was the representative's subordinate like skeletons under Sung Woo's authority, Sung Woo liked the obedient skeletons. Crackle. How could you blame my representative? Buke. Sung Woo stabbed his chest with the black sword right away. Although it didn't inflict fatal damage because it didn't recognize the owner, its blade penetrated into his heart mercilessly. Nice blade. Sung Woo knew his muscle strength had increased by 6, but at the same time he could immediately feel that this black sword item was of excellent quality. Arg. With his heart pierced, he vomited a pool of blood before dropping his head. You have earned 20,000 gold by killing a special player. The event paid off after all. He received 20,000 gold. In other words, he earned 2 gold roulettes. Besides, by beheading him, Sung Woo shortened the hatching time of the unknown egg. Time left until hatching, 4,949 days. Sung Woo heard that the hatching time would decrease when he killed more powerful enemies. Actually, when he beheaded the Master Grade Vampire, the hatching time was advanced by 50 days. It seemed to be generous, but looking at the remaining time, the hatching time was still very far. Standing in the middle of the killing scene, Sung Woo nullified the summoning of all the remaining orc skeletons. He felt attached to them for their great service until now, but it was time to part with them to further strengthen his forces. He resurrected 4 vampires and added them to his force. The dead have become your subordinate under your authority. Synergy effect is given due to team play. Synergy list, 5, those who eat blood, stage 1, category, synergy, condition, 5 vampires, effect, sucking blood when attacking, plus 2%, all stats increase in a frenzied state right before being destroyed, plus 10%, as a result, Sung Woo had the strongest possible deck. Woo woo. Sung Woo's cell phone vibrated. It was a secret comment posted on Sung Woo's thread. Gr 339, secret, it's me, Jisoo. They started moving somewhere urgently. Even the so-called managers around us, who were relaxed until now, suddenly started to collect weapons from us urgently, saying it's the condition for allowing us to enter into the safety zone. It looks like something will happen soon. Please reply. Anticipating that the vampires would soon search for him, Sung Woo set a trap. When a troublemaker was approaching to take the bait, it was impossible to not catch him. As expected, a swarm of mosquitoes were caught by the spiderwebs that Sung Woo set. No wonder they are in a chaotic situation now. On one hand, Sung Woo planted more reliable moles than namely Hano and Jisoo. They blended in with the survivors that the vampires had lured at the Waiseung Square, and updated Sung Woo about the situation there. And the reason why the crowds in the square became impatient was simple. It's because the representative realized that his subordinates were all killed. The representative felt that lots of vampires who chased Sung Woo until now were slaughtered at once. He knew he could not afford to stay relaxed anymore. The tables have turned. It was the moment when the chasers and fugitives reversed roles. Survivors in shabby clothes gathered at Waiseung Square, where the citizens once spent their leisure, one of the first, magnificent cultural heritage sites in Suwon. All the traffic noise on the wide roads disappeared completely, and only those who survived breathed nervously. Look at that over there. Damn it, why did they hang it like that? There was a large placard hanging on the wall of Suwon Park Municipal Art Museum, located next to the square. The placard advertised an artist's exhibition, but the letters were invisible because the placard was stained with blood. The victims were hung from the roof. I don't know what happened, but it's just unbelievable that the monster caught them. You bet. I saw that monster killing a big wolf. How did he catch them? 4 werewolves were stuck and hung on the spears. The grotesque bodies of the werewolves were clearly intended to show off the force of those who gathered the survivors. Jisoo, it's our turn next. I've hidden a dagger on my thigh. Jisoo and Hano were mixed in with the crowds. About 200 gathered in the square, and as players, they were holding weapons that matched their jobs. But the people in the safety zone demanded they submit their weapons for control and safety reasons. Their demands looked reasonable, but there was a wicked plot hidden behind such demands. Hano, look at the entrance to the museum on the right. I think I recognize who they are. Yeah. The vampires hiding there seem to be crawling out now. 15 people were coming out from the direction that she pointed to. She immediately felt they were vampires. They came out so naturally that they were far from the survivors who took pains to come to the safety zone. Besides, it was very suspicious that all of them were wearing masks. They are wearing masks to hide their canines. In no time a man who controlled the survivors was seen rushing toward them. Seeing him, Jisoo and Hano became convinced they were definitely vampires. Does it make any sense? Don't you know how many I sent them? Why are all of them defeated like that? Stupid. One of them in particular stood out conspicuously. He was wearing glasses in a beige suit, but only he was dressed up. He was shouting at his colleagues in a fit of anger. Given that he didn't care about the survivors in the square, he was obviously the crazy representative that Sung-woo mentioned. That bastard is the main culprit of this incident. Jisoo secretly hid the ignition whetstone in a flower bed at the edge of the square. Then she submitted the other weapons as demanded. Therefore, about 200 survivors, including Jisoo and Han, became fully disarmed. Staying empty-handed in this hellish world made them feel nervous and uncomfortable. They waited only for time to enter the safety zone anxiously. But there were only a few who knew they would never have such an opportunity. They're beginning to surround us. Damn it. I wish Sung-woo could arrive quickly. About 30 members, including 15 vampires, began to stand at the edges of Haegung Square inches a move to broadly surround the survivors. At first glance, they seemed to protect the disarmed survivors, but they were watching the survivors with their greedy eyes. Now, pay attention. Shortly afterwards, the man in a beige suit came forward. The survivors shut their mouths and turned their heads. So. Humans stopped evolving. /56 / As soon as the survivors began to feel suspicious at his unexpected statement, he continued, what do you think about this disaster-like ordeal? Why did it happen? Does anyone want to reply? Huck? No? No? That's why you can't do anything. And that is why you were destined to be the scapegoats of evolution. The survivors began to whisper nervously here and there because he didn't show any intention of opening the safety zone to them. What the hell is this crazy bastard talking about? Jisoo, I'm holding a knife now. Jisoo also stood next to the flower bed where she hid the sword. Then, the vampires surrounding the survivors began to take off their masks. They were smacking their lips, with their mouths curled up. In the meantime, members of the vampire gang, who appeared to be regular players, not vampires, began to put long sticks at the edges of the square at regular intervals. The survivors could not figure out what they were doing, but they were very nervous now. And the one who will be chosen for evolution are none other than. He opened both hands and pointed to his men. We will run the future. Now. Cheers. Cheers? The moment Jisoo and Hano were puzzled by that weird toast, they began to shout. Ha ha. Let's enjoy the meal. Thanks for the meal. I like a white neck. Hey, you over there. You have been making eye contact with me until now. Mad vampires began to jump at the survivors all over the place. Jisoo picked up the sword hidden in the flower bed right away. Crackle. Crackle. It was the moment when the identity of the rods installed on the edges of the square was revealed. An electric current flowed between the rods. It was kind of like an electric fence, but it wasn't available on the market. Obviously it was obtained from other items. So, the survivors were surrounded by the vampire predators, trapped in a fence. Without any weapons, it was impossible for them to confront the predators. Oh my god! What the heck is this? What happened? Frightened, the survivors stepped back all at once. However, there was no place for them to escape because of the electric fencing. The vampires approached them at full speed, drooling as if competing for delicious side dishes. Chisa breathed out roughly, holding the saber with both hands. "Come on, baby. Come to me." The vampire at the forefront was tall. He rushed towards the young child rapidly. Woo woo. However, the first thing he met was a shuttle bus with a university logo. Bang! The bus, which hit the vampire, stopped suddenly between the survivors and the other vampires. The survivors moved back in chaos at the unexpected development, and the vampires also stopped in embarrassment. Thump! Shortly afterwards, with the sound of air pressure being released, the front door of the bus was opened. And someone got off. Look at that shit. Watching him, the man in a beige suit also walked forward. He smiled a forced smile. "I thought you would be late, but you are here on time. We didn't even enjoy the appetizer yet. Oh, let's enjoy the party together. Okay?" Then he opened his hands and pointed at the vampires around him. They threatened him, revealing their sharp teeth. However, the man who got off the bus, namely Sung Woo, asked back without being scared at all, "Really? Then I think I have to teach you party manners first." When he said that, the man in a beige suit, the vampire lord, wore a stiff look. But he smiled once again. Huh? Manners? Ha ha ha. How humorous. It's a pity I couldn't make you mine. So, what's the party etiquette you have in mind? The party should start with firecrackers. Huh? What? At that moment, a werewolf skeleton landed behind the vampire lord. It jumped off from the rooftop of a nearby building. However, he laughed leisurely without looking back as if he had noticed the skeleton. "Oh, this is your trick? It's not funny at all." He shrugged because he knew he could easily knock down a werewolf even if he was ambushed. In fact, the werewolves hanging on the spears of the museum roof were caught by him. But he didn't notice what the werewolf skeleton behind him was doing now. I liked the explosion. The werewolf skeleton was holding lots of goblin bodies in both hands. Bang! 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 With a fairly powerful explosion, the vampire lord disappeared into the smoke. Now, this is the beginning of the real party. Sung Woo and his friends now began to hunt the vampires for the second time. Representative. With the massive explosion, Vampire Road disappeared into the smoke. Damn it. He will be alright. So, get rid of that bastard. An executive who seemed to be a master shouted at his fellow vampires. Then they started attacking Sung Woo from all directions. However, Sung Woo was still relaxed, not embarrassed at all. "You guys are revolving?" Gyeongsu, who drove the bus here, already fled early, and Sung Woo also disappeared behind the bus. "Why are you running away? Do you think I can't catch you when you are hiding there? Surround the bus." The vampires scattered widely and began to close in on Sung Woo. 5 of them approached the bus right away. They got on the ceiling of the bus and moved back and forth on the bus. Obviously they were trying to stop him from escaping through the dead spot. However, the moment they reconfirmed him, they felt something very strange. Ugh! Sung Woo was hiding behind a werebear skeleton about 20 steps away from the bus. But his appearance looked like a cover. How come you are talking about evolution when you don't have even basic learning skills? Bang! 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 The 5 vampires were instantly smashed into pieces by the bus. Actually, the bus wasn't just there for a breakthrough purpose, but it was like a gunpowder box full of corpses. Without knowing it, the vampires ran to the bus via the shortest route and turned into ashes. Of course, it was part of Sung Woo's operation plan. Ugh! Damn it! What the heck? Wake up, everybody! Now is the chance to attack him. He's got only one skeleton. The vampires did not give up. Since they were standing in the middle of the square where there was no place to hide, they could not afford to delay. They had to defeat Sung Woo right away. The vampires approached them simultaneously from 3 directions except for the burning bus. So far, you've managed to survive, But you can't run away. When they thought they drove him into a completely dead alley, Sung Woo used the powerful skill. Caution! Fellblade has begun in your area. Caution! Death response has begun in your area. Sung Woo murmured with the black smoke spreading everywhere. It was true that he had already experienced the same scene several times. But the enemies were hit hard by this familiar attack every time. What the heck is this? Calm down. First, cough. However, since it was outdoors this time, the smoke quickly disappeared. And the white bones that appeared behind the black tent like ghosts began to move. Rattle. Rattle. The attack was started by the kobold wizard skeletons, a new addition to Sung Woo's force. They gave off green flames. Pooh. Pop. Pop. Ka. Put down the fire. The flying flames were slow, but they expected the skeletons would suddenly appear in the smoke and shoot flames like that. 2 vampires struggled in the flames, while others had no choice but to stop the assault and retreat. There is the wizard. Target the wizard. How? Question mark. No wonder they asked how, because a huge number of undead were gathering around the 4 wizard skeletons. When the vampires were at a loss about what to do, the wizards that just finished the rituals fired the flames again. Avoid them. Now the 4 werewolf skeletons rushed toward the vampires who were running around wildly. One by one, Sung Woo had them kill the individual vampires separated from the main group one by one, for it was much easier to destroy them individually. Rattle. Rattle. The 4 werewolf commandos charged at the vampire separated from his group at tremendous speed, attacking him all at once. /57 / It took only a dozen seconds for the herd of giant beasts to crush the single target out of shape. They are his main force. Let's attack them together! Shouted the other vampires. They soon changed their strategy. Instead of being defeated individually, they decided to confront the werewolf skeletons as a group. They thought if they killed the skeletons, Sung Woo's defense line would be broken. Good. Now is the time. But it was their misjudgment, for the vampire skeletons which were waiting in the rear started moving. When the enemies gathered together in one place, Sung Woo's skeletons began to spread widely in all directions. Besides, the 10 zombies widened their formation and closed in on them. Now the situation has changed. Damn it! This time they're attacking from behind. They're charging from the side too. They were under siege now because of their hasty wrong move. Too many enemies. Stand back to back. In the confused fight, the strength of those who were besieged and those who besieging was overwhelmingly favorable to the latter. Those besieging can attack more swiftly and comprehensively. The vampire skeletons were holding bone daggers in both hands. Given that their nails were already strong weapons, it was obvious why Sung Woo had them grab the daggers. Swoosh! 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 Their bone daggers rained down on the vampires, followed by the green flames. While moving here and there in confusion to avoid their attack from a long distance, the vampires were exposed to the first attack by the skeletons that closed in on them immediately. Fight to the end. No. We should get out of here. When both camps clashed like that, there was another difference between their strength. In other words, there was no centralized command from the vampires. How should we get out of here? If we disperse here, we're going to be crushed individually. We have to fight as a group here. Crazy. I'm going to escape alone. No. The vampires were weak compared to the skeletons that moved only at Sung Woo's orders without any will, emotions, or fear. The vampires could not stay united in the collective turmoil, and thus some of them began to break away from the camp. I am determined to survive. I need to suck blood. After all, one vampire broke through the skeletons and fled, with its face burned and a bone dagger stuck on his back. He was running somewhere, gasping for breath. Blood. Blood. Fresh blood. He was running in the direction of a group of survivors. He already bled a lot. So, he couldn't hold back the urge to suck blood instinctively. He thought he could recover quickly after sucking blood. Right at that moment, however, someone walked out of the survivors. It was a woman in a red sweatshirt. Oh! I love that pretty woman's neck. He extended his hands forward and opened his mouth wide. He felt thrilled at the thought of sticking his teeth into her white neck. However, she disappeared before his eyes instantly. Ugh! And he saw his hands cut, scattering into the air. He felt dizzy, bleeding. He suspected he was seeing things because he lacked blood. At that moment, he rolled his pupils down the silver trajectory. And there he found a woman holding a saber. The trajectory originated from the blade. She bowed, then jumped to wield the sword. The next moment, his neck fell off. Phew! Jisoo dusted the blood off the blade. In the meantime, Sungwoo was on the verge of annihilating the vampires. The werewolf skeletons were grabbing the last vampire's neck tightly. Cough. Cough. Crunch. His neck was bent, and that was it. Are we all done now? Jisoo asked. However, Sungwoo shook his head, and then looked at the burning bus. To be precise, he was on alert for something behind the bus. Silence ensued for a moment. Bang! Soon, the bus, shaken by the impact, began to tilt sideways amid a tremendous explosion. Thump! The bus fell and the flames burning the inner seats blazed everywhere. Then a man jumped over the bus and landed in front of Sungwoo. He was none other than the Vampire Lord. His whole body melted, and his beige suit was completely pressed against the skin. He was holding someone on his side who looked like his subordinate. The next moment he lifted the man high in the air and sank his teeth into his neck. Then he started sucking his subordinate's blood. The man's eyes were bloodshot as if blood were flowing out. But the Vampire Lord pushed his teeth deeper in without caring at all. The man's loosened neck began to tear off little by little. Nevertheless, the man was smiling. "Representative, please carry out your mission." Eventually his neck was cut off, and the Vampire Lord, who sucked all his blood, raised the man's head. "Oh, you g-" Then he made an eerie moan as if he was being stretched. Crunch. Crunch. Then projection-like things started popping out of his back and arms. Just like the branch manager did, he was now showing his true colors. Then he rolled his eyes towards Sungwoo and shouted, Do you remember what I told you before? How can I remember what a garrulous bastard like you said? Do you remember all the horses? I told you I would give you a piece of my mind. You still remember it? If not, let me repeat it for the last time." Then he stuck out his long tongue and smacked his lips. You're done for. It sucks, man. Shortly afterwards, the skeletons and zombies stood in front of Sungwoo. "Fuck you. Remove these shits from me." Then he charged at them. But one of the vampire skeletons swung his arm towards his side. Puke. However, it was the skeleton that was hit by his arm. With tremendous reflex and resilience, he quickly turned his upper body and punched the skeleton's chin. Storm him. In fact, the first vampire skeleton was like a bait. Sungwoo was very good at seizing the chance when the opponent showed his weakness while taking the bait. This time, a couple of vampire skeletons attacked him from both sides. However, Sungwoo was stunned by what happened next. The Vampire Lord suddenly stopped moving and swung his arms violently. The two skeletons were smashed in an instant. Although the kobold wizards shot green flames at him randomly, none of them hit him. He narrowed the distance with Sungwoo while avoiding the attacks. Sungwoo now became nervous. If I let my guard down by mistake, he will smash my head. Sungwoo sent out the werewolf skeletons this time. However, he saved the werebear because the Vampire Lord could attack him instead of the werewolf. The werewolf is different because its muscle strength will go up with the synergistic effect of Cerberus when attacking a single enemy. When he confronted the branch manager, 3 werewolf skeletons crushed him with their muscle strength. However, Sungwoo's expectations were crushed immediately. Although the 4 skeletons jumped at him and pressed his body all together, their massive bones began to wobble when he twisted his body violently. Wobble. Now they were staggering, and the bones of their shins that supported their weight started cracking. Damn it. I need a different strategy, Sungwoo murmured. Soon, his skin swelled for a moment. Then he spread red smoke all over the place. Pop. The werewolves quickly fell all over the place. It was his active skill. He vaporized his blood and pumped it out with strong pressure. While the werewolves were hesitating, he immediately attacked them. One werewolf's skull fell behind Sung Woo's back. After blowing away one skull, he kicked the other skeleton into the ceiling of the burning bus. Step back. Sung Woo inevitably withdrew the werewolf skeletons because if he lost them, he could not have another chance of storming the vampire lord. Instead, Sung Woo dispatched another skeleton. Crackle, crackle. It was right. What the heck is this? Goblin? Ha ha ha. Is this what you are left with now? The vampire lord laughed, shrugging in a bizarre manner. Hey, it's the boss of skeletons. Nobody survives after ignoring right. The vampire lord laughed it off and walked briskly toward right. Then he lifted his hand and hit right on the head as if clocking a kid with his knuckles. /58 /. However, right lifted the blade, timed with his action. Arg. The 88% probability of one-armed warrior greater than was correct again this time. His body staggered after slipping from the blade. At that moment, right threw a glass bottle that it was hiding behind its back towards his face. Buke. Chee. Then right leaned forward and slipped back after cutting his ankle. What the heck is this? Hey, that was the last bottle, right? Good job. Sung Woo shouted jokingly. The last bottle of Elder Slime's acidic liquid was thrown on his face. Damn it. You dirty son of a bitch. You guys are crushed out of shape by this every time. We made mincemeat of that stupid branch manager with this, too. I'll kill you. He rubbed his face hard and stepped back. That acidic liquid melted his corneas and blocked his vision. But his resilience was so good that his vision began to come back soon. Huck? Didn't his vision completely return? He was seeing things. Obviously he saw 4 werewolf skeletons, and he had killed one of them. But he definitely had not seen as many as 7. And 4 of them were holding long spears, which was familiar to him too. Just in case, he looked up at the rooftop of the museum. His prey that was supposed to be hanging there was missing. No way. Aside from the 4 vampire skeletons that the vampire lord crushed, there were 4 werewolf skeletons. Damn it. Rattle. Rattle. 7 werewolf skeletons charged at him. 2 got stuck on his back and 2 were flying toward his head. They were holding long spears in their hands. They stabbed the spears into his chest vertically. Buke. Buke. The spears pierced through his chest. His body swelled once again. Obviously he tried to vaporize his blood and blow off the sticky stuff on his body. Pop. But he didn't this time. The 7 werewolves placed their teeth all over his body and pushed their claws between each other's bones in a circle to nullify his blow. Their bodies shook several times with some of their ribs smashed, but that was it. Crunch. The werewolf skeletons bound the vampire lord's body tightly. He would certainly shake off his bondage at the slightest sign of loosening, so they could not do anything but hold him tightly. At that moment, however, a bunch of zombies began to move toward him. Each of them was carrying something on their shoulders. They were the vampire bodies. Didn't I tell you that the start of the party was a firecracker? The highlight of the party is the barbecue, isn't it? As soon as Sung Woo said that, his face, seen through the bones, turned pale. No, I hate this. You guys have gathered here in one place. I wish I could take pictures of you. Explode. There was a huge explosion. Standing behind the werebear skeleton's back, he avoided the scattering bones and flesh. And in the next moment, various messages appeared before Sung Woo's eyes. You have earned 10,000 gold by killing a special player. 10,000 gold? But this was not all. You have pursued the special quest, There is no country for the wicked. You have been successful in killing the assassin targeting your life. Rewards have been given. 30,000 gold, see Great Item Ticket. You have pursued the exclusive quest Death Coordinator in Salvation Mode. Rewards have been given. Exclusive skill, your fate changes subtly. The boss raid is worth it, said Sungwoo. And hundreds of survivors in the square witnessed the boss raid. It's fortunate that the man won, right? He was controlling something like monsters. Is he okay? I don't know what it is, but I'm sure he saved us. You bet. I think so. Those survivors who were in danger of being massacred looked at their victorious savior. Their expressions reflected not only embarrassment and relief, but also some sort of vague admiration. That's him. ID 157 I mentioned. ID 157, it's me. Ugh. That thief hunter who posted the no one thread? Really? I don't know what's going on, but I'm so relaxed now. The repercussions of his victory were fundamentally different from his crackdown on the vampires in the H apartments. This time, not one or two but quite a few survivors who witnessed his brilliant activities began to spread the news. They posted numerous threads that an unidentified man in the Swine area cracked down on the wicked gang. And there was unexpected development after his stories popped up on the community bulletin. Who are they? Soldiers? People in military uniforms poured out of one building as if on cue. They were wearing army combat uniforms, but they were armed with swords and shields, bows and crossbows, without any bulletproof gear. But their leader with the commander's insignia was familiar to Sungwoo. He approached Sungwoo. Hi, I was really curious about who fought such a great battle here. I never expected I would meet you again. Sergeant Kim? It was Sergeant Kim, the soldier Sungwoo met on the road to Suiyang intersection. Sungwoo parted with him after trading his intelligence for stamina potions, but he met the soldier again. Yes. Thanks to your help, I've survived like this. Why are you here? I was spying on those who said they would create a safety zone. However, I never thought that such a ridiculous situation would unfold here. By the way, I'm sorry to say this, but there are people who want to meet you. Who? What Sergeant Kim said was so absurd. The army is still intact. The force of the past summoned the force of the present. There was nothing like the safety zone in Suiyang from the beginning. Quite a few people were here, chasing after the illusions of the safety zone that did not exist. Even after Sungwoo posted a thread to warn them, some survivors of the abandoned factory posted threads exposing the vampires. Someone might have made a different choice after reading the threads, but over 200 people who visited this place ignored Sungwoo's warning and came here with a ray of hope and illusions. They were so desperate and nervous at that time. It was fortunate that Sungwoo saved them from their worst choice. Night fell. The survivors decided to spend the night at the city museum that the vampires used as their hideout. It was spacious enough to accommodate about 200 people. Sungwoo was at the factory manager's office there. Profile. Player profile, name, Sungwoo Yu, level, 10, occupation, Necromancer, Black Wizard, stats, muscle strength, 8+6, agility, 8, stamina, 5, gold reserve, 298,880, additional trait, demon. Of the total 300,000 gold, 150,000 gold was obtained from the battle that just ended. Sungwoo earned more gold than he did after massacring a group of kobolds in the dungeon and hunting all kinds of monsters on the streets. That was not all. Skill information, name, bone armor production, grade, basic, category, active, consumption, 10 mana, body bones are used to make armor. Armor is worn as soon as it's made. The results vary depending on the type and quality of the material, and the higher the skill level, the more elaborate the armor. It was the skill that Sungwoo gained through the exclusive quest. He felt like it was like a defense armor version of bone weapon formation. When the skill was used, the armor was made using nearby bodies as materials, and then it was attached to the body automatically. Tap, tap. Sungwoo knocked on the bone armor attached to his chest. Since it was made in a size that fit his body perfectly, he felt like he had additional ribs attached. Since skeletons could wear this armor, he thought he could look forward to much stronger defensive power. Then Sungwoo lifted a large crossbow on the desk. He obtained it from the Class C box, which he got by completing a special quest to remove the killer. Item information, name, Dwarf repeating crossbow, rating, hero, category, crossbow. Effect, equipped with a magazine connected to the armory in the subspace. can be fired without loading. Well, it's time for me to stop throwing spears and daggers. /59 / Of course, even if I obtained bows or crossbows, it didn't mean I would no longer need spears or daggers. Strictly speaking, these weapons had different uses. In the battle, the skeleton frequently engages in hand-to-hand fight combat after a momentary confrontation. Throwing a dagger can be useful, for you can throw a volley of handy daggers at the enemy before replacing them with another weapon right away while the enemy has not yet noticed it. In fact, Sung Woo, who did not directly step into the front line but mainly commanded the skeletons in the rear, needed these weapons to fight enemies at a distance. Today he truly saw a dramatic increase in his defense power. After tonight, however, he would probably have another problem. That night he dreamed after a long time. In the dream, he was a powerless presence unlike today. He was facing a huge fire. And he couldn't do anything when his family screamed in the fire and begged for help. Sung Woo. He could see Hano's face. Sergeant Kim is looking for you. The soldiers you saw yesterday have come. It seemed that he got in trouble again today. Those soldiers who were lurking in nearby buildings appeared right after Sung Woo killed the vampire lord yesterday. Then Sergeant Kim, who was familiar to Sung Woo, appeared, saying that the army was alive. Could you come with me to my unit? But Sung Woo shook his head at Kim's request. Sorry. Please tell them if there is anything I can do for them, just come and see me. Sung Woo had no reason to see them, nor did he want to travel a long distance for those who he didn't know well. Besides, his fatigue had piled after the long fight, so he didn't want to perform even small acts of kindness. After all, Sergeant Kim said that he would convey his message. Then the next morning a high-ranking military officer came to see him very early. Sung Woo got up from the sofa and sat down on the desk chair. Tell him to wait a little. Oh, are you sure? He seems to have an ill temper. Well, his temper is not his level, man. You bet. Okay, then. Soldiers? Sung Woo didn't think the army, which had been in existence for decades, would collapse so easily. Although military discipline was allegedly breaking down, the army was a group that continued to train in preparation for national emergencies such as war. Of course, this game-like situation was not in the army's manual. Moreover, all weapons had been disabled, and the military command system was in disarray. Tramp, this way? I'm sorry, but he wants you to wait a little more. Someone's voice was heard outside the door. Hano tried to ask for his understanding with an embarrassed voice, but the other party didn't seem to listen to him. Wait? I don't have time to wait now. Do you think this situation is a joke? Step aside. The door of the manager's office was flung open, along with a middle-aged man's voice. Sung Woo, who was rubbing his eyes sleepily, saw the man with a lieutenant colonel rank. A captain and Sergeant Kim were standing behind him. Meeting Sung Woo's eyes, Kim expressed his regrets with a frown. Are you the man I want to see? I am Lieutenant Colonel Taeyong Park of the 51st Army Division. Park sat on a leather sofa. The captain and Kim stood against the wall. You know I've come a long way to see you, so let me get to the point right away. It seemed that Park was trying to blame him for his long journey instead of accepting his request. Please go ahead, said Sung Woo, sitting across him on a leather sofa. I heard that you killed the monsters in Hwaseong Hangung that put us on alert. I would like to hear your testimony about the incident, and ask for your help. Well, I have no problem testifying, but what do you mean you want to ask for my help? After pausing for a moment and thinking about what to say, Park parted his thick lips. Join the army. Sung Woo burst into a smile unconsciously. Oh my god. That's a suggestion that would shock 99% of Korean men. I understand. But you know my suggestion is not a joke, right? Park's eyebrows wriggled. It was evident that the army, led by him, came to him to get something, or subject him to them. It was clear from the beginning that Park intended to break his spirit with the strong image of the army. If Sung Woo backed down here, he would have to wage an unnecessary war of nerves with Park. Why should I accept your suggestion? It's so ridiculous that I can't understand it. How could Park ask Sung-woo to join the army all of a sudden? Who could welcome such an absurd idea? But Park's face was still stiff. Well, I hope you understand that my suggestion is not only legitimate, but also helpful to you. Helpful? This is a national emergency. It is impossible to declare martial law, and in fact everybody is under martial law, so it is quite legitimate for the army to recruit a strong man like you. However, I recognize your performance, so I would like to treat you with respect. Obviously, in this emergency, if the government was functioning, it would issue the mobilization order as soon as it declared martial law, and the army would fight the monsters. However, what was happening was the opposite. The government wasn't functioning from the very beginning, and the army lost all their weapons. And it took too long for them to wake up to the new reality. Then what do you want me to do? I want you to help us while we are trying to come up with an emergency response, national restoration, and system safety. I hear your name is Sung-woo. You must have military experience, so I think you understand what I mean. Don't dismiss my suggestion as nonsense. Park rubbed his face with his palm and softened his tone further. Was he trying to appeal to him emotionally? In this ridiculous situation, it's imperative that the people should stay united, but a guy like Young Dong-po prosecutor has denied the government and declared that he would create an independent puppet group. You already know that, right? Yes, I know. From the military's point of view, they had no choice but to take such a declaration by the Young Dong-po prosecutor seriously. Don't you think this is a very deplorable situation? The people must be united around the army to solve the situation. A man like you can become a South Korean soldier and a hero. There's going to be a terrible thing that you can't even imagine, starting from Gwangwon-man. He suddenly shut his mouth tightly. Gwangwon-man? What is he trying to say? Did he call him a hero? In some respects, he had a point. But he didn't understand the ongoing situation at all. No, I don't think so. Puppet group? Do you have any grounds for saying that? What did you say? When this happened, many people were looking for help from the government and the military. While waiting for their help, they were killed by the monsters. Some of them survived and they are joining hands for survival now. But I don't support people like Young Dong-po prosecutor. But at least they seem to have adapted to this system. System? As you know, this phenomenon follows the gaming method. Monsters appear, items are given, and quests are created. And most of the quests are given to individuals under certain conditions. In other words, these are not the kinds of problems that the country or the military can solve. This game was bound to break human society into pieces thoroughly. A survival struggle was taking place, and everybody must complete their own quests in order to survive. And that was not possible within an existing society or system. Rather, it was beneficial to think out of the box boldly like Young Dong-po Prosecutors Guild. Did you tell me I could be a hero? I would rather be a mercenary. If you need me, you will have to pay the price. Lieutenant Colonel Park, dumbfounded, barely opened his mouth. Are you asking for money now? /60 well, I mean gold. Park's face contorted grotesquely. Are you going to do business with the country? If you are armed without responding to the conscription, you might be arrested for treason. Country? Where is it now? Sir, this is no longer the South Korea that I used to know. It's not a country that can't help at all when people have been killed for the past several days. From the moment this happened, there was no country for us. When Sung-woo cut him off, Park's face was flush with anger. But he seemed unable to come up with any proper response. Oh my! Every word you are spitting out sounds rebellious. How can you deny the country that has fed and raised you? Sung-woo could understand his logic. That's why the closed group of soldiers called the military was not responding to the new situation properly. They could only think within a certain frame. In this situation, it was impossible to discuss the state system and the response of the people, and flexible thinking was impossible because of military discipline and hierarchy. Then, Our negotiation has broken down. Let me leave now, said Sung-woo. He got up from the sofa and approached the door. Hey! Park shouted with a roaring voice from behind. You will regret your action. How dare you insult us like this? Do you think you can survive alone when you are hostile to the army? You can expect human power when you join hands with a coalition. Well, I'm more comfortable when I do it alone. Then Sung-woo went out into the hallway. Sung-woo. Sergeant Kim followed him. Of course there was no chance he came out on his own. Maybe Park and the captain ordered him to persuade Sung-woo. Sorry to make you feel uncomfortable. No, you don't have to. Soldiers are not responsible in the military. Did he order you to persuade me? Well, Kim made an awkward expression. It seems they badly need me. Ha ha ha. Kim laughed bitterly and uttered foul words at them. There was an unknown agony on his face. Then he grabbed Sung-woo's arm and said firmly, Yes, we really need your help. But I didn't know Battalion Commander Park was such a square. I don't like the way the officers are handling the situation now. So, I have something to show you. This is a bit of a secret. Kim took him to the underground parking lot, then stopped at the entrance to the emergency exit. Wait here. I think I should go and take it out secretly. If I'm caught, they're going to shoot me. Saying that, he went into the parking lot where armed soldiers were on alert. Kim took out something from his duffel bag and approached Sung-woo quickly. Let's move toward the stairs because they might notice us. Standing at the emergency exit, Kim opened the hard box and took out the green stone. With unknown symbols engraved on the surface, it seemed to emit a faint glow. What's this? It's called a prophecy stone. Prophecy? That's right. I think it's scattered all over the world, so it seems to predict what will happen in the future. Those of us who are lucky enough to have found this are at an advantage. I don't think there is anything like balance in this game. What Kim said was that nobody would know what would happen. Sung-woo grabbed the green stone that Sergeant Kim showed. You have contacted Prophecy Stone, Season 2. Then his vision became dark and a world like a scene from a film projector unfolded. Swoosh! It was Gwanghwamun Square. The square overlooking the skyscrapers was stained with gray and blood, and human bodies and monsters were piled up as high as a mountain at the edge. Then there was a huge shadow over it. It was a wyvern. No, it should be called an undead wyvern, to be more precise. The eyes of the monster, whose flesh was torn apart here and there, were dyed green. Then, a very tall skeleton was wearing a crown made of bones with green gems on wyvern's back. With its purple robes hanging down to the bottom of its feet, it was holding a huge scythe in its right hand. Lich? It raised its right hand. Then, the eyes of the bodies piled up on Gwanghwamun Street began to turn green. Sung-woo immediately knew what it was. No way. Is it going to take all of the? Tens of thousands of bodies trembled and raised their heads the next moment. One by one, they started to get up. Then, just like the trailer of a movie, there appeared people who were killed by the undead's raid. The corpses swarmed like waves, besieged people were being eaten by the monsters from all sides, and the monsters were climbing up buildings, overturning cars, and breaking open the windows. Season 2 Arrival of Hell to be updated on January 1, 2021. Sung-woo raised his head. Sergeant Kim gulped, What do you think? When I saw the skulls and monsters, etc., I could not help but think of you. However, Sung-woo could not answer because a very important message appeared before his eyes. Exclusive quest. Title: Who is the Master of Death? Type: Target acquisition. Goal: Take away the Death Master's sickle first. Reward: First stimulant, exclusive skill. You witnessed a massive slaughter that is to come. And it is an overwhelming power that you cannot dare to hold. If you do not build up the corresponding power, you will be assimilated into the power of Lich and become his servant. The location of the Death Master's sickle will be revealed when you reach level 15. Your choice affects your fate. Thank you, Sung-woo said. Pardon? I have a goal now. Damn it. Level 15? The Necromancer's 5 stars must have meant the difficulty of the quest. I have about 2 months left until the start of Season 2 as mentioned here. If I don't get the Death Master's sickle, I'm going to be the Lich's skull. Sung-woo could not avoid it. If so, what was the fastest way to get it? Sergeant Kim, let me ask you one more thing. I know that the boss monsters have been created in each region. Do you know where the Lich is? To begin with, the first mainstream boss monsters were created in each region. As far as he remembered, catching a boss monster would grant tremendous rewards that he couldn't get at the store. It is clear that catching the boss monster is the fastest way to level up. Sung-woo decided on the next goal and asked Kim, who seemed to be savvy at collecting information, about the location of the boss monster. Kim reluctantly nodded and said, "Oh, yes. We did some local spying and witnessed the boss monster. It's stuck in one important place. My battalion commander considers it the most troublesome." Sung-woo climbed the stairs, nodding at him. Kim followed him. "Good. You said what your military officers wanted was to restore the local area, right? In order to occupy the local region, it was absolutely necessary for the army to kill the boss monster in the region." "Yes. I think they want to lay the groundwork by removing all the threats in this area. But it's easier said than done. They're pretending to be good at planning tactics, but without an able player like you, Sung-woo. And Battalion Commander Park sent you to persuade me, right?" Although Lieutenant Colonel Park pretended to be handtough to Sung-woo, he needed Sung-woo's help desperately, given that he took the pains to come down here. "Well, you're right. Then go and tell him that you have persuaded me to hunt the boss monster. Also, tell him that I have not given up the payment for the job." Although Kim was a soldier, he acted as if he was helping Sung-woo. It didn't matter to Sung-woo if Kim wanted to trick him. All Sung-woo wanted was for Kim to convey his message to Park. "Well, can you tell me how much you mentioned when I see Park?" 100,000 gold, and he should pay in advance. Sung-woo was planning to start the boss raid for a bigger goal. And he needed to obtain the necessary item set before embarking on the raid. /61 / Lieutenant Colonel Park was still sitting on the sofa even after Sung-woo left. Since he couldn't swallow his pride, he got upset with Sung-woo, and he felt frustrated because his important talks with Sung-woo broke down. "Battalion Commander, honestly, there is no strong man like him here. I saw him fighting vampires. He is a super fighter," said the captain as if he was very impressed with Sung-woo's brilliant fighting. The captain was in charge of monitoring the survivors gathered in the safe zone after infiltrating a building near Hwaseong with Sergeant Kim. Right there, he witnessed something he could not believe. Commanding dozens of undead, Sung-woo killed the supernatural monsters. "Sergeant First Class Kang, can't you deal with them?" Sergeant First Class Jin-wook Kang was a level 9 player, the highest level in his unit. Until now, he had been at the forefront of the monster crackdown team, killing numerous monsters. Well, it's different this time. If Kang is a single strong soldier, Sung-woo is like an army. Army? Isn't it the same with us? I think that if our soldiers led by Kang join hands, they can beat that guy controlling the skulls. That's the power of our army, isn't it? But the captain shook his head despite his boss's firm reassurances. "Battalion Commander, how many soldiers do you think have the guts to sacrifice their lives in a critical moment? For example, a soldier who can jump at the enemy with a bomb. What? Whether or not we have a soldier who can sacrifice his life to create a golden opportunity for attack is crucial in this battle. In that respect, Sung-woo's army members are totally different. They are not just courageous. They don't have any fear at all. At any time, they can sacrifice themselves then get resurrected. Sung-woo has 30 of them. I think they're stronger than a battalion of troops." Lieutenant Colonel Park had always trusted his smart captain. Sergeant Kim, who was listening next to him, added, "Battalion Commander, let me tell you something. I told you I survived after getting a potion from him in return for giving him some intelligence. As far as our deal is concerned, he is a man of his word. We can trust him." But the colonel was bothered a bit. 100,000 gold. After all, he didn't have enough funds. We can secure the money. Didn't you tell us to report about the gold we earned while maintaining the monster crackdown squad near the unit? On average, we earned about 60,000 gold per day. It was easier said than done. If they accepted Sung Woo's conditions, it would mean they would have to donate the gold the battalion's troops earned for 2 days. Of course, Lieutenant Colonel Park was also well aware that gold was greatly helpful. However, our priority should be restoring important bases. As long as the monster is in control of the runway of the 10th Fighter Wing, we cannot escape from this place. They could get rid of the boss monster with enough time, but there was a reason they were so impatient now. As it turned out, the boss monster was holding up in the 10th Fighter Wing located in Saradong, Siwan. The battalion commander sent 20 player soldiers, but they were wiped out in 10 minutes. Since then, they gave up attacking the boss monster. Transportation was the most important thing in military operations, but transporting on the ground was too dangerous. The ground was blocked by abandoned cars, so it was not easy to clear the road by mobilizing combat vehicles. It was so obvious that they would be exposed to the monster's ambush while they were clearing the roads. As things stood now, the most perfect transportation was the sky, on condition they didn't encounter a group of wyverns. Damn it! Let him take back the 10th Fighter Wing. Captain, give the money to his group! Shouted Lieutenant Colonel Park. 100,000 gold was too much for his group, but he had to swallow his pride. Give it to that guy. He is crazy about money. I'm going to take the money back by cutting open his belly someday, said Lieutenant Colonel Park, gnashing his teeth. Sung Woo received 100,000 gold from the captain, who introduced himself as Captain Sung Minutes Lee. With this, he had a whopping 398,880 gold in his hand. Phew! We collected all the gold that our soldiers possess to secure the 100,000 gold you requested. We hope you can retake the 10th Fighter Wing as soon as possible. You are not supposed to leave your area for the next 5 days anyway. So, can I take care of your request during that period? There was a condition. While the first mainstream was going on for 7 days, they could not escape to regions other than Huiseong and Siwan City. Now, there were 5 days left before the restriction was removed. Well, we may need to do maintenance. Besides, the aircraft stored in the hangar may be damaged by the monsters, so I hope you will attack them as soon as possible. Even if you save the pilots, if the fighter crafts are unusable, we can't do anything, so take it back within 3 days. Let me try. Yes, please. When you begin to crack down on the monsters, we're going to dispatch some soldiers to help you. Come on, Sergeant First Class Kang. When the captain mentioned his name, a bronze-skinned soldier approached. He seemed to have served in a special force, given the various patches, such as the halo patch signifying the completion of high-altitude descent training, attached to his military uniform. My name is Jin Wook Kang, Sergeant First Class. Unfortunately, it looks like I'm going to join you as your deputy in this operation. He held out his thick hand to Sung Woo, who grabbed it silently. Sergeant Kang was frowning a lot, but he was not foolish enough to tighten his hand around Sung Woo's. How about your level? If you are lower than me, I feel like I am going to be uncomfortable. I'm level 10. When Sung Woo said that, Sergeant Kang looked surprised. Damn it, how did your level go up? I couldn't even though I killed orcs all day long. Sung Woo's answer was simple. Well, it's simple. Just kill a monster stronger than an orc. Ha ha ha, if I may give you some advice, you should not be too conceited this time. The crazy monsters residing on the runway of the 10th Fighter Wing are different. According to Sergeant Kim's tip-off a moment ago, they had dispatched about 20 soldiers to take down the monsters and retake the runway of the 10th Fighter Wing, but they were annihilated in 10 minutes. Sergeant First Class Kang was the only one who survived from the group. Thank you for the advice. Then, please level up for the next 3 days. Sung Woo did not want to banter with these soldiers anymore, so he turned away. The survivors of the plaza, who almost became prey of the vampires, stayed around Sung Woo since then. This was what Sung-woo expected. However, he didn't even think that whenever he showed up on the first floor, he would be showered with all sorts of applause and shouting from them. Oh! Sung-woo is here. Thank you, as always, Sung-woo. Please protect us. Please. As if they found out that they had to stay around him to survive, they showered him with all kinds of flattery and crude gifts. A young woman even offered to sleep with him. They keenly realized that they couldn't save their lives by themselves. They felt so insecure at the moment. Sung-woo, I just don't know how to handle such a big crowd, said Hano. After the soldiers appeared from a nearby base, they seemed to show interest in their military strength, but they just relied more on Sung-woo for their safety. Obviously, I have use for them, Sung-woo thought to himself. Come to think of it, he thought they were not simple refugees, and they were not incapacitated. All of them were players who survived this situation in one way or another. Each of them has a variety of abilities depending on their occupations. Of course, Hano's parents proved useless in battle. However, they proved they were still useful in other ways by displaying their respective skills. Sung-woo thought the survivors were like Hano's parents. Hano, when you see your father, tell him he should set a safety zone in the inner exhibition hall over there. That's why Sung-woo planned to take the group of survivors staying at the abandoned factory here. Several hours ago, Kyung-soo and Sung already set out to carry out the mission of escorting them here. A little later, 2 buses carrying a group of survivors and all kinds of supplies arrived. Oh, this place is definitely more spacious and secure. The facilities are also clean. Good. Hano, did you say I could make a safety zone over there? Asked Hano's father. The Municipal Art Museum was quite large enough with 3,000 pyong, 106,761 square feet, so even if a safety zone was created, only a small number of the survivors could be housed. However, the safe zone was good enough as a shelter for them. But Dad, you don't need to install it now. I just want you to know that if something happens, you have to set up a safety zone right there. It would cost money to maintain the safety zone, and the monsters didn't pose a threat to them all the time. Besides, a well-built concrete wall existed, so there was no need to keep the safety zone open at all times. Got it. Let me keep it in mind. Meanwhile, Sung-woo called Kyung-soo to the conference room on the 2nd floor. Kyung-soo, thanks for driving here on a dangerous road, but I would like to ask you another favor. No problem. Except for Hano, Kyung-soo was the man that Sung-woo could trust the most. They had already shared their fate several times. I hope you can make this location a nice place where the survivors can live, so we can make use of them in the right place at the right time based on their selected jobs. I think I know what you mean. There are not only combat-related jobs, but also those related to their daily lives or production. We have to use them. Yeah. That's my point. Nobody here is useless as long as they have jobs and skills. And /62 Sung-woo lifted his index finger and pointed to the Seoul culture and tourism map on the wall of the conference room. Please organize a hunting team with the healthy people among the people, who have combat-related jobs. After that, try to target the low-level monsters nearby. In other words, you want me to secure safety near this place by attacking them? Sung-woo shook his head at his question. The purpose of your attack is to secure gold and the troops. I would like you to create a security guard here even when I am not here. Can I leave this work to you, Kyung-soo? With his eyes gleaming, Kyung-soo said with a nod, sure. Let me do my best. At first, Kyung-soo couldn't do anything while trapped at the shuttle bus stop, but now he was different. He could confront the monsters. When he heard Sung-woo's plan, Hano asked, you're creating a village within the game. Village. Commonly called a village, it was a term for a safety zone in the game that wasn't a field. It would certainly be nice to have at least one such place. If we have such a place, it will be useful someday. Now, let's go hunting again. All the skeletons except Aran and Werebear skeletons were exploded to catch the vampire lord. Because of this, Sung Woo and his party spent a whole day hunting monster beasts, and finally succeeded in obtaining 4 werewolf skeletons. He thought he could mobilize them to confront the field monsters. When night fell, Sung Woo focused on another task. He tried making all the weapons with bones, then handed out one to each skeleton while recording all the synergies. Synergy is the most important variable in battle. I have to collect information, so I can apply the necessary synergy, depending on the situation. Sung Woo assigned different kinds of synergies based on the weapons. For example, a dagger had the synergy of a critical hit rate. A blunt weapon had the synergy of a fainting rate, and a spear had the synergy of a penetrating rate. Therefore, they could change their weapons, depending on their opponents. I think I have to use weapons for various purposes next time. The next morning Sung Woo and his group were facing the playground of a high school. It's often referred to as drive hunt. It is an RPG game hunting method in which you drive a large number of miscellaneous mobs and catch them at once. You'll get huge rewards in terms of your hunting time. Sung Woo, can we do this drive hunt? Asked Hanno. Yes. I've done everything in the Kobold dungeon. The orcs' village was under construction there, and at first glance, the orcs exceeded 100. Now, I am not scared about them anymore. Sung Woo injected mana into the 4 orc bodies in front of the school gate. At that moment, only their bones were separated from their bodies and started to stick to Hanno's and Jisu's bodies. They were part of the newly acquired skill, bone armor production. It's lighter than I thought. It will be harder than you think. Sung Woo previously tested the durability of this armor. He put it on a werewolf skeleton and struck it with a knife, but it was much harder than normal bone. It would be able to withstand the impact even if an orc hit it with an axe a couple of times. Since the skeletons can fight against them in the center, we can target those who escape on the sides. Sung Woo, Hanno and Jisu walked into the orcs' zone. While hammering hard, the orcs began to turn their heads one by one. The orcs watched them approaching them without any fear, as if they could not believe their eyes. Soon the orcs lifted their axes and began to stride toward them as if to tear them apart. Gah-ah! When the red-haired orc screamed, a huge number of warriors began pouring out of the playground. Goo-yoo-yoo. The ground shook hard when they charged toward the 3 like a herd of water buffalo moving across the African grasslands. And a huge cloud of sand arose around them. Poo-ah-oo-oo-oo-oo. However, the orcs' threatening posture was overshadowed by the appearance of black smoke. The black smoke from somewhere blocked their vision right before colliding with the 3 human fighters. The orcs breathed in the strange smoke, feeling their bodies being crushed little by little from within. Needless to say, they did so because of the influence of the curse. The moment their concentration was disturbed, white arms popped out of the black smoke. Sharp nails grabbed one of the orc's neck and twisted it as if turning a doorknob. The orc's thick neck broke, and his body drooped. Then, a werebear skeleton popped out of the smoke. He literally squeezed into the middle of the orc's group like a bear and swung his huge paws. Right behind him, Oran swung the knife in all directions after putting his legs through the bones. When the werebear skeleton struck them, the orcs fell helplessly one by one. Puck. 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 The orcs began to surround the werebear skeleton and attack him with the axes. However, the werebear skeleton looked like an armor tank because of its large build covered with strong bone armor. The armor on the sides of the werebear skeleton fell off when its durability ran out. Noticing it, Sung Woo once again used the bone armor production skill. Bones sprang from the orc corpses scattered on the ground and began to attach to the werebear skeleton's body. Chen. 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 The werebear skeleton was a great monster of great skill, able to confront 100 enemies at once. That wasn't an exaggeration. In a moment, it speared over 20 orc heads. However, it was outnumbered by the orcs. They avoided beast skeletons like werebear that they could not rival, then dispersed to the left and right to attack the 3 in the rear, but Sung Woo and his 2 friends were far from their easy targets. Pick. 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 Sung Woo fired the newly acquired item, the dwarf lifting crossbow, in succession. His attack didn't cause any big damage. He could fire about 40 arrows per minute, so those orcs charging from the left side collapsed. On his right were Hanno and Jisoo. "Shoot at the middle of the forehead whenever you see an orc," Sungwoo shouted. Sungwoo threw a dagger at the orc charging toward him, which rotated in a parabolic line and hit the orc's forehead dozens of meters away. "Look! I told you, man!" Then, a light protective shield appeared around Hanno's body. He obtained a sacred shield for 10 seconds when he killed his opponent. Bang! At that moment, an axe thrown by an orc bounced away from Hanno's body. Jisoo confronted 3 orcs at the same time. This time she didn't attack them recklessly because she was outnumbered. She crisscrossed among them, guided by her exquisite sense skill. Whenever she swung her sword, the orcs' stomachs were torn and their tendons were broken. Large orcs piled up one by one when she fought her way through them. That wasn't the end. Zombies were approaching behind the orcs this time. Besides, even those zombies were firmly armed with bone armor. The orcs began to fall helplessly, surrounded by the enemies who were far fewer than themselves. The corpses of their fellows began to accumulate under the orcs' feet. Bang! 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 With the corpses swelling, there began corpse explosions with the AO damage. Numerous orcs, caught in the explosion, bounced in all directions without even swinging their axes. You earn 160 gold by hunting orcs. You earn 160 gold by hunting orcs. You earn 160 gold by hunting orcs. Even after the explosions ended, these kinds of messages kept coming. It was a huge drive hunt that devoured a total of 112 at the orc village instantly. Wow! We hit the jackpot. Of course, Sungwoo killed most of the orcs. But I think I scored a lot, compared with my first time hunting, Jisoo said. Sungwoo, look over there. It looks like the school has a store? No? There was a gold icon floating on the first floor of the school building where Hanno pointed, but it was an icon that they had never seen before. If it's a hammer shape, is it a blacksmith? Let's go there first. They headed there. They opened the glass door of the school, then opened the doors of the 3 classrooms on the first floor. What is that? There was a gold table in the center. It was made of metal and old-fashioned. At first glance it was a workbench that one could see in a workshop. Sungwoo approached it. Then, a complex message appeared before his eyes. Item production/combination. There are items that you can produce. 1. Sea Spirit's Tears, material, plus Devil's Bloodstone, material, plus Elder Slime's Core, medium, equals. Required money, 100,000 gold. Can legendary grade items be combined with each other? Then, how great of an item will be made? /63 / the place where the golden hammer-shaped icon was floating. It was a blacksmith. There wasn't a blacksmith NPC. Like an unmanned kiosk, there was only one combination table there. There are items that you can combine. 1. Sea Spirit's Tears, material, plus Devil's Bloodstone, material, plus Elder Slime's Core, medium, equals. Required cost, 100,000 gold. It seemed a notification came up when there was anything that could be combined, but it seemed that the main ingredients were the Sea Spirit's Tears Sungwoo obtained from the store and the Devil's Bloodstone he obtained after defeating the orc chief. Oh, I have an Elder Slime's Core. The Elder Slime Core he obtained from the hidden dungeon was used as an important medium to combine the 2 items. Sungwoo took out all 3 items from his bag. Item information, name, Elder Slime's Core, grade, rare, category, combination material, description. This is Elder Slime's Core. It is covered with a thick shell, but there is a condensation of strong acid that dissolves anything inside. It looks like it can be used to melt or combine hard objects. I think it's important to obtain this combination material. He felt that he could not combine the 2 legendary items without Elder Slime Core. Sungwoo put the 3 items on the table one after another. Then the following message appeared before his eyes. It requires the costs, 100,000. You'll probably incur damage, 2%. Do you want to proceed? Proceed. Of course Sungwoo could pay 100,000 gold and incur 2% of damage. Combination of your items is in progress right now. Please step back from the table for your safety. Yongho's party took one step back. Then the table vibrated and glowed, and the 3 items on the table began to shake. As if they became like a plasma, they were crushed and spread in all directions, then began to gather at the center of the table. Wu Yang. Soon, the 3 items were put together in one form. The combination has been completed. What was created through the combination was not like the blue sea spirit's tears, nor the black demon's bloodstone. It was a round object that emitted purple light. What the heck is this? It was successful, right? You didn't see any message like "Hey, it slipped from your hand." Right? Sungwoo approached the table and slowly picked up the item. Item information: name, Chaos Crystal, grade, legendary, category, orb, effect. It gives its owner the attribute of chaos. Increases mana, plus 500. Recovers mana, plus 250%. Takes away the opponent's mana and life at the same time when you attack, 3%. An item with the attribute of chaos was created when the 2 items with completely different attributes were combined. Chaos? How's it different from the devil? Obviously, this is a very special concept that I can't get easily. On the one hand, its grade was still legendary, but one step above the previous legendary grade. Furthermore, it would absorb the opponent's mana and stamina from the beginning, unlike in the past when it consumed the opponent's stamina only after absorbing his mana. In other words, it could even absorb blood, as it was commonly referred to. I also see a combination option before my eyes, said Gizu. Next was Jizu's turn. She put an ignition whetstone and a long blade she used often on the table. Then there occurred the same phenomena as before, then a sword appeared in the middle of the table. Jizu picked up the sword and swung it lightly. Then she quietly made a satisfied smile. It says it can activate or deactivate the enhanced ignition function and burn those around the affected area. As it turned out, the ignition function, which was quite useful so far, was embedded into the sword itself. In addition, it appeared to have some additional options. On the other hand, Hano, unfortunately, did not have any items eligible for combination. Only I don't have one. Don't be heartbroken, you know how to throw daggers well. Pardon? What does it matter? I don't know. I can't find any other words to comfort you now. After marking the location of the blacksmith, they moved to the store in the used car sales complex. Before they went to catch the boss monster on the runway, they planned to arm themselves as much as possible. Sungwoo still had more than 300,000 gold. Jizu and Hano also had a lot of gold. However, when they arrived at the used car sales complex, they could not spend a single penny. What the heck is this? We can't use this at all. The computer that served as the function of a shop was terribly smashed. They just put this here to block the monsters from coming in, but it was useless. They parked their car at the entrance of the building and blocked the broken door with furniture, but it seemed they could not stop the monsters. Sungwoo picked up the half-broken keyboard of the computer. I think someone did it on purpose. There was some evidence that showed somebody's malice inside the destroyed store. For example, someone took out only the computer and smashed it, and there was some writing on one wall that looked like someone scraped with a knife. Jizu swept the wall with his hand and read the writing. Incompetent humans who depend on chance should just perish. Your extinction is near. Soon, the era of a new race will begin. Who the hell destroyed this store and why? Isn't a store necessary for everyone? I don't understand how a monster could write such a perfect sentence. Like Hano said, the smartest monster they encountered was Kobold. However, given Kobold's poor skills in speaking or writing, it was not Kobold who was responsible for the writing. It looks like a claw, Sungwoo said, looking closely at the scratched letters on the wall. He did not have enough forensic knowledge to judge the weapon by looking at the damage. However, he noticed the shallow scratches visible around the deeply cut letters. Jizu said with a nod, surely, it looks like the scratches were made while the monster was engraving the letters with a multi-etched object. Of course, it was impossible to figure out how large the claw was, or what kind of animal it was. I hate to think about anything like a speaking animal unless it was designed by Disney. They had to go back empty-handed and wondering about the identity of the attackers. It started to get dark. Yongo and his group's next destination was the City Art Museum where the survivors were gathered, often called the village. Since Hano kept calling it a village, they also began to call it that. While moving along the road, they encountered a group of soldiers. "Sung-woo?" asked Sergeant Kim. He was the leader of the monster crackdown team of his military unit. "Sergeant Kim, what brought you here?" "Ah, we have been steadily looking for the monsters around here. Since we were given a group quest, this is our assignment. I didn't know I would miss the days when I was standing at the guard post." "A group quest?" Sung-woo never heard the term before because he was given only a few exclusive quests. "Yes. Just like a daily quest, all of our unit members are given a quest to hunt more than a few monsters a day. When they carry out their mission, our battalion commander will give them a comprehensive reward, but I don't know what it is." "Then, you don't get anything as a soldier?" Sergeant Kim laughed and shrugged. "Well, if you complete the quest, you will increase your attack and defense power by 10% the next day, so it's good for your chance of survival, but it certainly feels different." Sung-woo thought the soldiers had a mission when they were cracking down on the monsters, but that was not true. "By the way, even if I keep catching goblins and orcs, they just keep crawling out from somewhere. I wonder if they are respawning." Respawn meant that a dead unit reappeared in a specific location in the game. Hano, who was listening next to him, said with a nod, "Wow, that's possible, I think. You don't even know where they came from in the first place, right? They might have been created automatically in a place you never know." "But I hope not," lamented Sergeant Kim. He had several dog tags around his neck. He said his unit was just returning to the village, so they went together. "Were there any members who deserted the unit after this incident happened?" "I think all of them might have wanted to look for their families." Sergeant Kim cited his question and said, "You bet. The guys who became players early on deserted the unit after grabbing a handful of knives." "I see. Yes, but they were all taken care of. In fact, it's dangerous for them to move around randomly, and if they didn't get any buff while carrying out group quests, they got nervous. Anyway, we could not let them move around, unchecked, because they deserted the army. Obviously, the unit commander took some measures to prevent his members from deserting the army, but Sergeant Kim began to complain about it. /64 / Actually, I am also confused. We are definitely soldiers. I'm skeptical whether it is right to move around like this. Over the past few days, more than half of my classmates and junior soldiers have been killed, god damn it." Sergeant Kim clenched his teeth, expressing extreme frustration. Sung-woo shook his head at Sergeant Kim's unexpected reaction. "Well, I understood their behavior at first, but I thought they would respond well after adapting to this system to some extent. Isn't it the way you guys behave while serving in the army?" Sergeant Kim shook his head firmly at Sung-woo's question. Then, he began to blow off steam, complaining about Lieutenant Colonel Park. "For quite some time I've been kept in the dark about the situation. Then suddenly I was given an order to crack down on the monsters without any proper weapons. The monsters are completely different from the enemies we soldiers have been trained to confront. They just drove our soldiers into the dungeon." Sung-woo just listened silently. Sergeant Kim continued, "And they collected the gold we earned and stopped us from using the community. Oh, I don't know why I'm making this kind of complaint to you. Sorry. Obviously, the army leaders had tight control of the players within the army, but it was difficult for Sung-woo to judge whether their action was justified or wrong. Sergeant Kim, I think what matters now is survival. I mean your own life." "Pardon?" "The army will never control the current situation, so they are going to control those who have survived. Of course, this is just my intuition, so you can ignore it." In fact, Sung-woo knew he could not control this situation with the old-fashioned systems and methodology. His clumsy attempt to use them could have cost more lives like Sergeant Kim's comrades who were killed over the last few days. Sung-woo thought that a group like the guild created by the guy with community ID prosecutor Young Dong-po had a greater potential than the army. Sergeant Kim nodded with a bitter expression, then said, "Still, I value your intuition, Sung-woo, so let me think about it." Then, Sergeant Kim gave him additional information about the boss monster in the 10th Fighter Wing. He said the monster was a giant swinging a club, so Sung-woo gathered all the information about the monster, while preparing to attack in the coming days. Sung-woo and his party arrived near the Hwaseong temporary palace where the village was located. At that moment they saw a bloody fight going on at the village. "Stop him! We lost him! Let's get inside!" The entrance to the village had already turned into a sea of blood. "Sung-woo! Watch out! Everybody, get ready for the fight!" Sung-woo's group pulled out their swords, and Sergeant Kim's squad members dispersed to the left and right. As if they had their own combat formation, those at the front were holding square shields and one-handed swords. The four in the middle were holding spears. The four in the rear row were armed with bows and crossbows, but the opponent was far from an easy target. "Damn it, there were bears. We really can't fight them. So, whenever we encountered them before we just retreated." 3 werebears were attacking the entrance to the city's art museum. There were already 5 or 6 victims out there, and one of the werebears was sitting in the center, chewing on the fallen bodies. It seems they were ambushed by the werebears only a little while ago because several combat fighters, including Kyung-woo, were retreating into the building. "Okay, you stay here." Sung-woo was different from the others. He didn't regard the werebears as tough opponents. He thought this was not a crisis but a great opportunity. If I catch 4 werebears, they will be a tremendous addition to my power in the upcoming raid on the boss monster. These giant monsters. Pick. 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 Sung-woo fired a repeating crossbow randomly and activated a grand fell blade at the entrance of the museum where the werebears were gathered. Woo you. The werebears roared in fear, but soon they disappeared into the fatal black smoke of grand fell blade. The next moment, the smoke completely disappeared, and the bloody werebears appeared. Bone monsters, clad in bone armor, were now trampling and tearing the beasts apart. "Oh, my god! I can't believe this!" Sergeant Kim watched Sung-woo fighting the beasts. He had seen it before, but this time he was so sorry for his fallen soldiers. He recalled the faces of his fellow comrades and junior soldiers who had been killed when they were put into the previous battles by incompetent and inefficient leaders. Even if I can't fight like Sung-woo. I shouldn't have fought like that in the past. Sergeant Kim thought that he quickly came to his senses. When the goblins appeared before his eyes, he was the first to wield his sword. When the officers took the players' weapons, he was the one who had the soldiers take shovels to fight against the monsters. However, the officers collected the weapons and gold the players had obtained, then ordered them to mount a reckless attack on the excuse of retaking the garrison. Judging that he now came back to normal, Sergeant Kim carried out the order without any complaint while encouraging his men to carry out the order. He had been a squad leader. What was the problem? Why were so many guys killed meaninglessly? Was it right that I followed his order that time? What else could I have done? Soon, Sung-woo was done fighting, and he got a huge payout. The 4 werebears, who were running wildly a moment ago, were resurrected as huge collections of bones and stood up again. Sung-woo, this guy is different. He is surviving very efficiently. Clad in bone armor, the 4 huge werebears, 3 meters tall, stood tall behind Sung-woo. Synergy list: 3, Wild Tyrant, Phase 1, Category, Ethnic Synergy, Condition, 4 or more bears and creatures. Effect: decreases the opponent's defense, minus 10%, increases allies' defense, plus 10%. Sung-woo looked at Sergeant Kim. "Sergeant Kim, please tell your boss that we're ready." When he said that, Sergeant Kim realized what was wrong. In short, he was too impatient about the attack instead of thinking hard about proper preparation. "I think we can start retaking the runway." According to Kyongsu, while he and his team members were returning after destroying a goblin village nearby, 3 werebears charged at them suddenly. It's all my fault. I should have paid a little more attention, but I didn't know they were jumping from the rooftop. Because of the goblins' sudden ambush, 5 of Kyongsu's crackdown task force members were killed. I don't think it's your fault, Kyongsu. It would have been difficult for anyone to respond to such an attack. You did your job very well. Ah. Sung-woo grabbed his shoulder and comforted him. In fact, Kyongsu held up his end. When the other members of his team fled into the safety zone, Kyongsu defended the entrance of the building until everyone evacuated safely. Right at that moment, fortunately, Sung-woo came. You even killed the goblins trying to get into the building at the last minute, said Sung-woo. As it turned out, the last werebear, who was injured severely, rushed into the main entrance of the museum, where Kyongsu was standing. However, his spear penetrated the werebear's eyes and destroyed his brain. He was lucky, but it was his responsibility to destroy the werebear. I think it was good for me to leave this task to you, Kyongsu. I will leave here as the day breaks. So, keep up with the good work. Sung-woo cheered him up, then stood. At that moment, Sergeant First Class Kang was coming down from the stairs on the 2nd floor. What happened? I don't know the situation because I was sleeping. Sung-woo questioned whether Kang was really a soldier, given that he didn't know some of his men were killed a little ago because of the monster's attack. We were ambushed. Oh, I heard the attackers were werebears. Well, I killed one in the past. Man, when he touched me, I realized how powerful he was. Have you killed such a monster before? Sergeant Kang asked Sung-woo. He laughed, stretching out his rough hand. He was trying to macho it out. Well, I can touch them anytime. 4 werebear skeletons were standing behind Sung-woo's back. Then, they suddenly disappeared somewhere. He moved them to the subspace. Wow, what a skill. How did you do that? Man, this world is crazy, isn't it? That's why I prefer something simple enough to understand. According to Sergeant Kim, Sergeant First Class Kang chose a 3-star striker. So, his main fighting style was based on punching rather than using weapons. However, Kang didn't tell him which card he chose for its synergy effect with the previous card, saying he didn't want to reveal his main strength. At that moment, Sergeant Kim, who was standing on one side of the hall on the 1st floor, approached Kang and said, Sergeant First Class Kang, Sung-woo has told me that he's going to depart for the raid on the boss monster soon. I think you had better prepare. Ugh! When did you start working as his mouthpiece? Pardon? /65 When the operation begins, Sung-woo, my boss will give me an order directly. Why are you bothering to deliver his message to me like this? By the way, did you crack down on the goblins successfully? Of course. However, Sergeant First Class Kang snorted at his reply. Well, I don't think you did. I still remember you have been talking bullshit since our soldiers were killed during our special operation at Gyeonggi Province recently. I know you told people around you that they were killed meaninglessly. Well, that was because. Since then, our gold income has also shrunk, but you are pretending to have a hard time. Your company commander may give it a pass, but I won't. You know that our battalion commander can check out your location in real time, right? Sergeant First Class Kang bluntly criticized him without caring about Sung-woo at all, as if he was a thoughtless man from the beginning. However, Sergeant Kim discovered some important tips while talking with Sergeant Kang. Checking my location in real time? It seems the army is also working in an organized system at the moment. That's why the soldiers trying to desert the army have been greatly reduced. For some reason, Sergeant Kim saw red, as if he could not stand it anymore. Sergeant First Class Kang, you are so mean to me. Do you know that Hyung-seok was killed in action during the operation a little while ago? Then, Sergeant Kim got enraged at Sergeant Kang and took out one of the dog tags hanging around his neck. I couldn't even bring his body here. How can you be so mean to me when you don't know anything about the situation? As soon as Sergeant Kim balked, Sergeant First Class King immediately grabbed him by the collar with his left hand. Sergeant Kim dropped the killed soldier's military serial number chain on the floor. "Hey, Sergeant Kim, are you crazy? Are you challenging me now? Ugh! Cut the bullshit and collect more gold for me, okay? When you do it, I can beat the boss monster. Why are you guys making a big fuss like this when you are only killing goblins or orcs? Don't you know I'm killing all the scary big monsters? I'm not pretending to be sick, Sergeant First Class King. It's because you're incompetent that our soldiers were killed by the monsters." At that moment someone grabbed Sergeant King's thick forearm. "Sergeant First Class King, let me speak to you directly, not through Sergeant Kim. Prepare to attack the boss monster on the runway as soon as possible." Sergeant King's eyebrows wriggled at Sungwoo's sharp voice. "Well, I need to discipline Sergeant Kim. He is slacking off." Sungwoo cut him off and said, "I heard you cannot waste time here. Right?" After all, Sergeant King let go of his grip around Sergeant Kim's neck, but responded in annoyance. "Sure, no problem. Packing military equipment is a piece of cake, so don't worry. Why don't you get ready quickly, boss? Let me smoke a cigarette outside for a moment." Having said that, Sergeant King went out of the building, and Sergeant Kim flopped down on the floor, gasping for breath. His uniform jacket was tattered when Sergeant King released his tight grip on the collar. Squad members ran to him. "Sergeant Kim, are you okay? Are you not hurt? That son of a bitch." It seemed that Sergeant Kim was at least respected among his junior soldiers. I'm okay. Sorry, Sungwoo. I think I showed you something you didn't have to see. That's fine. Are you okay?" "I'm alright. It looks like Sergeant First Class King tried to macho up in front of you. In fact, he is a very competitive man, so I've felt that he has been very nervous since you came." "I see. Well, I think I have to help you, Sungwoo. Since we are a volunteer force who decided to support you with Sergeant First Class King, we will finish the preparations quickly." Then, he brushed the dirt from his clothes and walked to the place where he put his weapons. His shoulders drooped. The 10th Fighter Wing was located in Saradong, next to Sara Station in Suwon City. 2 military trucks stood blocking the entrance of a convenience store there. 2 military officers were sitting on plastic chairs inside the store. "I want to report something, Battalion Commander. It's on the community bulletin. It seems that the guy with the community ID Young Tung Po prosecutor is absorbing even the college student group in Haiwadong and increasing his force. This morning another group declared the formation of a guild in Pusan. It's called Hwarang." Lieutenant Colonel Park frowned at Captain Lee's briefing. "The Reds are raising their ugly heads as if on cue. Did you say Hwarang? That's bullshit. Anyway, sort out the briefing material because I have to meet the regiment commander later." "Yes, sir. But I wonder why there are no comments yet on the community bulletin from our soldiers. If you give me an order, I can post a comment." Lieutenant Colonel Park shook his head and said, "Company Commander, think carefully about the reason. Our military is reluctant to use the unknown communication, not just your own computer network." "Ah!" Captain Lee uttered exclamations out of habit, but he was still full of curiosity. Lieutenant Colonel Park continued, "The moment you reveal your affiliation with the military or the government, the enemy can find out your location, right? Isn't it possible that the enemy can see your position? Information is vital. You can't use the program when you don't know who created it. The government and the military are taking a prudent approach because of that." Captain Lee could not hide his bitter expression. Now, he was seriously questioning whether it was right for him to trust his boss's judgment because the community system was so influential that it was hard to rule it out just because its origin was unknown. But there was nothing he could judge and no action he could take on his own. As a military officer, he had to obey and follow his boss's orders. At that moment, Captain Lee sensed Lieutenant Colonel Park's sharp gaze at him, so he quickly suppressed the dissatisfaction on his face. "I guess you clearly conveyed our soldiers my message, right? Once you defeat the boss monster, The next target is that guy, Sung Woo. Our regiment commander wants us to eliminate all the uncooperative forces. Got it. Let me convey your message once more. 2 squads and Sergeant First Class Kang will be deployed for the raid. They are Sergeant Kim's Squad 1 and Corporal Choi's Squad 3. Corporal Choi's squad will infiltrate in advance and attack the guy at the last minute. I will also be on standby at the site. Good. If possible, don't kill him right away. I hope you can take back the 100,000 gold he snatched from us or more than that if you can. Of course, don't overdo it, if possible. Let me take good care of it. Yes, let me trust you this time. At that moment, a soldier with a circular shield opened the door of the convenience store. Battalion commander, they have arrived. Sun Woo and his party finally arrived. So, do they want to come this way? No, they went into the 10th Fighter Wing right away. He really sucks. Lieutenant Colonel Park shouted. Captain Lee stood up and said, "Okay, let me carry out your order. Make sure you remove him properly. Otherwise, he will be an obstacle to our cause someday. Like our regiment commander said, we must get rid of him for our future." The company commander saluted, but his expression was rather confused. He could not believe Lieutenant Colonel Park's order that he should get rid of Sung Woo, but he could only carry out his order. Sure, no problem. Sergeant First Class Kang will smash his head. A long runway unfolded before his eyes. Hey? How can the fighters take off on a runway like this? Sergeant First Class Kang covered his forehead with both hands as if he was frustrated. The place, which must always be thoroughly managed for the takeoff and landing of the fighters, was a mess. The thick asphalt was cracked and scattered as if somebody scraped it with a plow. It looks like the boss monster was playing there and scribbling on the asphalt. I fought him a few days ago, and he was so mighty. Bitch. Although he had been assigned to Sung Woo as his deputy, Sergeant First Class Kang didn't tell Sung Woo in detail about the boss monster. Sergeant Kang was intentionally limiting the information, so much so that it was questionable if he really wanted Sung Woo to defeat the boss monster. It seemed that the military leadership didn't mean it, but obviously Sergeant Kang was not telling all the information because of his jealousy of Sung Woo. However, Sung Woo could get enough information from Sergeant Kim. The boss monster's name is Giant Troll. In fantasy, a creature called a troll is depicted as a giant with tremendous resilience. The troll here wasn't much different. Like the modifier, giant, he's 5 meters tall, and his skin was as hard as an iron plate. And even if his skin was torn off, it would regenerate in an instant, which was the biggest headache for Sung Woo. Thump, thump. The boss monster's rattling footsteps came from inside the aircraft hangar. Then, a thick arm popped out through a gap and grabbed the door of the hangar. Bang. /66 the boss monster ripped open the door of the hangar, revealing its heavy body. Gree-oo. The local boss monster Giant Troll has appeared. Sung Woo could not think of any other expression to describe him as a giant. What a crazy giant. The dark green monster dressed in brown leather stood tall, facing Sung Woo and his party. His skin was covered with thick projections and looked tough at a glance. He wore an accessory made of skeletons and bloody flesh around his thick neck. He was holding a giant stick in his right hand, which he seemed to have made by pulling up an entire tree. Dang it. I can believe it. I thought there would be only fighters in such a hangar. Who would have thought a huge beast with 2 feet would come out from such a place? The monster is completely different from the typical monster we have dealt with until now. Hano and Jisoo did not hide their embarrassment, and Sergeant Kim's squad members were also scared. Even Sung Woo could not help but grow tense. Man, he's twice as big as the largest skeleton, the Werebear skeleton. Given it's a boss monster, he is probably incomparable to the previous monsters. After obtaining 4 Werebear skeletons, Sung Woo planned to outpower the boss monster, but he felt he had to give it up quickly. Thump thump, the boss monster started to approach them. How about it, Sung Woo? Can you figure out his strength? It's not too late. You can return the sergeant 100,000 gold even now, said Kang, chuckling at Sung Woo, but Sung Woo attacked without an answer. Caution! Death response begins in that area. First, Sung Woo summoned zombies in front of the giant troll. Squishy mud appeared on the surface of the asphalt road on the runway, and zombies began to crawl out of it. Woo you 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 you. 10 zombies ran wildly towards the giant troll, but they looked like small trolls before the giant standing 5 meters tall. The giant troll didn't even swing the stick, as if the zombies were ridiculous, then began to kill them by trampling with his feet as if they were worms. Thump. Thump. Sung Woo was actually looking for that very moment. Explosion. Pop. A corpse exploded right under the giant troll's feet, but it was different. The explosion, which always showed tremendous effects before, made him only stumble a bit. This monster is not just big. His defense power is enormous. Moreover, it has good resilience, so the sustained damage caused by my curse is not going to work. In some respects, Sung Woo was lucky so far. Whenever he encountered slimes, vampires, wizards, and other enemies, he could easily defeat them with his skills, but he couldn't always be lucky. He's like my natural enemy. In fact, it was clear that the boss monster was so mighty that even Sung Woo's main skills could not function properly. Oh my! You can't even use your lethal skills? Sergeant Kang asked sarcastically. With his arms folded, he was now watching Sung Woo casually. It looked like he would even eat popcorn cheerfully, watching Sung Woo struggling. Sergeant First Class Kang, you said you served in a special force, so let me ask you something. How would you deal with such a giant monster? Sergeant Kang scratched his cheek with an air of conceit. Heavens! You are asking for my advice. It looks like you have spaced out because of that monster. I'm sorry, but actually I don't know how to respond because I was transferred out of the special forces because I couldn't adapt myself there. But what I learned there was just do as you were instructed, such as shooting, exploding and beating. That's it. Well, it looks like a movie screenwriter is one cut above a special forces man like you. Pardon? Have you ever watched a movie called Star Wars or District 13? Sergeant Kang apparently looked embarrassed, unable to figure out what Sung Woo was trying to point out. Well, I suddenly wondered if I could make such a movie scene come true here. Well, I can find out if I implement my plan now. Sung Woo summoned one of the skeletons, then began to take something out of his bag. It was a bunch of colorful ropes. It was a very tough mountain rope called climbing rope. Yeah, that's why you have to keep everything at hand. It was good for me to stop by the mountaineering supply store next to the bicycle supply store. Hano, Jisoo, please help me. Oh, yes. What are you going to do? Sung Woo tied the climbing rope to the spine of the werebear skeleton. Then, he tied the other into the spine of the other werebear skeleton. They were now connected as a pair. Thump thump. Meanwhile, the giant troll was approaching Sung Woo. With a smile on his face, the giant troll approached at a very relaxed pace. While watching the giant monster and Sung Woo working on an unknown task alternately, Sergeant Kang gradually hardened his expression. Hey, that monster is getting closer to you now. What are you doing, Sung Woo? According to the manual, this has great tensile strength, so much so that it can withstand 2 tons of force. Of course that monster might be stronger than that, so let me stack several like this. Sung Woo tied several climbing ropes to the back of the 4 werebear skeletons. At a glance, it seemed he wrapped them with more than 10 strands of ropes. I don't know if it's enough, but let's go. As soon as Sung Woo ordered, they began the unknown operation. Rattle. Rattle. The 4 werebears with the ropes on their back rushed forward. Whenever they moved, the ropes fluttered like a wave, and the bundle of rope rolled up on the floor began to disappear quickly. Woo you 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 you. The giant troll also cried out, sensing the impending fight. Since his shouting was so loud, even his skull was seen rattling even from a distance. Ugh! That damned voice is really terrifying. At that moment, the 4 werebear skeletons were split on both sides. Just before they came close to the giant troll, 2 of them ran to the left and the other 2 to the right. The giant troll also stopped suddenly when they dispersed before his eyes. but the dull-headed boss monster could not figure out why. Rattle! Rattle! The four werebear skeletons began to circle around the giant troll. Whenever they circled the giant, the climbing ropes slowly began to bind his legs. At first, the monster didn't bother much, but the long rope was shortened at a much faster rate than he thought, then coiled around his legs in an instant. Gah! The power squeezing his legs was tremendous. Eventually, the tough climbing rope completely encircled him from his ankles to the pelvis, which made it impossible for him to move at all. He staggered for a moment, then fell to the side with a thump. Rush and attack him! At that very moment, all the skeletons moved at Sung Woo's order. They were charging at the huge chunk of unprotected meat at a tremendous speed. Huh? Watching the incredible spectacle unfolding before his eyes, Sergeant Kang was still sarcastically chuckling. Although he was quite impressed with Sung Woo's extraordinary attack skills, he was troubled by other worries. Man, I was going to attack this guy when he was weakened while confronting the giant troll. Damn it, I can't carry out my plan in this situation. At that moment, Sung Woo pushed his back, shouting, "Come on, go and get him. You said you were quite good at beating somebody at the Special Forces. I think you can catch the boss monster more easily than I think." Sergeant Kang could not think straight. He had to find another chance to kill Sung Woo. In fact, Sergeant Kang has seen this kind of scene in a movie. To the best of his memory, two protagonists in the movie tied a huge insurmountable enemy with a rope, then struck his head with bricks, but this time the enemy facing Sergeant First Class Kang was different. Woo you! The giant troll kept shouting. Could he beat the 5-meter-long giant? No, it would be impossible. Since such a huge monster was moving very slowly, they could not deal with him with a traditional attack. The giant troll seemed to be much stronger than Sergeant Kang thought. Damn it! We don't have any time to delay the attack. Sung Woo also heard the terrible sound of the rope being split. Obviously, the 10 climbing ropes that could withstand 2 tons of force gradually became loose. The splitting noise of the ropes sounded like the countdown of a bomb explosion in Sung Woo's ears. There was not much time. After all, the zombies and werebear skeletons rushed toward the boss monster and tore apart his skin with their nails and claws. Goo. Swinging his hands wildly, the giant troll defended himself and counterattacked them. However, his counterattack was not intimidating because he, who fell to the ground, could not twist his body due to the ropes. /67 The intense fighting between them looked like a herd of hyenas attacking a giant herbivore. The runway was quickly covered with blood, but strangely enough, the giant troll's wounds were being healed at a tremendous rate. Yeah, he must be a troll. He has a regeneration power that even surpasses vampires. When the giant troll fully inflated his muscles, the bundle of ropes tightened almost to the point of breaking. We have no time. As things stood now, the boss monster would be freed from the tight ropes. Obviously, he would try to crush them all at once. Let's start attacking! Sung Woo shouted. Sure. While rushing toward the monster, Sung Woo deactivated the summoning of one werewolf skeleton. At that moment, the skeleton fell to the ground immediately. Weapon production. Then, based on the skeleton's body, Sung Woo activated the skill, bone weapon production. As soon as he did so, all kinds of bones disassembled in all directions, creating 5 spears. Other skeletons picked up the weapons. Synergy effect is activated due to team play. Synergy list. 4, Wild Hunter, Level 1, Category, Weapon Synergy, Condition, 5 or more spears required. Effect, Penetrative Power increases. Plus 30%. Last night, Sung Woo studied the synergy effects in advance by holding all weapons alternately. Those efforts now paid off nicely. Without it, he wouldn't have known that there was something like a penetrative power because he had never seen this synergy of spears before. Besides, the giant troll's defensive power was greatly reduced thanks to the effects of the 4 werebear's Wild Tyrant, Phase 1, that reduced the opponent's defense, minus 10%, and increase of the allies' defense, plus 10%. Puck. 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 The sharp poles of the 5 spears penetrated the giant troll's skin like an awl. Goo you 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 you. The boss monster's screams changed quite a bit. It wasn't an angry cry anymore, but a painful groan from deep inside. Now, Sung Woo climbed over his chest and faced his huge head. The monster no longer shook his head to avoid Sung Woo, and half of his eyes had already been turned inside out. Given the monster's regenerating power, Sung Woo was not sure when the monster would come to his senses again after healing. He has been completely neutralized. I can smash him with one more strike. Sung Woo grabbed his warrior's sword, the lost sword of the master, with both hands, and stabbed the monster's chin from the underside. Sung Woo stabbed the monster's brain, not his hard skull. I know you can't regenerate the brain. Finally, the monster's eyes were completely turned inside out. You have earned 220,000 gold by hunting the local boss monster giant troll. You have earned an increase in all your stats as a special reward for hunting the mainstream boss monster. Plus 2, you have obtained a special item box as a special reward for hunting the mainstream boss monster. You have leveled up. LV 11, Sung Woo slowly pulled out the sword. Since he was the strongest monster in this area, it was natural that Sung Woo obtained such a huge reward. Time remaining until you prove your qualifications, 4,851 days. He decreased the duration by 98 days by killing the boss monster. Choose your level up card. 1. Stats, random. 2. Skill, random. 3. Items, random. 4. Other, random. 5. Skill, bone weapon manufacturing, confirmed. Bone weapon manufacturing is confirmed? If so, is my skill being upgraded now? Sung Woo chose item 5. No way. He's already finished the fight? Meanwhile, Sergeant First Class Kang was standing awkwardly right beside the giant troll's feet. As if he was ready for the fight, his arms were tight. However, the fighting was over even before he joined it. His fighting spirit was gone in an instant, and his face, full of pride and conceit, stiffened right away. It seemed like my contract with the military is over with this fight. Let me take the corpse of this monster. I clearly told you I would only kill the monster and deal with its corpse. Although Sung Woo could not resurrect the monster as his subordinate, the troll's blood and leather were valuable items. Sergeant Kang just looked at him without replying, then looked sideways at the building behind him. Corporal Choi's squad was stationed there to carry out a surprise attack against Sung Woo. Even Sergeant Kim's squad was approaching behind him. If he decided to order them, the 20 players of the two squads would attack Sung Woo simultaneously. But could they win? Sergeant Kang agonized, what should I do? If they mount a surprise attack, I can rush and break his neck. At that moment, Sung Woo, who was standing on the troll's chest, walked toward him. Sergeant First Class Kang? Ah, yes. It seems like you have a lot of thoughts on your mind at the moment. Right? You're right. I do, Sergeant Kang replied, ready to attack him. It's too late if you can't think straight now. What the heck? Sergeant Kang pondered over how to understand what he just heard. What the heck did he mean when he said it's too late? At that moment, bones arose from the left hand of the giant troll and flew toward Sung Woo's face. They turned into a helmet that covered Sung Woo's neck and entire head. Sung Woo just displayed the bone armor manufacturing skill. It's too late. Sergeant Kang hit the ground suddenly and shouted, attack him. Sergeant Kang was a level 9 striker. Since he invested most of the level up cards and stats, the level of his physical strength reached 20, which was 4 times higher than his initial stats. Sung Woo also had the skill brawl that he acquired with a link card that he had selected during the second card selection session. While the skill lasts, it strengthened his physical strength and stamina by 30%. It was no exaggeration that he killed the orc by breaking its neck the other day. But Sergeant Kang ignored his power and recklessly rushed to him, vowing, I can strike him down with just one blow. Sergeant Kang broke through the werebear skeletons with one big jump. Then, he threw his punch at Sung Woo's head. Bang! In fact, what Sergeant Kang punched was not Sung Woo's body but the shield he made with the troll's forearm bones. What the heck? His powerful punch missed the target. At that moment, something struck Sergeant Kang's head hard. It was the heavy forefoot of the werebear skeleton that hit his head, whose body was thrown into the air before falling down on the asphalt miserably. "What a shield! Very useful," said Sungwoo. Sungwoo put down the cracked bone shield. He reinforced his existing skill further by using the bone weapon manufacturing skill, and the bone shield was added to the list of weapons that he could manufacture. The moment Sergeant Kang rushed to him, Sungwoo immediately made the shield by triggering his skill on the giant troll's right hand. Sergeant Kang twisted himself on the hard asphalt. No matter how much he reinforced his physical strength, he could not help but curl up because of the sharp pain. But he was a soldier, and a special forces member who went through the toughest training the army had. He stood up straight, rolled back and stepped back away from Sungwoo. "Damn it! I was too hasty. I should have moved together with the two squads. By the way, didn't Corporal Choi's squad move?" Sergeant Kang turned his head with some hope. This time he tried to order Sergeant Kim's squad nearby. Sergeant Kim. Sergeant Kim and his squad members were not ready for the battle at all. Moreover, they seemed to have no intention of fighting at all. "Sergeant Kim? Why won't you reply?" "Do you really need to hear my reply?" said Sergeant Kim with a sigh. "What the hell did you say? Just say it. You can just talk to me even if you don't hear my reply, right? Just tell me what you want to say." Sergeant Kang's face turned white at his arrogant reply. "You son of a bitch. What the heck are you doing now? Are you challenging me?" "Sergeant Kang, we have decided to survive here. We don't want to lose our lives in this worthless battle." Then, Sergeant Kim looked at Sungwoo. "Ugh! Ha ha ha! You want to survive? You must be crazy to say that. Well, we don't want to sacrifice ourselves without knowing the purpose. What are we trying to defend now? I don't feel we're doing something worthwhile now." Sergeant Kim is right. One of his squad members chimed in. "I can't stand this anymore." Another shouted. Other members of his squad all agreed with Sergeant Kim. So many fellow soldiers had been killed while carrying out their superior officers' ridiculous orders, so they could not stand it anymore. "I've also persuaded Corporal Choi out of this operation." At that moment, Corporal Choi's squad members were coming out of the building. All armed with crossbows and were synergistic, they were sort of a sniper force. To their surprise, their company commander, Captain Lee, was being taken out, with his hands tied. Captain Lee looked at Sergeant Kim and sighed. /68 / Sergeant Kim, I understand your feelings. But should you have done this to me? We can't survive without the support of the military. Look at what's going on in this country. Captain Lee shouted. "Captain Lee, many of us were already killed. We're going to stop these kinds of silly military operations and do our best to survive. Do you think the regiment commander will forgive you? Don't you know that if you get out of the military, you get a penalty, let alone synergy? Penalty? Well, we couldn't obey the order, but outsiders can set us free." "Outsiders?" The company commander turned his head and looked at Sungwoo. "Bullshit. All you have to do is just keep collecting gold and give it to me. Then, I will take care of everything, you dumbhead." Sergeant Kang still seemed not to have lost the will to fight. He muttered alone, then took a small case out of his pocket. "I really didn't want to use this. I warned you against it." "Hey, Sergeant First Class Kang." Captain Lee was frightened by his actions. But Sergeant Kang pulled out an unknown syringe from the case and injected it in his arm. Something like intravenous fluids flowed into his arm. "You shut up. You keep rambling without any action. Damn it. You should have kept your squad members under control." Nobody knew what was in the syringe, but Sergeant Kang began struggling in pain. Subsequently, they could see a vein protruding from his forearm. It was clear that his body was going through some sort of change. "Hey, stop him right now. That's the transformation ampule. If that explodes. Aha. Hey, shut up." Sergeant Kang shouted. "Transformation ampule? It referred to the transformation of those who did not pick an occupation card. How can they control it? But even before Sung Woo came out to stop him, Sergeant Kang moved first. He jumped off the ground and rushed at Captain Lee. Then, he slashed Captain Lee's neck in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, his body was plump with newly grown fur, and sharp claws grew from the tips of his long fingers. Captain Lee's throat was cut, blood gushed like a waterfall. Damn it! Stand back! Corporal Choi's squad members quickly stepped back, but Sergeant First Class Kang's target was not them. You, son of a bitch! Gah-ah! Sergeant Kang turned right away and rushed to Sergeant Kim. Sergeant Kim picked up the sword immediately, but Sergeant Kang was faster than him. But at that moment, someone pulled Sergeant Kim's shoulder and jumped forward. She was Jisoo. She grabbed the handle of the sword and confronted Sergeant Kang head-on. Sergeant Kang's foot flew towards her head. However, Jisoo lowered her body to avoid his foot. Several strands of her hair were cut off by his toenails. That was all. She jumped off the ground and cut him in the ribs. Blood gushed from his ribs, sparks arose and began to burn Sergeant Kang's military uniform. When Sergeant Kang twisted, startled, she turned behind him and swung her sword from the right side. This time she targeted his right thigh. The moment she swung the sword, he staggered violently. Puck! However, she couldn't avoid his kick. His back kick hit her abdomen. With her bone armor shattering, her body was thrown into the air and fell to the side of the giant troll. Ugh! Ha! Ha! She grabbed her belly and gasped for breath. Even though she was hit just once by Sergeant Kang, she felt like she had been hit by a much greater force. Right at that moment, Sung Woo jumped down from the troll's body. What a great attack! Now, I can beat you easily. As soon as Sung Woo said that, the werebear skeleton stepped forward. Ugh! Sergeant First Class Kang made a fuss to put out the fire on his uniform. Even during that moment, his body was swelling. Orange fur covered his neck and back, and the shape of his skull changed. There was even a defined black pattern on his forehead. Where a tiger? He transformed into a giant tiger. Oh, I can obtain another good skeleton. The four werebears started hunting the tiger. Lieutenant Colonel Park was sipping hot black coffee in front of the convenience store in front of the front gate of the 10th Fighter Wing. It doesn't taste good. Since he used to enjoy coffee brewed with a high-quality coffee machine in his office, he frowned at the instant coffee he was sipping now. It seemed that his deputy who was killed on the first day brewed coffee very well. Battalion Commander, our soldiers are coming back. Oh! He stood up when a young officer reported to him. Like he said, a group of soldiers were entering the main gate, headed straight to the convenience store. At the forefront was Sergeant Kim. The soldiers stopped at the convenience store, and only Sergeant Kim opened the door and entered. He didn't salute, but Lieutenant Colonel Park didn't care about it and asked in a hurry, "Did you succeed?" "We killed the boss monster." "Great. Wonderful. What about Sergeant First Class Kang? What about Captain Lee?" Only then did Lieutenant Colonel Park notice that not Sergeant Kang and Captain Lee, but Sergeant Kim was reporting to him. Both were killed. "What the heck? What about that guy?" asked Sergeant Kang, referring to Sung Woo. At that moment, a chime rang and a man in white bone armor appeared before them. "Have a seat." He dragged a chair, then sat down before Lieutenant Colonel Park. Staring blankly at his face, Lieutenant Colonel Park slowly sat down in his chair. "This time let me give you a suggestion. You said you had the regiment commander as your supervisor, right?" Lieutenant Colonel Park nodded reluctantly with a stiff expression. "Yes, that's right. According to the group quest, you donate all the collected gold to that commander, right? Well, I don't have to ask how you came to know it." Full of anger, Lieutenant Colonel Park stared at Sergeant Kim at that moment. But Sergeant Kim faced him without being disturbed. "Is it you who ordered Sergeant Kang to kill me? Or the regiment commander? If you don't tell me honestly, I'll kill you here right away." "Well, it's the regiment commander who gives the orders." "Then, synergy must have been given to that commander, right? Sergeant Kim once told Sung-woo that on the first day this happened, his unit members drove out the monsters, resulting in huge casualties of his members. But what mattered more was what happened after that. At first, everyone responded as one, but when they went through the harrowing battle with the monsters, it was difficult to maintain the discipline and hierarchy of his unit. Right at that moment, a strange synergy came into play. Hidden synergy is given as a reward for the bloody group fighting. Synergy list: 1. Loyal Thorny Road, hidden, category, special dynergy, condition, certain conditions are satisfied, effect, your commander is given the title Legatos. The commander can give you any orders. If you disobey, you are given a penalty, which limits all your stats, and feels like an intolerable pain. Group quest is given at 6 a.m. every day. When you clear the quest, you get the buff effect for a certain period of time. If you reject the order and leave the area, you will be converted to an AWOL. Right after you're given the penalty of a remnant soldier, you will be hunted persistently by nearby monsters. That was a really unfortunate event. It was like having a harder and more painful collar around one's neck. Some soldiers deserted the unit after ignoring the message, but all of them were found dead in a place not far away from the unit. It was obvious that they were pursued by all kinds of monsters. Do you have anything else to say? It's all for the cause of our unit. Sung-woo snorted at that and said, "Are you kidding? You once said that the so-called cause was the restoration of our country, right? So, are you relying on that system to confront the system that overthrew the country?" Lieutenant Colonel Park's remarks were contradictory. When Sung-woo retorted, Lieutenant Colonel Park himself felt confused because he could not understand the reason. He despised the system of the community bulletin, saying he could not trust it, but at the same time, he actively used the system of synergy to restrain people. Obviously, Lieutenant Colonel Park's actions were contradictory. Maybe this was similar to the question that Captain Lee had before his death. Lieutenant Colonel Park quickly bit his lips tightly, then kept emphasizing it to himself. Yes, this is necessary for the country. Sacrifice and compromise are required for the cause. Absolutely, it's for the country. When Lieutenant Colonel Park didn't say anything, Sung-woo got up from the chair. Then, show me to your boss, the regiment commander. I would like to suggest one thing to him. I have to see the man who can accept my suggestion. He opened the convenience store door and went out. White beasts lined up in front of him. What caught his eye, in particular, was the 3-meter-tall skeleton with huge fangs, the Weretiger skeleton. Just like it was in any cataclysmic period, the force of the past was bound to surrender to the force of the present. /69 / the military unit was destroyed. A huge number of monster bodies were piled up on the disturbed ground. On one side of the barracks, there were corpses wrapped in ponchos. They had once been soldiers. It seemed that their bodies testified that they were sacrificed to defend the unit. I think there are very few troops currently available inside the unit because a company-sized unit was dispatched to crack down on the monsters for the group quest. Sergeant Kim explained, leading Sung-woo into the unit space. The main gate of the base was tightly closed, but no soldiers were defending it. In fact, it is pointless to organize the remaining soldiers into a unit because there are less than 200 left. Normally, a regiment had a force of more than 1,500 soldiers, but there were only 200 survivors at the moment, which testified how many soldiers were sacrificed in the process of fighting the monsters. Sergeant Kim said that as soon as the game started, up to 100 goblins raided the battalion barracks. Considering that there was only one goblin Sung-woo encountered, it was easy to imagine how big the goblins were. Their raid was like a surprise attack on a major military base. I don't know who's doing this, but come to think of it, it seemed that they wanted to smash the military base as if they intended to ruin us. Sung-woo nodded, that makes sense. They might have planned on it right after they incapacitated the weapons in the unit. The survival game began with the human military being completely extinguished. The game was designed that way from the beginning. It seemed that because they survived this tremendously difficult extermination plan, They were given the odd synergy called Thorny Path of Loyalty as a special reward. This game had always been like that. Variables created variables. Here it is. Sergeant Kim and Sung-woo arrived at the headquarters building of the base. No one was guarding the guard post at the main gate, but there were some guards there. It seemed that all the troops were standing on guard at the headquarters because they could not guard the outside of the base properly. Who is it? A private first-class soldier pulled out his sword and shouted. A corporal standing next to him lifted his crossbow and aimed at the party. Now, you guys put down your weapons and stick to the wall. Sung-woo shouted. Before introducing himself, Sung-woo had the skeletons step forward to show their strength. At first glance, the guards were no match for the large skeletons. Ugh! What the heck are they? Oh, battalion commander? Aren't you Sergeant Kim of the 1st Company? The guards immediately recognized the soldiers in Sung-woo's group. Sergeant Kim approached the guards and said, "Come on, put down your weapons, and stick to the wall as directed." When Sergeant Kim persuaded the soldiers, all of them at the headquarters made the way for them helplessly. They had no choice but to get out of their way. When they arrived on the 3rd floor of the headquarters, 12 security guards were guarding the entrance to the regiment commander's office. Rattle! Rattle! When Sung-woo appeared with the giant skeletons, the guards looked at each other and immediately asked for help. "Please spare our lives. We won't harm you." They abandoned their weapons and surrendered. Since they were the direct subordinates of the regiment commander, they had low morale and little fighting spirit. However, even with this ragtag band of soldiers, they could control any rebellion because of the penalty that the regiment commander could impose. In fact, the penalty system of the army was very disorganized in most cases. Sergeant Kim, tie all these soldiers together and put them in one place. Lieutenant Colonel Park, you go in first. Even in that situation, Lieutenant Colonel Park kept his mouth shut. Sung-woo had him go into the regiment commander's office. "Please have tea." As soon as he entered the office, Sung-woo had the 2 werewolf skeletons step into the office to show his power. However, even in such a situation, the regiment commander treated Sung-woo to tea by ordering his deputy in an ostentatious show of his inflated pride. Sung-woo didn't even look at the teacup and crossed his legs. He had no intention of sipping tea with the very guy who tried to kill him. "I didn't expect my soldiers to commit treason," said the commander. Sung-woo turned his eyes and looked at the crossbow on his desk. He momentarily wondered if the commander wanted to threaten him with that ridiculous weapon. Lieutenant Colonel Park, haven't you noticed it? Huh? You must have felt something strange. Don't you think this situation is so embarrassing and shameful? Sorry. Lieutenant Colonel Park was standing to the left of the regiment commander, with his head lowered. Sung-woo opened his mouth. "How ridiculous you are. Huh? From my point of view it seems that you have a big problem if you want to find fault with the soldiers and blame them for betraying you when you actually drove all of them who wanted to survive into a deadly situation." However, the commander snorted, locking his fingers together. "Did I drive them into a deadly corner? Are you kidding? It was a military operation." After he moistened his lips with tea, he continued, "It was because our initial response was quick that we survived. I immediately dispatched my soldiers into the monster cave within the base and got rid of all the monsters even though the fighting dragged on. I also found a new way to recover their broken morale." "Oh, was the new way the synergy you obtained by chance? So, you controlled your soldiers by force if they didn't follow your orders, then had them suffer burning pain, right?" Now, the commander was getting more and more upset. "As a result, I could establish a defensive position at the headquarters. Other bases? Well, other regiments and the Marine Corps headquarters nearby also failed to defend their garrisons. This is a war. It is only natural to send the soldiers to the battlefield, even if they have to point their guns at friendly forces." Sung-woo shook his head, leaning his back against the sofa and said, "No, this has nothing to do with a war. What the heck are you talking about? Who are you fighting against? Do you think your opponent is at war with you, too?" The regiment commander was speechless. It's just a survival game. We're like horses on the chessboard. Now, let me get to the point. At first, you asked for my cooperation, then I was told that you ordered your soldiers to kill me. The commander calmly nodded and replied, "That's true because you are going to be a big headache to me someday." How could he respond so brazenly in a situation like this? Sungwoo thought he was so shameless and brazen. If you are brazen enough to say that to me, you still have the intention of killing me if I don't follow your will, right? Yes, it's because that's the right way. Someone like you is a potential tumor cell in this country. Not only you, but all the guys who create private organizations, including the young Tungpo prosecutor, must be removed. Sungwoo found a tough stubbornness as well as his strong will in his stern gaze. Good. As I mentioned earlier, if you liberate the soldiers wishing to be freed from this energy and hand the gold back to me, I will leave this area after the mainstream ends. After that, you can take care of this town by yourself. Of course, he could not guarantee he would keep the promise, but he said it to get the gold from him smoothly. He could not take gold from corpses. Deep anger was clearly visible in the eyes of the regiment commander, but he helplessly nodded. He was aware that Sungwoo had the upper hand in the current negotiations. He had no other choice at the moment. How much gold do you want? All of it. Give me all the gold you received after your soldiers were done with the group quest. Good. Then, as you promised, you have to leave the areas of Waseong and so on. But can't you leave the soldiers behind? I need them. I really need them to defend Waseong City. Sungwoo shook his head firmly. No, I don't want to negotiate with you unless you confirm that you deactivate that vicious synergy. If our negotiation breaks down, I might have to fight you. Sungwoo's announcement was a clear threat. At that moment, it seemed that the skeletons behind him were moving a bit. Damn it. Alright. Come here and hold my hand. They needed to make physical contact to exchange gold. The commander reached out to Sungwoo, but he shook his head. No, can you come this way? /70 It wasn't just a matter of pride. Sungwoo was bothered not only by the crossbow on the commander's desk, but also he had to be concerned about the possibility that the commander hid weapons under the desk. The commander hesitated for a moment. Sungwoo was not sure whether he had bad intentions or he needed some time to control his pride, but he hesitated for a moment before standing up. Then, he slowly walked towards Sungwoo and reached out his hand. Opponent's gold, 45,688, according to Sergeant Kim. When the soldiers completed the group quest assigned to them on a daily basis, the compensation was paid only to the regiment commander. In addition, the middle-level officers collected the gold from the monster crackdown team obtained by beating the monsters, but a significant amount of that was donated to the regiment commander. This commander has taken a huge amount of gold. How come it's so small? Obviously, the amount of gold that the commander possessed now was surprisingly small. Then, is it true that Sungwoo was gaining an overwhelmingly large amount of gold? You have received 45,688 gold. Let's ask you one more thing. Where did you obtain the transformation ampule that Sergeant First Class Kang had? Sergeant First Class Kang transformed into a were-at-tiger after injecting it into his arm. Given that Captain Lee was frightened to see that right before his death, the military officers including the commander seemed to know where it came from. Why should I tell you about that? Well, if you don't tell me, I might change my mind and just stay in this area. In fact, I have not decided on any specific area to depart for. Sungwoo already received all the gold from him, so he had the nerve to tell him whatever he wanted to. Then, the commander put his hand into his pocket and sighed. No matter how politely Sungwoo spoke to him, the commander had to take his warning seriously because of the two giant skeletons standing in front of him. I don't know their identity either. They called themselves door-to-door vendors. They offered to sell me items that I could not buy at the store, so I just bought a few of them. The commander began to reveal what he knew without any resistance. While he was talking, the commander looked at Sungwoo and the skeletons alternately, trying to check something. Obviously, He was nervous at the moment. Sungwoo felt something suspicious about his reply. Door-to-door vendors? Where are they? The commander shook his head. I don't know either. I also asked them about lots of things, but they didn't answer. They were weird and sly. Do you want to even describe the way they were dressed? Can you think of anything specific enough to identify them, apart from their attire? Well, they tried to persuade me to buy their stuff by showing me all kinds of things. But when I kept showing doubts, they told me that just relying on the coincidence of roulette was incompetent and stupid. Sungwoo frowned unwittingly because he had heard it somewhere. The commander continued, they said it was their catchphrase. They said they were striking a deal which was certainly not random. After hearing it, I decided to buy their items. Sungwoo remembered that it was the message written on the wall of the store inside the used car sales complex. Then, are they the same guys who scrawled on the wall? Door-to-door vendors? What the heck are they doing? Sungwoo stood up, trying to figure them out. Let me leave now. Don't forget the synergy. I'm going to double check with Sergeant Kim about it. Sungwoo bowed to the commander. As if he swallowed before he knew it, his syrinx vibrated up and down, he turned and walked toward the door. At that moment, the commander called him. Hey, wait a minute. There was a toilet in the commander's office, where someone popped out, opening the door. Apparently, he was the commander's deputy who left after bringing in tea. He fired a crossbow at Sungwoo. Sungwoo blocked the crossbow. An arrow was shot into Sungwoo's left thigh, which was covered with armor made of bones. I thought you would threaten my life. Although you pretended to be decent and stern, I knew your shallow eyes were trembling in a vulgar manner. When the commander failed to attack Sungwoo, his face stiffened. His deputy hurriedly began to load another arrow, and the commander reached for the crossbow placed on the desk. Lieutenant Colonel Park, standing next to him, pulled a small knife out of his pocket. Sungwoo acted faster. He lifted the repeating crossbow and fired in succession. Pick. 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 Ugh. 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 Goo you 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 you. The three collapsed immediately. You have earned 10,000 gold by killing a player. You have earned 12,000 gold by killing a player. 2 of them were killed on the spot. They were the commander's deputy and Lieutenant Colonel Park. Sungwoo realized again that killing a person brought about a far greater reward than catching a monster. Sungwoo thought from the beginning that they weren't worth being saved. However, when they tried to kill him like this, he had no other choice but to sacrifice them for the more worthwhile gold. Oops! Damn it! The commander barely shouted. He was still alive. He groaned and pulled something out of his uniform pocket. It was a round object, but at first glance it looked like a grenade. Of course, it was a little different from the grenade. Don't come close. This is a bomb. Bomb? Yes, it's a bomb. Do you think I have not prepared something like this for your attack? Huh? The door-to-door sellers brought me lots of useful stuff. This is called Abyssal Concentrate Capsule. I tested it on the orcs. If it explodes here in this room, you and I will die immediately. Really? Can you explode it? What did you say? I'm curious about what kind of fragrance it will emit this time. Sungwoo slowly approached him. Abyssal Concentrate Capsule. Sungwoo seemed to be quite attracted to that word. He recalled the strong thrill that the orc chief had once unleashed. The commander crawled back and shuddered when he saw Sungwoo approaching him without any fear. Oh, don't come. You are really going to be killed. I'm all right. Just explode it, will you? Damn it, you crazy guy. The commander closed his eyes tightly and tried to throw the object called Abyssal Concentrate Capsule. Cling. At that moment, the window was broken, and the war tiger skeleton pushed his head inside. Then, he bit the commander's arm holding the capsule. His arm holding the capsule was torn off entirely. My arm. Arg. As expected, tigers are riding a tree very well. The were-tiger skeleton spat out the commander's severed arm, picked out the capsule, and brought it to Sungwoo. Item information, name, Abyssal Concentrate Capsule, class, unknown, category, player manufactured item, effect, after removing the safety pin, Explode the abyssal saliva in the target area. Description: a death bomb made by concentrating the corpses of 50 goblins and 30 orcs. If you encounter a disgusting enemy, you can destroy him at once. Manufacturer's direct description: the manufacturer's item? If that's the case, somebody has definitely made this. Which group is it? Do these guys also receive exclusive quests to sell goods? It was highly likely that those players with an incomprehensible behavior were given a weird exclusive quest, just like the Vampire Lord. If you won't use it, let me have the capsule. By the way, you are very close to the door-to-door sellers, right? Sung Woo sarcastically asked. Cough. No, you should not die yet. The werewolf skeleton grabbed the commanders by the neck and lifted him. Hanging up in the air, he was breathing roughly. Blood ran down from his body. Sung Woo searched all over his body while he was hanging. He collected a cell phone, a car key, and a suspicious key. A key? What is the use for this key in this era? Sung Woo looked around and found a steel cabinet. He opened the cabinet door. Man, this guy amassed all the gold here. He found an unexpected treasure trove. The cabinet contained several items that the commander must have purchased from the door-to-door vendors. And he noticed two familiar items among them. They were the so-called transformation ampule. Item information: name, transformation ampule, wolf, class, unknown, category, player manufactured item, effect, temporarily becomes a werewolf. Description: an extract made by deeply boiling his own friend who became a beast. If you inject it into your muscle, you become a werewolf, but don't worry. You will recover in 20 minutes. Manufacturer's description. The other one was transformation ampule, bear. Sung Woo was not sure if it was true or just a joke to make the ampule by boiling the beast man, but it was certain that the raw material of this ampule was a beast man. What kind of job can create something like this? And for what purpose are they making this? /71 / Then, he found some abyssal concentrate capsules in the paper box inside the cabinet. There were a total of 3 in it. He didn't know how much the commander paid for these items, but it was certain that the commander invested in this kind of strange hobby by grilling his soldiers on the group quests. Why did you buy this stuff, The regiment commander was silent. With his neck in the were-tiger's mouth, he drooped like wet laundry. You have earned 6,000 gold by killing a player. The commander died from excessive bleeding. This commander was only level 3? The gold Sung Woo obtained by killing the commander was 6,000 gold. The commander obtained 1,000 gold per level. Considering that the gold amount he obtained by the current mainstream event doubled, the commander's level was only 3, the lowest among them. Man, this guy didn't know anything about what was going on in the outside world, said Sung Woo. Maybe that's why the commander bought strange stuff like the abyssal concentrate capsules. Since he himself didn't participate in the fighting, he stayed at a low level all the time, and accordingly, he must have felt scared and nervous often. It was clear that the commander played into the hands of the door-to-door sellers. He was an incompetent commander. The medals he obtained at the sacrifice of his soldiers were far from noble. Sung Woo left the office, which had turned into a sea of blood. Then, he confirmed that the window in the annex office was open. The miserable lieutenant of the commander seemed to have been in hiding after entering the bathroom through the window. Click, click. There were not many soldiers left behind in the base. Most of the surviving troops went outside to crack down on the monsters, so there were around 30 inside the base. When they learned that their commander was dead, the soldiers were embarrassed. Now, you guys are free. The prison-like synergy that bound you until now has disappeared, so you can leave and find your families. Although they naturally dispersed, led by Sergeant Kim, many of them, hesitant to leave, looked very nervous and restless, perhaps because they were bound here by the chain of command for too long. It wasn't clear where they went, but it was clear that they would find their journey back home difficult. Yongwoo and his party returned to the village. Sung Woo, can I stay here? Sergeant Kim asked. It doesn't matter. Where is your house, Sergeant Kim? It's in Kyonan City. I can't go home right away, And I can't contact my family yet. It's the same with some of my junior soldiers. We're at a loss about what to do. Obviously, they wanted to go and see their families as soon as possible, but they could not leave the current area. It was too dangerous for them to look for their families who could not be reached. So, can we serve as the patrol guard for the village? The 5 soldiers who decided to stay with Sergeant Kim had combat experience, so their level was high enough. Among the players, the 5 soldiers were highly reliable. So, Sung-woo decided to let Sergeant Kim and his deputy, In-oh Kim, take care of defending the village. Sung-woo needed to monitor the neighborhood at all times in order to prevent the recurrence of a werebear raid. Sung-woo could relax a bit after such a long time. He prepared to open the item box in the business director's office of the museum. Item information, name, special item box, grade, special, category, event item, effect. One type of item is given at random upon opening. Sung-woo pulled out a metal case as small as his palm from his pocket. This was a box that he could not obtain at the shop. He had acquired it after killing the boss monster in this area. Is this also a random box? He unlocked the case and slowly opened it. Then, the light came out the box, creating a strange phenomenon. The light dyed the air, and an item dropped from the light. Item information, name, Shadow King's robe, grade, legendary, category, coat, effect, magic damage reduction, -10%. You can hide yourself when you're in the shadow. When attacking an opponent, you will reveal yourself, and you can be detected by detection skills. It was a dark green thick robe. It was long enough to cover the whole body and equipped with a hood. Come to think of it, it was also the first clothing item Sung-woo obtained. Sung-woo, my mom developed a new recipe. Come down and try it. What is that? Asked Hano. Sung-woo was wearing a dark green robe and adjusting the hood. Watching him, Hano touched the hood that he obtained right after he moved up to level 2. Hano's item, which Sung-woo described as something like a poncho, had an option that the probability of him hiding himself from a monster increased by 50%, but he didn't see the kind of light Sung-woo had just seen. I have something similar to this, but what a difference. Wow, that looks so gorgeous, said Hano, feeling a bit regretful. Thanks. Enjoy the dish first. Let me come down a little later. Hano was about to close the door when he suddenly turned around. By the way, Sung-woo, we've got only 3 days to go before this mainstream is over. What shall we do until then? Sung-woo answered without hesitation, we have to hunt the monsters, of course. Aha! 3 days passed. In the meantime, Sung-woo cracked down on the monster villages and dungeons inside the town. His crackdown unit, organized in 2 teams, achieved great results, leveling up to level 7 on average. Sung-woo and his party were a little higher than that. Hano was level 9 and Jisoo was level 10. You have leveled up. LV 12. On the last day, when they destroyed the kobold herd in the nearby church, Sung-woo finally reached level 12. When can I reach level 15 if I keep going on at this rate? The first condition for the exclusive quest of the discovery of the deadly scythe was level 15. It took 3 full days for Sung-woo to reach level 12, so it would be more difficult to achieve that higher level from now on. Choose your level up card. 1. Stats, random. 2. Skill, random. 3. Item, random. 4. Other, random. 5. Increased physical strength by 3, confirmed. Just like when he discovered it after getting out of the school, Sung-woo noticed a confirmed item that would increase his physical strength by 3. He naturally chose item number 5. Your physical strength increased. +3, when his physical strength reached 13, +6, he could easily twist the legs of a steel chair with his bare hands. Then, a vibration rang inside his pocket. Oh, I think I should mute the sound. The vibrations went on for some time, triggered by the secret contact community bulletin posts as well as a warning to those going to the safety zone. 12. Let's go to the safety zone carefully. Author, Gar 157 hit, 17,456, As those of you who have seen the first article about H apartments know, please take caution when you join another group and forget any wishful hope that they will do you a favor. Let me warn those who pretend to do a favor for others. Because I've been through it clearly, I would like to serve you a warning. Greater than, comments, 112. There were currently 112 comments on this post and counting. When the message spread that Sungwoo was right, and he saved people, those who posted comments were re-evaluating the original posts related to him. They were even trying to take revenge on those who posted negative comments. In addition, the ritual of the pilgrimage to the Holy Land, which was a popular term widely used on the internet, was also going on. It referred to someone posting a comment about any specific topic on the blog. Kim Jae-young Chan 123, as ID 157 said, "Let's not trust people or judge them carelessly." It's good that he realized it early. In that sense, I would like to take the pilgrimage to the Holy Land. Gumi, email protected, please save me. I will also take the pilgrimage to the Holy Land. Please save them. Please help our mother and father come back alive. Gambler Park, I would also like to take the pilgrimage to the Holy Land. Please help me pick the next item number 1. Local Archer, honestly, isn't this man a real hero? I don't know why they praise Young Tungpo prosecutor, instead of this man, so much. In that respect, let me take the pilgrimage to the Holy Land. Sungwoo could not understand how they could post such frivolous comments in this urgent situation. It is clear that only strange people survived. Of course, those comments and posts about looking for their families were constantly coming up. However, most of the comments were the same, and they kept coming up for several days. Those who couldn't find their families had to start a new life somewhere. That was the same case with the survivors left behind in the village. They were assigned a new role for their new lives. /72 / Sergeant Kim and an Kim security patrol stood guard on the roof of the museum. They had a siren loudspeaker ready so they could send out a warning signal whenever monsters appeared. On the rooftop they were watching the survivors moving around the museum building. If you separate it from there, you can't use that leather. Just cut out this end and then. Those who chose jobs such as tanners or blacksmiths set up workbenches on one side of the square. They were in the thick of dismantling the corpses of the monsters hunted by the crackdown team into fur and leather, but since they were inexperienced, they discussed the best solution. I think you have peeled it off pretty well this time. Let me take a look. Oh, it's the best. You can make armor with this. I hear they haven't found the store yet, but I hope this armor will be helpful to the monster crackdown team. The leather they pulled out was reinforced with special effects such as physical and magic defense. Someday, they were going to peel off the skin of the giant troll, but they were not skilled enough to do it now. So, after extracting only the blood from the troll's body, they hid it in the hangar of the squadron. On the one hand, Hano's mother, Yoon-hee, worked with those in food-related occupational groups to study how to dismantle and cook meat by its parts. When we cook this, I think the bad fat smell of the meat will be gone, but if you don't pay attention, you can't keep the buff effect in the food. Right. In the end, it seems that food is delicious only when you make it with plenty of affection. Shall we roast it now? It was also one of the cook's routines to provide food with a good buff effect to those going out on a monster crackdown mission. Thanks to the full support of monster leather armor and food with buff effect, the monster crackdown unit could keep going on a stable hunts. Gyeongsu, we're done giving the briefing by the second team. We're going to go hunting in the direction of Paldolmun Gate in the early morning tomorrow. The crackdown team, whose members were covered with blood, returned to the headquarters and reported to Gyeongsu. Sitting at the front desk, he gave them recovery potions. Thank you. Oh, we have found a new dungeon. It's near the shopping street at the intersection, and it's like a spider dungeon. I think we can take control of it without Sungwoo's help. I'll explain later. Okay. Fortunately, no one was injured today. Have a good rest. Searching for special areas such as a dungeons or a shop was also one of the essential tasks of the crackdown team. Since someone destroyed the nearest store, they could not buy items, no matter how much money they had. Sung-woo left the job of locating them to T and his friends who were very familiar with the places here. Besides, they also had motorcycles. Captain, I couldn't even find a store icon in the north. Tomorrow, let me search around the alleyways instead of the main street. Sure. Be careful when you sneak into the alley. Sung-woo's allies were prepared for attacks like this. It seemed that they restored stability to the environment. Of course, they were much more stable and secure before the game started, but obviously, they felt more relieved and secure now compared with the situation several days ago when they could not sleep from fear. However, Sung-woo was on edge. There is no chance that this game will allow this so easily. The 7th day was already approaching after the mainstream started. After checking the time, Sung-woo waited for the end of the first mainstream. The minute hand approached midnight. And a little later there appeared a message before his eyes. As of now, the mainstream Chapter 1, Long and Dark Night Ever has ended. Gold acquisition double event has ended. Restrictions on area movement have been lifted. The game was finally over. And a new announcement came up. Mainstream Start Guide, Chapter 2, When You're Faced with a Great Fate. To all survivors, I would like to praise you for the strength that has brought you to the second chapter of the mainstream. Many lives have vanished again over the last long night, but those who survived probably felt they had become hard enough to not be defeated easily. When the moment comes when you can take your breath, you'll start to ask questions like this: what fate does this world impose on me? What is the purpose of this game? Everyone. You will soon find the answer to that question. And now is the time for you to go beyond just surviving and build the strength to face the world. Note, important, 1. The current event will continue for 20 days. All restrictions to movement are lifted, and the gold acquisition event ends after that. 2. Raid boss monsters that gives you a huge reward will appear all over the world. In some cases, they will attack the safe zone. 3. The prelude to Angel/Devil Camp selection, which will be updated, begins. Find the traces of the 2 absolute traces scattered all over the world. Greater than, this is the beginning again. What the hell is it this time? Everyone gossiped, looking at the message. Sung-woo focused on 2 phrases in the long message. First, raid boss. Second, angel and devil. These 2 are the key phrases of this mainstream. At that moment, Hano called him. Sung-woo, can you check the app? Why? The rankings just opened. Regional rankings. Ranking? Come to think of it, there was a category called ranking in the player's guidebook, however, until now he could not get access to it because of the sign count underway. Sung-woo immediately ran the application. Player guidebook, 1. Public notice, new, 2. Player ranking, count completed, 3. Free bulletin, 4. Auction house, 5. Demon camp only, no permission, 6. Angel camp only, no permission, 7. Private broadcasting station, in preparation, number 2, counting completed, was open. Server ranking, page 1, 1, Han Gangziok, LV. 15, 2, Young Dungpa prosecutor, LV. 13, 3, Ger 157, LV. 12, 4, Dr. O, LV. 12, 5, Dr. O02, LV. 12, the first page revealed those who were in the top 5 level, then 15 people were revealed in the next 3 pages. Sung-woo was ranked 3rd on the Korean server. In addition, Young Dungpa prosecutor, a familiar nickname, was ranked 2nd. The top guy's level is 15? How did he get it? No matter how much Sung-woo thought about, level 15 was something he could not achieve. It took a full 3 days for Sung-woo to move from level 11 to level 12. On one hand, he could not help but pay attention to those in the 4th and 5th places who had matching nicknames. Maybe they found it very shocking to have 2 top rankers in the same group. Doctor? When Sung-woo was pondering over it, Hano began to make a big fuss again. Sung-woo. Look at the community bulletin. What the heck is that? Don't overreact. The guy in the second place, Young Dungpo Prosecutor, says he is going to come here. Really? He posted a comment in the community bulletin, saying he wants to see you. Young Dungpo Prosecutor, the top person of the Korean server, wanted to see Sungwoo? He wanted to come right now when the area restrictions were lifted? It seems like that guy is trying to attack us. When somebody decided to act, there is a reason for it. In this era, when civilization has collapsed, there was an altruistic reason. The reason why the Young Dungpo Prosecutor was coming to see Sungwoo was because he wanted something from Sungwoo. The vampires were trying to get rid of the obstruction. The soldiers asked Sungwoo to join the army. Man, it seems we are getting into trouble again. Sungwoo already began to feel a headache. What did he want? How would he respond if Sungwoo rejected his offer? He immediately confirmed the comment posted by Young Dungpo Prosecutor. 38, Karai D 157, I'm requesting an official meeting with you. Author, Young Dungpo Prosecutor hit, 397,456, ID GER 157, I'm requesting an official meeting with you on behalf of the Liberation Guild. The Liberation Guild was the first and best survivor community in Korea with 500 players. By being faithful to the system, we will overcome the crisis, rescue survivors, and finally uncover the truth of this game. I am already familiar with ID GER 157's unselfish performance in this community. That is why I am making an official request in the community bulletin here, although it's not courteous for me to do so. The Liberation Guild is eagerly hoping for GER 157 to join the guild. If you join, I, the guild master, Young Dungpo Prosecutor, would like to visit and explain the vision of our guild in person. Please accept the meeting. /73 There is another reason. Here the question arises. Why was this guy Young Dungpo Prosecutor anxious to see Sungwoo so urgently? As soon as area restrictions had been lifted, he wanted to see Sungwoo. For what? Sungwoo seemed to figure out the reason, though. It may be because they frequently mention me on the community bulletin. It was Sungwoo who got rid of the group of evil vampires twice, and those who witnessed his brilliant activities began to spread word about it through the community bulletin. Just like rumors, their comments about him were inflated. One of them read as follows: Let's promote ID 157 as the president of the provisional government. Greater than, really? Did you see those kinds of comments? Yes. According to the comment, the Prime Minister's job is to be taken by the Young Dungpo Prosecutor. There are quite a few people who think the world of you, Sungwoo. Of course, if you look at the comments below, those supporting Young Dungpo Prosecutor are crazier. These guys are really freaks. Hano was proceeding with the reading comments content at the moment. Next to him, Jisoo didn't hide her surprise at the comments that kept popping up. Well, if they praise you without caring about how precious gold is, they seem to be really passionate about you, Sungwoo. You can even expect gifts from them. Of course, Hano was cracking a joke, but Sungwoo's activities were accepted as something like the realization of justice in the current hellish world. In other words, Sungwoo's influence was growing, although he didn't mean for it to. Young Dungpo Prosecutor might have been wary of his growing influence. This is not the time I can afford to get their attention like this, Sungwoo thought to himself. Sungwoo was wary of their intense interest. Being a celebrity certainly had advantages. Nobody could ignore somebody's favor and the influence that came when he received people's attention. Well, the political stage might be in preparation. Surely, it will. Even in this broken world, isn't public opinion being formed because of a single functioning community? Public opinion was necessarily connected to politics. Sungwoo, why don't you reply? They are strongly demanding in their comments that you respond to Young Dungpo Prosecutor's request. It was hard for Sungwoo to decide. The presence of public opinion also meant that it could be manipulated to some extent. This was confirmed by the surge of the comments by those crazy followers of Young Dungpo Prosecutor in the community called Young Dungpo Believers. It seemed that Sun Wu's flat ignorance of their demands would bring about a negative response. Okay, I think I have to see him just once because I can also get some hidden information from him. For example, because he met soldiers, he could get access to the prophetic stone, and he could respond after seeing the future in advance. As a result, the most important thing for Sung Woo right now was to attain level 15 to find the exact location of the deadly sickle. If he couldn't find it before the new year, he would be destined to serve as Lich's servant. If I see young Dungpo prosecutor, I may get new information and raise my level. So, Sung Woo, whose ID was GR157, left a comment on the community bulletin. GR157, okay, I'll wait for you. Heyman Lee, oh. Cool. He doesn't even change his nickname, Glasses Warrior, cool. Cheering for you. Reporter Juunti Park, 2 heroes meet in the current disaster. I expected it, but I was surprised because your meeting came earlier than I expected. It seems that an ordinary citizen like me can't outwit our heroes. I hope your meeting will be of help to mankind. Yasuo-1, lol. Young Dungpo prosecutor, thank you. Since I know where you are, I'll see you shortly. How could he know Sung Woo's location without Sung Woo telling him? Young Dungpo prosecutor might have gathered all kinds of information about Sung Woo through the community, but he didn't ask Sung Woo about such a sensitive matter even indirectly. This guy openly brags about his ability to collect intelligence. He is full of confidence. Obviously, the young Dungpo prosecutor didn't take this issue as a simple business relationship. At that moment, Sung's motorcycle stopped at the front door with a loud engine sound outside. He hurried into the museum with some of his friends. Among them was Yujin, the girl who became a vampire. After the death of the vampire lord, she gradually diluted her blood, then returned to her original job, wizard. Sung's expression looked pretty urgent. I was ambushed. Ambushed? Sung Woo frowned. Yeah. Strange guys suddenly attacked us and kidnapped Minjun. Catching his breath, Sung explained that about 10 guys riding motorcycles appeared suddenly and tried to negotiate. They suddenly approached us, asking us if we saw something like a golden deer. When we said no, they recklessly attacked us all of a sudden. Sung and his friends chose to run because they were numerically inferior. They barely managed to escape. But I think they might come this way soon. Since they had taken Minjun hostage, they would definitely come this way. Guide me to the place. As the area restrictions were lifted, those who survived in other regions began to come to Sung Woo's camp, but he didn't want a group of strangers to approach the village where he was staying now. It wasn't difficult for Sung Woo to spot the biker hooligans. When Sung Woo walked along the south street for a few minutes, he found a group of strangers stopping at the crossroads. Oh, you're the same guy who escaped a little while ago, right? One of them asked. Yeah, that's right. So, did you bring brothers and sisters to confront us? Sung Woo was there with Jisoo, Hano, and Taeseung. It was natural that the hooligans regarded Sung Woo's party as an easy target. At a glance, they looked like a biker gang, given that they were wearing leather jackets, goggles and hoods. It seemed they were in their teens like Taeseung. Hey, did you come here to welcome us, thinking we were going to find you? A guy holding a mace among them stepped forward. He was a muscular man in his 40s, with purple hair that didn't suit his age. He glanced at Sung Woo for a moment, then began to examine Jisoo. His gaze was pretty seductive. Huh? Pretty sister? Would you like to take a drive with me? Indeed, the way he spoke to Jisoo was typical of a third-rate biker. It was so disgusting to hear him babbling on. Brother, we might lose the golden deer if we don't take action. Good heavens. You get carried away by pretty women. The muscular man tapped his head for a moment when other gang members shouted at him. Damn it, I was distracted for a moment. By the way, did you see the golden deer by any chance? Golden deer? Yes. It's literally a golden deer. Don't ever plan to hide it like a woodcutter. Just tell us where it escaped. This is my first time hearing about it. Where are you from? Lifting the mace, The guy scratched his head and said, "Oh, you don't understand me? If you are not the golden deer, I think I have to ask you out, pretty sister?" Then, the man raised his right hand and wriggled like a pervert. Watching him, Jisoo spoke with a sigh, when Sungwoo was about to respond. "Sungwoo, let me deal with him." "Sure." When Jisoo stepped forward, the man laughed, revealing his gums. "Oh, what the heck is this? Are you interested in me? Do you like a big man like me?" But when Jisoo pulled out her sword, he frowned violently. "Shit, don't you stop? If I crush your head, I can't take delight in caressing you. Well, you are going to see your hands served first before touching me. You bitch. Don't move there." The guy spat then strode toward her with a mace, but she was rotating the sword in her right hand in a circle. The man swung his mace first. However, Jisoo avoided it by twisting smoothly. His mace struck a truck parked right next to her. Bang! There were sparks shooting out of the truck body. Sparks? It was her skill. Anybody who merely touched it would fall from an electric shock. "Hey, can you be kind enough to get hit just once? Then, I can carry you on my back without any wounds. So, please get hit when I swing the mace softly, will you?" Boom! The man struck with the mace again, but she stepped back to avoid the attack and immediately bounced off to the front. Then, she swung her sword so quickly that he couldn't even respond. The blade of her sword looked as if it cut through his wrist with sparks flying along the trajectory of the blade. The next moment the man screamed in pain. His wrists were floating in the air. He looked at his severed wrists and collapsed. Jisoo approached him and said, "Poor uncle, sorry. It looks like you are not going to drive again for the rest of your life. You should get on the back of another uncle's bike." /74 When they watched one of his gang members beaten helplessly like that, the gang members began to move. One of them pulled out a long wand and fired something at Jisoo. Poo-ah-oo-oo-oo. It was a circular flame, often called a fireball. However, Jisoo swung the sword to blow out the flames. They scattered in the air. "Attack her!" Two of them picked up daggers, while the others were about to shoot crossbows at her back. "What the heck is this?" Right at that moment, Hano threw daggers at them quickly, which hit their necks accurately. In the meantime, Jisoo knocked two daggers out of the air. She circled around them once, then swung the sword twice. The next moment, an arm of one and a foot of the other were severed. As soon as the four of them collapsed, the remaining gang members had to change their fighting tactics. "Oh, don't approach. I'm going to cut this guy, son of a bitch." Minjun. Actually, one of the gang members put the knife to Minjun's neck. Sungwoo and his party had no choice but to stop. "Damn it! Where did you come from, you wretched thugs?" the guy holding Minjun shouted. Obviously, the gang members already lost their will to fight because threatening Minjun, their hostage, with a knife meant they regarded him as their last means of survival. Wearing the newly acquired item, Shadow King's robes, Sungwoo looked around. A freight truck parked on the road, backlit in the sun, was casting a long shadow. Sungwoo walked into the shadow. Huh? As soon as he walked into the long shadow, he disappeared. Where did he disappear? What the heck? Is he trying to trick us? Watch out! They began to look everywhere in confusion. However, they couldn't find him anywhere. Pick. 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 Buy. Pick. At that moment, something flew out from the shadow at random. They were arrows. Since they didn't expect such an attack, the gang members collapsed helplessly, and those who escaped death lowered themselves and hid behind the motorcycles. Fortunately, they forgot to hold Minjun, who quickly hurried toward Sungwoo's party. "Damn it! You lost him. Man, do you think that's important now?" In no time Sungwoo, with his dark green robe fluttering, jumped out of the shadow, holding a black sword. "You earned 8,000 gold by killing a player." Sungwoo's opponent was a player with level 8. Although his level was far from low, he could not deal with Sungwoo's attack, who bolted out of the shadow suddenly. "Let's get out of this place. We'll come back to take revenge." The surviving bikers hurriedly got on their motorcycles, but Sung-woo put his sword in the asphalt and lifted the repeating crossbow that he attached to his waist. Pick. 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 When the arrow hit the rider's back, the motorcycle, which he just started, lost balance and slipped on the asphalt. Bang. You have earned 7,000 gold by killing a player. Sung-woo missed the other 3. They ran away like crazy toward the south without looking back. According to Min-jun, the gangsters seemed to have come from Osun City. They were allegedly constantly wandering in search of the golden deer. What the heck is the golden deer? I don't know what it is, but don't you think it's very precious when you hear that word? It looks like you will get lots of gold if you catch it, said Tsu casually. In Sung-woo's mind, the image of gold was clearly linked to money. That's why the biker gang, who apparently knew the value of the golden deer, came up to this area to find it. Let's go back. After taking the bodies of the bikers and useful things from their motorcycles, Sung-woo and his party moved back to the village. Then, they saw the golden deer, to their surprise. Sung-woo, look at that in the alley over there. Jisoo whispered to Sung-woo, who then turned his head. There was the golden deer, with a curvy and slender figure shining gold. Hidden quest, title, Catch the golden deer that brings good luck. Type, target acquisition, goal, hunt the golden deer, reward, hidden stage admission ticket, 1/2, quest? The same message appeared to everyone in Sung-woo's party who saw the golden deer. At that moment, the golden deer turned and disappeared into the alley. We should catch her, right? Sung-woo, it looks like we'd be a fool if we don't catch her. Sung-woo immediately released the beast's skeletons. Rattle. Rattle. The skeletons dispersed in all directions. The golden deer was not an object that humans could catch by running with both feet. They could catch her with an arrow, but Sung-woo thought differently. The were-tiger skeleton did not move along the two-dimensional path. He immediately climbed the outer wall of the building and disappeared beyond the roof. The golden deer went this way. They chased the golden deer. Since the skeletons ran ahead of them, they didn't have to drive her from behind. The moment they went around the third alley, they saw her golden tail. The golden deer stopped in the middle of an alley and stared straight ahead. Obviously, the deer was wary and on alert. What she was looking at was not Sung-woo, nor the skeletons. Werewolf in front of us. A werewolf was looking toward them with his head lowered. Sung-woo defeated werewolves so many times, but he knew he should not let down his guard carelessly because he could be outdone at any moment. Sung-woo and his party felt something strange. What the hell is that werewolf waiting for? Yeah, very weird. Originally, a werewolf is very violent in nature, so he was supposed to rush to his target recklessly, but the werewolf was not so inclined. He lowered himself, pricked his ears, and watched his surroundings. The golden deer went around in circles, trapped in the middle. Catch her now. Sung-woo signaled to the were-tiger. Sung-woo had no intention of losing the golden deer because of that werewolf. As soon as the were-tiger skeleton fell from the roof, he bit the golden deer's neck. The golden deer drooped at the were-tiger's attack. You have succeeded in the hidden quest Catch the golden deer that brings good luck. Reward is given to you. Hidden stage admission ticket 1/2. However, Sung-woo was gazing at the werewolf in front of them. He started to step back little by little at the were-tiger's appearance. What the heck? Should I catch him? While Sung-woo was agonizing for a moment, the werewolf turned his head, climbed the hill beside them, and disappeared. That werewolf was a little weird, right? Have you ever seen a beastman like a werewolf running away like that? Did anybody beat and release him? The werewolf was definitely strange, but he stopped thinking about it and confirmed the rewards obtained from catching the golden deer. It was a card-sized gold ticket. Item information, name, hidden stage admission ticket, 1/2, grade, event, category, other, effect, effective only when you have 2 cards. It seemed that it was impossible for Sung-woo to enter the hidden stage with just 1 card. If so, he had to hunt another golden deer like this. His phone vibrated, which was a notification of the new comments in the community bulletin. Already? Why? What is it? He will arrive soon. Who is it? Who else should come here? The young Dungpo prosecutor left a comment that he would arrive in 5 minutes. How could he arrive at Suan City from Yeongdongpo district so quickly? All the streets were probably blocked by abandoned vehicles, so it was almost impossible for him to arrive so quickly. But Sungwoo immediately found it out right after he arrived at the village. Do. 2 firefighter helicopters appeared in the square. Is he on the helicopter? Wow, this guy is appearing before us gorgeously. The strong winds of the rotor swept the area along with a tremendous noise. The helicopters began to hover, then 4 ropes lowered to the ground for landing. Holding the ropes tightly, people wearing heavy armor began to descend at once. Thud. 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 Given that they were jumping down wearing such heavy armor, they were obviously tough guys. They dispersed in all directions to secure the helicopter's landing area and guard the surroundings. The other helicopters slowly landed in the center of the tight security. Its rotors slowed down and the engine stopped. Finally, a yellow shield around the helicopter was revealed and slowly began to disappear. Obviously, it was a magic skill. Shortly afterwards, the thick door opened, and a very tall man got off. He seemed to be in his early 30s. What a tall guy! He seemed to be at least 190 centimeters tall, but he seemed much bigger because he was wearing white full-body armor, commonly referred to as full-plate armor. However, because he had a very good proportionate build, he looked like a model rather than just a big man. On his back was a big sword, about 170 centimeters tall. However, the sword was so long that it looked like he was carrying a cross. 20 members of the guild he organized began to line up behind him. They, too, wore full-plate armor. They looked like medieval European knights. It's nice to meet you. I am the young Dungpo prosecutor. Oh, no, my name is Jung-hoon Choi. Nice to see you. I'm Sungwoo Yu. The moment the two shook their hands, one guild member stepped to the side and took out something from his neck. Click. Sungwoo made a puzzled expression, but Jung-hoon, the young Dungpo prosecutor, smiled at him casually. Because this meeting could be a historical moment. Among those struggling to survive among the crowd there suddenly appeared a man who was talking about the future. /75 young Dungpo prosecutor, Jung-hoon Choi. This guy is different, Sungwoo thought. As soon as Sungwoo glanced at him, he immediately felt this guy was unusual. It was not because he had a big build, or because he was handsome, or because he had an item wrapped around his body that Sungwoo felt that way. There is something more to him. Sungwoo led him into the museum. The survivors of the village were gathered in the lobby of the museum because they wanted to see this young Dungpo prosecutor named who ranked 2 in the community. Wow! He is handsome. He's really tall. What the heck is that armor and weapon? Of course, Jung-hoon's appearance itself was brilliant enough to claim his reputation in the community. He was a tall and handsome man with white full-plate armor and an enormous sword. He looked like the common image of a prince riding a white horse. When he was accompanied by a group of majestic knights, the crowd burst out into exclamations. That person really looks extraordinary. I now know why they call him a hero. As if his arrival were his triumphant procession, the survivors showed admiration for Jung-hoon, but Sungwoo felt somewhat strange when he saw Jung-woo behaving pompously. I felt something unusual about this man, but the survivors are overreacting now. Of course, it's not an exact comparison, but the way they looked at him eagerly reminded him of the way the vampires looked at the vampire lord. Does this guy something like a skill? A skill that influences people's emotions? It was possible he had one. Sungwoo felt his possession of such a skill might not be groundless, but there was no way for him to check it right away. Maybe I'm too conscious of him now. Suppressing an uncomfortable sentiment, he led Jung-hoon to the office of the business director. Come this way. Jung-hoon had his deputies on standby in the hallway. Then just 2 of them sat face to face on the sofa in the office. Jung-hoon opened his mouth first. The people here look stable. You can't find such expressions easily anymore. He also showed a relaxed smile while saying so. Although he was famous in the community and responsible for the largest group of survivors to date, He didn't have an air of arrogance. I think it was good I came to see you. Really? Isn't the Yeongdongpo district much more stable, is it? Sung-woo pulled out 2 cans of beverages from the small refrigerator. Ah, ha ha. Thanks for the soda. Jung-hoon opened the soda cheerfully. After taking a sip, he looked at Sung-woo again. His smile slowly disappeared from his face. As you may know, the survivors in the Seoul area are gathering around the Yeongdongpo area. To put it accurately, some groups of survivors were joining those in Yeongdongpo with Yeongdongpo prosecutor Jung-hoon as their leader. He then invited Sung-woo to join the guild that he organized. One of the reasons he visited here today was to persuade Sung-woo to join the guild. Though countless people died, the number of people in my place are by no means small as the survivors continue to gather there, Jung-hoon said. How many are in your area? Around 30,000 people flocked to Yeongdongpo Station originally. I think there will be over 40,000 soon. 30,000? To be honest, Sung-woo was surprised because there were a little less than 300 survivors in his village. Really? That's a huge number. Yeah, a lot. It's overcrowded over there. For the first time, Jung-hoon made a gloomy expression. Sung-woo asked, if there are many survivors, aren't they helpful to you? I thought that's why you promoted the safety zone and proclaimed the guild. Prosecutor Yeongdongpo was the first to post his comments on the community bulletin. Since then he has attracted people by promoting the safety zone. That's a misunderstanding on your part. Believe it or not, I just wanted to save more lives. A bitterness was on Jung-hoon's face. Did he really save people out of pure goodwill? And I would like to say that these 30,000 players are helpful, of course. But out of these 30,000 people, how many of them do you think have adapted to this world? Sung-woo seemed to know what he meant. In fact, of the hundreds of players in town, only a few could do their job well enough. They numbered about a quarter at most. The remaining 3/4 played the role of assistants, or they were being supported by others in the group. If they numbered 30,000, the size of the population that needed to be supported was different. Just because they have survived doesn't mean that all of them have adapted to the new world, because the person who succeeded in adapting might have saved several others around him. In that sense, we need more elites like you, Sung-woo, to save many more. I have been watching you for a long time because you were mentioned often in the community. However, you were not on the priority list of people for my guild recruitment. You have changed your mind because of the players' ranking, right? Sung-woo said. In fact, he contacted Sung-woo through the community bulletin right after the ranking of players was released. Yes. The ranking proves that you haven't been talked about a lot because you're lucky. Jung-hoon said, lowering his head while fiddling with the soda can. He continued, Sung-woo, there are many strong colleagues around me. But I don't have one who I can trust, or who can take initiative. Most of them brought their own groups to entrust their safety with me. Actually, I am anxious. It hasn't been a while since the world has changed like this, but these survivors look up at me as if I'm a hero, and there are so many people who want to rely on me. Jung-hoon then raised his head and looked at him. I don't think I'm such a strong guy. Ha ha. He was trying to mock himself when he came here to persuade Sung-woo to join his guild. Sung-woo asked, why are you saying that? I don't think you can say something like that to someone like me you've just seen for the first time. Sung-woo subtly rebuked him. Jung-hoon raised his head again and said, you're right. Yes. To put it bluntly, I'm now appealing to your emotions. Appealing to me? Because you are not likely to join my guild based on my level or forces. My impression of you is that you seem to be reluctant to get stuck to anybody. It seems you are straightforward and individualistic. Sung-woo was not sure what part of him made Jung-hoon feel like that, but he was definitely individualistic. So, he didn't confirm or deny what Jung-hoon pointed out. Sung-woo, let me appeal to your emotions a little more. I lost my family a few days ago. Then, when I pulled myself together, I got even upset beyond my doubts about this game. His eyes became even sharper. Even though I'm simply following the game rules now, I want to change them in the future. I want to break the rules. I'd like to figure out why this is happening, and get even with them if I can. That's why I need someone I can trust. I need someone who is as strong as me, and who can look critically at my opinion instead of those who try to rely on me. Sungwoo made eye contact with Jung-hoon, then asked, "Do you think I am such a person?" "Actually, I don't know yet whether you are such a person. All I can know is your level." Jung-hoon was very straightforward. "That's why I've come to see what kind of person you are." He stared at Sungwoo sharply. Nodding at him, Sungwoo leaned on the sofa and said, "So, what you want to say is you want me to join your guild, right?" "Yes, that's correct. But if that was the only reason, I wouldn't have come here in a hurry like this." With a serious expression, he pulled something out of his little pocket. It was a red stone with a faint glow. Sungwoo immediately realized what it was. "It is Prophecy Stone." He frowned his eyebrows unwittingly. "This is a Prophecy Stone. Do you really know what this is?" he asked, checking even Sungwoo's slightest change in expression. Sungwoo's expression, which was something like a suspicious glance, seemed to have stiffened at that moment. Sungwoo had the Prophecy Stone, Season 2, he obtained from soldiers. "Is it right for me to share that information with him?" "No, I don't have to. Let me be prudent." Sungwoo shook his head, then said, "No, I haven't seen it before. It's very unusual." However, Jung-hoon's eyes were still discerning. He nodded slowly and said, "Well, yes, it's unusual. That's why I am getting impatient. Now, put your hand on it and touch it." Sungwoo slowly reached out. "You have touched Prophecy Stone, Korean server bad ending 2. Just like the Prophecy Stone he had seen before, a video began to play before his eyes. //